nationwide debate over criminal justice reform. Progressive district attorneys say the bail system is unfair to people who are mentally ill and people who can't afford to pay. Police argue new lax bail laws are sparking a surge in crime.
I think there's a big difference in looking at the bail issue for nonviolent suspects versus violent suspects.
All right, Gabe joins us now in studio. So, Gabe, first off, what is Quintez Brown charged with, and how long did he actually spend in jail?
Well, Brown is charged with one count of attempted murder and several counts of wanton endangerment. He spent about 2 days in jail, Tom.
So 2 days in jail, charged with attempted murder. That's why this is sparking so much controversy. We understand Senator Mitch McConnell, who's from Kentucky, is also getting involved.
Yes, several Republicans are weighing in on this. Mitch McConnell tweeting today that what happened here was jaw-dropping, and now several Republican lawmakers in the Kentucky legislature are considering tightening bail laws, Tom.
So do we know where Quintez Brown is tonight, and could he possibly be a harm to the public?
Well, he's on home confinement, we're told. He has an ankle monitor, and he's pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. The group that bailed him out says that they're trying to get him mental health counseling.
Gabe Gutierrez with a lot of new reporting on that story. Gabe, thank you. We turn overseas to the Beijing Winter Olympics. Entering its final days, the Games proving to be a challenge for Team USA this time around, no doubt. While the big headlines continue to focus on the scandal involving the 15-year-old figure skater out of Russia, we want to take a look at the medal count. Norway still on that top spot with 29 medals. That country's got to be celebrating. The Russian Olympic Committee has 26. Germany has 22, and the U.S. is in fourth place with 21. We want to head over now to Steve Patterson. He's live for us again at the Olympics. Still cold there, Steve. That's what it looks like. Let's talk about Kamila Valieva. She's been in the spotlight for days now over that alleged doping scandal. She was favored to win gold, but didn't end up on the podium, coming in fourth. It was a very dramatic end to all of this. So what exactly happened?
You know, Tom, I've been trying to pinpoint what has felt so wrong about this story from the very beginning. And it was just the other night when she was waiting for a score, clutching a stuffed animal. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is a child. So this investigation that now centers on whether or not she had agency to be doping, I think needs to also focus on whether or not she has the same agency to play or see friends or eat at the right time that she wants to or go to sleep. I think all of that needs to be taken into consideration. And then we need to take into consideration that she's going through all of that with the weight of the world on her shoulders. And of course, she just falls apart during this competition. And now there is this disgusting new reporting that we haven't independently confirmed, but it's out there, that her coaching staff, at least one of them, was absolutely berating her after she fell to pieces during that event. I think the question needs to be asked now, not if she was doping as a 15-year-old child, but why a 15-year-old child is allowed to compete at the highest level of competition in the first place. There are some questions now being asked to the IOC on whether or not the limit for children competing should be raised up as this goes on. But so many questions still swirling out there. If she's allowed to keep her medal, that's something that will be decided months from now.
Yeah, if those allegations and those reports are true, that would be some pretty sick stuff, especially when you think about her age. I want to ask you next about that crushing loss for Team USA in women's hockey against Canada. What are some of the big takeaways from that game? That was tough.
It was tough. You know, I went there personally, saw it in person, the electricity, the vitriol, the animosity between these two teams. Make no mistake, these are two groups of women that absolutely hate each other, and you could feel that. And frankly, it makes for some good hockey, and that's what happened. The U.S. really pushing Canada to their absolute limit, and I think the women there need to be proud of that fact because Canada has been so incredibly dominant. They've scored 57 points in this Olympic tournament total. Their opponents have scored 10, and that includes the U.S. now twice. Every time they got the puck, it almost looked like they were going to score. They just felt inevitable, and I think the fact that the U.S. pushed them this far speaks to the strength of this rivalry and the fact that the U.S. women will be back right in their face the next time this happens again. Tom.
All right, Steve, finally, we got to ask you about Michaela Schifrin. You know that she recorded her third did not finish, crashing again during that last event. We know it's still not over for her, though. Well, she's got one last opportunity to medal.
She does, and it's a group event. But make no mistake, I mean, this is a nightmare, and we shouldn't code it as anything else. She has not finished now 3 times in the last 2 weeks and not finished on the slalom, which is her event, Michaela Schifrin's event, and not able to finish, which speaks to the fact that this is emotional and mental, and that is so scary. My worst nightmare, Tom Yamas, is that you ask me a question and I have absolutely no idea how to answer it, and that's what we're seeing with Michaela. So I just hope that she can rest in the fact that she is still one of the best skiers in the world, that she still has multiple gold medals, that she can look at those medals when she gets home and know for the next one that she's able to compete at the highest level, because I think she is, and she's spoken to that at several interviews now, that she's okay, she just has to recover. Tom.
All right, Steve Patterson, man, wrapping up his gold medal performance there from the Olympics. Steve, I know you still got a couple more days. Great having you as always. Thanks, still ahead tonight. Escaped murderer, the inmate serving a double life sentence on the run for days, even visiting 2 hospitals. So why was it so hard for authorities to track him down? Plus, a piece of sports history destroyed. The country club that hosted several U.S. Opens, look at this, up in flames. The building just undergoing a multi-million-dollar renovation. What happened here? And the moment a teenager on his phone fell through a trap door, but then he's caught by a pile of boxes. This is not a joke. What happened next? Stay with us.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin.
The excitement is in the air.
United States.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back now with a dramatic prison escape. A Mississippi inmate and a convicted murderer spent the weekend on the run, allegedly stealing a vehicle, assaulting a woman, and impersonating an FBI agent. That escape and the errors that ensued raising questions about why it took prison officials so long to report the inmate missing. Here's Kristen Dahlgren.
Convicted murderer Michael Pretty Boy Floyd Wilson is back behind bars tonight after 3 days on the run.
He's caught, no one's hurt. Thank God for that, and it worried us to death.
Wilson was serving a double life sentence at Central Mississippi Correctional Facility for 2 2014 murders, when, according to Mississippi Department of Corrections Commissioner Burl Cain, Wilson made a brazen escape over the prison's 12-foot razor wire fence early Saturday morning.
He was bleeding from his hand profusely. The razor wire really did its job, but then some of our folks didn't do their job.
Cain telling reporters there was a 30-hour gap in notifying the public about Wilson's escape, adding 12 employees are facing disciplinary action over that delay. In that time, Department of Corrections officials say Wilson impersonated an FBI agent, using that alias to seek medical attention twice at the same hospital.
And we're shocked, assailed and appalled that he got away without us having to lead time, which was a hindrance to the sheriff's department and so forth, because had they known, they would have known he had the cuts from the razor wire.
After 3 days on the run, Pretty Boy Floyd allegedly assaulted a woman and stole her car. Sheriff Troy Peterson tells NBC News that car later reported stolen, ultimately leading to Floyd's arrest by Harrison County deputies about 150 miles away from the prison he escaped from. Commissioner Kane says Wilson is now headed to a newly reopened prison, Walnut Grove Correctional Facility.
He'll have a hard time getting away from us there. Won't happen again.
All right, Kristen Dahlgren joins us now live. Kristen, this is not the first time Michael Pretty Boy Floyd Wilson has escaped, correct?
It's not, Tom. It's amazing. This is actually his third escape. Most recently in 2018, he escaped using almost the same playbook, even the same fake name, according to authorities. And he told a bystander at that time that he had been in a motorcycle accident and that he needed to get to the hospital because his wife was in labor. That's allegedly the same story that he used this time. So tonight, a lot of failures being investigated on so many different levels here, including whether or not prison staffing played a role. That said, you heard authorities there. They say he is now in maximum security, and that, they say, is where he is going to stay, Tom.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. Kristen Dahlgren, great to have you on Top Story tonight. Thank you. When we come back, the terrifying moments on a ferry overseas. Look at this video. It shows a powerful wave breaking the ship's windows with passengers on board. What happened next? And the photographer falling off a stage at the Rams parade. Quarterback Matt Stafford right there when she fell. What he's saying about the scary incident tonight and his behavior. That's next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right, we are back now with Top Stories newsfeed, and we begin with the deadly dog attack at an animal rescue in Florida. Police say a woman was working with a dog described as a large mixed breed when it snapped and mauled her. It happened at a rescue for neglected and abused dogs near Fort Lauderdale. She later died from her injuries. Another worker tried to step in and was also injured. A massive fire destroyed a famed country club outside of Detroit. Video shows flames tearing through the Oakland Hills Country Club, which has hosted 6 U.S. Opens, 3 PGA Championships, and a Ryder Cup. It originally opened in 1916 and had just reopened following a $12 million renovation. No injuries reported, and so far, No word on what caused that fire. The U.S. Coast Guard officials offloaded $1 billion worth of seized drugs at a Florida port. That's right, $1 billion. Aerial footage shows the 54,000 pounds of cocaine, 15,000 pounds of marijuana, all being dropped off in Fort Lauderdale. The drugs were seized during more than 24 recent busts in the Eastern Pacific Ocean and Caribbean. All right, and U.S. casinos had a massive year. The country's commercial casinos won $53 billion in 2021 from customers. That's 21% higher than the previous record set in 2019. The numbers do not include tribal casinos, which report separately. Experts say the spike is likely in part due to a growing number of states legalizing sports betting. All right, now to a story that is burning up social media. It happened during the Rams Super Bowl victory parade. A photographer taking a photo of quarterback Matthew Stafford and his wife when she took a sudden and shocking fall. NBC's Kerry Sanders has that moment caught on camera. And what happened next?
It was just as the Super Bowl winning parade was winding down. A photographer taking a picture of Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford and his wife, herself taking a dramatic fall. You can see the shocked look on both their faces. And if you look at it again, you can see Stafford say, "Oh my God," and then quickly walk away. As he takes a sip of water, his wife moves forward to the edge of the stage. This angle from TMZ Sports shows just how traumatic the fall was, as the photographer, Kelly Smiley, unwittingly backpedaled until plummeting from the stage. A group eventually forming around Smiley, Stafford's wife leaning over, trying to offer help. Moments later, Stafford and his wife can be seen walking from the stage. For Smiley, the fall was serious. She was rushed to the hospital. She posted pictures of herself in her hospital bed wearing a black brace, saying, "I unfortunately fractured my spine today. Feeling okay, staying the night in the trauma center." A friend starting a GoFundMe page to pay for her damaged photography equipment. The social media world lit up, some questioning the quarterback for walking away, another criticizing him, but complimenting his wife for staying behind to check on Smiley. Although some Stafford fans stood by their Super Bowl winning quarterback, saying there were plenty of people to help out, late today, the Rams and the Staffords released a joint statement saying they will be paying all of Smiley's hospital bills and replacing her broken cameras. They wish her a speedy recovery. The quarterback and team now making the right play in the end. Kerry Sanders, NBC News.
All right, we thank Kerry for that story. Now to the daring rescue in Nevada. A 64-year-old hiker missing for hours before being discovered alive and clinging to a tree. Emergency workers rescuing her from a steep mountainside hundreds of feet from the road. Miguel Almaguer has those details.
Before first responders arrived in emergency vehicles, before firefighters unwound spools of rope to pull a rescue bucket up a hill through thick brush, the 64-year-old victim clung to a tree, suspended on a steep slope, dangling 400 feet off a road. So exhausted from a battle with hypothermia, she could only utter a single word: help.
She was in pretty bad shape. The fact that she was able to hold on the way she did just shows how much she wants to live.
Matthew Stewart's mother, Gail, had gone hiking outside Reno. When she didn't return, her son and his friends set out to find her.
I heard some groaning, like someone was in pain.
Dominic Licata spotted Stewart in the dark as temperatures plunged into the low 30s.
Do you think she would have survived the night?
No, definitely not.
12 hours after her fall, rescuers finally lowered Stewart to safety.
The miracle was the fact that she was located in the dark after so many hours of searching in a very unusual place.
Tonight, this mother who clung to a tree also never let go of hope. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
All right, we thank Miguel for that. Now to top stories Global Watch, and Peru has declared a dengue outbreak. Health officials say more than 5,000 infections of the mosquito-borne virus have been reported since the start of 2022. At least 8 people have died there. Authorities have begun fumigating in Lima and other cities. Frightening moments on board a ferry in Germany as a storm batters northern Europe. Shocking new video shows a monster wave crashing through the front windows of the vessel while it was on a river near Hamburg. Passengers starting to flee from the top deck that became submerged in water. That storm, which is packing hurricane-force winds, already responsible for several deaths. And a teenager in Turkey avoided serious injury thanks to a stack of cardboard boxes. You got to watch all this video because it's hard to believe. Surveillance footage captured the moment the boy was looking on his iPhone, fell into a trapdoor in Istanbul, but then he fell right into a pile of boxes, which broke his fall. He then managed to balance himself on another pile and made it down safely. All right. Turning now to Hong Kong, where nurses and doctors have become overwhelmed in the wake of a fifth COVID surge, the Omicron variant, and low vaccination rates among the elderly, leaving hospitals on the brink. Now officials weighing their options on how to proceed with new restrictions as Chinese President Xi Jinping declares they must stabilize the outbreak. Sky News' Tom Cheshire reports.
2 years into the pandemic, what's happening in Hong Kong looks more like the first 2 months. Patients wheeled out onto the street as hospital capacity is overwhelmed. The city's dynamic zero COVID strategy is failing, and it's bracing for the worst.
As far as Hong Kong is concerned, we need to find our own way out of this epidemic. It has outgrown our capacity.
It's unlikely the government even knows the true number of cases. Sam Lee had a positive COVID result last week, but struggled to find a PCR test or even register his case with the authorities.
We went to the post office, but by the afternoon they were all gone, or like even just by noon they were all gone because they only had like 30 tests per day, and they were all gone by 10 a.m. because everyone went to go get them as soon as possible.
Hong Kong has been closed off from the world since the start of the pandemic. It had done well as a result, recording just over 200 deaths, with a series of partial lockdowns and restrictions on gatherings. The city bought itself time, but it did not spend it well ahead of Omicron's arrival. The vaccination rate among the elderly is very low, and hospitals have been overwhelmed because mild and even asymptomatic COVID cases must be sent there.
They actually don't need any medical help, but people who are just panicking. They are panicking because there are so many of them, thousands. So we just could not accommodate them in the hospitals.
Hong Kong has trod a middle path between the Western and Chinese approaches to lockdown. Now it seems to have the worst of both worlds and will have to choose one definitively. Chinese President Xi Jinping has made a rare public statement to order that the overriding mission for Hong Kong's leaders is to stabilize the outbreak. That suggests the ultra-strict lockdowns of the mainland may be enforced on the city. As the Western world emerges from the COVID storm, Hong Kong is right in its middle. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
We thank Tom and Sky News for that report. Coming up, the high-end crime wave. Mansions in San Diego robbed of money, expensive jewelry, and other valuables. And authorities say the thieves are tourists who travel to the U.S. just to commit these crimes. The details next.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Back now with the Americas, where we take a look at stories coming out of the U.S. and across Latin America. Tonight, a high-end crime wave sweeping the country. Authorities say South American criminals are casing houses in ritzy neighborhoods from San Diego to the Bay Area and even Washington, D.C. Guad Venegas reports tonight from Los Angeles.
They enter homes untroubled by security cameras, wearing gloves and covered head to toe as they look for money, jewelry, and other valuables. But these aren't your regular neighborhood bandits. These are international criminals on vacation and with the worst of intentions.
They knew exactly what they were doing and where they were going.
In San Diego, Tony Lopez says one group waited until they were gone to move in. The family watched in real time on their security camera as they stole more than $80,000 in jewelry and heirlooms in less than 10 minutes.
They looked self-assured. They did not seem as a burglar in panic. They just were like an organized group like you see in the movies.
Investigators say they are not alone, but part of a growing number of crime tourists coming to the United States from Chile legally.
They're supposed to be here for about 90 days, but they typically overstay. There's not a lot of checks on them, so they're able to come in and they operate together in groups.
Authorities say these cases have been on the rise in recent years, pointing to a visa waiver program that has allowed Chilean passport holders to enter the U.S. without a visa since 2014. The Chilean theft groups committing hundreds of burglaries across the country, targeting high-end homes from suburbs in D.C. to mansions in San Diego, taking millions in valuables, including gold, cash, and jewelry.
They target the master bedroom closet, and the master bathroom. They very seldom venture outside of that area of the home.
Detectives say this is not part of a single organized crime ring, but independent groups who know exactly what they're looking for.
We had a safe that was hidden in the back of the closet, bolted to the floor, had been ripped out of the floor and had been smashed open.
The Chilean embassy telling us Chilean and U.S. officials are actively and permanently collaborating and sharing information to tackle the problem, exchanging data and taking measures to prevent these crimes.
Getting our typical investigation of DNA or fingerprints doesn't really work with this particular crew.
The FBI is involved too, but experts say even when the criminals are caught, the bail for nonviolent property offenses can be low or sometimes non-existent, allowing the foreign nationals to sometimes skip town for the next job or fly home with the riches.
All right, Guad joins us now from L.A. Guad, these are clearly very sophisticated criminals. They're not your average cat burglar, it seems here. Is there anything people can do to better protect themselves? Because we saw that one family even had cameras and they still got hit.
Well, Tom, authorities say the burglars are attracted to empty residences, so something as simple as having timers on the lights that turn on these lights that make it seem like someone is home. They also recommend the glass breaking sensors on the alarms and just motion sensors in general. Again, the idea here is to make it look like the home isn't empty, even though no one is there. Tom?
Some good tips, essentially beefing up security, maybe investing in a Rottweiler as well. All right, Quad, thank you for that. Coming up, the journey of an Afghan refugee who became an international soccer star, still dominating on the pitch. The Taliban took her father, but couldn't take away her dreams. More on her incredible story next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Finally tonight, a story of resilience. At 11 years old, Nadia Nadim escaped the Taliban and fled to Denmark. It was there she learned to play soccer and became an international star. But that wasn't enough. You're about to hear what she's now up to. Here's more on her incredible journey. International soccer superstar Nadia Nadim is known around the globe for doing this. Her skills have made her a force in women's professional soccer, but her life story is even more epic. At 11 years old, Nadim fled Afghanistan after her father, an Afghan National Army general, was executed by the Taliban.
We got, smuggled out of the country through, a long route through fake passports behind a truck, and somehow ended up in a refugee camp in Denmark.
There, she was introduced to soccer for the first time.
It was love at first sight. You know, I had one of those moments where my eyes were popping out, my heart was pumping.
From then on, it was an all-out sprint towards becoming a player not only Afghanistan cheered on, but the world wanted to watch. At 34 years old, Nadim has 200 goals to her name and an incredible 98 appearances for her adopted country of Denmark. A champion on 2 continents, winning a National Women's Soccer League championship in Portland in 2017 and the 2021 French League title in Paris. She most recently joined Racing Louisville FC for their inaugural season. Scoring 3 goals and notching 1 assist in 8 games before tearing her ACL. And while you may think doing all of that, plus learning 9 languages would be enough for Nadim, there was one more goal she was aiming for: becoming a doctor.
I play soccer or football for myself. It's my hobby. I enjoy it, but I wanted to do something more than that.
So she started medical school, studying to become a reconstructive surgeon. The journey to get there? Grueling. Nadim waking up to study before practice and after training, heading to internships at the hospital.
I did ask myself the question, why am I doing this? What's the point, you know?
But Nadim never giving up over the last 10 years, graduating just last month and swapping her jersey for a lab coat.
I felt like med school and being a doctor probably was my calling.
Her club celebrating her accomplishments in the OR, putting together a Dr. Nadim mock jersey.
That's pretty cool. I really want to have one at least, and then we'll see if I play in one or not.
For now, Nadim is focused on getting back on the field after that ACL injury, and one day helping others do the same.
I want to be in a position where you actually are going to have an impact on other people's lives. And I know how much it means when you're in need and someone actually does something for you. It can be anything, just, you know, a little smile or just acknowledging you as a human being.
We will be watching her on the field and maybe even the hospital soon. Thanks so much for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news now on the way.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, learning her fate. The former Minnesota police officer convicted of manslaughter in the death of Dante Wright. Today, we will learn how much time she is likely to spend behind bars. The potential sentence Kim Potter could receive for shooting and killing Wright during a traffic stop. Under oath, a judge has ordered former President Trump and 2 of his children to answer questions in New York State's civil investigation of the Trump Organization. The information investigators hope to learn. New signs this morning that Russia may be ready to attack Ukraine. Even though Russia has released more video, it says shows its forces leaving the border. President Biden says the threat of an invasion is still very high.
Yes, my sense this will happen in the next several days.
The new steps the U.S. and other Western countries are taking in hopes of avoiding a conflict. And drama on the ice, a shocker in the highly anticipated figure skating competition in Beijing, with controversial skater Kamila Valieva not taking home a medal. The new reaction from Olympic organizers this morning as Valieva's teammates earn spots on the podium. That was, of course, one we've been watching and talking about, and we've got a lot of Olympic updates this morning.
Yeah, that one's sparking a lot of conversation now moving forward, so we'll see where it goes from here.
Yeah, especially as we're about to close out the games, actually, this weekend. We'll get to that a little bit later. We begin, though, with the sentencing of Kim Potter later this morning. The former Minnesota police officer will learn her fate for killing Dante Wright last year.
Potter was convicted of 1st and 2nd-degree manslaughter in December for fatally shooting Wright during a traffic stop. Potter said she mistook her handgun for a taser. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Minneapolis. Ron, good morning to you. So today's sentencing could go on for more than a couple hours. Take us through the process. What can we expect, and will she speak?
The most poignant part of this, the most dramatic part of this, will be the victim impact statements by Dante Wright's mother and father, and perhaps the mother of his 2-year-old child. They testified during the trial, you may recall, and they were very emotional. And what they, of course, keep emphasizing is that their son is dead. He's gone. He's not coming back. There's no way that they see that they're going to get justice, which would mean him coming back. So they are hoping for accountability. And if you think even further back, the family and rights advocates wanted Potter charged with murder. She was charged with first-degree and second-degree manslaughter. So the maximum sentence in this case is 15 years on the books. But the prosecution in their court filings have asked for 7 years, essentially, which is what the sentencing guidelines for this type of crime suggests. So that's what we expect from that side. From the defense, yes, we may hear from Potter herself. You'll recall she testified during the trial, and she was very emotional, very remorseful. Some observers didn't quite feel a lot of sympathy for her because she's a 26-year police veteran who essentially says that she mistook her weapon for a taser, something that she'd been trained about for many, many years. So we expect to hear perhaps from her and from supporters of hers who we believe have submitted letters to the court talking about how good and decent a person she is. She's a mother, she's married, she has ties to this community, and they are going to, the defense, ask for leniency. They're going to ask probably for more probation time than any prison time. They would probably argue that prison for a police officer is a very dangerous place potentially, and they are going to try and do everything they can, we would think, to keep her out of prison. So yes, this could go on for some time. You'll recall also that this is the same courtroom where Derek Chauvin was sentenced in the murder of George Floyd some time ago. So there is that as well. The judge has a lot of things to consider. There's a lot of pressure on the judge, on the court system here, to do right by this family.
Ron, does history or precedent give us any indication then of where the judge might go with the sentencing decision?
Again, I think we're in somewhat uncharted waters. Yes, there are all kinds of court precedents, and that's why, again, the prosecution seems to be asking for 7 years, not the full 15 years. And you may remember during the court proceedings, they argue that there are aggravating circumstances that suggested that she should be convicted and sentenced to a even longer term. They have backed away from that argument. It's unclear exactly why. We may hear more of an explanation during the court proceeding. But to some extent, again, this is a very political environment. We know what's been happening in Minneapolis. There was the George Floyd case. Just yesterday, I attended a funeral of Amir Locke, a young man who was shot and killed during this no-knock warrant raid by police just a couple of weeks ago. The trial of the 3 officers who were also charged in George Floyd's death along with Derek Chauvin, that trial is happening in a federal court in St. Paul, not far from here. So there's a lot going on in this town. The judge, everybody in this is a human being, and they have to be aware of this. And advocates for the family, for Dante Wright's family, and advocates across the country want a statement in this sentence. And so they are hoping and pushing for the most serious sentence that they can get.
Ron Allen in Minneapolis. Ron, thank you.
This morning, former President Trump is facing another legal defeat. A judge ruled that he and his children, Ivanka and Donald Jr., must answer questions under oath from New York Attorney General Letitia James. She's leading a civil probe into the Trump Organization for possible financial fraud. Joining us now is NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian and legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Good morning to both of you. And Ken, I will begin with you. So first, just tell us about this ruling from the judge and this very direct statement we have from him on it, and then also what it means for the New York Attorney General's investigation.
Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, this was a resounding defeat for Donald Trump and his children, no question about it. I sat through listened to most of the 2-hour-plus arguments yesterday, and Judge Arthur Bergeron politely listened to the Trump lawyer contention that this was improper, that the AG should not be able to conduct both a civil investigation and a criminal investigation, that she was compromising the Fifth Amendment rights of Donald Trump and his children by trying to compel them to testify. And what the Trump lawyers wanted is for them to stay the civil case while the criminal case unfolded. The judge listened politely, but in his ruling, he just brought the hammer down. I mean, essentially, he said that this investigation had found what he described as copious evidence of fraud. Copious means a lot, and that she had every right to question these defendants under oath, and that they're perfectly free to assert their Fifth Amendment rights and not answer. You know, of course, the Trumps will appeal, but the judge gave them 21 days to sit for a deposition. That may not hold because of the appeal, but a significant ruling, Savannah.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, that statement goes on to say copious evidence of possible financial fraud and wants to question under oath several of the entities, principals, including its namesake. She has the clear right to do so. So, Danny, I want to bring you in here and talk about what the president's attorney is saying, the former president's attorney, how they're responding, describing it as another politically motivated witch hunt and saying her client can't get a fair ruling in the state of New York. What legal options do the Trumps have at this point? And does a former president have any special legal protection that then his children maybe wouldn't have under questioning here?
First, in terms of an appeal, they'd essentially be appealing the denial of a stay, and they'd need a stay to appeal that motion for a stay. Not particularly likely, and I think that's why His Honor made this a very short timeline to get everything done. 14 days in which to turn over documents, 21 days in which to appear for depositions. One of the things to think about is in a lot of cases, and I've done this myself, when you have a defendant that may be facing a criminal investigation, as a plaintiff's attorney, you want to wait until the criminal investigation is over because you know that that person will come to a deposition and just take the Fifth Amendment, and you won't get the information that you'd really like to get. But that's not the case here, because for the New York Attorney General, the Trumps taking the Fifth Amendment is a win. That itself is a victory. Now, you asked about any special protections. In reality, other than maybe a stretch of a presidential privilege type argument, which I don't see happening here, no. Once the president leaves office, he's a regular citizen. He can't protect his kids. He can't protect himself, certainly against a state investigation and state subpoena power.
Yeah. All right. So let's get into kind of some of the other investigations going on. So, Ken, we've been talking right now about this civil case, but the Trump organization's also facing a criminal investigation. Now, that one's being led by the Manhattan District Attorney. Could testimony here in this civil case that we're discussing right now, that this judge has just ordered the Trumps must provide, impact that criminal one?
Well, of course it could, Savannah, and that was the heart of the Trumps' argument for why it shouldn't take place. But as Danny would tell you, it's hard to imagine that Donald Trump or his children will actually answer questions in a civil deposition while they're under criminal investigation. It would be madness to do so. In fact, Eric Trump, one of the sons, did sit for a deposition in October 2020, and he took the Fifth Amendment more than 500 times. And I think that's what we can expect from Donald Trump and his children. The thing is, in the civil case, the judge or the jury can draw an adverse inference from their failure to answer questions, and the standard of proof in the civil case is lower. But you're right, the criminal case is the real ballgame here, and let's not forget what the AG and the Manhattan DA is investigating is financial irregularities. The question of whether the Trump organization and members of that organization committed fraud, lied to banks and insurance companies. They've already indicted the CFO, Alan Weisselberg, who has pleaded not guilty, and that investigation continues, and it looks like it's fairly perilous for the former president and his children. Savannah.
And Danny, before I let you both go, let's talk about a separate civil case against the Trump organization. That one's heading to trial later this year about the president's inauguration committee. What should we know about that?
Yeah, it basically is about the misuse of inauguration funds. I don't know the exact date that is coming, that is scheduled for trial, but look for any last-minute delays because the Trump side isn't going to want to go to court on a case like this.
Danny and Ken, with two very similar styles of decorating your live shots. If I need to borrow a peacock pillow, I know who to call. Thank you so much to both of you.
You bet.
As states and cities drop some of their COVID safety protocols, new research is causing concern over the so-called stealth variant. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good to have you with us. So a new study from Japan says this stealth Omicron subvariant could be more harmful than its cousin, Omicron version 1. So what should we know about it? Should we be worried?
So, Joe, we should always worry when we see a variant that can be more infectious than the original Omicron. And this is in animal studies, mind you, as you mentioned, from a Japan pre-peer-reviewed study. So we still have some steps to validate some of that data. But it worries me that we see something more infectious, which we had hints towards. And then there's also the concern that it could evade what we call vaccine-induced immunity or even natural infection-induced immunity. So we've seen that with the original Omicron, that our vaccines get a little less effective, still hold, but a little less. Imagine just even a little less effective with a new variant. Here's the good news. Only about 3.9% of the Omicron sampling in the entire United States is that BA.2 sublineage. But Japan made a recommendation in their paper, which is a reasonable one, that this one, BA.2, is different enough that it deserves its own Greek letter. So we'll see how this unfolds as we're watching it around the country and around the world.
We'll keep an eye on it. Let's talk about Seattle, where the first U.S. case of COVID-19 was confirmed about 2 years ago. The city now going to lift its proof of vaccination requirement for restaurants, theaters, gyms starting March 1st. This is a move that mirrors similar changes we're seeing all around the country. Do you have any worries about lifting these kinds of restrictions right now?
I think my worries about lifting things today in some parts of the country is that the cases have not fallen enough. And the majority of the country is shifting from red or high transmission to kind of moderate. And what we hope to do is wait till we're in that low transmission, according to the CDC. But I think that people are frustrated, so we're all looking for a way out. Here's some flags for concern. You either might be immunocompromised, 12 million people, Joe, who either can't get enough antibodies from vaccines or can't even get the vaccine for medical reasons, or you're under 5, not even eligible. So we really need to now shift and focus to how to make sure they're protected.
Let's talk about folks who are immunocompromised, who are high risk. If you're vaccinated and boosted, what is the best guidance for when and where you should still be wearing a mask? And what will it take? At what point might high-risk Americans be able to return to a more normal life?
Yeah, this is the hardest part of my day job of seeing patients, Joe. Here's my very blunt advice. It's what I give to my patients. First of all, double check and see if you are indeed somebody that should be taking some of these extra precautions. There are patients who clearly know they are. Transplant patients, patients undergoing some cancer therapies, patients with certain blood disorders, immune disorders, but some people don't realize they might be susceptible. So talk to your doctor. You can do it virtually if you're nervous about it. Number 2, you should find out if you qualify for what we call a prophylactic monoclonal antibody treatment. What's that? It's a fancy medical way of saying we have monoclonal antibody injections that we can give you in anticipation of you getting infected. You don't need to be infected, but you need to be immunocompromised. It gives you an additional boost to the immunity that you really do need to fight an infection if you get it. And then third, I am telling everyone to wear a high quality mask. And if it's hard for you to do that, I'm okay with you wearing a surgical mask, but still make sure that you're masking and don't try to feel bad or somehow that you did something wrong. This is really to protect yourself.
Helpful advice as always. Dr. Kavita Patel, thanks so much. Have a great weekend. And if you, our viewers, have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. You can email us at morningNewsNow@NBCUNI.com with your questions. And please let us know if you want to stay anonymous. Let's get a check now on your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, that includes a brutal winter storm that's threatening more than 100 million Americans as it sweeps across the eastern half of the country. Bill Cairns joins us with the latest on that track. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So many places had so many issues with this storm, and we're still dealing with it. We just watched severe thunderstorms at 6 a.m. in the morning from Philadelphia to New York City. Very rare for February. Let me show you what happened in Illinois. This was the cold side of the storm. This is where you had problems with temperatures crashing after rain. Then you went over to ice. Then you went over to snow. And these are just semi-trucks that are just littering Interstate 39. That's not a pretty scene there with numerous jackknife tractor trailers and the highway just stuck. So that was kind of the example of the cold side of the storm. We also have a lot of problems with flooding. This map shows you everywhere in maroon or the reddish type color where we have flood warnings. All of western New York, the southern half of Indiana. We have a lot of river flooding that's ongoing. We have a lot of standing water. And now the temperatures are crashing. So now the water's refreezing. So we just got numerous travel issues throughout the Ohio Valley in western New York from all that standing water. And now the cold temperatures moving in. That squall line that did have some severe weather with it yesterday has weakened. Just some rain heading for you in Savannah and Charleston early this morning. It's raining right now in Wilmington. And it looks like we've just cleared it out in areas of the mid-Atlantic. Temperatures are going to crash, though. We're still at 60 degrees in Philadelphia. Look back to the west in Detroit, 12 degrees. That's almost 50 degrees colder in Detroit right now than it is in Philadelphia. So enjoy that early morning warmth in Hartford, Montauk, and Boston. I know it's very windy, too, because that's going to get much colder as we go throughout the day. As far as the wind alerts go, we still have about 78 million people under some sort of wind alerts or high wind warnings. The strongest of the winds are in coastal areas of New England and also right around the Jersey Shore and the Maryland coast. We could expect gusts this morning up to 50 to 60 miles per hour. So if you're driving on those tall bridges, grab the steering wheel with two hands, and we'll have significant delays at the airports this morning in the Northeast. So the forecast, no issues really in the southern half of the country. It's still, though, cold and windy, the Great Lakes, and then we'll see some of those changes in the Northeast today. We'll talk about that weekend forecast coming up, and it looks a lot quieter than what we just got done with.
Good. Hopefully you can have a quiet weekend,
yeah, exactly.
Bill.
All right, good. We'll look for that next hour.
Thank you.
Be nice.
Thanks, Bill.
Coming up, with the U.S. predicting Russia could be days away from invading Ukraine, Vice President Kamala Harris is in Europe.
She's meeting with world leaders to talk security. What to expect from the VP's highest profile trip yet. Next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd cast, free
wherever you get your podcasts.
In Ukraine this morning, more accusations of shelling and ceasefire violations are being traded by Ukrainian government forces and Russian-backed separatist rebels. And again overnight, there are reports of mortar attacks in the eastern part of the country.
Yeah, yesterday, President Biden warned the threat of a Russian invasion remains very high and said Moscow is trying to create a pretext for war. He did not provide evidence for those allegations, and Russia called the claims baseless. At a UN meeting yesterday, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken described how a possible attack could unfold.
Russia plans to manufacture a pretext for its attack. This could be a violent event that Russia will blame on Ukraine, or an outrageous accusation that Russia will level against the Ukrainian government. We don't know exactly the form it will take. It could be a fabricated so-called terrorist bombing inside Russia, the invented discovery of a mass grave, a staged drone strike against civilians, or a fake, even a real attack using chemical weapons.
Secretary Blinken is part of America's delegation with Vice President Kamala Harris at the Munich Security Conference today. The crisis in Ukraine is expected to top the agenda there.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, and our chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell is in Munich for us this morning. Good morning to the both of you. Thanks for being with us. Aaron, I'll start with you on the ground in Ukraine for us. So we're seeing reports of new flare-ups this morning across that ceasefire line in eastern Ukraine. Again, this existing area with tensions that's now flaring up. What's the latest there? And could this potentially be the type of false flag operation that the president warned about?
Hey, Savannah, well, you're right. Overnight, there were reports of fresh violence in the Donbass region of Ukraine, with the Ukrainian government and the separatists accusing each other of escalating the situation. We heard from the Ukrainian defense minister earlier today accuse the Russian-backed separatists of targeting civilian areas. This after yesterday, a kindergarten was struck by a projectile. The children were evacuated from the school, according to the Ukrainian military, and 3 teachers were injured in that attack. This as the OSCE marked a noticeable uptick yesterday in the violence, recording more than 400 ceasefire violations in Luhansk and more than 180 ceasefire violations in Donetsk. This as Western officials are expressing concern that Russia could try to use this latest escalation as a pretext for a further invasion. And I've been speaking to Ukrainian military experts here in Kyiv, and they are extremely concerned about the possibility for further escalation in the east as well as along the Black Sea. Guys.
Andrea, Secretary Blinken yesterday described the situation as a moment of peril. He's going to be meeting with his Russian counterpart again next week. But before that, he's joining Vice President Harris in Munich, where you are. What kind of message is the American delegation aiming to deliver at this conference?
They're trying to get Putin to really engage in diplomacy and to call his bluff, to say, if you really say you want diplomacy, then prove it. And that's why Secretary Blinken challenged the Russians at the UN yesterday to meet in Europe next week and talk about their mutual security concerns rather than invading, as the president had just warned right before that UN meeting started, was imminent. So the Russians did accept that offer. They are going to meet with Secretary Blinken back here in Europe. We don't know yet what capital, sometime next week, toward the end of next week. And the main argument from Blinken and all of the other leaders here is there can't be any military action, an invasion, prior to that meeting. If you really say that you're interested in diplomacy, Vladimir Putin, then prove it. And that's going to be the moment of, of truth after this long, drawn-out period where they have said they want diplomacy but have yet to respond seriously to any of the U.S. offers and are still demanding unacceptable demands of NATO. Right now, at this hour, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, debuting here on the world stage. She's had one foreign trip to Paris and another in Central America, in Guatemala. That one did not go very well, as you recall. This is a real test. She's never come to Munich, to the security conference. And this is where For years, Joe Biden came, as the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, and then as the vice president. Tony Blinken came as Joe Biden's chief foreign policy advisor. They know all of the leaders here. And this is where NATO and the other European countries are getting together to talk about European security, NATO security. And today, the State Department announced that it is offering $6 billion to Poland in the purchase of Abrams tanks to signal to Russia and to the rest of Europe that the U.S. is really serious about shoring up the NATO countries on Russia's border.
And Andrea, we know that you'll be watching this whole trip for us. Now, Aaron, Ukrainians are marking 8 years since what was called the Revolution of Dignity. This is happening, of course, at the same time we're seeing these tensions. Tell us about what that was and why it's so significant today.
Well, Savannah, 8 years ago, 100 Ukrainians lost their lives in the Maidan protests. And today here in Kyiv, people, dignitaries, activists, people who were there for the protests gathered to remember the lives lost, the sacrifices that have been made, in their view, for this country's independence. We were speaking to one man who was part of those protests. He was at a small ceremony at a church here in the capital, and he told us that he believes that today marks the anniversary of what he views as a wider war with Russia. Take a listen.
Essentially, I think that back then our war with Russia started, and those boys who we are commemorating today are the first victims of this war. And given that, so to speak, hopeless situation we won, I am sure we will succeed in today's very anxious situation in Ukraine.
For so many Ukrainians that we have been speaking to here, today is a stark reminder of the high price that they have paid and, in their view, continue to pay for independence from Russian influence. Savannah.
Right. Aaron, Andrea, thank you both so very much. We appreciate it.
And now let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Millions of people have been told to stay at home as one of the most severe storms in decades hits the UK. The storm has triggered a rare red weather warning, the highest level of alert for wind, meaning that there is a danger to life from flying debris. Hundreds of schools have been shut. Travel networks are facing major disruptions, while thousands of properties have been left without power. Forecasters warn that winds could reach up to 90 miles an hour today, causing further damage and disruption. Social unrest continues to grow in Puerto Rico as the cost of living keeps going up while salaries remain stagnant. Emboldened by public school teachers who abandoned the classroom to demand better pensions, protesters are multiplying by workers in many other sectors. Employees are grappling with the soaring prices while getting paid the same salary as they were getting in 2008. Water and electricity bills in Puerto Rico are 60% more expensive than the U.S. average, while groceries cost 18% more than they do on the mainland. And finally, weighing in at a monstrous 289 grams, more than half a pound, an Israeli strawberry has been declared the largest and heaviest on record by Guinness. The official results took about a year to be certified, but the weight turned out to be fruitful. The owner of the strawberry said he jumped up and down in his car and was laughing and singing, and is said to be very happy to be in the Guinness World Records. Apologies for all those terrible puns, but it is a Friday after all.
That's okay. That's my jam.
Yeah,
Ali.
Joe loves it. Yeah, I love it too. It's hilarious. That's pretty funny. It's cute. He was singing and happy. Good for him.
Exactly.
Congrats to his Barry. Thanks.
Thank you.
Very happy.
All right, we're heading into the final weekend of the Winter Olympics in Beijing. Team USA still has plenty of chances to bring home more gold before the closing ceremony.
There's also a lot of reaction this morning to the finale of the women's figure skating competition. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goff, who's been in the Olympic bubble since the beginning, joins us now with the latest from the games. Hey, Stephanie, good morning. Good to see you. So let's start, of course, with that fallout from the women's figure skating free skate. We're hearing for the first time from the International Olympic Committee. What's the reaction to what happened there?
Yeah, we are, Savannah. You know, we've been looking for Thomas Bach to say something about this doping scandal for days. He actually didn't come out until everything was over. And quite honestly, he had the same reaction that I think a lot of people had when they watched that incredibly emotional end to that figure skating event. Listen to what he had to say.
I must say I was very, very disturbed yesterday when I watched the competition on TV. When I afterwards saw how she was received by her closest entourage with such a, what appeared to be a tremendous coldness, it was chilling.
So he's talking, obviously, there about Kamila Valieva when she came off the ice, stricken after what was a disastrous performance. You almost expected her coach to give her a hug, put her arm around her. Instead, effectively, what she said to her was, what happened out there? What did you do? Why did you give up? And soon after that, you saw Kamila dissolve into tears. But I have to say, from my perspective, one of the most chilling moments of that entire end of the event was Anna Sharapova standing there, having just won the gold medal, all alone, gripping onto a teddy bear. Her coaches, her entourage, were with the other two Russian skaters. No one celebrated with her for what felt like, I don't know, an eternity, guys.
Yeah, it was one of the most joyless gold medal wins I've ever seen before. Let's switch gears here, Stephanie. Talk about the U.S. men's curling team. They're the defending gold medalists, and they had a tough one losing the bronze medal match against Canada. What happened there?
Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm almost positive you and I saw the gold medal match in Pyeongchang.
Yep, we watched it together.
We watched John. It was actually, for me, the highlight of the whole thing. Look, they came here. They wanted to repeat that moment. They did the best they could. And then against Canada today, they were competing for the bronze medal. And in the end, John Schuster had one final moment, one final hammer throw to knock out a couple of the Canadian stones. And, you know, Joe, when it came to hammer time, unfortunately, it didn't work out well for me. All right.
Oh, you were saving up that one, weren't you?
I was. I knew you would love an MC hammer this morning, so I did it just for you.
Steph, let's talk Eileen Gu. She's having a great Olympic run on the slopes. This is the San Francisco-born athlete who's competing for China. Tell us about her latest performance in the halfpipe competition.
She was incredible. She was untouchable. Her second gold, her third medal of these Olympics. She really came out and wowed people. And, you know, her message all along has been that she is representing China because she wants to show Chinese girls that they can become athletes. But you know what? She has been balancing a very fine line here in Beijing, obviously because you have the geopolitical situation that is unfolding between China and the United States. She has avoided up until now some of the very difficult political questions that a lot of people are getting about these Olympics, and that's not going to last long for her. She's going to have to answer them soon enough. Yeah, guys, back to you.
Absolutely. All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. Great to see you. Safe travels home. And coming up this Black History Month, a new documentary is spotlighting Abraham Lincoln and the Civil War.
Specifically, how African Americans shaped Lincoln's outlook on the war. One of the experts from the film joins us next with what they've learned.
Plus, a lot of schools are using this month to go more in depth on Black history, but how are they doing it? The new political.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
excitement is in the air.
United States! Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
For anyone who's watched Netflix's latest hit documentary, it may come as no surprise that the Tinder swindler himself is looking to cash in on his newfound infamy. Simon Leviev is accused of conning women he met on Tinder into loaning him millions of dollars. He's not faced any criminal charges for allegations made in the Netflix doc, though he has served time for previous fraud charges. Now he may be looking to get his own dating show and dating advice podcast. And E! News is reporting he has an agent, reality star manager Gina Rodriguez. She also represents Mama June and Honey Boo Boo. It's based on information E! News says it received from a source. Well, those concepts are in the works. Leviev is already using his notoriety for cash in a smaller way. He's selling personalized video messages on Cameo for $200 each. So someone who has everything, there's a potential gift idea. I don't know.
Yeah, from what are we calling him? Con artist? Great.
Well, alleged.
Alleged, exactly. And actually, our viewers may remember we had the director of that documentary on. It was a fascinating conversation and really cool documentary. Thank you so much, Joe. Now, a new 4-part docuseries is re-examining the legacy of President Abraham Lincoln and his role in the emancipation of slaves during the Civil War. Some of the biggest Lincoln scholars came together to give new perspectives on the president, including how influential African Americans were in shaping his outlook on the war and the future of America. Here's a look at Lincoln's dilemma.
What we're seeing today is dramatic evidence of what happens when you fail to talk honestly about your history. And it harkens to the mid-19th century during the Civil War. So Lincoln becomes important to reflect on the issues of division that we're seeing today.
Kelly Carter-Jackson is featured in the film and joins us now for more. She's an associate professor in the Department of Africana Studies at Wellesley College. Kelly's also the author of Force and Freedom. Kelly, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on this film. It looks amazing, this series here. So it looks at how Lincoln confronted slavery in the U.S. during the Civil War, but it also examines how Lincoln didn't really set out to do that. Walk us through what some of the misconceptions are that we learn about in this movie, and how does it and how should it impact how we talk about Lincoln today?
Yeah, Lincoln is probably one of our most complicated presidents. And it's interesting, when the Civil War starts, Lincoln's #1 goal is reunification. He wants to bring the South back into the country again. And if he can do it by keeping the institution of slavery, he will. And later he finds out that in order to do it, he has to get rid of the institution of slavery. And so he does. But it's not without great encouragement and great persuasion from people like Frederick Douglass and people on the ground and the enslaved people themselves, who are basically forcing his hand when it comes to the issue of abolition.
Yeah, so you just mentioned someone I want to ask you about, which first, of course, the film makes sure to bring attention to the risk African Americans took themselves to fight for the end of slavery, but also, as you just mentioned, the influence of Frederick Douglass. How did this change Lincoln's perspective? Tell us a little bit about what you do uncover in this, and why is it important that we do talk about those risks more when we talk about Lincoln and emancipation?
I mean, it's so important that we talk about Frederick Douglass. It's so important that we talk about enslaved people themselves when we look at this moment. Because for one, Frederick Douglass is really responsible for a lot of Abraham Lincoln's success. You know, everything that we can think of when it comes to the Emancipation Proclamation, when it comes to letting Black soldiers fight, that was Douglass's idea. When it came to paying Black soldiers the same as white soldiers, that was also Douglass's idea. Douglass also pushes back on this idea of colonization or sending free Black people, you know, back to Africa or to Haiti. And it's enslaved people on the ground that have to do all of the running. They have to get to Union lines. They have to flee on their own. And so it's Black people and Frederick Douglass and key Black leadership and key white allies that are holding Lincoln accountable. And what's so great about Lincoln is that he listens to them. He listens to them and he takes their counsel.
Absolutely. You know, Kelly, this is coming at this time when we're seeing such a debate over teaching race in the classroom, conversations about our history and how it's taught. This series is, of course, sort of a re-examination of that history that many of us have been taught. Why is it important that we do keep teaching history like this, we keep investigating history like this, and keep updating our understanding of race in America and just what's happened in this country?
You know, it's so important. I tell all my students, you can't understand the present until you understand the past. The past is really a roadmap or a blueprint for how we understand not just where we are, but where we might go. And I think right now people are terrified that we might be on the brink of another civil war when you think of all of the political and the social unrest. And so if we can look back on the past and say, okay, here's what we did that was not so great. Here's what we did that was really, really wonderful. And try to take that path of what is good and wonderful in a democracy that works for all. I think there's some real special lessons to be learned in this documentary.
Kelly Carter-Jackson, there sure are. Congratulations on it. Really amazing series, fascinating and so important. Thank you for your time this morning. We so appreciate it. And Lincoln's Dilemma is available to stream on Apple TV Plus starting today.
More states are introducing legislation to limit how race is taught in the classroom, and many teachers now feel they're caught in the political crossfire. That frustration is causing some to quit their jobs altogether. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett spoke with one teacher who calls the new restrictions demoralizing.
Outrage over a teacher in Massachusetts making toddlers wear blackface masks. And parents in Indiana upset after they say a teacher had students draw Black people picking cotton.
Picking cotton was forced labor. It's not something it's not a part of our heritage. There's so many other things that could have been discussed. Inventors, business owners.
Just a few instances of questionable choices on how to teach about Black History Month in schools.
Racism has gone on far too long. We know it's not going to go anywhere. It does not belong in Lawrence Township schools or any school district.
In Massachusetts, the teacher was fired, and the school district in Indiana says the assignment demonstrates poor judgment. While these two states don't have rules on how race and its history in the U.S. can be taught, in the last year, 37 states have introduced measures to limit how race and discrimination can be taught in public schools. 14 states have imposed laws or rules to enforce those restrictions.
It's just demoralizing. I don't feel trusted. I don't feel like they respect the profession.
Like in Iowa, where Tyler Stewart teaches middle school history and government. The state's law limits how teachers can discuss race and gender in the classroom, and conservative lawmakers also recently introduced bills that would require cameras to be installed in classrooms and state control over social studies lesson plans. Because of this, Stewart decided he won't be teaching in Iowa next year.
The constant attacks and the misinformation campaign around COVID, and then when they started trickling in the critical race theory stuff and cameras, like everything kind of started to pile on. And then it just kind of hit me as I don't have to keep doing this. I don't. Honestly, I could go somewhere else and make more money and not have to worry about being the center of an attack by our government and by our governor.
Scholars who believe learning accurate history informs our present and future see these limitations as suppression.
What that does is it tells us that there's only one way to be a citizen in this country. There's only one truth.
For the future education and the future of the country and like students that are going to grow up and be part of society, what implications do you see in this for the future of these students?
I think we are going to see a more hyper-visible resurgence, even if it's slow, of the things that we're saying we shouldn't teach about, like racism. What policies like this does is it emboldens people to sort of continue or sort of ratchet up, if you will, further instances of racism and sort of repression, because it's like, well, we can't talk about it, right? But that doesn't mean that it can't happen.
Now, the big picture concern here is the extent at which history could repeat itself when it comes to racism in America, given what we're seeing in classrooms right now. Professor Coles teaches at UMass Amherst, and he told me about an incident just last fall where an anonymous white student group sent out emails with anti-black rhetoric to black student groups on campus, telling them they didn't deserve to be there, that they were only there because of affirmative action. These are educated college students that this is happening with. And then you cut to Tyler teaching in a middle school in Iowa where he's hearing students drop the N-word without realizing its severity. And so it's examples like this as to why teachers are frustrated about what they can and can't teach in the classroom because it's going to have bigger picture implications moving forward. They say politics like this does not have a place in their classrooms.
Maura, thank you so much.
And coming up, some of the country's priceless artifacts are now at risk because of climate change.
How this growing crisis is impacting museums and what's being done to protect these items. Next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We talk a lot about climate change on this show, but here's a consequence of our warming environment you might not know about. Museums and their thousands of invaluable, irreplaceable artifacts are being impacted, and in some cases, there's the risk of losing them forever.
From increased flooding to more frequent wildfires, museums are racing to fortify pieces of history. CNBC correspondent Diana Olick joins us now with more on what's being done to protect them and what more lies ahead in part of her continuing series on the rising risks from climate change. Diana, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, climate change is hitting real estate especially hard, of course. And with museums, it's not just the buildings, but that invaluable amount of history inside. Several stories below the Smithsonian's Museum of American History, in the bowels of the building, lie the front lines in the fight to save the nation's irreplaceable artifacts from climate change.
But there's water here already.
That's right.
And there's no rain for weeks.
No,
but that's groundwater.
As director of Smithsonian Facilities, Nancy Bechtel is responsible for 13 million square feet of museum space, most on the Mall in Washington, D.C., which is below sea level, as well as 2 museums in New York City and 1 in Virginia.
We're always sort of pre-planning and sort of staging different emergency responses just to be prepared so that our staff is prepared and that we have the planning in place.
Worse than rising water is heavier rainfall, which seeped into Smithsonian spaces after a major storm in 2006 and again last spring.
We had probably about 18 inches to 2 feet of water in this cafeteria. Wow.
In fiscal 2021, the Smithsonian had a $214 million budget, and Bechtel is using as much as she can for protection. From putting up flood walls around buildings to rain gardens, sandbags, elevated backup generators.
And I'm going to raise it as high as I can.
To a whole new storage facility on higher ground in Maryland, expected to break ground this year.
Even if I have to protect with plastic, I will protect with plastic.
So you're saving history.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And Bechtel is not alone in the fight. New waterside museums in Miami and St. Petersburg, Florida, were built with special flood protections, and private funding is slowly starting to step up to protect older structures. The Helen Frankenthaler Foundation committed $5 million over the next 2 to 3 years to invest in clean energy, energy efficiency, and climate resilience.
We got 110 applications. That was with just 6 weeks of notice. That 110 applications came in with people knowing exactly what to do and how they wanted to approach it.
So the foundation recently doubled it to $10 million. Now the largest private investment in climate resilience for museums and twice the funding of the National Endowment for the Humanities.
No, it's not enough.
But it helped the California Indian Museum implement wildfire protections for its structure, energy systems, and air filtration. This after the Getty Museum came dangerously close to destruction in the 2019 fires around LA and Malibu.
These collections do not depreciate over time. Guarding and protecting them for a long horizon into the future adds to their value to the museum and to the investors.
And that is why it is impossible to put a dollar figure on this risk because it rises by the minute. Sutton noted that while art investors seem happy to outbid each other for the works, they're not investing nearly enough to protect those works. There are roughly 35,000 museums in America alone. Many of them are working to lower their climate footprints and become more energy efficient, but becoming more resilient against the effects of climate change is a much bigger investment. Joe?
Yeah. Fascinating story, Diana. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Great look there. All right, time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day, why they matter to you.
Savannah Hanau is with us. Savannah, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning and happy Friday. Shake Shack is the latest chain to announce it's raising prices. The company reporting disappointing earnings as the Omicron variant kept diners away in January and led to some locations being closed temporarily. Shake Shack is also dealing with higher paper, food, and labor costs. It plans to raise prices by at least 3% in March. Shake Shack will also put a 15% premium on third-party delivery orders. Here's a friendly reminder, Amazon Prime is raising prices for new customers starting today. It's the first increase for the service in 4 years. The annual fee is going from $119 to $139 or $14.99 a month. The cost of the Prime Students membership will also go up from $649 to $749 per month. Current Prime subscribers will see the same price hikes on March 26th. And Snapchat will roll out a much requested feature next week, the ability to change your username. You'll be able to switch your handle without having to set up a new account or start all over again with your friends list, memories, Snap score, and so on. However, you'll only be able to change your name once a year. Snapchat says people grow and change over time, and many probably don't want to be stuck with a bad username they came up with when they were a teen or young adult. Guys?
Yeah, that makes sense. Think about your, did you use Instant Messenger, AIM? Yes. I don't actually remember what my name was, but I know I wouldn't want to say it now if I did.
And I bet whoever does have Jane Doe really does want to keep that.
Jane Doe's ready for a new name.
That's really precious. All right. Thanks, Alana.
You got it, guys.
Coming up, an Afghan refugee who became an international soccer star is now taking on a challenge off the field.
How she says soccer changed her life and got her away from Taliban control after the break.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're ending this hour with a story of resilience from one of soccer's biggest superstars. Just 11 years old, Nadia Nadim escaped the Taliban and fled to Denmark, where she learned to play the sport.
She's inspired thousands with her journey, which doesn't end on the soccer field. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas has more on what Nadim's been doing, and a hint, the uniform includes a white coat.
International soccer superstar Nadia Nadim is known around the globe for doing this. Her skills have made her a force in women's professional soccer, but her life story is even more epic. At 11 years old, Nadim fled Afghanistan after her father, an Afghan National Army general, was executed by the Taliban.
We got, smuggled out of the country. Through a long route through fake passports behind a truck, and somehow ended up in a refugee camp in Denmark.
There, she was introduced to soccer for the first time.
It was love at first sight. I had one of those moments where my eyes were popping out, my heart was pumping.
From then on, it was an all-out sprint towards becoming a player not only Afghanistan cheered on, but the world wanted to watch. At 34 years old, Nadim has 200 goals to her name and an incredible 98 appearances for her adopted country of Denmark. A champion on 2 continents, winning a National Women's Soccer League championship in Portland in 2017 and the 2021 French League title in Paris. She most recently joined Racing Louisville FC for their inaugural season. Scoring 3 goals and notching 1 assist in 8 games before tearing her ACL. And while you may think doing all of that, plus learning 9 languages, would be enough for Nadim, there was one more goal she was aiming for: becoming a doctor.
I play soccer or football for myself. It's my hobby. I enjoy it, but I wanted to do something more than that.
So she started medical school, studying to become a reconstructive surgeon. The journey to get there? Grueling. Nadim waking up to study before practice and after training, heading to internships at the hospital.
I did ask myself the question, why am I doing this? What's the point,
But Nadim never giving up over the last 10 years, graduating just last month and swapping her jersey for a lab coat.
I felt like med school and being a doctor probably wasn't my calling.
Her club celebrating her accomplishments in the OR, putting together a Dr. Nadim mock jersey.
That's pretty cool. I really want to have one at least, and then we'll see if I play in one or not.
For now, Nadim is focused on getting back on the field after that ACL injury, and one day helping others do the same.
I want to be in a position where you actually are going to have an impact on other people's lives. And I know how much it means when you're in need and someone actually does something for you. It can be anything, just, a little smile or just acknowledging you as a human being.
That jersey's so cool. Dr. Nadim, amazing story. Thanks to Tom Yamas for that report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, on the move, we're following that massive winter weather system. It's barreling across the country this morning, bringing snow, sleet, and heavy flooding to millions of Americans. Thousands waking up without power from North Carolina to New Jersey. Our Bill Cairns is here with the storm's latest track. Time to talk. A legal setback for former President Trump and two of his adult children, Don Jr. and Ivanka. They're now ordered by a judge to answer questions under oath about business practices pertaining to the Trump Organization. It's all part of that ongoing legal back and forth between the Trump family and New York's Attorney General. So when could they face questions? On alert, the crisis in Eastern Europe is intensifying once more this morning amid Moscow's claims that Russian troops are being pulled back from the Ukrainian border. President Biden remains incredulous.
We have reason to believe that they are engaged in a false flag operation to have an excuse to go in.
The latest diplomatic efforts on the table today to avoid an all-out war. Plus, fall from grace, a controversial and quite frankly heartbreaking end to one of Beijing's marquee events. Tears and harsh criticism on and off the ice, with Russia's figure skating team at the center of it all, bringing the latest in the final moments of these Winter Games. Good to have you with us on this Friday morning. The closing ceremony will be coming up this weekend as well.
I know. Can you believe it's over?
It's just flown by these 2+ weeks.
We got to talk to so many amazing athletes over the last few weeks. It definitely has. Yeah.
We're going to begin with that dynamic storm system that took shape overnight and is now moving east.
Yeah, that's right. Millions of Americans are being impacted by the storm as snow, sleet, and flooding hammer parts of the country. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett joins us from just outside Chicago this morning. Hey, Maura, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, and it is cold here right now. Real feel is -3. You might be able to see my breath in the air. And to put it into perspective, just yesterday it was nearly 40 degrees in this area, so surprisingly warm for the Midwest. But then these temperatures just dramatically dropped. The weather moved in. We saw snow and ice, resulting in piles of snow like this. And for reference, I'm about 5'7", so this pile towering over me with the temperatures now in single digits. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. People across the country waking up in a similar situation.
This morning, from Dallas to Maine, millions under severe weather advisories. The powerful storm system, a wintry mix of rain and snow, moving east, slamming the south with strong winds and flooding. In Alabama, tornadoes touching down, toppling trees onto homes, even splitting a mobile home in half, tearing down stadium signs and crushing gas station canopies. Across the region, wind speeds reaching up to 60 miles per hour, playing a part in overturning semis on the road and knocking out power to more than 20,000 people. In western Kentucky, rain totals as high as 5 inches on the ground. And a downpour in Tennessee dropping up to 3 inches. Further north, in Buffalo, New York, ice-jammed flooding as melted snow and new rainfall raise water levels. Meantime, in the Midwest, heavy snow leading to hazardous travel. In Illinois, overnight crews cleaning up the wreckage following a 30-mile stretch pileup involving over 100 vehicles that ultimately shut down the interstate.
Everybody needs to get out of the way because there's going to be more cars coming.
In parts of the region, up to 5 inches of snow, prompting school closures.
I think we're going to get a real big snowstorm.
Temperatures also dipping down in Indiana as low visibility and snow-covered streets prove to be a nightmare for travelers.
Just because it's your first year with that four-wheel drive, it doesn't do any good on ice.
And in Missouri, a similar scene. Snowfall reaching up to 7 inches, breaking the state's daily record.
And as for that interstate here in Illinois, it's set to reopen for commuters later today, but right now it is still blocked off. Savannah?
Wow, Maura, that is quite the pile of snow behind you. Thank you so much, and thanks for being out in the cold for us.
With that, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Bill Cairns is back to track that major storm for us. He joins us with the latest. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. She said it's -3 with a real feel in Chicago, and right now it is 62 degrees in Boston. So that's like a 65-degree temperature difference between Chicago and Boston right now. In Boston, you're on your last legs because that cold front's coming through. Your spring warmth is going to be gone in a hurry as that cold air moves in. So on the weather map, we saw those storms, which is the leading edge of the colder air, go through New York City. So New York City's now clear. It's made its way through Long Island, and now that line of storms is from Montauk up through Rhode Island, Providence, and right into Boston. So that's the end of the really strong winds as it will push out towards Cape Cod over the next hour. And look at the temperature differences. I mean, it's 10 degrees in Detroit, 20 in Cleveland, 19 in Buffalo, and then look how mild it is still. Even in Maine, it's pretty mild, extremely mild for this time of year. So that cold front is moving through, and with it, we'll get those 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. I just looked at the power outages. We have 75,000 without power in Pennsylvania, about 25 in New York, about 20,000 in New Jersey. So there's probably roughly about 250,000 people in the Northeast without power this morning, and it's all because of these strong gusty winds. Even without the leaves on the trees, the winds were impressive. They've come down a little bit. Right now, New York's only about 30. Boston's still gusting to 40. Same with areas out in the islands and towards Cape Cod. And the airport delays, obviously, this morning will be the most significant with the winds. It'll improve this afternoon. Then we get a break throughout the rest of the day, and then the next little clipper system will move in this weekend with some snow squalls and also some gusty winds on Saturday. So for today's forecast, we'll see slow improvements in the Northeast, still windy and cold in the Great Lakes, but the rest of the country, not bad at all. From Chicago southwards, it's dry. All the way through Dallas is pretty nice. And then for the weekend forecast, there's the snow squalls on Saturday in the Northeast. Still chilly, Wisconsin to Chicago, but much of the country, especially the southern half of the nation, has a pretty nice weekend. And if you're in the Northeast, Sunday looks to be much improved with warming temperatures and sunshine. So we just have to get through the next couple hours. This storm, I'd say, is about 95% done.
All right. Wow. All right. Thanks, Bill. Have a great weekend.
On the president's desk this morning is a bill to avert a government shutdown, at least for a few weeks. The Senate passed the stop gas spending measure last night. It would fund the government only until March 11th, giving lawmakers more time to reach a deal on a larger spending package for the fiscal year. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us with more on this. Leanne, good morning. So Senate leaders from both parties have said there was no real threat of a shutdown, yet we came awfully close to one yet again. Why was this vote delayed for so long?
Good morning, Joe. Well, welcome to the Senate. One thing in the Senate is you need the consent of all 100 senators for everything to move quickly, and they did not have that consent. The reason, there was 4 Republicans who had different issues to hold, and they held things up. For example, Senator Ted Cruz wanted to prohibit funding from going to school COVID mandates. Senator Mike Lee of Utah, he wanted to prohibit any funding for any sort of vaccine mandate across the country. And Senator Mike Braun of Indiana, he wanted a balanced budget amendment. Ultimately, all these people got amendment votes on their issues. All those amendments failed. But they did wait until the very last minute to work out this agreement to move forward. But they did fund the government, and we are clear for at least another couple of weeks, Joe.
So looking forward, lawmakers are now working on a longer-term spending package. What do we know about those negotiations?
Yeah, it's important to remember that these are just short-term funding bills for the time being. The fiscal year started on October 1st, and Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate have been unable to come to an agreement on a spending bill that lasts the rest of the fiscal year. Well, March 11th is their next deadline to try to do that. And negotiators tell me that they are moving. They've made a lot of progress. This is the most progress they've made so far this fiscal year. They sound confident that they're going to be able to do it. But again, the devil's in the details, and things always take a lot longer. They have until March 11th this time to either fund the government for the rest of the year or do another short-term spending bill. Joe. So,
Leanne, if the longer-term one passes, does that mean we might go a while without having to talk about the threat of a government shutdown?
Yep, it's about 6 months until about September.
6 months. It's like an eternity. All right. While I have you, I want to ask you about House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy making news endorsing a primary challenger to Representative Liz Cheney. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, usually members of each party do not endorse primaries against a sitting member of Congress. Well, the leader of the Republican Party, Kevin McCarthy, in the House, he violated his own rule and he endorsed Liz Cheney's challenger, Harriet Hageman, in Wyoming. Now, the number 3 Republican in the House, Elise Stefanik, followed suit this morning. And so this just shows the deepening divisions in the party between Liz Cheney and the rest of the party, and also the loyalty that Leader McCarthy feels like he has to give to former President Trump, who has made it mission number 1 for Liz Cheney to get defeated.
All right, Ann, and whoever's having a birthday at your house, I hope it's just a lovely festivity.
The son during too.
My 9-year-old son.
All right, happy birthday to your son. Thank you, Leanne. Have a good weekend.
Yeah.
All right, this morning we have a major development in the investigation surrounding the Trump Organization and its business practices. A judge has ordered the former president and 2 of his children to answer questions under oath from New York's Attorney General. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has more.
The judge's decision means the Trumps, the former president, Ivanka, and Donald Trump Jr. will have to sit for a deposition in the next 3 weeks unless they're able to successfully appeal in a decision that raises the stakes for former President Trump in multiple investigations into his company.
A big blow this morning for former President Trump on the legal front, with a judge ordering him and 2 of his children, Don Jr. and Ivanka, to answer questions under oath from the New York Attorney General. It's part of her ongoing civil investigation into the Trump Organization's business practices. The New York AG, Letitia James, praising the judge's decision, saying justice prevailed, adding no one is above the law. James is investigating possible tax fraud at the Trump Organization and whether the company inflated the value of its assets for tax breaks and loans. The former president slamming the investigation as a continuation of the greatest witch hunt in history, with his lawyer calling the judge's decision disappointing. His team has argued it would be improper for Mr. Trump to sit for a civil deposition while his company's under a parallel criminal investigation by the Manhattan District Attorney. The judge dismantling those arguments, summing it up like this, quote, in the final analysis, a state attorney general commences investigating a business entity, uncovers copious evidence of possible financial fraud, and wants to question under oath several of the entity's principals, including its namesake. She has the clear right to do so. Attorneys for the Trump children say it's likely they'll appeal. Legal experts say anything the former president says in the civil deposition can be used against him in any other forum.
That's why it might be very important for them to assert their Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination if they are asked questions that could be used in that criminal case.
The former president's been quick to attack others for pleading the Fifth, including some Hillary Clinton staffers during the 2016 investigation into her private email servers.
You see, the mob takes the Fifth. If you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment?
Keep in mind, this all comes not too long after the New York AG released a letter showing the Trump Organization's longtime accounting firm dropped the company as a client and said nearly a decade's worth of financial statements can no longer be viewed as reliable. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you so much.
Now to the latest on the pandemic, or what many hope will be the end of it. California has become the first state to roll out its planned endemic phase to live with the virus. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now. Dr. Torres, good to have you with us on this Friday. So let's start with that big news from the West Coast and remind us, what does it mean to reach endemic stage?
And Joe, what it means is we've reached a stage where the virus is manageable. We can go on with our daily lives. We don't have to do the shutdowns. It's not going to be quite as disruptive, but at the same time, it means that it's predictable. We know there could be outbreaks. We know when those outbreaks are happening, and we have a better idea of how to handle them. And that's usually through testing, treatment, vaccines, those types of things. And so the good news is they're starting to look forward to that. The news we still have to remember is we're not out of the pandemic yet. This is just planning at this point.
When we do, as a country, reach that endemic stage, what will life look like? And will this California model perhaps be the next step for the rest of the country, too?
And Joe, I do think this California model is something the rest of the country is going to look at, and they're going to say, okay, we need to go ahead and plan like they're planning and maybe change it based on their location. You know, after spending, 30 plus years in the military doing this type of planning, it's nice to see the planning go into place. It's just we have short memories, so we need to make sure this continues year after year because this virus is going to be with us, and it could, again, have those outbreaks we're talking about. And what we're talking about are things, if you remember, at the beginning of the pandemic, we were short on masks. We were short on tests. They're trying to make sure that's not going to happen again. began, so they're stockpiling those. We now have vaccines. They're starting to stockpile the vaccines so they can have those in place as well. They're having plans for what happens when outbreaks do occur, because they will occur. What do we use for metrics to say, okay, we need to put masks on, maybe shut schools down and go remote for a few weeks, maybe have people go work at home, those types of things, but have those plans in place so we're not caught flat-footed like we were with this pandemic. And we're getting to that endemic stage again. It's probably still a few months away, maybe summertime, hopefully, if we keep our fingers crossed. But we need to make sure those plans are in place, and hopefully the rest of the country starts looking at this and making similar plans, Joe.
Let's talk about masks in schools. We've seen some districts already roll back mandates. Others have left them in place. What do you tell a parent who's unsure whether their child should mask up in the classroom?
What I would tell them is look at themselves, their children, their family, and their location, and see what's going on in that area, because everything's being put on a local level now. You know, talk to the school about what they're going to do if somebody gets sick. Are they still going to use pods? You know, just because the mask mandates are dropped doesn't mean that your child cannot wear a mask. They could still wear one if they feel more comfortable that way. And talk to them about what are they doing to make sure other students don't necessarily bully them about wearing masks, to let them do that. And then what do you have at home? Do you have vulnerable people at home that children could bring the virus to home and cause issues for them? Should they be wearing masks as well? And what's the school going to do if cases do start popping up? Are they going to go back to wearing masks? You know, what are they going to do in cases like that? And so using those things, you know, I think hopefully parents can get a better education and better understanding of what's going on at the school, and then make decisions based on their own family and their own needs, Joe.
All important conversations to have as we look to the future. Dr. John Torres, as always, thank you. Have a great weekend. And if you, our viewers, have a question for one of our doctors, like Dr. Torres, let us know. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous.
All right, it's day 14 of the Winter Olympics in Beijing, which means we're approaching the end of the games.
There's still plenty on the line for Team USA in these final days of competition as American athletes look to bring home some more gold. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us again from Beijing with the latest. Steph, good morning. So let's talk about it again. A lot of reaction to the end of the women's figure skating competition, namely the Russian skater who tested positive for a banned substance prior to the games, was able to compete, had just a horrific performance. What's the latest there?
Yeah, listen, Joe, I am going to get to the figure skating, and you're absolutely right about that. But I just have to say, you know, life in the bubble here has gotten lonely at times, I'll be honest. I've made some new friends, and one of my best friends that I've made here has actually just showed up. I need to introduce you to, here we go. Oh, all right, turn it around, turn around. Oh,
is this?
Wow.
Look who it is. It's Bing Dun Dun right here with me. We're best friends. So Bing Dun Dun shows up at all of the events. We dancing? Dancing? I don't dance, but Bing
best friends dancing.
Oh, look at. And Bing's been bringing smiles to people's faces, even inside the bubble, including my face. You'll show up at an event, Bing will be dancing, and they have stuffed Bings that were in all of the stores in the first. Oh, and jumping. We're jumping now. Bing and I have a strange relationship because Bing actually only speaks Mandarin, and while I've been working on mine, it's a little basic. So
Stephanie likes a friend who just listens anyway.
They've been selling these mascots completely sold out, absolutely everywhere, and you can see why. Isn't that wonderful?
It's adorable. Best friends, I get it.
Love it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bing's going to go so I can talk about figure skating, I think.
Very slowly. Very slowly.
Thank you. Oh, Bing doesn't move fast.
And
Bing moves as well. All right, Bing.
Well, it doesn't want to leave you. I think that's it. Like, sad that you're leaving. So.
And why would it?
Right.
She, him, they. Not sure.
I don't know. Figure skating, Steph. Figure skating.
Let's turn back to figure skating. And you know, I'll tell you, we were there last night. We watched this all unfold, and we've been covering very closely the doping scandal with figure skating and Kamila Valieva and the fact that she was allowed to skate. And we're actually getting some reaction today from the IOC and from the international doping group called WADA. And WADA came out today and said that the decision to allow her to skate, which was made by the Court of Arbitration for Sport, an international body, that decision actually broke long-standing doping rules. And you sort of feel like, well, it's a day late and a dollar short to be hearing that, but it echoed what a lot of people have been saying. And you also have the IOC President Thomas Bach coming out, commenting on what he saw on the ice last night, the incredible amount of emotion. He also had some tough words for Kamila Valieva's entourage. When she got off the ice, you may have seen this, her coach greeted her, instead of putting an arm around her, started asking her effectively what happened out there and why did you give up? And she didn't even answer her, walked off the ice, and that's when we started to see her sob. It was an incredibly emotional end to what was a scandal-ridden event, and it's normally, as you guys know, the marquee event of these Winter Olympics.
Oh, absolutely. It really was all just pretty heartbreaking to watch. Now, Team USA, though, is still trying to secure more gold before the games wrap up. What events should we be on the lookout for this weekend? What's still on the table?
Well, you've got bobsled that's still on the table, and there's a chance we could medal in that. You also have pairs figure skating, so that's going to be happening too. But things are winding down, and you're going to have the closing ceremony. And you know, in the end, the U.S. has done pretty well, but you know, the runaway favorite in the Winter Games is always Norway, and they've just blown everybody out of the water.
It's almost as if they live in an environment that's conducive to the Winter Games or something like that. All right, so Stephanie, I mean, we already have a good idea of what your experience has been like in the bubble with your new friend there. So I feel like there's not much more to ask. But if you have to sum up, what has your last 2+ weeks, 3 weeks in the bubble been like? What do you tell us?
You know, there have been some great moments, and the Olympics always provide great moments from the athletes because they come here, and regardless of what's going on around them, they are here to take part in something that they've been working for their entire lives in many cases, and to see their joy from being able to take part in it is really the same no matter what. Outside of it, there are a lot of things that obviously we've been restricted from doing, and we're here in this amazing city, and like we were in Tokyo, and we can't really experience it. I will say, though, we spent a lot of time talking about COVID. We had daily COVID tests here. We have been effectively surrounded by fencing this entire time in this bubble that we've been in. And this week, out of 70,000 tests a day done, there were multiple days where not a single COVID test came back positive for anyone inside the bubble. It may not be the way you want to get to zero COVID cases with fencing and all those rules, but for the Olympics, it definitely worked.
Yeah. And Stephanie, you still got to enjoy our favorite event from 4 years ago, which was ice dancing, which we...
Special place in my heart, Joe, you know it.
We were a little obsessed with the Canadian ice dancers.
Very cool.
Thanks, Steph.
Thank you. All right, coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, the very latest on the war of words between Moscow, Washington, and beyond.
And the latest diplomatic efforts to avoid an all-out war in Eastern Europe. Next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With a Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
New tensions are brewing in eastern Ukraine this morning. Russian-backed separatists and Ukrainian government forces are blaming each other for ceasefire violations and overnight mortar attacks.
That escalation comes amid new warnings by President Biden that the threat of a Russian invasion remains high, and Moscow could create a pretext for it. The White House did not provide evidence for those allegations. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from eastern Ukraine with more. Hi, Richard. Good morning.
Good morning. President Biden is meeting once again by phone with top U.S. allies. And as if tensions couldn't get any higher, the Kremlin says that starting tomorrow, Vladimir Putin will personally oversee nuclear readiness drills. Russia conducts these drills every year, but this year they've been moved forward, with Russia expected to launch intercontinental ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, all without warheads.
As Russian forces remain in attack position around Ukraine, with troops massed to the north and east, and its warships in the south conducting live fire drills in new images Russia released this morning, President Biden warns Moscow could attack within days. Russia says it has no intention to attack, but Moscow issued what sounded like an ultimatum. In a written statement to the U.S., Russia wrote that unless the Kremlin's security concerns are addressed about limiting NATO expansion and barring Ukraine from ever joining the alliance, Russia may take what it vaguely described as a military technical response. Moscow seemed to drive the point home by expelling the second most senior diplomat at the U.S. embassy in Russia. Now, the U.S., NATO allies, and Ukraine all accuse Russia of fishing for a provocation, or looking to create one that would give Russia an excuse to launch an attack. And that spark to start a larger war could come here. Russian-backed separatists have launched dozens of mortars and artillery over the last 24 hours at Ukraine, according to Ukraine's Interior Ministry. The shells in multiple locations, landing on houses, a kindergarten, and in fields, so far without causing fatalities. The separatists claim they're the ones under attack from the Ukrainian army, but have provided no evidence. The pro-Russian separatists, armed and directed by Moscow, live in an enclave about the size of New Jersey in eastern Ukraine, along Russia's border. A winding 300-mile front line divides them from Ukrainian troops, and the front line is heating up quickly. It seems little has changed in decades here. Big wars in Europe can often start with small ones.
The State Department says that Russia has accepted an invitation for the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken to meet the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov next week, provided the Russians don't invade before then.
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is back with us from Tehran. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. A fire has broken out on a ferry sailing from Greece to Italy with 288 people on board. The Italian-flagged Euroferry Olympia was heading to the port of Brindisi in Italy from Greece when a fire broke out near the island of Corfu. Authorities say all the passengers are safe, with no reports of casualties, and they've all been taken by rescue boat to Corfu. The standoff between Canadian police and protesting truckers continues despite two of its leaders being arrested. Hundreds of truckers stood their ground in Canada's capital, making as much noise as possible while busloads of police reinforcements arrived on the scene. Police continue to negotiate with them, but as patience wears thin, the police say they have other plans if the truckers don't leave peacefully. And finally, after 8 decades, The Little Prince has arrived in Paris. The fascinating fable, written by French author and aviator Antoine de Saint-Exupéry in New York during World War II, is now on display at the Museum of Decorative Arts in Paris. 30 handwritten pages of the original manuscript sit alongside hundreds of other items that celebrate the many sides of the author's life and work. And those are your headlines, guys.
Very cool. Little Prince also going to be a Broadway show this spring, too.
Oh,
so,
look at that.
There you go.
You trying to go?
Sure.
Oh, wow.
Let's all go. We're all going.
book.
All right. Allie, thank
Thanks,
you.
Allie.
Coming up, a consumer alert this morning. Millions of 3G devices are slated to power down for good next week.
So which of your devices are going to be affected, and how can you prepare? Your questions answered next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, so months after the release of Taylor Swift's Red, Taylor's version, Jake Gyllenhaal is breaking his silence. He says Taylor's All Too Well, that 10-minute version everyone was talking about, was never about the pair's brief love story, because he says it was really about her and her fans. Now, Swift has had a long reputation of writing songs about exes. After her latest album re-recording, old rumors resurfaced that several songs on the album were about Jake Gyllenhaal, but he insists Red had nothing to do with him in an interview with Esquire, again saying it really has to do with her fans, but also said Swift has the right to draw on personal experience in her songs. Gyllenhaal says he has not listened to the album, and Swift has never confirmed, as she never has with any of her songs, who All Too Well is really about. I think it's fascinating that he hasn't listened to it at all.
Did you think it was about Jake? Yeah. Okay.
It is.
Oh, it is? You're wrong, Jake.
Yes, I think it's about Jake, and I think there's a lot of clues in this whole music video that she did, and I think what he means there is, like, the whole drama isn't so much about him. It's about her and her fans and these Easter eggs, but, you know, I don't know, or maybe he really believes it's not about him.
All right.
Widely disputed, I'll say.
Fascinating. Yes, apparently. Thank you, Savannah.
Yeah.
Right, wireless networks have been slowly rolling out 5G for years, and starting next week, major carriers will begin shutting down older 3G networks to make room. That shouldn't be a problem for most cell phones, but experts say the move could disrupt home alarm systems and even certain medical devices. So how can you prepare for the 3G shutdown? Here to answer our questions is Servas Verbeest. He's the lead cloud evangelist with SunGuard Availability Services. Servas, good to have you with us. Thanks for being here. So we just mentioned this shutdown could impact alarm systems, medical devices, even fire alarms, but help us understand what that actually means. Like, a fire alarm will still detect a fire, right?
Yeah, so it's still going to detect a fire, right? It's mainly about the communication. So the subsequent activity where the system would contact the fire department or emergency response would be impacted. And that's primarily because the wireless communication components are still heavily relying on 3G technology.
Got it.
Yeah, like you really need to take into consideration as you move forward with your systems, because it's not something that this pandemic really made easy to address. Because in order to change out these components, people would have to come into your home. And rightfully so, most consumers were really hesitant to let people in while we were trying to figure out how we would handle COVID-19.
So how can people check if their systems are compatible with 4 and 5G? And if they're not, then what should they do?
So a lot of organizations did a fairly good job of providing correspondence warning that this was going to happen. The trouble is, when you read that offhand, most consumers assume it's just an opportunity to sell more stuff. You can check for that correspondence or reach out to your manufacturer. They're going to have to work with you pretty expeditiously, because I know when it comes to alarm systems, AT&T is a large provider in that space. And I know the AAIC, which represents alarm system companies, did file a petition to have AT&T extend this sunset date out to when Verizon has it in Q4. And it looks like that didn't happen, right? And last I checked, there's still thousands of organizations and consumers that are still relying on systems that need this kind of wireless connectivity to support it. Don't call 911, don't call emergency services to make sure it works. That's just going to create problems. Like I said, just follow up with your provider.
So alarm companies are actually petitioning the FCC to specifically delay AT&T's 3G shutdown, which is supposed to happen Tuesday. What's their argument? How do you expect that decision will go?
So, I mean, it's a pretty sound one in my opinion, because they're referencing the fact that the pandemic brought in a number of variables, like the one I just mentioned, that impacted the ability to address this consumer component problem. Businesses and organizations had a little bit of an easier time because offices were shut down. So, you know, it was very simple to send a technician in to make an adjustment and change out those components. But like I said, consumers were concerned about contaminating their family members or bringing the virus into their house. AT&T's counter argument basically states, hey, you know, during the pandemic, people were investing more in their homes. So we don't agree that that really is a valid issue, and you just have to work to move the date. So like I said, you really need to get on top of this now, and alarm companies are actually doing everything they can to expeditiously rectify this issue. So.
All right, Servas, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
And coming up on Morning News Now, get ready for a springtime travel bonanza as Americans break out of their COVID cocoons. Ready to see the world once again. What you need to know if you're hitting the road soon.
Plus, your weekly dose of good to know, from a candle recall at one big retailer to a donut that'll give you a jolt of Java in the morning. We got you covered next.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
If you're itching for a getaway with the family over spring break this summer, you're certainly not alone.
You are not. Travel agencies and websites are reporting a big uptick in bookings, with Americans hoping the end of the pandemic could be in sight. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello reports from Reagan National Airport.
Yeah, good day from a rather windy Reagan Airport. Absolutely, this is the time people want to start planning for the spring break getaway, anxious to escape Omicron, to start getting back their normal sense of what it's supposed to be like this time of year. Be prepared. A lot of people are traveling for spring break, and it's not too early to think about the summer getaway.
From Orlando roller coasters to California beaches and Rocky Mountain ski slopes, Americans are coming out of their Omicron shells and booking their spring break escapes. The good news, airfares still about 6% cheaper than in 2019. Hopper.com reports the most booked destinations so far: Miami with an average round-trip airfare of $193, Las Vegas at $252, Orlando at $222, Fort Lauderdale and Los Angeles. Though rental cars are about 40% more expensive and still in short supply. But after 2 years of COVID, anxiety, vaccines, boosters, and mask mandates, Lori and Aaron Hammer can't wait to escape.
We're so excited!
booking a trip to Disney with their 3 girls and grandma or Nana.
She's so excited to experience and watch the girls and see their faces. We're excited to get there now because of their ages. We don't want that magic to pass before we have a chance to get there.
Do you think any of us will look back in our lives and regret the things we didn't buy?
And online travel sites are taking advantage of that pent-up demand.
Or the places we didn't go.
Going big on Super Bowl ads.
What's driving this demand is travelers now feel more comfortable traveling, both domestically and internationally.
The most booked international destinations so far, Cancun, Mexico City, Cabo, and Paris, France. And Americans are already booking their summer vacations too. Bookings are up 600% over last month. Summer rentals are also soaring. Monica Thibodeau owns and manages Carolina Designs Realty on North Carolina's Outer Banks.
It's really an unprecedented demand here on the Outer Banks. We're just seeing a very high demand for 2022, and we're already looking at 2023.
Airfares this summer expected to average $315 domestically, $815 for international trips, with London the top destination. While countries are already dropping vaccine mandates, experts say a new COVID variant could undermine the travel rebound. The good news, most airlines waive change fees on all but the cheapest flights.
By the way, you know, the federal mask mandate for planes, trains, and buses, airports, it expires mid-March. The question is, will the government extend it? Because, of course, the concern is children under the age of 5 still cannot be vaccinated. The CDC would like to modify the mask guidance and the guidelines, but to put children inside a very tight space like that if they're not vaccinated continues to raise concerns. They're walking a very fine tightrope right there. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is back with us. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Shares of Roku are under heavy pressure today. The company reporting quarterly revenue that fell short of analyst estimates. Roku saying it was hit by supply chain issues affecting sales of TV sets and its own streaming devices. Roku was among the companies that got a big boost during the pandemic, with people spending more time at home. Lately, however, demand for streaming services has dropped as we all start venturing out again. Twitter will now let anyone pin their DM conversations. The feature is available to everyone on Android, iOS, and the web. It was previously only for users with a paid Twitter Blue subscription, which costs $3 a month and gives members early access to new features. You can pin up to 6 threads by sliding them to the right and tapping to float them to the top of your inbox. Researchers have discovered another real-world application for artificial intelligence. DeepMind, a lab owned by Google's parent company Alphabet, has trained its AI system to control the plasma inside a nuclear fusion reactor. The process is being touted as a potential limitless source of clean energy. A number of technical challenges need to be overcome before this could be commercially viable, guys.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Amazon benefits get more expensive. Anthropology recalls some of its candles. And how about a jolt of Java in your next donut?
I have a lot of candles from Anthropology, so this is for me. Here's NBC Senior Consumer Investigative Correspondent Vicki Nguyen with this morning's Good to Know.
Good morning. We start with an important recall from Anthropology. The retail company is recalling over 20,000 Anecdote autumn glass candles after it received 9 complaints the candles were flaming up and causing the glass container to break apart while in use. Anthropology says the candles were sold online and in stores starting July 2021. No injuries have been reported, but that double wick can pose fire hazards. Some reports complained of minor property damage as well. Get ready to pay more for your Amazon membership. Amazon's Prime annual membership fee has increased by $20 from $119 to $139. If you're already a member, the new price hike takes effect after March on the date of your next renewal. Snapchat users are getting a new feature, one geared toward live events. Snapchat has partnered with Ticketmaster, allowing users to discover live events and concerts near them. The company says users can get the new feature through the Snap Map. That's where you can browse a complete catalog of upcoming events based on their location. All right, this one's for you, Joe and Savannah. Anyone bored with their morning coffee order? You can now get that jolt of caffeine through a donut. This week, Hostess unveiled a new version of its jumbo donuts. They have almost as much caffeine as a cup of coffee. The company released 2 flavors, chocolate mocha and caramel macchiato. According to Hostess, each donut contains 50 to 70 milligrams of caffeine. That's just under your usual 8-ounce cup, which has about 80 to 100 milligrams, according to the FDA. The mini donuts go for $2.49 a pop. For News Now, I'm Vicki Nguyen, and that's good to know.
What do you think?
No.
Yeah, no. I agree.
There's the calories. That's another number that comes with that, too.
It's crazy, though. It has the same caffeine as
it is, yeah.
But yeah,
Magic.
not for us.
All right.
Thanks, Vicki.
Coming up, if you're snowed in this weekend or just looking for something to binge, we got your back.
You'll definitely be able to keep busy with the highly anticipated return of some flagship TV. We'll give you the lowdown next.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Welcome to our living room. It's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list.
All the TV, movies, and music you should check out this weekend because everybody's going to be talking about them on Monday.
Joining us now is Angelique Jackson. She's a senior entertainment writer at Variety. Good to have you with us. So as always, let's start with TV. A lot of fan favorites are returning. The new season of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel begins today. Excited for that one. Plus the 11th season of The Walking Dead, which I guess is still on television. I didn't know. And there's a new docuseries on Netflix that does people talking. So what can you tell us about all of that?
Yes, so we will start with The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Season 4, the first 2 episodes are now streaming, and we learned just yesterday that the 5th season is underway, and that will be the final season of Maisel. So suck up all of Midge's jokes now. You also mentioned The Walking Dead. That final season is broken into 3 sets of 8 episodes, the second part of which starts on Sunday on AMC. So yes, the show is still here, but not for much longer. And then last is that documentary, Race, Bubba Wallace on Netflix. It is a 6-episode docuseries that chronicles the NASCAR driver's experience as the only Black driver in the sport. So yeah, tons to binge over this weekend.
Yeah, wow, really a lot. All right, now let's shift to movies. A few big releases with big stars are coming out today. Spider-Man fans are going to be excited to hear about Tom Holland's new film, and Channing Tatum is making his directorial debut with his new movie, Dog, that looks really cute.
Yes, Tom Holland is not done dominating the box office yet. His new movie, Uncharted, in which he stars with Mark Wahlberg, it's based on the popular video game that is out now, and we're looking at might make about $30 million at the box office. So that is pretty exciting. And then we also have Dog from Channing Tatum. He stars in the movie alongside this playful and rambunctious pooch, but he also co-directed. And the most important thing, and they put this in the trailer and I appreciate it, is that the dog does not die in the end. This is a comedy, people.
Right.
Good to know. I always need that warning.
I know.
It's a movie
like,
about an animal.
Why would you do
Does
that
it end
to
like
us?
Old Yeller? All right. Lastly, in music, we have Kanye West's highly anticipated new album. I'm still going to call him Kanye. What more do we know about that?
Yes, so Kanye West, Ye West, whatever he's going by today, his new album, Donda 2, it drops on Tuesday. And what's important to know about this is that it will only be available on his own platform, the STEM player. So that means no Apple, no Amazon, no Spotify, no YouTube. So you're going to have to sign up there in order to hear this new music. But in the meantime, there's also the first episode of his Genius documentary that is now streaming on Netflix. And it chronicles 20 years of Ye's career. So, if you aren't downloading STEM Player, you can get your Kanye fix that way.
Very good. I actually have a recommendation. We started because we're in this Olympic figure skating scandal mood. Have you watched Meddling yet on Peacock?
No, but
it's
I've been
about the scandal from 20 years ago, and we're hooked. We're into it. It's well done. Tara Lipinski was, I think, an executive producer on it. So that's I think that's what we'll be watching.
By the way, Tara and Johnny have been this whole time. Just love the two of them.
All right, Angelique, as always, thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
The Winter Olympic Games are coming to an end in Beijing, but don't worry, the 2024 Olympics in Paris will be here before you know it.
Yeah, our senior international correspondent, Keir Simmons, is in the City of Light to give you a preview of what to expect.
The 2024 Olympics will truly be in Paris, utilizing the city itself, its world-famous architecture and river. Even visitors from another Olympic city, LA, in love with the City of Light.
And the food, the nightlife, everything. Cocktail bars. Yeah.
The romance.
Yes.
And in the City of Romance, its world-famous symbol, the Eiffel Tower, will be a focal point for the Games. And by using many landmarks, the preparation is costing less than previous Olympics, almost $3 billion to build. A centerpiece for the Games, the River Seine, where the opening ceremony will take place, breaking away from the stadium tradition. The opening ceremony will pass Notre Dame and the Louvre, following the River Seine to right here. This will be the best view. The ceremony ends at the Trocadero, the site of several events, including running, swimming, and cycling, a sport this city knows a thing or two about.
The bicycle was invented in France.
And just beneath the Eiffel Tower is the perfect place for the beach volleyball. Tennis? No problem. This is where they hold the French Open. It's not all downtown. The stadium itself in a rejuvenation area, Saint-Denis. Construction of the huge Olympic Village already underway. Surfing? Well, that will be held 9,000 miles from the Olympic Stadium in French Tahiti.
Anything could really happen.
Returning from a successful debut in Tokyo will be rock climbing and skateboarding.
There she sticks the kickflip in.
In this world-famous city, you never know who you might meet. Paris, the architecture, the fashion. Around every corner, there's...
Hey, I'm walking. Oh, geez, Kim, how are you? Good to see you. All right. Oui. I love coming to Paris. It's, you know, the food, everything about it, just the je ne sais quoi.
You're so excited for the Paris Olympics, you've moved.
I've moved here,
two years
and I
early.
got a beret. I'm ready, baby. Good to see you, Kier. I gotta go get a quiche.
Well, that looks like fun.
No kidding. I'm excited for that.
Yeah,
I think everyone's gonna be like, can I go cover that one?
Yeah, right. I know. I saw on Instagram that they actually were both there on assignment and ran into each other. Or I was on vacation.
Yeah,
I
not
think.
quite like that.
Yeah.
I think that was a reenactment. But, all right.
All right. Thanks to Keir Simmons for that report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, learning her fate. The former Minnesota police officer convicted of manslaughter in the death of Daunte Wright. Today, we will learn how much time she is likely to spend behind bars. The potential sentence Kim Potter could receive for shooting and killing Wright during a traffic stop. Under oath, a judge has ordered former President Trump and two of his children to answer questions in New York State's civil investigation of the Trump Organization. The information investigators hope to learn. New signs this morning that Russia may be ready to attack Ukraine. Even though Russia has released more video, it says shows its forces leaving the border. President Biden says the threat of an invasion is still very high.
Yes, my sense this will happen in the next several days.
The new steps the U.S. and other Western countries are taking in hopes of avoiding a conflict. And drama on the ice, a shocker in the highly anticipated figure skating competition in Beijing, with controversial skater Kamila Valieva not taking home a medal. The new reaction from Olympic organizers this morning as Valieva's teammates earn spots on the podium. That was, of course, one we've been watching and talking about, and we've got a lot of Olympic updates this morning.
Yeah, that one's sparking a lot of conversation now moving forward, so we'll see where it goes from here.
Yeah, especially as we're about to close out the games, actually, this weekend. We'll get to that a little bit later. We begin, though, with the sentencing of Kim Potter later this morning. The former Minnesota police officer will learn her fate for killing Daunte Wright last year.
Potter was convicted of first and second-degree manslaughter in December for fatally shooting Wright during a traffic stop. Potter said she mistook her handgun for a taser. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Minneapolis. Ron, good morning to you. So today's sentencing could go on for more than a couple hours. Take us through the process. What can we expect, and will she speak?
The most poignant part of this, the most dramatic part of this, will be the victim impact statements by Daunte Wright's mother and father, and perhaps the mother of his 2-year-old child. They testified during the trial, you may recall, and they were very emotional. And what they, of course, keep emphasizing is that their son is dead. He's gone. He's not coming back. There's no way that they see that they're going to get justice, which would mean him coming back. So they are hoping for accountability. And if you think even further back, the family and rights advocates wanted Potter charged with murder. She was charged with first-degree and second-degree manslaughter. So the maximum sentence in this case is 15 years on the books. But the prosecution in their court filings have asked for 7 years, essentially, which is what the sentencing guidelines for this type of crime suggest. So that's what we expect from that side. From the defense, yes, we may hear from Potter herself. You'll recall she testified during the trial, and she was very emotional, very remorseful. Some observers didn't quite feel a lot of sympathy for her because she's a 26-year police veteran who essentially says that she mistook her weapon for a taser, something that she'd been trained about for many, many years. So we expect to hear perhaps from her and from supporters of hers who we believe have submitted letters to the court talking about how good and decent a person she is. She's a mother, she's married, she has ties to this community, and they are going to, the defense, ask for leniency. They're going to ask probably for more probation time than any prison time. They would probably argue that prison for a police officer is a very dangerous place potentially, and they are going to try and do everything they can, we would think, to keep her out of prison. So yes, this could go on for some time. You'll recall also that this is the same courtroom where Derek Chauvin was sentenced in the murder of George Floyd some time ago. So there is that as well. The judge has a lot of things to consider. There's a lot of pressure on the judge, on the court system here, to do right by this family.
Ron, does history or precedent give us any indication then of where the judge might go with the sentencing decision?
Again, I think we're in somewhat uncharted waters. Yes, there are all kinds of court precedents, and that's why, again, the prosecution seems to be asking for 7 years, not the full 15 years. And you may remember during the court proceedings, they argue that there are aggravating circumstances that suggested that she should be convicted and sentenced to a even longer term. They have backed away from that argument. It's unclear exactly why. We may hear more of an explanation during the court proceeding. But to some extent, again, this is a very political environment. We know what's been happening in Minneapolis. There was the George Floyd case. Just yesterday, I attended a funeral of Amir Locke, a young man who was shot and killed during this no-knock warrant raid by police just a couple of weeks ago. The trial of the 3 officers who were also charged in George Floyd's death along with Derek Chauvin, that trial is happening in a federal court in St. Paul, not far from here. So there's a lot going on in this town. The judge, everybody in this is a human being, and they have to be aware of this. And advocates for the family, for Daunte Wright's family, and advocates across the country want a statement in this sentence. And so they are hoping and pushing for the most serious sentence that they can get.
Ron Allen in Minneapolis. Ron, thank you.
This morning, former President Trump is facing another legal defeat. A judge ruled that he and his children, Ivanka and Donald Jr., must answer questions under oath from New York Attorney General Letitia James. She's leading a civil probe into the Trump Organization for possible financial fraud. Joining us now is NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian and legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Good morning to both of you. And Ken, I will begin with you. So first, just tell us about this ruling from the judge and this very direct statement we have from him on it, and then also what it means for the New York Attorney General's investigation.
Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, this was a resounding defeat for Donald Trump and his children, no question about it. I sat through listened to most of the 2-hour-plus arguments yesterday, and Judge Arthur Bergeron politely listened to the Trump lawyer contention that this was improper, that the AG should not be able to conduct both a civil investigation and a criminal investigation, that she was compromising the Fifth Amendment rights of Donald Trump and his children by trying to compel them to testify. And what the Trump lawyers wanted is for them to stay the civil case while the criminal case unfolded. The judge listened politely, but in his ruling, he just brought the hammer down. I mean, essentially, he said that this investigation had found what he described as copious evidence of fraud. Copious means a lot, and that she had every right to question these defendants under oath, and that they're perfectly free to assert their Fifth Amendment rights and not answer. You know, of course, the Trumps will appeal, but the judge gave them 21 days to sit for a deposition. That may not hold because of the appeal, but a significant ruling, Savannah.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, that statement goes on to say copious evidence of possible financial fraud and wants to question under oath several of the entity's principals, including its namesake. She has the clear right to do so. So, Danny, I want to bring you in here and talk about what the president's attorney is saying, the former president's attorney, how they're responding, describing it as another politically motivated witch hunt and saying her client can't get a fair ruling in the state of New York. What legal options do the Trumps have at this point? And does a former president have any special legal protection that then his children maybe wouldn't have under questioning here?
First, in terms of an appeal, they'd essentially be appealing the denial of a stay, and they'd need a stay to appeal that motion for a stay. Not particularly likely, and I think that's why His Honor made this a very short timeline to get everything done. 14 days in which to turn over documents, 21 days in which to appear for depositions. One of the things to think about is in a lot of cases, and I've done this myself, when you have a defendant that may be facing a criminal investigation, as a plaintiff's attorney, you want to wait until the criminal investigation is over because you know that that person will come to a deposition and just take the Fifth Amendment, and you won't get the information that you'd really like to get. But that's not the case here, because for the New York Attorney General, the Trumps taking the Fifth Amendment is a win. That itself is a victory. Now, you asked about any special protections. In reality, other than maybe a stretch of a presidential privilege type argument, which I don't see happening here, no. Once the president leaves office, he's a regular citizen. He can't protect his kids. He can't protect himself, certainly against a state investigation and state subpoena power.
Yeah. All right. So let's get into kind of some of the other investigations going on. So, Ken, we've been talking right now about this civil case, but the Trump organization's also facing a criminal investigation. Now, that one's being led by the Manhattan District Attorney. Could testimony here in this civil case that we're discussing right now, that this judge has just ordered the Trumps must provide, impact that criminal one?
Well, of course it could, Savannah, and that was the heart of the Trump's argument for why it shouldn't take place. But as Danny would tell you, it's hard to imagine that Donald Trump or his children will actually answer questions in a civil deposition while they're under criminal investigation. It would be madness to do so. In fact, Eric Trump, one of the sons, did sit for a deposition in October 2020, and he took the Fifth Amendment more than 500 times. And I think that's what we can expect from Donald Trump and his children. The thing is, in the civil case, the judge or the jury can draw an adverse inference from their failure to answer questions, and the standard of proof in the civil case is lower. But you're right, the criminal case is the real ballgame here, and let's not forget what the AG and the Manhattan DA is investigating is financial irregularities. The question of whether the Trump organization and members of that organization committed fraud, lied to banks and insurance companies. They've already indicted the CFO, Alan Weisselberg, who has pleaded not guilty, and that investigation continues, and it looks like it's fairly perilous for the former president and his children. Savannah.
And Danny, before I let you both go, let's talk about a separate civil case against the Trump organization. That one's heading to trial later this year about the president's inauguration committee. What should we know about that?
Yeah, it basically is about the misuse of inauguration funds. I don't know the exact date that is coming, that is scheduled for trial, but look for any last-minute delays because the Trump side isn't going to want to go to court on a case like this.
Danny and Ken, with two very similar styles of decorating your live shots. If I need to borrow a peacock pillow, I know who to call. Thank you so much to both of you.
You bet.
As states and cities drop some of their COVID safety protocols, new research is causing concern over the so-called stealth variant. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good to have you with us. So a new study from Japan says this stealth Omicron subvariant could be more harmful than its cousin, Omicron version 1. So what should we know about it? Should we be worried?
So, Joe, we should always worry when we see a variant that can be more infectious than the original Omicron. And this is in animal studies, mind you, as you mentioned, from a Japan pre-peer-reviewed study. So we still have some steps to validate some of that data. But it worries me that we see something more infectious, which we had hints towards. And then there's also the concern that it could evade what we call vaccine-induced immunity or even natural infection-induced immunity. So we've seen that with the original Omicron, that our vaccines get a little less effective, still hold, but a little less. Imagine just even a little less effective with a new variant. Here's the good news. Only about 3.9% of the Omicron sampling in the entire United States is that BA.2 sublineage. But Japan made a recommendation in their paper, which is a reasonable one, that this one, BA.2, is different enough that it deserves its own Greek letter. So we'll see how this unfolds as we're watching it around the country and around the world.
We'll keep an eye on it. Let's talk about Seattle, where the first U.S. case of COVID-19 was confirmed about 2 years ago. The city now going to lift its proof of vaccination requirement for restaurants, theaters, gyms starting March 1st. This is a move that mirrors similar changes we're seeing all around the country. Do you have any worries about lifting these kinds of restrictions right now?
I think my worries about lifting things today in some parts of the country is that the cases have not fallen enough. And the majority of the country is shifting from red or high transmission to kind of moderate. And what we hope to do is wait till we're in that low transmission, according to the CDC. But I think that people are frustrated, so we're all looking for a way out. Here's some flags for concern. You either might be immunocompromised, 12 million people, Joe, who either can't get enough antibodies from vaccines or can't even get the vaccine for medical reasons, or you're under 5, not even eligible. So we really need to now shift and focus to how to make sure they're protected.
Let's talk about folks who are immunocompromised, who are high risk. If you're vaccinated and boosted, what is the best guidance for when and where you should still be wearing a mask? And what will it take? At what point might high-risk Americans be able to return to a more normal life?
Yeah, this is the hardest part of my day job of seeing patients, Joe. Here's my very blunt advice. It's what I give to my patients. First of all, double check and see if you are indeed somebody that should be taking some of these extra precautions. There are patients who clearly know they are, transplant patients, patients undergoing some cancer therapies, patients with certain blood disorders, immune disorders, but some people don't realize they might be susceptible. So talk to your doctor. You can do it virtually if you're nervous about it. Number 2, you should find out if you qualify for what we call a prophylactic monoclonal antibody treatment. What's that? It's a fancy medical way of saying we have monoclonal antibody injections that we can give you in anticipation of you getting infected. You don't need to be infected, but you need to be immunocompromised. It gives you an additional boost to the immunity that you really do need to fight an infection if you get it. And then third, I am telling everyone to wear a high quality mask. And if it's hard for you to do that, I'm okay with you wearing a surgical mask, but still make sure that you're masking and don't try to feel bad or somehow that you did something wrong. This is really to protect yourself.
Helpful advice as always. Dr. Kavita Patel, thanks so much. Have a great weekend. And if you, our viewers, have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions. And please let us know if you want to stay anonymous. Let's get a check now on your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, that includes a brutal winter storm that's threatening more than 100 million Americans as it sweeps across the eastern half of the country. Bill Cairns joins us with the latest on that track. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So many places had so many issues with this storm, and we're still dealing with it. We just watched severe thunderstorms at 6 a.m. in the morning from Philadelphia to New York City. Very rare for February. Let me show you what happened in Illinois. This was the cold side of the storm. This is where you had problems with temperatures crashing after rain. Then you went over to ice. Then you went over to snow. And these are just semi-trucks that are just littering Interstate 39. That's not a pretty scene there, with numerous jackknife tractor trailers and the highway just stuck. So that was kind of the example of the cold side of the storm. We also have a lot of problems with flooding. This map shows you everywhere in maroon or the reddish type color where we have flood warnings. All of western New York, the southern half of Indiana. We have a lot of river flooding that's ongoing. We have a lot of standing water. And now the temperatures are crashing. So now the water's refreezing. So we just got numerous travel issues throughout the Ohio Valley in western New York from all that standing water. And now the cold temperatures moving in. That squall line that did have some severe weather with it yesterday has weakened. Just some rain heading for you in Savannah and Charleston early this morning. It's raining right now in Wilmington, and it looks like we've just cleared it out in areas of the mid-Atlantic. Temperatures are going to crash, though. We're still at 60 degrees in Philadelphia. Look back to the west in Detroit, 12 degrees. That's almost 50 degrees colder in Detroit right now than it is in Philadelphia. So enjoy that early morning warmth in Hartford, Montauk, and Boston. I know it's very windy, too, because that's going to get much colder as we go throughout the day. As far as the wind alerts go, we still have about 78 million people under some sort of wind alerts or high wind warnings. The strongest of the winds are in coastal areas of New England and also right around the Jersey Shore and the Maryland coast. We could expect gusts this morning up to 50 to 60 miles per hour. So if you're driving on those tall bridges, grab the steering wheel with two hands, and we'll have significant delays at the airports this morning in the Northeast. So the forecast, no issues really in the southern half of the country. It's still, though, cold and windy, the Great Lakes, and then we'll see some of those changes in the Northeast today. We'll talk about that weekend forecast coming up, and it looks a lot quieter than what we just got done with.
Good. Hopefully you can have a quiet weekend,
Bill. Exactly. All right, good. Okay. We'll look for that next hour.
Thank you.
Be nice.
Thanks, Bill.
Coming up, with the U.S. predicting Russia could be days away from invading Ukraine, Vice President Kamala Harris is in Europe.
She's meeting with world leaders to talk security. What to expect from the VP's highest profile trip yet. Next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe, every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman? Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In Ukraine this morning, more accusations of shelling and ceasefire violations are being traded by Ukrainian government forces and Russian-backed separatist rebels. And again overnight, there are reports of mortar attacks in the eastern part of the country.
Yeah, yesterday, President Biden warned the threat of a Russian invasion remains very high and said Moscow is trying to create a pretext for war. He did not provide evidence for those allegations, and Russia called the claims baseless. At a UN meeting yesterday, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken described how a possible attack could unfold.
Russia plans to manufacture a pretext for its attack. This could be a violent event that Russia will blame on Ukraine, or an outrageous accusation that Russia will level against the Ukrainian government. We don't know exactly the form it will take. It could be a fabricated so-called terrorist bombing inside Russia, the invented discovery of a mass grave, a staged drone strike against civilians, or a fake, even a real attack using chemical weapons.
Secretary Blinken is part of America's delegation with Vice President Kamala Harris at the Munich Security Conference today. The crisis in Ukraine is expected to top the agenda there.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, and our chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell is in Munich for us this morning. Good morning to the both of you. Thanks for being with us. Aaron, I'll start with you on the ground in Ukraine for us. So we're seeing reports of new flare-ups this morning across that ceasefire line in eastern Ukraine. Again, this existing area with tensions that's now flaring up. What's the latest there? And could this potentially be the type of false flag operation that the president warned about?
Hey, Savannah, well, you're right. Overnight, there were reports of fresh violence in the Donbas region of Ukraine, with the Ukrainian government and the separatists accusing each other of escalating the situation. We heard from the Ukrainian defense minister earlier today accuse the Russian-backed separatists of targeting civilian areas. This after yesterday, a kindergarten was struck by a projectile. The children were evacuated from the school, according to the Ukrainian military, and 3 teachers were injured in that attack. This as the OSCE marked a noticeable uptick yesterday in the violence, recording more than 400 ceasefire violations in Luhansk and more than 180 ceasefire violations in Donetsk. This as Western officials are expressing concern that Russia could try to use this latest escalation as a pretext for a further invasion. And I've been speaking to Ukrainian military experts here in Kyiv, and they are extremely concerned about the possibility for further escalation in the east as well as along the Black Sea. Guys.
Andrea, Secretary Blinken yesterday described the situation as a moment of peril. He's going to be meeting with his Russian counterpart again next week. But before that, he's joining Vice President Harris in Munich, where you are. What kind of message is the American delegation aiming to deliver at this conference?
They're trying to get Putin to really engage in diplomacy and to call his bluff, to say, if you really say you want diplomacy, then prove it. And that's why Secretary Blinken challenged the Russians at the UN yesterday to meet in Europe next week and talk about their mutual security concerns rather than invading, as the president had just warned right before that UN meeting started, was imminent. So the Russians did accept that offer. They are going to meet with Secretary Blinken back here in Europe. We don't know yet what capital, sometime next week, toward the end of next week. And the main argument from Blinken and all of the other leaders here is there can't be any military action, an invasion, prior to that meeting. If you really say that you're interested in diplomacy, Vladimir Putin, then prove it. And that's going to be the moment of, of truth after this long, drawn-out period where they have said they want diplomacy but have yet to respond seriously to any of the U.S. offers and are still demanding unacceptable demands of NATO. Right now, at this hour, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, debuting here on the world stage. She's had one foreign trip to Paris and another in Central America, in Guatemala. That one did not go very well, as you recall. This is a real test. She's never come to Munich, to the security conference. And this is where, for years, Joe Biden came, as the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, and then as the vice president. Tony Blinken came as Joe Biden's chief foreign policy advisor. They know all of the leaders here. And this is where NATO and the other European countries are getting together to talk about European security, NATO security. And today, the State Department announced that it is offering $6 billion to Poland in the purchase of Abrams tanks to signal to Russia and to the rest of Europe that the U.S. is really serious about shoring up the NATO countries on Russia's border.
And Andrea, we know that you'll be watching this whole trip for us. Now, Aaron, Ukrainians are marking 8 years since what was called the Revolution of Dignity. This is happening, of course, at the same time we're seeing these tensions. Tell us about what that was and why it's so significant today.
Well, Savannah, 8 years ago, 100 Ukrainians lost their lives in the Maidan protests. And today here in Kyiv, people, dignitaries, activists, people who were there for the protests gathered to remember the lives lost, the sacrifices that have been made, in their view, for this country's independence. We were speaking to one man who was part of those protests. He was at a small ceremony at a church here in the capital, and he told us that he believes that today marks the anniversary of what he views as a wider war with Russia. Take a listen.
Essentially, I think that back then our war with Russia started, and those boys who we are commemorating today are the first victims of this war. And given that, so to speak, hopeless situation, we won. I am sure we will succeed in today's very anxious situation in Ukraine.
For so many Ukrainians that we have been speaking to here, today is a stark reminder of the high price that they have paid and, in their view, continue to pay for independence from Russian influence. Savannah.
Right. Aaron, Andrea, thank you both so very much. We appreciate it.
And now let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Millions of people have been told to stay at home as one of the most severe storms in decades hits the UK. The storm has triggered a rare red weather warning, the highest level of alert for wind, meaning that there is a danger to life from flying debris. Hundreds of schools have been shut. Travel networks are facing major disruptions, while thousands of properties have been left without power. Forecasters warn that winds could reach up to 90 miles an hour today, causing further damage and disruption. Social unrest continues to grow in Puerto Rico as the cost of living keeps going up while salaries remain stagnant. Emboldened by public school teachers who abandoned the classroom to demand better pensions, protesters are multiplying by workers in many other sectors. Employees are grappling with the soaring prices while getting paid the same salary as they were getting in 2008. Water and electricity bills in Puerto Rico are 60% more expensive than the US average, while groceries cost 18% more than they do on the mainland. And finally, weighing in at a monstrous 289 grams, more than half a pound, an Israeli strawberry has been declared the largest and heaviest on record by Guinness. The official results took about a year to be certified, but the weight turned out to be fruitful. The owner of the strawberry said he jumped up and down in his car and was laughing and singing, and is said to be very happy to be in the Guinness World Records. Apologies for all those terrible puns, but it is a Friday after all.
That's okay. That's my jam.
Yeah, Joe loves it. Yeah, I love it too. It's hilarious. That's pretty funny. It's cute. He was singing and happy. Good for him. Congrats to his Barry. Thanks.
Thank you.
Very happy.
All right, we're heading into the final weekend of the Winter Olympics in Beijing. Team USA still has plenty of chances to bring home more gold before the closing ceremony.
There's also a lot of reaction this morning to the finale of the women's figure skating competition. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss, who's been in the Olympic bubble since the beginning, joins us now with the latest from the games. Hey, Stephanie, good morning. Good to see you. So let's start, of course, with that fallout from the women's figure skating free skate. We're hearing for the first time from the International Olympic Committee. What's the reaction to what happened there?
Yeah, we are, Savannah. You know, we had been looking for Thomas Bach to say something about this doping scandal for days. He actually didn't come out until everything was over. And quite honestly, he had the same reaction that I think a lot of people had when they watched that incredibly emotional end to that figure skating event. Listen to what he had to say.
I must say I was very, very disturbed yesterday when I watched the competition on TV. When I afterwards saw how she was received by her closest entourage with such a, what appeared to be a tremendous coldness, it was chilling.
So he's talking, obviously, there about Kamila Valieva when she came off the ice, stricken after what was a disastrous performance. You almost expected her coach to give her a hug, put her arm around her. Instead, effectively, what she said to her was, what happened out there? What did you do? Why did you give up? And soon after that, you saw Kamila dissolve into tears. But I have to say, from my perspective, one of the most chilling moments of that entire end of the event was Anna Sharapova standing there, having just won the gold medal, all alone, gripping onto a teddy bear. Her coaches, her entourage, were with the other two Russian skaters. No one celebrated with her for what felt like, I don't know, an eternity, guys.
Yeah, it was one of the most joyless gold medal wins I've ever seen before. Let's switch gears here, Stephanie. Talk about the U.S. men's curling team. They're the defending gold medalists, and they had a tough one losing the bronze medal match against Canada. What happened there?
Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm almost positive you and I saw the gold medal match in Pyeongchang.
Yep, we watched it together.
We watched John. It was actually, for me, the highlight of the whole thing. Look, they came here. They wanted to repeat that moment. They did the best they could. And then against Canada today, they were competing for the bronze medal. And in the end, John Schuster had one final moment, one final hammer throw to knock out a couple of the Canadian stones. And, you know, Joe, when it came to hammer time, unfortunately, it didn't work out well for him.
All right.
Oh, you were saving up that one, weren't you?
I was. I knew you would love an MC hammer reference this morning, so I did it just for you.
Steph, let's talk Eileen Gu. She's having a great Olympic run on the slopes. This is the San Francisco-born athlete who's competing for China. Tell us about her latest performance in the halfpipe competition.
She was incredible. She was untouchable. Her second gold, her third medal of these Olympics. She really came out and wowed people. And, you know, her message all along has been that she is representing China because she wants to show Chinese girls that they can become athletes. But you know what? She has been balancing a very fine line here in Beijing, obviously because you have the geopolitical situation that is unfolding between China and the United States. She has avoided up until now some of the very difficult political questions that a lot of people are getting about these Olympics, and that's not going to last long for her. She's going to have to answer them soon enough. Yeah, guys, back to you.
Absolutely. All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. Great to see you. Safe travels home. Coming up this Black History Month, a new documentary is spotlighting Abraham Lincoln and the Civil War.
Specifically, how African Americans shaped Lincoln's outlook on the war. One of the experts from the film joins us next with what they've learned.
Plus, a lot of schools are using this month to go more in depth on Black history, but how are they doing it? The new political pressure teachers are facing when talking about racism in the classroom.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
For anyone who's watched Netflix's latest hit documentary, it may come as no surprise that the Tinder swindler himself is looking to cash in on his newfound infamy. Simon Leviev is accused of conning women he met on Tinder into loaning him millions of dollars. He's not faced any criminal charges for allegations made in the Netflix doc, though he has served time for previous fraud charges. Now he may be looking to get his own dating show and dating advice podcast. And E! News is reporting he has an agent, reality star manager Gina Rodriguez. She also represents Mama June and Honey Boo Boo. It's based on information E! News says it received from a source. Well, those concepts are in the works. Leviev is already using his notoriety for cash in a smaller way. He's selling personalized video messages on Cameo for $200 each. So someone who has everything, there's a potential gift idea. I don't know.
Yeah, from what are we calling him? Con artist? Great.
Alleged.
Alleged, exactly. And actually, our viewers may remember we had the director of that documentary on. It was a fascinating conversation and really cool documentary. Thank you so much, Joe. Now, a new 4-part docuseries is re-examining the legacy of President Abraham Lincoln and his role in the emancipation of slaves during the Civil War. Some of the biggest Lincoln scholars came together to give new perspectives on the president, including how influential African Americans were in shaping his outlook on the war and the future of America. Here's a look at Lincoln's dilemma.
What we're seeing today
is dramatic evidence of what happens when you fail to talk honestly about your history. And it harkens to the mid-19th century during the Civil War. So Lincoln becomes important to reflect on the issues of division that we're seeing today.
Kelly Carter-Jackson is featured in the film and joins us now for more. She's an associate professor in the Department of Africana Studies at Wellesley College. Kelly's also the author of Force and Freedom. Kelly, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on this film. It looks amazing, this series here. So it looks at how Lincoln confronted slavery in the U.S. during the Civil War, but it also examines how Lincoln didn't really set out to do that. Walk us through what some of the misconceptions are that we learn about in this movie, and how does it and how should it impact how we talk about Lincoln today?
Yeah, Lincoln is probably one of our most complicated presidents. And it's interesting, when the Civil War starts, Lincoln's #1 goal is reunification. He wants to bring the South back into the country again. And if he can do it by keeping the institution of slavery, he will. And later he finds out that in order to do it, he has to get rid of the institution of slavery. And so he does. But it's not without great encouragement and great persuasion from people like Frederick Douglass and people on the ground and the enslaved people themselves, who are basically forcing his hand when it comes to the issue of abolition.
Yeah, so you just mentioned someone I want to ask you about, which first, of course, the film makes sure to bring attention to the risk African Americans took themselves to fight for the end of slavery, but also, as you just mentioned, the influence of Frederick Douglass. How did this change Lincoln's perspective? Tell us a little bit about what you do uncover in this, and why is it important that we do talk about those risks more when we talk about Lincoln and emancipation?
I mean, it's so important that we talk about Frederick Douglass. It's so important that we talk about enslaved people themselves when we look at this moment. Because for one, Frederick Douglass is really responsible for a lot of Abraham Lincoln's success. You know, everything that we can think of when it comes to the Emancipation Proclamation, when it comes to letting black soldiers fight, that was Douglass's idea. When it came to paying black soldiers the same as white soldiers, that was also Douglass's idea. Douglass also pushes back on this idea of colonization or sending free black people, you know, back to Africa or to Haiti. And it's enslaved people on the ground that have to do all of the running. They have to get to Union lines. They have to flee on their own. And so it's black people and Frederick Douglass and key black leadership and key white allies that are holding Lincoln accountable. And what's so great about Lincoln is that he listens to them. He listens to them and he takes their counsel.
Absolutely. You know, Kelly, this is coming at this time when we're seeing such a debate over teaching race in the classroom, conversations about our history and how it's taught. This series is, of course, sort of a re-examination of that history that many of us have been taught. Why is it important that we do keep teaching history like this, we keep investigating history like this, and keep updating our understanding of race in America and just what's happened in this country?
You know, it's so important. I tell all my students, you can't understand the present until you understand the past. The past is really a roadmap or a blueprint for how we understand not just where we are, but where we might go. And I think right now people are terrified that we might be on the brink of another civil war when you think of all of the political and the social unrest. And so if we can look back on the past and say, okay, here's what we did that was not so great. Here's what we did that was really, really wonderful. And try to take that path of what is good and wonderful and a democracy that works for all. I think there's some real special lessons to be learned in this documentary.
Kelly Carter-Jackson, there sure are. Congratulations on it. Really amazing series, fascinating and so important. Thank you for your time this morning. We so appreciate it. And Lincoln's Dilemma is available to stream on Apple TV Plus starting today.
More states are introducing legislation to limit how race is taught in the classroom, and many teachers now feel they're caught in the political crossfire. That frustration is causing some to quit their jobs altogether. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett spoke with one teacher who calls the new restrictions demoralizing.
Outrage over a teacher in Massachusetts making toddlers wear blackface masks. And parents in Indiana upset after they say a teacher had students draw black people picking cotton.
Picking cotton was forced labor. It's not something it's not a part of our heritage.
There's so many other things that could have been discussed. Inventors, business owners.
Just a few instances of questionable choices on how to teach about Black History Month in schools.
Racism has gone on far too long. We know it's not going to go anywhere. It does not belong in Lawrence Township schools or any school district.
In Massachusetts, the teacher was fired, and the school district in Indiana says the assignment demonstrates poor judgment. While these two states don't have rules on how race and its history in the U.S. can be taught, in the last year, 37 states have introduced measures to limit how race and discrimination can be taught in public schools. 14 states have imposed laws or rules to enforce those restrictions.
It's just demoralizing. I don't feel trusted. I don't feel like they respect the profession.
Like in Iowa, where Tyler Stewart teaches middle school history and government. The state's law limits how teachers can discuss race and gender in the classroom, and conservative lawmakers also recently introduced bills that would require cameras to be installed in classrooms and state control over social studies lesson plans. Because of this, Stewart decided he won't be teaching in Iowa next year.
The constant attacks and the misinformation campaign around COVID, and then when they started trickling in the critical race theory stuff and cameras, like everything kind of started to pile on. And then it just kind of hit me as I don't have to keep doing this. I don't. Honestly, I could go somewhere else and make more money and not have to worry about being the center of an attack by our government and by our governor.
Scholars who believe learning accurate history informs our present and future see these limitations as suppression.
What that does is it tells us that there's only one way to be a citizen in this country. There's only one truth.
For the future education and the future of the country and like students that are going to grow up and be part of society, what implications do you see in this for the future of these students?
I think we are going to see a more hyper-visible resurgence, even if it's slow, of the things that we're saying we shouldn't teach about, like racism. What policies like this does is it emboldens people to sort of continue or sort of ratchet up, if you will, further instances of racism and sort of repression, because it's like, well, we can't talk about it, right? But that doesn't mean that it can't happen.
Now, the big picture concern here is the extent at which history could repeat itself when it comes to racism in America, given what we're seeing in classrooms right now. Professor Coles teaches at UMass Amherst, and he told me about an incident just last fall where an anonymous white student group sent out emails with anti-Black rhetoric to Black student groups on campus, telling them they didn't deserve to be there, that they were only there because of affirmative action. These are educated college students that this is happening with. And then you cut to Tyler teaching in a middle school in Iowa where he's hearing students drop the N-word without realizing its severity. And so it's examples like this as to why teachers are frustrated about what they can and can't teach in the classroom because it's going to have bigger picture implications moving forward. They say politics like this does not have a place in their classrooms.
Maura, thank you so much.
And coming up, some of the country's priceless artifacts are now at risk because of climate change.
How this growing crisis is impacting museums and what's being done to protect these items. Next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We talk a lot about climate change on this show, but here's a consequence of our warming environment you might not know about. Museums and their thousands of invaluable, irreplaceable artifacts are being impacted, and in some cases, there's a risk of losing them forever.
From increased flooding to more frequent wildfires, museums are racing to fortify pieces of history. CNBC correspondent Diana Olick joins us now with more on what's being done to protect them and what more lies ahead in part of her continuing series on the rising risks from climate change. Diana, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, climate change is hitting real estate especially hard, of course. And with museums, it's not just the buildings, but that invaluable amount of history inside. Several stories below the Smithsonian's Museum of American History, in the bowels of the building, lie the front lines in the fight to save the nation's irreplaceable artifacts from climate change. But there's water here already.
That's right.
And there's no rain for weeks.
No, but that's groundwater.
As director of Smithsonian Facilities, Nancy Bechtel is responsible for 13 million square feet of museum space, most on the Mall in Washington, D.C., which is below sea level, as well as 2 museums in New York City and 1 in Virginia.
We're always sort of pre-planning and sort of staging different emergency responses just to be prepared so that our staff is prepared and that we have the planning in place.
Worse than rising water is heavier rainfall, which seeped into Smithsonian spaces after a major storm in 2006 and again last spring.
We had probably about 18 inches to 2 feet of water in this cafeteria.
Wow. In fiscal 2021, the Smithsonian had a $214 million budget, and Bechtel is using as much as she can for protection. From putting up flood walls around buildings to rain gardens, sandbags, elevated backup generators.
And I'm going to raise it as high as I can.
To a whole new storage facility on higher ground in Maryland, expected to break ground this year.
Even if I have to protect with plastic, I will protect with plastic.
So you're saving history.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And Bechtel is not alone in the fight. New waterside museums in Miami and St. Petersburg, Florida, were built with special flood protections, and private funding is slowly starting to step up to protect older structures. The Helen Frankenthaler Foundation committed $5 million over the next 2 to 3 years to invest in clean energy, energy efficiency, and climate resilience.
We got 110 applications. That was with just 6 weeks of notice. That 110 applications came in with people knowing exactly what to do and how they wanted to approach it.
So the foundation recently doubled it to $10 million. Now the largest private investment in climate resilience for museums and twice the funding of the National Endowment for the Humanities.
No, it's not enough.
But it helped the California Indian Museum implement wildfire protections for its structure, energy systems, and air filtration. This after the Getty Museum came dangerously close to destruction in the 2019 fires around LA and Malibu.
These collections do not depreciate over time. Guarding and protecting them for a long horizon into the future adds to their value to the museum and to the investors.
And that is why it is impossible to put a dollar figure on this risk because it rises by the minute. Sutton noted that while art investors seem happy to outbid each other for the works, they're not investing nearly enough to protect those works. There are roughly 35,000 museums in America alone. Many of them are working to lower their climate footprints and become more energy efficient, but becoming more resilient against the effects of climate change
is a much bigger investment, Joe.
Fascinating story, Diana. Thank
Really
you so much.
is.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Great look there. All right, time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day, why they matter to you.
Savannah Hanau is with us. Savannah, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning and happy Friday. Shake Shack is the latest chain to announce it's raising prices. The company reporting disappointing earnings as the Omicron variant kept diners away in January and led to some locations being closed temporarily. Shake Shack is also dealing with higher paper, food, and labor costs. It plans to raise prices by at least 3% in March. Shake Shack will also put a 15% premium on third-party delivery orders. Here's a friendly reminder, Amazon Prime is raising prices for new customers starting today. It's the first increase for the service in 4 years. The annual fee is going from $119 to $139 or $14.99 a month. The cost of the Prime Students membership will also go up from $649 to $749 per month. Current Prime subscribers will see the same price hikes on March 26th. And Snapchat will roll out a much requested feature next week, the ability to change your username. You'll be able to switch your handle without having to set up a new account or start all over again with your friends list, memories, Snap Score, and so on. However, you'll only be able to change your name once a year. Snapchat says people grow and change over time, and many probably don't want to be stuck with a bad username they came up with when they were a teen or young adult. Guys?
Yeah, that makes sense. Think about your, did you use Instant Messenger, AIM? I don't actually remember what my name was, but I know I wouldn't want to say it now if I did.
And I bet whoever does have Jane Doe really does want to keep that.
Jane Doe's ready for a new name.
That's really precious. All right. Thanks, Savannah.
You got it, guys.
Coming up, an Afghan refugee who became an international soccer star is now taking on a challenge off the field.
How she says soccer changed her life and got her away from Taliban control after the break.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're ending this hour with a story of resilience from one of soccer's biggest superstars. Just 11 years old, Nadia Nadim escaped the Taliban and fled to Denmark, where she learned to play the sport.
She's inspired thousands with her journey, which doesn't end on the soccer field. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas has more on what Nadim's been doing and a hint
The uniform includes a white coat.
International soccer superstar Nadia Nadim is known around the globe for doing this. Her skills have made her a force in women's professional soccer, but her life story is even more epic. At 11 years old, Nadim fled Afghanistan after her father, an Afghan National Army general, was executed by the Taliban.
We got, smuggled out of the country through, a long route through fake passports behind a truck, and somehow ended up in a refugee camp in Denmark.
There, she was introduced to soccer for the first time.
It was love at first sight. I had one of those moments where my eyes were popping out, my heart was pumping.
From then on, it was an all-out sprint towards becoming a player not only Afghanistan cheered on, but the world wanted to watch. At 34 years old, Nadim has 200 goals to her name and an incredible 98 appearances for her adopted country of Denmark. A champion on 2 continents, winning a National Women's Soccer League championship in Portland in 2017 and the 2021 French League title in Paris. She most recently joined Racing Louisville FC for their inaugural season. Scoring 3 goals and notching 1 assist in 8 games before tearing her ACL. And while you may think doing all of that, plus learning 9 languages, would be enough for Nadim, there was one more goal she was aiming for: becoming a doctor.
I play soccer or football for myself. It's my hobby. I enjoy it, but I wanted to do something more than that.
So she started medical school, studying to become a reconstructive surgeon. The journey to get there? Grueling. Nadim waking up to study before practice and after training, heading to internships at the hospital.
I did ask myself the question, why am I doing this? What's the point,
But Nadim never giving up over the last 10 years, graduating just last month and swapping her jersey for a lab coat.
I felt like med school and being a doctor probably wasn't my calling.
Her club celebrating her accomplishments in the OR, putting together a Dr. Nadim mock jersey.
That's pretty cool. I really want to have one at least, and then we'll see if I play in one or not.
For now, Nadim is focused on getting back on the field after that ACL injury, and one day helping others do the same.
I want to be in a position where you actually are going to have an impact on other people's lives. And I know how much it means when you're in need and someone actually does something for you. It can be anything, just, a little smile or just acknowledging you as a human being.
That jersey's so cool. Dr. Nadim, amazing story. Thanks to Tom Yamas for that report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, on the move, we're following that massive winter weather system. It's barreling across the country this morning, bringing snow, sleet, and heavy flooding to millions of Americans. Thousands waking up without power from North Carolina to New Jersey. Our Bill Cairns is here with the storm's latest track. Time to talk. A legal setback for former President Trump and 2 of his adult children, Don Jr. and Ivanka. They're now ordered by a judge to answer questions under oath about business practices pertaining to the Trump organization. It's all part of that ongoing legal back and forth between the Trump family and New York's Attorney General. So when could they face questions? On alert, the crisis in Eastern Europe is intensifying once more this morning amid Moscow's claims that Russian troops are being pulled back from the Ukrainian border. President Biden remains incredulous.
We have reason to believe that they are engaged in a false flag operation to have an excuse to go in.
The latest diplomatic efforts on the table today to avoid an all-out war. Plus, fall from grace, a controversial and quite frankly heartbreaking end to one of Beijing's marquee events. Tears and harsh criticism on and off the ice, with Russia's figure skating team at the center of it all, bringing the latest in the final moments of these winter games. Good to have you with us on this Friday morning. The closing ceremony will be coming up this weekend as well.
I know. Can you believe it's over?
It's just flown by these 2+ weeks.
We got to talk to so many amazing athletes over the last few weeks. It definitely has, yeah.
We're going to begin with that dynamic storm system that took shape overnight and is now moving east.
Yeah, that's right. Millions of Americans are being impacted by the storm as snow, sleet, and flooding hammer parts of the country. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett joins us from just outside Chicago this morning. Hey, Maura, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, and it is cold here right now. Real feel is -3. You might be able to see my breath in the air. And to put it into perspective, just yesterday it was nearly 40 degrees in this area, so surprisingly warm for the Midwest. But then these temperatures just dramatically dropped. The weather moved in. We saw snow and ice, resulting in piles of snow like this. And for reference, I'm about 5'7", so this pile towering over me with the temperatures now in single digits. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. People across the country waking up in a similar situation.
This morning, from Dallas to Maine, millions under severe weather advisories. The powerful storm system, a wintry mix of rain and snow, moving east, slamming the south with strong winds and flooding. In Alabama, tornadoes touching down, toppling trees onto homes, even splitting a mobile home in half, tearing down stadium signs and crushing gas station canopies. Across the region, wind speeds reaching up to 60 miles per hour, playing a part in overturning semis on the road and knocking out power to more than 20,000 people. In western Kentucky, rain totals as high as 5 inches on the ground. And a downpour in Tennessee dropping up to 3 inches. Further north in Buffalo, New York, ice jammed flooding as melted snow and new rainfall raised water levels. Meantime, in the Midwest, heavy snow leading to hazardous travel. In Illinois, overnight crews cleaning up the wreckage following a 30-mile stretch pileup involving over 100 vehicles that ultimately shut down the interstate.
Everybody needs to get out of the way because there's going to be more cars coming.
Hi, everyone. I'm Aaron Gilchrist in the NBC News Now studios. We are coming on the air with breaking news at this hour. The former Minnesota police officer convicted in the death of Dante Wright is back in court for sentencing today. Kim Potter was convicted in December of first and second-degree manslaughter. Now, Potter says she mistakenly drew her gun instead of her taser when she shot and killed Wright, a 20-year-old black man, during a traffic stop in April of 2021. Now, prosecutors are seeking more than 7 years in prison for Potter. Lawyers are speaking right now. We want to take you into the courtroom live at this hour. The judge has just given some preliminary instructions. Now we are hearing from one of the prosecutors in this case, Matthew Frank, I believe, one of the assistant attorneys there in Minnesota. Let's listen in.
And as a group, carefully deliberated. We know it was a difficult task and it was emotionally demanding of them, as well as sacrificing their personal time in doing their civic duty. And so we thank them for it. We also thank the Wright family and China Whitaker on behalf of Dante Jr. They have been here throughout this entire trial on what has been just a terrible emotional roller coaster ride for them. And I know that they are going to address the court. I will not take up a lot of the court's time trying to say things that they can say better than me. His name is Dante Wright. We have to say his name. He was not just the driver, he was a living human being, a life. The highest principle of law enforcement is the sanctity of life, and his life counted. His life mattered. And that life was taken. And the law recognizes the severity of the loss of life when setting criminal penalties. The legislature decides what the sentencing policy is for the state for certain crimes, and the presumptive sentence in this case reflects the loss of life. As prosecutors, we represent the interests of victims, and we represent the interests of the community. And so the presumptive sentence, Your Honor, is something we consider appropriate given the loss of life. The jury found the defendant guilty of this crime. This crime reflects a level of culpability that we agree is not an intentional, it wasn't an intent to kill Mr. Wright, but it was culpably negligent. It represents a higher state of culpability. For those reasons, we believe the sentence is appropriate, the presumptive sentence. As prosecutors, we are ministers of justice. We also represent the community's interests. And there are many interests that the criminal justice system tries to take into account. Retribution is one of them. Deterrence. But the community also has an interest in rehabilitation, reformation, restoration. The defense is asking for a dispositional departure from the presumptive sentence. We are not agreeing to that, Your Honor, but we have to recognize this is a unique case. This is a very difficult case. A departure like that must be reserved for only the most rare, for rare cases and for the most compelling reasons. And so what is unique and compelling about this case that will allow the court to depart from what the legislature says is the appropriate sentence? We don't doubt that Ms. Potter has remorse. But this is, Your Honor, I'm just going to speak quite candidly, right? This is a courtroom full of pain and anger. How do we fix that? What can we do? This is a divided community. What can be done to help restore some of the faith and the trust between law enforcement and the community, in particular in this case? What can be done to help the Wright family through their pain and their loss? What can be done even to help Ms. Potter deal with the consequences of what she has done? I submit to the court that her remorse alone is not enough. We should expect defendants to have remorse. We should expect defendants to have remorse for more than what has happened to them. We should expect defendants to have remorse in the sense of a feeling of wrongfulness to others. We have seen some evidence of that, but I submit not enough. What are we going to do today, going forward? Your Honor, the answer to that, we believe, lies with Ms. Potter. She is in a unique position to try and make something of what has happened for the betterment of a lot of people. And as we point out in her memo, it's everything from talking to officers about the dangers of weapons confusion. This is unfortunately a too common of occurrence. She can talk to manufacturers about this. She can talk to the right family, should they want. A key component, as we know, of restorative justice is this ability to kind of take the lawyers out of everything and let victim and defendant try to heal. It's not right for every case. It's right for some cases. And it has to be right for the victims. So that's really up to them, but it's a possibility. And to have an acknowledgement of the wrongfulness of the conduct, an acknowledgement that police officers are subject to the law like everybody else, and that when they make terrible errors, they can be held responsible as well. And the jury found that Ms. Potter is responsible. But accepting that, acknowledging that, is a key to moving forward, is a key to restoring some sense of healing and hope in the community at large and for the Wright family as well. So, Your Honor, it's our position that until those things are proved to you, to your satisfaction, that this is the rare case that warrants a departure from the guidelines. You should impose the presumptive sentence under the guidelines. It is appropriate for what has happened. But that lies with Ms. Potter. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I understand that members of the Dante Wright family would like to make some comments, and I think Katie Wright would like to be heard first. Would you please come forward, Ms. Wright?
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me this time to talk.
Welcome. Would you please state your full name and could you spell it for the record?
My name is Katie Ann Wright, KATIEANNWRIGHT.
Okay.
Dante Wright is my son, my baby boy. And I say is, and not was, because he will always be my son. And I'm proud to say that. I have had many, many sleepless nights and days contemplating how and what I was going to say today. I have to be the voice for myself, my family, my community, but most of all, I have to be the voice of my son, Dante. Your Honor, I hope the defendant is listening as I speak loud and clear today. And yes, I refer to her as defendant because I will not give her the respect of calling her by her name. She referred to Dante over and over again as the driver, as if killing him wasn't enough to dehumanize him. She never once said his name. And for that, I'll never be able to forgive you. And I'll never be able to forgive you for what you've stolen from us. I hope you're listening and don't mistake any of my words, because we can't afford the defendant to make any more mistakes. His name is Dante Demetrius Wright. Let me tell you what you've stolen from us. Dante was born October 27th, 2000 at 9:25 a.m., one of the happiest days of our lives. My husband named him after Dante Culpepper because he loved the Vikings and knew our son was a star from the moment we looked into his eyes. He played way too much, and he joked a lot. Even when he'd get on my nerves, I couldn't stay mad at him because Dante's goofy laugh. Dante loved hard, loved his family, friends, and his son. Dante's smile was genuine and big, just like his dreams. You took this. You took his future, what he could have been, and it was so many things. April 11th was the worst day of my life. A police officer who was supposed to serve and protect took so much away from us. She took our baby boy with a single gunshot through his heart. She shattered mine. My life and my world will never, ever be the same. And I often replay that phone call in my head over and over again. And I blame myself because I should have told him that I shouldn't have told him it was going to be all right. I told him he was going to be okay. And just to find out a few minutes later, he wasn't. A police officer that took an oath to serve and protect for 26 years. But not on this day. On this day, she did not protect. She failed Dante, our family, and our community. She did not render aid to Dante, Elena, or the elderly couple that was in the vehicle. His car was held at gunpoint for over 5 minutes while my son bled out in the driver's seat. The last memories of Dante's life is now watching him being shot over and over again. Seeing his lifeless body pulled and dragged onto a grassy spot where they left him on the ground for hours as people all over the world watched. I had to cry from behind a caution tape. I couldn't go to be with him. My motherly instincts was to go, to hold him, to caress him, kiss him. And even in my mind in that moment, I wanted to save him. Another opportunity that was stolen from me. She left our world with so much darkness and heartache. The best way that I can explain it is what I feel every day since Dante was killed is comparing it to a sinking feeling that a mother gets when she turns around and realizes her kid is missing in a grocery store and you can't see him, feel him, touch him, know if he's scared, safe, okay. She took a grandson, brother, uncle, cousin, friend. She took a son from his father, a son from his mother, but most of all, she took a father from his son. Dante was only 20 years old. He had so much life ahead of him. The defendant left us with memories and a picture. I have to grieve in public. The whole world sees my crying face, and it's plastered all over. My shattered heart has been on display for almost a year now, and I have to live in this nightmare, watching my son shot and killed over and over again. The defendant will be here to watch her sons marry, have children, buy a house, start a family. For me, every day, I could only hope to wake up and see Dante walk through the door and watch him play with his son, mess with his sisters, laugh with his brothers. A hope that's never gonna come true. Your Honor, I'm asking you to hold the defendant to the highest accountability. She was a person of authority who betrayed her badge. Not only when she shot Dante, but when she rolled around on the ground crying for herself. I'm going to prison. I shot a boy. Call Chuck, her union rep. When she should have fact said, please go save him. How is he doing? Is he okay? Please help him. She didn't even try, Your Honor. She didn't try to save him. You should have done better. When it comes to trial, I was there every single day. My heart wanted to see remorse, sadness in her eyes. I wanted to see her mouth the words, "I'm sorry," but she sat there with such entitlement and privilege. She never once looked at us passing through the hallways every day. As she sat on the stand, not at all, no eye contact, nothing. Then she finally said, "I'm sorry it happened." Those are her exact words. That was coming after a break, Your Honor, that the defendant had time to be coached on how to gain some sort of sympathy from the jury, but not me. I can't give the defendant sympathy. Your Honor, I'm stuck with 3 questions I ask myself. How do you show remorse when you're smiling in your mugshot after being sentenced to manslaughter? After taking my son's life? How do you say you're sorry with no tears? How much time is my son's life worth? I know here today the defendant and her attorney, they're going to tell the court how sorry she is. Her family may even give victim impact statements, and afterwards both the defendant and her family will be able to talk, hear each other's voices, hug, kiss, say "I love you" as her husband did on sentencing on verdict day. Eventually her sentence will be fulfilled, and she will have her whole family to be with her at dinners and holidays. Again, another thing that has been stolen from me. Please keep in mind the impact this has caused her family and herself is just a small passing. It's just a small storm that's going to pass compared to our life sentence without Dante. Dante Demetrius Wright, I will continue to fight in your name until driving while black is no longer a death sentence. I'm proud to be your mom, and I love you, Dante. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. And Mr. Aubrey Wright, please come forward. And state your full name and spell it, please.
My name is Aubrey Wright. You said spell it?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. A-R-B-U-E-Y. Last name is Wright. W-R-I-G-H-T. I'm kind of nervous though. But I'm Aubrey Wright, Dante's father. I want to start by telling you what Dante meant to me. Dante meant the world to me. He was my son, made out of the unconditional love that me and his mother have for each other. Dante was every man's dream. My first child with my wife, and he was a boy. I was so proud to be his father. He was handsome. He was my son. He was my prince. Dante was my reason. He was my reason to do better. He was my reason to change in life. A father's love is so powerful and deep, it's hard for me to put it into words. But I need you to hear me when I say I love my son with all my heart. I've been there for his first steps, his first words, first day of school. All basketball games, the birth of his son. It hurts my heart that Dante will not have these memories with his son, Dante Jr. Dante Jr. will only remember his dad from the stories and memories that we tell. They only had a very short year together. Because of Kim's recklessness, Dante was my go-to guy, my helper around the house. People would say he was funny like me, he looked like me, he was cool like me. I would watch Dante as he slept for many years, thinking, wondering how his future would be and what he would become. And I would kiss and hug him, and he would not like me to do that, obviously, but I would do it anyway. And I would always tell him that no matter what, I got you. From the day he was born until April 11th, I had him. I was always there for my son. Dante's life was cut short by Kim Potter, who claims she thought she had a taser. She pointed her gun into my chest, into my son's chest, and pulled the trigger, not only killing Dante by damaging his heart to the point of unrepairable, she also damaged my whole family's heart. Nothing will ever be the same. Everything we do as a family ends in tears, because all we have is memories left of our son. What should be happy times turns into sadness. Kim Potter was trained to prevent this thing from ever, to prevent this type of thing from ever happening. She was a police officer longer than my son, who was alive. I asked that Kim Potter be held accountable and that the maximum sentence be applied, which is incomparable to the life sentence we have been given because her negligence. My son Dante's life was taken away way too soon, and he's never coming back. It has affected my whole family. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Dominic Bryant, will you please come forward? And please state your full name and spell it.
Damick Bryant, D-A-M-I-K-B-R-Y-A-N-T. First, I want to start off by saying my name is Damick Bryant. I am the oldest child out of my parents' 7 kids. On April 11th, he was killed by the same people we were supposed to trust, who was supposed to serve and protect our community. He was killed by someone who was on the force longer than any of my parents' children have been alive, who was a field training officer at that. We know the charges are manslaughter, but we believe what happened to Dante was murder. When I got that call about Dante, I couldn't believe it. I fell to the ground in pain that no one should have to go through. It was the hardest time of our life. We lost a very special person, so I write this letter to you, Dante Demetrius Wright. We miss you more than ever. Our lives aren't normal anymore. I think about you every day. I lost not only my best friend, but my baby brother. I would remember when we would play games when we were young, and you would get mad if you lost, and you would start crying and turn red in the face because you didn't win. I remember when me, you, Dad, and everybody used to go fishing, and we would argue over who was going to catch the biggest fish. Everything was a competition between us boys. Now we won't be able to compete with each other anymore. I won't be able to see you get old. I won't be able to hear your voice change. I won't be able to tell you I love you one last time. I think about this stuff every day. You were stripped away from us. This has been the longest, most alone, miserable times of our life. We never felt the pain like this. We lost a very important piece to our family. I promise I will never give up fighting for you because that's what big brothers do. So I wrote this little poem I have. Your memory is my keepsake. We'll never be apart. God has you in his keeping, but we'll have you in our heart. You never said I'm leaving. You never said a goodbye. You were gone before we knew it, and only God knows why. There has been a million times that we needed you, and a million times we cried. If our love could have saved you, you never would have died. In life, I love you dearly. In death, I love you still. In our hearts, you hold a place that no one could ever feel. It broke our heart to lose you, but you didn't go alone, for part of us was with you when God called you home. I promised to my family that I would take care of everybody, including our siblings, Dallas, Destiny, Diamond, Monica, Marcus, and of course your baby Dante Jr. I cannot express how painful it was for our family to see the defendant smiling in her mugshot immediately after being convicted of killing my brother. I respectfully ask the court to give a strong sentence that accounts for the severe pain and loss that our family has experienced. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Rest in peace, Dante Wright.
Thank you. Diamond Wright, please come forward. And Ms. Wright, will you please state and spell your name?
Diamond Wright, DIAMOND
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diamond Wright. I am Dante Wright's second youngest sister. I never thought in a lifetime that I'd be standing here doing this. I never thought that my brother would be killed. Would be killed by the same people we're supposed to feel protected by. I know that the charge is manslaughter, but I believe this should be called murder. Ever since my brother was killed, my heart's been shattered, and the only thing that's putting it back together is the memories we shared. I feel like I've been living in a complete nightmare. It got so bad to where the point I couldn't sleep. I stopped eating and even got depressed. The death of a loved one is not only an emotional pain, but also a physical pain. The defendant should be prosecuted and sentenced to the highest extent. You can't tell me this was an accident. It's in plain sight. She has been a police officer longer than my brother has been alive. How come I have to go see my brother in a metal container just to talk to him? How come I have to pray that my brother hears me cry out to him? How come my family has to groan and moan about the loss of a loved one just because the defendant's actions were reckless? Dante was my brother, my blood, someone who was supposed to grow old with me. How is it that I'm going to see the age of 21 and he didn't? He didn't get to experience the life he was supposed to. Watch his kids grow, and watch his kids and parents grow old. Not many of you know Dante, and I couldn't care less on what anyone else thinks of him. You don't know him. He could light up a whole stadium with his smile and laugh. I miss him stealing food when my mom was cooking at family functions. I miss when he would play fight with me and my little sister. I miss him. And I would trade anyone in this room to get him back. Everyone just sees this as another black man getting killed by the police, but not us. This one hit home. This time it was one of us. Every day I would walk around and it feels like I'm really not here. It feels like I'm just an empty body taking up space. You took my other half. I remember when Dante was alive and the George Floyd killing was being discussed a lot. Me, my mom, and Dante were having a talk, saying just maybe we have enough white in us for us not to be a threat to the police. We were wrong. We have repeatedly seen that one hint of black in our skin makes us a target. This is sickening. I miss you, Dante. I miss your smile, your laugh, the way you twirled your hair when you were nervous or thinking about something. I miss when you used to come upstairs just to talk stuff and then run back down. You were a great big brother. You taught your sisters how to be tough, how to listen, and how to calm down when we were upset. You really did your big brother role well. I love you, Dante, and you'll always be in my heart until we meet again. Thank you.
Miss China Walker Whitaker.
Now, if we could just have a moment.
Sure.
We are at a pause here at the sentencing for Kim Potter, the former Brooklyn Center, Minnesota police officer who actually we're listening to victim impact statements here. Let's listen.
China Marie Whitaker, C-H-Y-N-A, Marie, M-A-R-I-E, Whitaker, W-H-I-T-A-K-E-R. Can I start? Okay. My name is China Whitaker. I am the mother of Dante's only child, Dante Wright Jr. Dante was born 25 weeks premature and had to stay in the NICU for a little over 2 months. During that time, his father and I were very concerned about him making a full recovery. However, by the grace of God, he is still here today. He is now 2 years old, and since April 11, 2021, fatherless. Kim Potter took my son's best friend away from him, and things haven't been the same since. I am now a single mother, not by choice, by force. My son hasn't seen his dad in almost a year, and I know he doesn't understand what's going on, but he senses his dad being gone. He was used to spending time with his father. Oftentimes, he would stay the night with his dad and have bonding time. That gave me a chance to have a break when I need it. Now I can't even pick up the phone to call him. Due to this situation, my son is a lot more scattered and angry. He acts up a lot more. I now have him in school to learn and socialize with other children to cope during this difficult time in our lives. My child will no longer have the opportunity to spend birthdays or holidays with his dad. Dante will never get to see his son's first day of preschool, elementary, high school, or college. They didn't even get the chance to play ball or sports together. This is not the way it should be. Every time I look at my son, I'm reminded of what was taken away from him. I show my son pictures and videos of his dad, and his face lights up with the biggest smile, and he says, "Dada." It hurts me because I know if he had the chance to see his dad again, it would fill the hole in his heart that is now there. I can't take the place of his father, neither can any other man. All I can do is hope and pray things get better for us. I now suffer from severe PTSD. Whenever I'm pulled over, I have extreme anxiety. Afraid of making a mistake and something ending up going wrong. I can't watch any movies or videos that have to do with police brutality because it reminds me of Dante being killed. I got my son a poster of his dad that I keep in his bedroom. Many times I just find him staring at it. My son shouldn't have to wear a rest in peace shirt of his dad. Police are supposed to protect and serve the community. How will my son learn to trust police after what happened to his dad? I don't want my son to grow up afraid of the police or hating them. Nevertheless, it's only fair that Kim Potter be sentenced to the maximum amount of time for executing my son, Dante Jr.'s father.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll hear the defense arguments regarding sentencing. Mr. Ng.
May it please the court. Kim and state's team. This is beyond tragic for everybody involved. And we hear clearly the statements of the family. We recognize them. There's no disrespect intended to the booking photograph at Shakopee. Ms. Potter indicates they asked her to smile. She smiled. It was not meant to be disrespectful. It was in response to the prison's request. There are two questions for the court today. The first is whether to dispositionally depart, and the second is to durationally depart if you're unwilling to dispositionally depart. So that the key question is the first one. And that is a question of whether or not, in law and in fact, Officer Potter is particularly amenable to probation. And to answer that question, we rely on the probation office to initially evaluate the claim. I often think sometimes probation officers are not given enough credit for the work they do, because there's always disputes at sentencing and they can please no one really. But in this case, the report is exceptional. It's well done, it's well written, it's fair. It says all the bad facts for the defense and all the good facts for us as well. It has a sense of balance to it. And the report does suggest to you that Officer Potter is amenable to probation. It's a recommendation that carries heavy weight, because the probation office is what you rely on to make decisions. They do the investigation. They actually talk to the defendant and the family and make a decision or recommendation as to probation and whether she's amenable. And she is, according to that report. So the first hurdle for any defendant asking for amenability findings is to get past the probation report, and we've done that. And that report alone would provide you with authority and reasonable reliance to impose a probationary sentence. This was an unintentional crime. It was an accident. It was a mistake. And the claim in the state's brief as well, the guidelines suggest 86 months, therefore we should follow them. But then if we dig deeper, we realize that the guidelines aren't always followed. And for 60% of the women in Minnesota who face a presumptive commit, they are given probationary dispositions. So on the one hand, we can say, well, the guidelines are 86 months. On the other hand, we should also say they aren't always followed in 60% of the time for females. And for males, they aren't followed in 35%. And in our sister jurisdiction in Ramsey County, they're not followed 50%, according to the most recent evaluation booklet of the Sentencing Guidelines Commission. And the reason they're not followed is that they're too high for many defendants, especially for the first-time defendants. There's a recognition in the court system that individuals who face the court the first time need not go to prison in order to effectuate a just result. So the departure rate is really high, and the question for the court is not only whether she's amenable to probation, but whether she should fall into the 60% range. I got to get my water here for a second. The factors in Trog are clearly found here in State versus Trog. It was a huge opinion when it came out in 1982. We all, for those of us around in 1982, it was an astounding opinion because it provided the probationary option under the new guidelines. And you know, all the factors that are listed in that case, she meets. There's no record. She's got a 26-year work history. She has expressed contrition and remorse, which I'll talk about a little bit later in terms of the quality of it. She bears no risk of recidivism. She can't be a police officer in the future. There's no danger to the public. She'll never own a gun again, obviously. And that she has enormous community support, which I'll talk about in a second as well. So the factors are all there. You have the report that says probation is available, and then you have the Trog factors, which resonate here. And I often think of, I often think of Judge Amdahl and what he might do here. You know? I mean, he gave a break to Mr. Trog, affirmed that sentence. And I dare say, it's hard to know what anyone would do, but I dare say he might find the factors here persuasive for Officer Potter in his memory. You know what I think the court misses in all these cases is an interaction with the family. We had a chance to be in this room next door, and there's a jury room attached to it, and so we spent a month with Kim's family, and every day there was a new set that came in to be with her. You know, the husband who's here, there's sisters who are here, and a sister-in-law, but then there were nephews and friends of the family and former police officers, and it was different every day. And they sat in the jury room, and Earl and Amanda and I sat in the courtroom, and we gave them their time. I wish you could have seen it. You know, I think they were all there to be with her, to pay their respects to her for everything that she had done for them. And I wish you could see the tremendous amount of love they had for her and non-judgmental empathy they had for her in that room. And we all found it remarkable. And we all found that we should leave them alone. And even during the jury deliberation, she was there with her two sons and her husband, and often in her husband's arms, crying. And the boys were with her, and it was moving, I'll say that. And I think they were all there, all the family members and the friends, because she has lived a virtuous life, and they are trying to pay her back. You know, when I think of Kim, I think of someone who's lived out all the virtues that we could imagine. She's a Catholic. I've talked to her about the Catholic virtues. They're well known to Catholics, but perhaps not the court. The Catholic virtues are prudence, justice, temperance, courage, fortitude, faith, hope, charity, and the biggest virtue of all, of course, is kindness. And she has lived those out. And if we want to be secular, because we are a secular court, we could refer to Aristotle's virtues. And he gave the advice that if we want to live a virtuous life, we practice small acts of virtue, of course. And Aristotle's virtues are courage, temperance, liberality, patience, truthfulness, friendliness, fortitude. And she's done all of that too. 5-second mistake against all of this. And if the virtues get too complex, I often think of a famous line from Saul Bellows, perhaps his greatest book, where he talks about this. He says, I have a feeling about the axial lines of life with respect to which you must be straight. And later in the paragraph, he says, when the striving stops, they are as a gift. So we can forget about the Catholic virtues or Aristotle's virtues and just say, have you lived a straight line? Have you tried to live a straight line, axial or otherwise? And because she's lived a straight line, she has enormous community support. And had she not lived a straight line, she wouldn't be here with all these people that I'm going to talk about. Now, the state contends in their memorandum that the claim of remorse and amenability to probation is, quote, not particularly compelling. We take issue with that. The public would disagree. Since she's been in prison, she has received 3 boxes of cards. Dear Kim, how are you? Dear Kim, we care about you. And I want those to know who wrote these cards. This is just one of 3, by the way. Thousands of cards that she intends to answer each one. So for those of you who are watching, she will answer you, because she always has. But let me give you, and I didn't submit all these to the court. I thought I would read a couple just to give you a sample. And they're all very short and heartfelt. This one's from an officer up in the northern part of Minnesota. My dear Kim, she writes, my name is, I work there. I want you to know that even though we've never met, my heart is completely broken for you. And I'm devastated by your situation. I've also been in law enforcement for a long time and have 2 sons, and I'm just destroyed on your behalf. What happened to you could have happened to any of us. As a law enforcement community across the country, we are reeling from the shock of this case. This deputy's hope is that you, Kim, and your family will be protected from feelings of despair, and that you may be physically safe. She concludes by saying, I've never been so moved by a situation like this. I want you to know in your heart and remember every day that you are not alone. There's one from Chaska. They're all small cards. People took the time to write her. This is unheard of for a defendant. I dare say no one in this room has ever seen anything like this. Dear Kim, I hope this message finds you well. Heart shape. I do not have the right words, but please know that I support you. I support Blue. You have an amazing community behind you. Please know that you're not alone. You make the world a better place. Be good to yourself and kind to your heart. With love from Chaska. These cards came from all over the country and all over the world, actually. We've gotten cards from Europe. One final one, then I'll move on. This one's handwritten from Brooklyn Park. Dear Ms. Potter, my name is. My heart aches for your situation. I want you to know you're in my prayers constantly. My husband is a retired state trooper and knows the agony of split-second decisions. If okay with you, I'd like to write you regularly. Sincerely, Judy. And roughly a third of these letters want to have continued communications with her. And then, despite the community support and the remorse that she's going to articulate for you again today, after I'm done, the state's claim is that she just hasn't done enough or shown enough. You know, we're all unique individuals, and what the state may find to be a level of remorse that they'd like to see may not be what someone feels in their heart themselves. Her feelings are her feelings, and I get the sense that we're somehow, the state is somehow asking to subjectively evaluate her level of remorse and make a standard of subjectivity that they want. But the court has never been required to parse out that sort of level. You're just supposed to look at the trog factors. Does she express remorse or doesn't she? You can't engage in psychoanalysis here. That's not the holding of trog. She was remorseful the moment the gun was fired. She went into trauma. Her officers at the scene then called in the tragedy, and the police responded immediately. The state contends that she has no quote-unquote moral anguish, but the record is replete that she does. I mean, she testified she does. That the videos of Kim crying on the ground are replete with moral anguish. I mean, we just can't have a Kafkaesque standard of what remorse is and then have the state say, well, you haven't met our standard. And we ask, well, what is the standard? And then we just haven't seen enough remorse, so we don't know what the standard is. And so we never can meet what their standard is. But that's not how law works. It's never worked that way. So the question again is whether she's amenable and should be included in those 60%. The state seems to agree that she is at page 6 of their memo. They set out the various conditions that would satisfy them. So it's a hedging memo. It's the kind of memo that concedes that the defense has a claim for amenability. And the conditions that they want, we accept. I mean, they want a meeting with the family, and we accept that. We would do that. In the adversarial system, that's impossible. But now it is, and we would welcome that with court supervision somehow. They want Ms. Potter to give speeches and presentations about weapons confusion. We will do that. She's willing to go across the state and talk about that, to the extent that she can discuss the confusion and design features of a taser and how inappropriate they may be. We'll be happy to do that. It was something that was not possible before trial, but it's possible now. The other factors for probation that go beyond TROG are vulnerability to the prison setting. She is in an isolated setting right now in Shakopee. They have her isolated because they don't want her in the regular population. As a police officer, she would be vulnerable to assault. The people in prison, in order to get prison, can be quite violent. Those 40% of the women. So they've isolated it. And the related ground for amenability to probation or for probationary disposition is that there has been a diminution of her mental health while in isolation. And I know the court's intent was never to place her in isolation in prison, but the fact of the matter is that in my discussions with the prison officials, they have decided that she should see no one. So all she does is spend her days getting checked every 30 minutes by a guard, making isolated phone calls, and staying in her cell. And as a result, she, like many people who are in isolation, suffer from a decline of mental and physical health. And we know from statistics and the analysis of social science that isolation in prison is harmful. And so while the court never dreamed that perhaps that she would be in such an isolated setting, it is harming her. So we have on the one hand punishment, but on the other hand, if you send her to prison, you will harm her. And we are not in the business of harming defendants. If there's any question about it, we've submitted her therapist's letter to you in confidence, confirming that such isolation is harmful, given her fragile state and her diagnosis. The greatest sin of all in the church and in secular world is a failure of generosity. And I submit to you that Kim never committed that sin, willingly or intentionally. She, in her world, met the obligation to do good. And she did. And because she did good, we ought not be cheap about her life either, because it's been a generous life. To everybody she's met. You know, Hennepin County is a wonderful district because it's innovative. It's the busiest district in the state, but you know, the bench is famous for providing programs to first-time offenders to keep them out of jail. The drug court was tremendously innovative. Remand was innovative. The property courts. There's a veterans court, and all these ideas were new once they started. And they were tremendous because they kept people out of prison and they engaged in sort of a forgiveness if they would do certain things. And you know, in drug court, for example, many people were looking at presumptive commits and never went. They got help, they got treatment. And they were a part of the 30% of men who don't go. And we're famous for this. And this is a district with a big heart. And the other districts across the state have adapted and adopted what we've done here in Hennepin County. And we should be thinking along the same lines for her. I've got a got a couple letters, and then I'll reach the durational departure, and then we'll hear from Kim. You know, I've submitted all these to the court. I know you've read them. This is just profound. This, too, is unheard of. And I must tell you, I edited out at least 25 to 50 that I didn't send, that were redundant or just not quite right to send. Some of them questions what happened here, which is okay to voice, but this is tremendous. And these are, you know, the last part just came in through Brooklyn Center for her. And I had no difficulty requesting people to write letters. They just kept coming and coming. I have a stack in my office which came in too late. But I have, I've read them all, and there's one that, there are a couple that I'd like to quote to you because they tell us who she is and why you should give her a break here. The first one's from an EMT. This was written to me, and I've sent it to you. I want to quote parts of it. I hope I can get through it, frankly. Although I only knew Officer Potter professionally throughout my 25 paramedic career, I had never witnessed Officer Potter mistreat, disrespect, nor use any force on any individual. Officer Potter had an amazing way of connecting with everybody. She was nothing but professional, helpful, caring to the other first responders and individuals in crisis involved in a 911 call. Her aura was infectious and quickly gained respect on any call just simply by walking into the scene. You see, Officer Potter never introduced herself in any other way than Kim to the families and individuals that requested 911 assistance. All the letters said the same thing, but this one was unique. The EMT recounts that in 2009, one of her colleagues was killed. She was at the scene with him as he died. I remember seeing the look on his face after he was lying there on the floor. It was a look I'd never seen before. I couldn't remember some events after this. And it so happened that Officer Potter was at the honor guard at the funeral. And quotes, Officer Potter kept checking on me as well as my other colleagues, making sure we were all taken care of. She made a huge impact on all of us during this devastating time. The EMT goes on to state that she was suffering from PTSD, which may have occurred here too, in light of her colleague's death. She goes on to say, I thought I was hiding my symptoms pretty well until one day I went on medical call in Brooklyn Center with Officer Potter. We ended up not transporting the individual in an ambulance, and we were walking out together. After the call, Officer Potter once again asked me how I was doing. I always responded, fine, thanks. While sitting inside of the back of the ambulance on the bench seat with the back doors of the ambulance open, Officer Potter jumped in the back of the ambulance and shut the doors. So just the two of us were there inside. Officer Potter put her right hand on my right shoulder and looked me straight in the eye. I will never forget what she then said. I've been noticing you have not been yourself for some time now. What can I do to help? Of course, I tried not to show her that I was hurting. Officer Potter sat down on the stretcher right in front of me and grabbed my hand. She told me it was okay to feel pain. I immediately began to tear up, and Officer Potter stayed with me and calmed me. Please keep in mind, I only knew Officer Potter professionally during my whole career. She did not have to take this time, nor did she owe me anything. It was just her personality and character. I can honestly say she genuinely cares for everyone she meets. Officer Potter helped me out of a dark place where I had no idea of the true meaning of PTSD. Without this interaction of Officer Potter, I can say I don't know how long it would have taken me to get help and realize how much of a toll my PTSD from the line of duty and death had taken on me. I had new respect for Officer Potter that day. I truly learned just how much of an impact her kindness meant. Every time I would run into her on a medical call after this day, we would check in on each other and offer a smile. With her help, I was able to retire from law enforcement being proud of the people I serve. She concludes by saying, EMT does, she is an incredible officer as well as person. The world would be an amazing place if everyone would strive to be even half the person she is. Thank you for your time and consideration. So she is amenable. She's particularly amenable, given her life, and a sentence which would stay the prison sentence would be just and right here. And I only approach the durational departure issue as a secondary argument. I offer no disrespect to Mr. Wright and his family, but there is a departure ground, and I would like to articulate it to you. It's all over the letters. Under Section 2D.203A1, if the victim is an aggressor, that is considered a mitigating fact. A single mitigating fact is sufficient under the law. That's State versus Solberg, 882 Northwest 2nd, 614, 618, Minnesota 216. There's nothing wrong with raising this as a factor. This is an adversarial system. We're duty-bound to advocate for the least amount of time. And again, I offer no disrespect here. But we're lawyers for her. And if the victim was aggressive, that is a mitigating ground. I request the court to make findings for the community, particularly for the law enforcement community, that there was aggression on the part of Mr. Wright. Driving without a license in a car without insurance, perhaps not. There was marijuana in the car, past instance of flight. He was arguably intoxicated with marijuana, which driving a car while intoxicated is a violent act. It can be. I would like the court to acknowledge that warrants of the court do matter and should be honored. This was a warrant for his arrest. I'd like the court to acknowledge that running away from the police officers, three of them, is a violent act. It's an aggressive act. And that in this case, it has a potential of harming the officers, and it did, according to the testimony. The state, on the other hand, says this, quotes, Dante Wright was not an aggressor against defendant. Dante Wright made no aggressive or violent movements toward defendant Potter or the other officers. Dante Wright simply pulled away from Officer Lucky in an attempt to drive off. We beg to differ. The testimony of Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson is that this was a dangerous situation. Sergeant Johnson was reaching in to prevent him from driving away and could have been hurt. Each said so. This was an aggressive act. I don't know how it couldn't be an aggressive act. There is no requirement that Kim Potter be a victim of the aggression herself. The law says that she can defend other officers on the scene, and so statute 609066. So, she can do that. The whole idea of this victim of an aggressor mitigation is where, as here, there's a self-defense claim that's defeated. It's not perfect. The jury rejected it, but nonetheless, the facts show that the victim, Mr. Wright, was the aggressor. And so when that happens, and it happens here, you have a durational departure ground. The state would also say, quotes, it's repeated again, their claim is that Dante Wright was, quotes, not combative with the officer. He made no threats to the officer. He did not act aggressively towards the officer. That's at page 11. That's inconsistent with the record. We take issue with that. Her intended response here to the aggression was to use a taser. Clearly, that's what the facts show. And therefore, her conduct was rooted in an innocent mistake, believing that she was using a taser and had a gun. And that makes the case significantly less serious than the typical manslaughter case because it was rooted in a mistake, rooted in innocence at the moment in response to a violent act. That makes it different here. And so you have durational departure grounds. And the state seems to agree that departure grounds do exist because they're falling away from the Blakely claim. No longer are they asking for 10 to 20 years or whatever they were asking for. And the Blakely claim was critical at trial because they got all this evidence in of Dante Wright's scene of death on the grounds, as you recall, that, oh, it's Blakely, we got to get it in. But they've abandoned that. And I would suggest to you that the case was overcharged. They should never have charged first-degree manslaughter for a first-time defendant. They should never ask for 86 months for someone like her. I have a couple more letters, and I will have concluded my remarks here. This one is from the former chief of police of Brooklyn Center. This came in late, but I forwarded it to you. I hope you got a chance to read it. He recounts that in July of 2014, I responded with several officers to a report of a toddler who had been struck by a vehicle. What happened here is that the child had been run over by his father and died. Everybody at the scene was having a difficult time with the call, he says. We forget how much trauma police experience on a daily basis, frankly. I took this call very hard, says the former chief, as I had just welcomed my second child to this world a few weeks earlier. Her name was the same name as the little girl who died in the accident. My other child was a 14-month-old girl. I read this letter because the following happened. Quotes, Kim came to my office a few days after this tragedy. She closed the door, sat down, and placed her feet on my desk, something I normally assume would be followed with a resignation letter. She asked me how I was doing. She was talking to me person to person, not as a coworker or manager. In just a few minutes, she had my trust to share the challenges I was having with the accident call. I felt like a 10-ton weight was lifted from my shoulders, and it was life-changing. I was seriously considering leaving law enforcement a year early as a result of this call, and she helped me move past my doubts. Kimberly has helped many other first responders and officers, and if others benefit just by a fraction of how I did, I know it made a notable impact on their lives. In closing, I know there are hundreds of examples of Kimberly's selfless acts to help others. She didn't do it for money, as none of these examples involve pay. She didn't do it for promotion, as nothing here is a rank. She did it because she truly cares about helping others. You know, he didn't have to write that. You know? I returned to family for her. You know, her son has written to you as well. Again, I wish you could have seen this in the room with the two boys. They're young men. Samuel Potter says, my mom is my rock. She is the reason I am where I am today. She's the reason I am the man I am today. Without her, I don't know where I would be. She raised my brother and me to live by the golden rule, to treat people how we want to be treated. I feel I do this to the best of my ability. And we can't ask any more of a young man than that, can we? Finally, the last excerpt I'd like to read, and then I will conclude. It comes from her mother. I think for those who have lost our mothers, this will even resonate further, because once you've lost your mother, there's an incredible vacuum in your life. You may recall that her mother came to the trial a couple times and sat in the corner and watched her daughter testify. She says, I am almost 82 years old, and I need quite a lot of help now. Kim is such a help to me. She's the one who cleans my apartment, changes my sheets, and makes sure I have what I need. She helps me go places because I can no longer drive long distances or drive easily in the dark. She helps me with my banking and my bills so I don't pay anything late. These things have gotten a lot harder for me as I've gotten older, and Kim keeps me on track. Sort of an axial line there, too. Kim is my daughter, but she's also my friend. She's the youngest of our 4 children by several years. When the older ones went away to college, Kimberly was the one who left at home. She and I spent a lot of time together, and we were very close. I confide in her. She's always able to understand me and help me when I have a question or when I'm worried about something. And she goes on to say this, she's a good person, and it makes me sad that people are talking so terribly about her. They make all kinds of conclusions about her because she chose her career to be a police officer. They just assume things, and they don't even take the time to try to get to know her before they make all kinds of judgments and awful statements about her. We taught her to treat others as she would want to be treated. I feel sad that other people in our city don't do the same. Why do we just keep letting people do this? Kimberly was a good officer, but the job is a stressful one. I don't know how she did it. I wouldn't have wanted to, but we need police officers to protect us. I'm glad someone wants to do it. If we send good police officers to jail when they make mistakes, we won't have anyone who wants to be one, which is a reframe of many letters. She concludes, her mother does, I love my daughter. I'm proud of her. I think that you know in your heart that it was a horrible accident. Please be lenient and give her probation so she can come home and help me. You know, maybe, you know, this is a very unique defendant here, given her age and career, and it's, you know, I would urge the court to approach it this way. Maybe it's time we should help her too. You know, we're helping all sorts of defendants who come through Hennepin County, and she should be helped. And this is something that perhaps she's never going to get over. I don't think she's ever going to get over it, frankly, given the report that you've read. I mean, it's time to reach out to someone like her and say, okay, what can we do for you? A lower sentence would, in our thinking, you know, the way of thinking, reflect the rules of, or the roles of mercy and forgiveness, which are both essential. You know, what remains of her life is that she's been a good daughter and a good sister. She's a loving mother, 2 wonderful boys, young men. She's been a wonderful companion to her husband, Jeff, who completely adores her, and rightly so. She loved her community. And she absolutely loved being a police officer. And these are the relationships that mark a life and form the units of a life. And may these units of her life be the ultimate calculation for mitigation here. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then I'll allow Ms. Potter, if she wishes to address the court. Okay? So 15 minutes.
Get to see a preview.
All right, you've been listening to the sentencing of Kim Potter. This was the portion of the sentencing that includes the victim impact statements. We just heard from the defense attorney representing Kim Potter, walking through for more than 30 minutes his case for why she should get probation as opposed to what the prosecution has requested, somewhere in the neighborhood of 86 months in prison for Kim Potter, after we heard from the family of Daunte Wright, his mother, father, brother, sister, and the mother of his almost 3-year-old son.
Especially speaking to the significance of his life to them, I'd like to go ahead and bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, after listening to that, what are your initial thoughts?
This is a pretty typical sentencing for a very atypical case. And by that, I think statistics will tell you the tale. In Minnesota, for example, the defense is asking for what's called a departure. Minnesota has a system that's similar to the federal system. They take they use a formula to arrive at a presumptive sentence within the sentencing guidelines. And just statistically, in 2019, for example, in Minnesota, 73% of offenders received a presumptive sentence under the guidelines. So that means that if the defense is successful, they're looking at a 20 or a little over a 20% chance of getting a sentence that goes below the guidelines. In Minnesota, it appears for the most part, you're going to be right in that presumptive sentence area. So, of course, the judge listens to victim impact statements, listens to family members, takes everything into account, but the numbers ultimately tell the tale. And look, in Minnesota, judges are elected. This is a high-profile case. It is the safe choice, the conservative choice, little c conservative, to stay within the guidelines and maybe vary a little up and down within them.
So, Danny, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, what would you expect then to be the outcome of this if we're staying within those guidelines? And the judge has now heard these victim impact statements and considered the fact that we're dealing with a police officer, not an average citizen, if you will. What would you expect the outcome of this sentencing to actually be?
Well, you have a lot of disparity. The defense is essentially asking for a probation-only sentence, and the prosecution is asking for a presumptive sentence within the guidelines, and that would still be, you know, in the 80 to 80 month sentence range. And I know it's super confusing. The federal government does this too, to convert to the 12-month system and make it years. But the bottom line is the prosecution is asking for years, and the defense is asking for probation only. The defense has a glimmer of hope here in that it could be said that Kim Potter is the unusual person who would adapt very well, exceptionally well, to probation, arguably because she's a former police officer. And that's what the case law in Minnesota requires, somebody who would adhere especially well to probation. But realistically, statistically, in all likelihood, this is going to be a presumptive sentence in the 70 to 80 month range, right in the Minnesota guidelines. And I only say it's possible to go lower because statistically, when judges depart, they almost always depart downward, not upward. They don't go aggravating, they go mitigating downward in the vast majority of sentences, at least using 2019 data in Minnesota.
Danny Savalos for us there. Danny, I want to ask you to hang tight if you can, because I'd like to go to Ron Allen, who is just outside of that courtroom there in Minnesota. Ron, you know, it's interesting hearing someone say inside the courtroom that this is a courtroom full of anger. What are people there telling you as they sort of await to see how this trial turns out?
Yeah, I thought that was a very interesting comment, too. The prosecutor, Matthew Frank, saying, what can we do to address the anger in the courtroom? And he also said, what could we do because we're in a divided community? And he made several references to the fact that there have been a number of cases like this of young black men, police, George Floyd, Amir Locke. That's very much there in the courtroom hanging over this. And the judge is obviously very mindful of these things as well. It was an interesting moment. I think here, as you heard from the family, Daunte Wright's mother and father, they wanted the charge to be murder, not manslaughter 1 and 2. So to not get a murder charge was disappointing for them. And so so they are really hoping and asking for the maximum possible sentence for manslaughter. They're not going to get that because the prosecution has said that they're going to request a sentence within the guidelines. So to some extent, within the guidelines, the maximum, yes. But earlier during the trial, the prosecution had indicated that there were aggravating circumstances. The fact that Potter endangered other people besides Wright, that she didn't carry out her duties and tell the other police arriving at the scene what had happened, causing them to be in danger as they were trying to get to the car where Wright was. But for some reason, the prosecution has backed off from those aggravating circumstances. And they've never clearly explained why they've done that. It may be that they're concerned about getting too long a sentence and it being vulnerable to an appeal. But the bottom line is we'll have to see how the family feels about this. But for them to, again, they wanted a murder charge. They wanted a murder conviction. They're not going to get that, obviously. Now they're hoping for the maximum possible sentence. It was very emotional watching them and listening to them. And you could obviously feel their pain. And what the family keeps coming back to is the fact that Daunte Wright is no more. And that's something that they're going to have to live with forever. It was also interesting how they kept referring to the fact that Kim Potter never said Daunte Wright's name early on at all, that she referred to him as the driver and dehumanized him, his mother said. So there's still a lot of grief, a lot of mourning, a lot of anger, a lot of pain in that courtroom, and we'll see how the judge responds to this. She has been expressionless. She has been steadfast, listening intently to the arguments, but she has not in any way betrayed any emotion, or not that you would expect that, as to what she is thinking or feeling about all this. And obviously we'll hear from Kim Potter, and we expect to be very remorseful. And based on what the Wright's family has said, the prosecutors have said, there's nothing that Kim Potter can say that would convince them that she deserves any sympathy, any leniency in the sentencing.
Which is certainly a case that her defense tried to make, that this was hard on her being in an isolated space and that she was not adjusting well. Ron Allen, thank you for joining us there live from Minneapolis. We appreciate it.
And as we said, we do expect to hear from Kim Potter this morning. We will continue to follow this breaking news throughout the day across the platforms of NBC News. For now, I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Morgan Radford. Your news continues right now. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with the powerful winter storm that's leaving a path of destruction across the Midwest and across the South. In Alabama, crews are assessing the damage after a possible tornado touchdown overnight. Winds were so strong there, a tractor-trailer was flipped over. One family had to be rescued after a tree fell on their home.
And then over in Illinois, snow and ice made for treacherous travel conditions. More than 100 cars piled up there on Interstate 39. It left drivers stranded there for hours. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by, tracking all of this for us. But let's go ahead and begin right now with NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett, who's live for us in Chicago. Maura, how bad did things there get?
Well, to put it into perspective, Morgan, earlier this week, we were seeing temperatures in the Midwest reaching nearly 40 degrees, which is super rare, obviously, here in the winter. And then these temperatures just dropped dramatically. This morning, I woke up to a real feel of -5. It's now 5 degrees here in Chicago. And so this was what was happening all across the country as we got all the snow and ice across the Midwest, tons of rain in other sections of the country, as you talked about. But these winter advisories ranging from Dallas all the way up to Maine. And so this is what a lot of people are looking out their windows to this morning and potentially into the weekend.
All right, NBC's Maura Barrett for us there. Maura, thank you so much.
And let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. He's been tracking this storm system all week for us. Bill, where is the storm now, and what can we expect as we go into this holiday weekend?
Yeah, Aaron, this storm is now exiting Maine and heading into Canada. Strong winds up through Nova Scotia and Halifax, and the strong winds over the Northeast are beginning to subside a little bit. So we're just about done with the impacts from the storm, but we have just a ton of cleanup from that foot of snow near Kansas City into central Illinois to the tornadoes that we had, alleged tornadoes in central Alabama, all the ice and the problems on the roads in Illinois and Indiana. I mean, it has been just a really rough last 24 hours. So you look at the map and you can see the white is the clouds. So even the clouds are clearing out and the sun is out in many areas. The temperatures are still dropping. Early this morning, it was 66 degrees in Philadelphia. And now the temperatures are really plummeting. Even New York City's back down to the 30s. So winter is returning after our little spring break throughout the region. There are still some snow showers and snow squalls coming off the lakes. So be careful driving between Buffalo and Syracuse. And the winds are still pretty high, but not as bad as they were. Atlantic City still gusting to 41. Boston 36. Nantucket 33. For the airports, once the winds are over 40, that's when we really start to see a lot of problems. And since the winds have come down, a lot of the airports are doing okay. LaGuardia is the exception. Right now, 90-minute delays at LaGuardia, but all the other major airports in the Northeast corridor are doing just fine. The biggest issue is still the residual flooding from all of the heavy rain, plus we had the snow melt, and a lot of rivers, the ice got loose, and we have ice jam problems in Lake Placid, near western New York. There's numerous ice jams. We have problems in southern portions of Ohio. Everywhere you see a little maroon color inside, that's where we have flash flood warnings currently taking place. So a good chunk of Ohio, anywhere near a river in Indiana is not a fun time right now either. Many are in minor to moderate flood stage. Even a couple are in major flood stage. And the next storm is not far behind. Already wind problems in the areas of North Dakota. We have high wind warnings and blizzard warnings in effect. It's going to be windy enough to pick the snow up and blow it around. They call it, like a ground whiteout situation. And as far as the actual how strong the winds will be, we do expect them to gust up to 50 to 55 miles per hour from Fargo to Minneapolis later on today. So we could have some airport problems there too. So the rest of the country is doing just fine. It's a cleanup day in the south from those storms yesterday, and we'll do a little snow melt this weekend in areas of the Ohio Valley. But yeah, this was more of a spring-like storm. Very strange for the middle of February.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you.
So do you know who's chatting with your kids on social media? The family of a teen influencer found out after they say that one of their daughter's followers arrived at their door last summer with a gun. NBC national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with that story. Gabe, what happened here?
Hi there, Morgan. The family says that young man was an obsessive stalker who not only showed up at their house with a gun, but used it. That's when the influencer's dad, a retired cop, took action with deadly consequences. Ava Majuri is a growing social media star.
Give me all ideas in the comments.
The 15-year-old has more than 1.2 million followers on TikTok. But last summer, her family says one of those followers showed up at the family's Florida home with a gun.
Somebody had attempted to breach the door with I presume the shotgun.
Ava's father, Rob, a retired police lieutenant, sprang into action, saying he eventually shot the intruder.
At that point, I took action and neutralized the threat.
The Majuris say the alleged gunman was Eric Justin, an obsessed fan who sent Ava hundreds of messages on her social media accounts. Ava's parents say at one point they allowed their daughter to sell the 18-year-old 2 selfies she had already posted online, and that he also paid her classmates for information about Ava. But they say Justin then started asking Ava for explicit photos.
I had an opportunity to actually text this person and said, hey, she's a minor and we need to not contact her anymore, and we'd notify the authorities.
The day of the shooting, authorities telling local media a man was shot and killed while attempting a home invasion without releasing any names. No one was arrested at the time. Overnight, the Collier County Sheriff's Office sending NBC News a heavily redacted police report, calling the case an ongoing investigation. After the incident, the family moved, and Ava started homeschooling.
Everything has changed. More security on our end, more reviews of accounts, more checking in, just trying to be normal for Ava.
Despite the terrifying ordeal, Ava is still posting on social media.
Even afterwards, people seem to say, why would you allow this to continue? It became such a part of her personality and her being that to take it away would maybe harm her more.
One of her latest posts, a warning to others, writing on Instagram, "I hope my experience will be a teaching moment for not just my friends, but social media users of all ages and backgrounds." And Aaron and Morgan, the father in this case, says that stand your ground was his defense, and police told him the shooting was deemed justified, but authorities would not comment on that overnight. We reached out to TikTok for comment about this specific story, and a spokesperson sent us their company guidelines for users under the age of 16, saying our platform is designed with the safety of minors in mind, and some of our features are age restricted. But Aaron and Morgan, certainly a cautionary tale for many parents. Back to you.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thank you. And right now we want to go where we are hearing Officer Kim Potter take the stand in the trial. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I don't believe I had a right to. I didn't even have a right to be in the same room with you. I am so sorry that I hurt you so badly. My heart is broken and devastated for all of you. I pray for Dante and all of you many, many times a day. He is not more than one thought away from my heart, and I have no right for that, for him to be in my heart. I do pray that one day you can find forgiveness, only because hatred is so destructive to all of us. And that I pray peace will always be with you and your family. Again, I am so sorry. And to the community of Brooklyn Center, I do owe you an apology too. I loved working for you. And I am sorry what has happened to our community since the death of Dante. The men and women who work for you still are good, honorable people and will work hard for you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Potter. Okay, this is one of the saddest cases I've had on my 20 years on the bench. On the one hand, a young man was killed, and on the other, a respected 26-year veteran police officer made a tragic error by pulling her handgun instead of her taser. Thank you to everyone who spoke. I have been profoundly moved by the comments of the Wright family. Dante was very loved. His son has lost a father. And Mr. and Mrs. Wright, I cannot begin to understand the grief of losing a child. I'm so sorry for your loss. Kimberly Potter honorably served her community for 26 years as a police officer. She was a respected officer and consistently went over and above the call of duty. She's a wife, a mother, an aunt, a granddaughter, a colleague, and a friend to many. In addition to the letters that were forwarded to me by Mr. Ng, I received hundreds and hundreds of letters in her support from colleagues, family, friends, acquaintances, community leaders and members, and even strangers. I read them all. They paint a portrait of a woman who touched a lot of people in a good way. I want to talk briefly about the aggravating factors that were brought up in this case. As I mentioned before, the state initially took the position Ms. Potter should receive a sentence above the guidelines and filed a brief in support of two aggravating factors under Blakely. All parties agreed that I would determine whether aggravating factors existed to justify a harsher sentence than that set forth in the guidelines. I feel compelled to address the grounds for that request because they were made public, and I think it is important to note they were not proven in this case. The state did not meet its burden of proof on the first factor. It is based on defendant causing a greater than normal danger to the passenger in the car and two other officers when she fired. But the shot only hit Dante Wright. The passenger and the officers were not injured by that shot. The cases cited by the state in its brief did not support its position. In fact, they illustrate why this case does not involve a greater than normal danger to others. In the Fleming case, he fired a gun 6 times in a park filled with children. In State versus Omaha, defendant fired numerous shots into 2 apartment buildings. There is no comparison here. The state also did not meet its burden of proof on the second Blakely factor. Contrary to the state's claims, Kimberly Potter did not abuse her position of authority. In fact, it is undisputed Ms. Potter or Officer Potter was in the line of duty and doing her job in attempting to lawfully arrest Dante Wright on the warrant when she mistook her gun for her taser. What's more, she drew her taser legitimately to protect a fellow officer on the other side of the vehicle who could have been dragged and seriously injured if the car were to speed away. Officer Potter's conduct clearly was not significantly more serious than that typically involved in the commission of the crime in question, justifying an upward departure. Turning to defendant's request for a dispositional departure, there is no question that Ms. Potter is extremely remorseful. She showed that today. She showed that when it happened. It is also beyond dispute that she is particularly amenable to probation. But the court retains the discretion to make departure decisions independently. The court is not required to depart even where mitigating factors are present, and that's set forth in State versus Birch, 689 Northwest 2nd, 276, affirmed by the Supreme Court, 707 Northwest 2nd, 660. This has been an extremely difficult decision. In making my decision, I look to the purposes of incarceration. There are 4: retribution, incapacitation, deterrence, and rehabilitation. 3 of the 4 would not be served in this case. Incapacitation refers to the physical removal of a convicted person to prevent them from committing future crimes. That is not an issue in this case. Kimberly Potter does not present a danger of future crimes, obviously. Deterrence refers to the prevention of future crime and the idea that those who have committed crimes will be discouraged from reoffending after experiencing punishment. That purpose would not be served here. Rehabilitation is also not a purpose that would justify incarceration in this case. Ms. Potter does not require rehabilitation to become a law-abiding citizen. Retribution, or serving time as a way for a convicted person to pay for the harm inflicted on a victim, is the sole purpose that applies in this case. And in this case, a young man was killed because Officer Potter was reckless. There rightfully should be some accountability. Sentencing guidelines are just that. They are guidelines that inform a judge regarding sentencing for various crimes. They are not set in stone. The court has the discretion to depart from guidelines depending on the particular facts of a case. A downward durational departure is justified if a crime is less onerous than typical. Put another way, if the conduct is significantly less serious than that typically involved in the commission of the crime, sentencing below the guidelines is justified. I find the facts and circumstances here justify a downward departure from the guidelines. First, Officer Potter's conduct was significantly less serious than your typical manslaughter case. The misdemeanor predicate for the manslaughter count was reckless handling or use of a firearm. Here, everybody agrees, and the evidence is undisputed, that Officer Potter never intended to use her firearm. She mistakenly drew her firearm at all times, intending to use her taser. There were police officers and experts who testified that the use of her taser was reasonable and appropriate under the circumstances presented for officer safety reasons. The fact she never intended to draw her firearm makes this case less serious than other cases. Second, the scene was chaotic, tense, and rapidly evolving. Officer Potter was required to make a split-second judgment. That constitutes a mitigating circumstance. Finally, unlike other manslaughter 1 cases, Officer Potter's actions were not driven by personal animosity toward Dante Wright. Instead, she was acting in the line of duty in effectuating a lawful arrest. This case is highly unusual. The other officer cases tried in this court are distinguishable. This is not a cop found guilty of murder for using his need to pin down a person for 9.5 minutes as he gasped for air. This is not a cop found guilty of manslaughter for intentionally drawing his firearm and shooting across his partner and killing an unarmed woman who approached his squad. This is a cop who made a tragic mistake. She drew her firearm thinking it was a taser and ended up killing a young man. Ms. Potter, will you please rise? Given all these considerations and having carefully considered the comments of the family of both Daunte Wright and the comments of Kimberly Potter, as well as the arguments of counsel, it is the sentence and judgment of this court that you shall be committed to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a period of 24 months. You shall serve 2/3 of that time, or 16 months in prison, and 1/3 on supervised release, assuming no disciplinary offenses or conditional release violations. You have credit for 58 days already served. Restitution will be reserved. There'll be a fine of $1,000 and a surcharge of $78 to be taken out of prison wages or due within 180 days. You must provide a DNA sample. You may not use or possess any firearms, ammunition, or explosives. You have the right to appeal the conviction and sentence. If you are unable to pay the cost of an appeal, you may apply for leave to appeal at state expense by contacting the state public defender. You may be seated, Ms. Potter. I'd like to make a few parting comments. I recognize there will be those who disagree with this sentence, that I granted a significant downward departure does not in any way diminish Daunte Wright's life. His life mattered. And to those who disagree and feel a longer prison sentence is appropriate, as difficult as it may be, please try to empathize with Ms. Potter's situation. As President Barack Obama once said, learning to stand in somebody else's shoes, to see through their eyes, that's how peace begins. And it's up to you to make that happen. Empathy is a quality of character that can change the world. Officer Kimberly Potter was trying to do the right thing. Of all the jobs in public service, police officers have the most difficult one. They must make snap decisions under tense, evolving, and ever-changing circumstances. They risk their lives every single day in public service. Officer Potter made a mistake that ended tragically. She never intended to hurt anyone. Her conduct cries out for a sentence significantly below the guidelines. Okay, thank you.
All right, the sentencing here of Kim Potter in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. Essentially what we heard is that the former officer has been sentenced to 16 months in jail, actual jail time, and then 8 months of supervised release, having already served about 2 months of that time ultimately that she will have to spend in prison.
And again, to hear the judge say it, she called this a significant downward departure from the guidelines, really reinforcing that the guidelines, as she said, are just that. And these are the guidelines we're referring to for manslaughter 1. And when she sort of walked us through what her decision-making process was, she called this a tragic mistake. She said that Officer Potter was extremely remorseful. She said that this case was less serious because of the intention to use the taser.
So this could have been, the maximum sentence would have been 15 years. The prosecution had asked for about 7 years. And obviously in this case, the actual sentence the judge handed down was, as she said, significantly less. Ron Allen has been following this for us from Minneapolis, from outside the courthouse there in Minnesota. He joins us now. Ron, you've been listening in to all of the victim impact statements as well as the judge's sentencing here. Your thoughts and perspective from your vantage point.
Well, we expect to hear soon from the State Attorney General, Keith Ellison, whose office prosecuted this case. And we hope to hear from Wright's family, as Dante Wright's family as well. Yes, it was quite a statement by the judge as she was handing down the sentence. And she was obviously very mindful that there are going to be a lot of people who will disagree with her. You're right, the maximum sentence for first-degree manslaughter is 15 years. The sentencing guidelines, the max is about 8.5 years, and she sentenced Potter to 2 years. So saying, again, that she made an innocent mistake. This was essentially the argument that the defense made throughout the trial, that she made an innocent mistake, that she was a trained officer who had worked for 26 years and carried out her duties, and that this was, as our attorney said during the arguments today, a 5-second mistake that ended tragically. We haven't yet heard from Wright's family, but you heard them during the sentencing, the impact statements. They are angry. They do not think that she has expressed enough remorse. They faulted her for not even looking at them or saying Dante Wright's name during the trial. And she made a point today of turning her back to the cameras, but she was addressing and focusing and trying to speak directly to Dante Wright's family, and specifically his mother, Katie Wright, saying that she empathized, tried to understand the pain that a mother would feel. And the judge saw that remorse, and that was a factor in the 24-month sentence that she handed down. Again, we are hoping and expecting to hear from the prosecutors in all this and to see what they have to say. The judge also, interestingly, said that this is not the case of George Floyd and Derek Chauvin, the officer who kneeled on his neck for 9 minutes or so. And this is not also the case of another police officer here in Minneapolis, another case that hasn't gotten as much attention, of an officer named Officer Noor, who shot a woman who had called 911 because she thought that there was an attack going on in her neighborhood in an alley near her home. The officer shot across his partner and killed this woman a couple of years ago. He was sentenced to 5.5 years recently on a manslaughter charge. And the judge was, I think, trying to speak to the community to say that this case involving Officer Potter is unique. It was special. She said it was the saddest case that she's had to preside over in 20 years on the bench. And she was obviously trying to balance a lot of things. And ultimately, she felt that 24 months was enough of a penalty, enough of a price for Potter to pay. And again, she noted that there are going to be a lot of people who disagree with this.
She was prepared for that. She finished, honestly, in tears, and she was quoting former President Barack Obama at the end of that, really asking for the world to provide empathy, as she said. She felt like former Officer Potter deserved that. Ron Allen for us there on the ground. Ron, we want to thank you for being there, and we'll speak to you a little bit later. Thank you.
We will continue to follow this breaking news throughout the day here on the platforms of NBC News. The news continues right now. Right now, breaking news, Potter sentencing. The former police officer convicted of killing Daunte Wright has just learned her fate. The sentence handed down by a Minnesota judge.
Ukraine on edge. Russia launches new military drills at the border. President Biden warning that an invasion could come within days. We'll share with you the new message from Moscow that some are calling an ultimatum.
Battle over masks. More schools nationwide putting an end to face covering mandates, but some are keeping them in place. Why in one state they stand to lose millions of dollars over the decision.
And arts and science. Climate change could be about to take an enormous toll on priceless works of art. The all-out effort underway right now to protect America's museums and the treasures inside. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this Friday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the latest on breaking news we've been bringing you throughout the morning here on NBC News Now.
That's right. The former Minnesota police officer convicted of killing Daunte Wright has just learned her sentence. That's 16 months in prison, followed by 8 months of supervised release. Kim Potter fatally shot Wright during a traffic stop last year, and she says she mistook her handgun for a taser.
Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Ron Allen in Minneapolis for us, and NBC News legal contributor Cynthia Alksny. Ron, I'll start with you here. Walk us through what just happened inside the courtroom this morning. A very emotional proceeding indeed.
It was extraordinary, Aaron, yes. The judge breaking down in tears as she was finishing her remarks about the sentence. Just very emotional. She said that it was the saddest case that she had seen in her 20 years on the bench as she handed down the sentence of 24 months in prison for Kim Potter, essentially 2 years, which is much lower than the sentencing guidelines suggested, 8.5 years, and even lower than the, much even lower than the 15 years, which is the maximum sentence that comes with a manslaughter conviction. She said this was an unusual case. She said that it was a tragic mistake. She said that Daunte Wright's life did matter and that he was loved, and she acknowledged that, and she acknowledged or tried to acknowledge the pain and grief that the family is obviously still feeling. And she also emphasized that Kim Potter was an upstanding law enforcement officer. She talked about how difficult it is and how dangerous it is for police to do their jobs. She talked about how Potter was, in fact, carrying out a lawful or trying to carry out a lawful arrest when this happened, essentially repeating and agreeing with many elements of the defense's case throughout the trial, even though the jury did, in fact, convict Potter of manslaughter. We expect to hear from the State Attorney General, Keith Ellison, whose office prosecuted this case soon. We also expect to hear from Wright's family. The judge even acknowledged in her remarks that there are probably going to be a lot of people who are disappointed by this, who are angered by this, but she urged empathy. She said that that's how peace begins. She's very mindful of what's been going on in this community during the past few years. For example, making a reference to the fact that this case is not the case of George Floyd and Derek Chauvin, who kneeled on his neck for some 9.5 minutes. Again, trying to anticipate the community reaction, which may be extraordinarily negative in some corners. But again, yes, an extraordinary day, a very emotional day in court as the judge handed down the sentence.
Cynthia, I want to bring you in here. This has been a case that a lot of people have followed closely, one of several high-profile cases involving police officers and shootings, particularly in that part of Minnesota. I just want to get your read on the decision that we heard from the judge today, the sentence this judge handed down.
Well, count me in as one of the people who's disappointed. I mean, the jury decided this wasn't just a mistake. The jury already made a decision that there was a conscious disregard. And a record that the judge didn't seem to adopt. And let me just say something else about this cop. We are accustomed to bully cops who are overly aggressive. This woman is a different kind of cop that's also dangerous. She's a go along and get along, even when there's a pretextual stop. She admitted on the stand this was a stop that was basically a pretext to stop this guy because there was something hanging from his rearview mirror. She created that dangerous situation. She was supposed to be training. And instead, there's a pretext, stop for driving while black. Well, I'm completely opposed to this downward departure. Some downward departure wouldn't surprise me, but to go down this far is really a slap in the face to what happened to this young man and his entire family that was shattered.
All right, we will leave it there for now. NBC News legal contributor for us, Cynthia Alsney, as well as Ron Allen for us in Minneapolis. Thank you both.
Stepping abroad for a moment, the latest now on the growing escalations and accusations along the Russian-Ukrainian border. One pro-Russian separatist group said that they're evacuating eastern Ukraine, saying that Ukrainian forces will, in fact, be told to attack. However, the chief of Ukraine's armed forces says that's simply not true. U.S. officials say the Russian military presence has grown in and around Ukraine to as much as 190,000 troops. That number was reported to be around 100,000 as recently as January 30th. Meanwhile, President Biden is holding a call today with several leaders about this crisis. He's scheduled to give an address on what's happening in Ukraine at 4 p.m. Eastern, and we will bring you that address live right here on NBC News Now. But first, NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is following all of this from Moscow. Matt, let's go and begin with the latest on Russia's military exercises. I mean, what do we know about what exactly is happening at that border? Because the number seems to shift.
Yeah, thank you, Morgan. Well, we've seen the Western estimates increase. It is my understanding that when we hear those numbers, it was from the American ambassador to the OSCE today, actually, who got us to that 170,000 realm, is starting to include the pro-Russian or Russian-backed separatists in the breakaway regions of eastern Ukraine. So that's an interesting shift in the way they count this, because today we're focusing quite heavily on events in those breakaway statelets, as you alluded to, what looks to be a worrying escalation of the situation. You know, starting this morning, we heard a claim from the head of Donetsk and Luhansk regions saying that they are organizing a massive evacuation of civilians into Russia, particularly Rostov. This was followed later in the day by an announcement from President Putin here in Russia that all refugees who make it across the Russian border will be paid about $150, given meals and first aid. And this is now followed up even more concerning with reports coming out just now that we're still trying to understand. I have to be clear about that, of a large explosion. This is coming out of the local region of local spokesmen in Donetsk, and Russian state media claims of a large explosion in central Donetsk. It seems to be that was a car bomb. The car appears to have belonged to the local security chief. So there's a lot of questions now, a lot of concern that this might be the type of escalation that everyone has been kind of on edge about. Of course, as you mentioned, it's coupled with accusations that the Ukrainian military is preparing an imminent invasion, an imminent attack on these regions of their own. And we're also seeing, I have to mention, we're seeing an uptick in this narrative on the Russian state media. They've been kind of dancing around this more or less over the past few days. You've seen hints of it. But, just over the last hour or two on Rossiya 24, one of the main government 24-hour news networks, it's all Donetsk, it's evacuations, it's car bombs, it's imminent Ukrainian attacks. So we're seeing a shift in the narrative. We still don't know what this is all alluding to, where this is going, but it's definitely an escalation, and the mood is different.
All right, NBC's Matt Bodner for us there. Matt, thank you so much for that reporting live from Moscow. I want to come back here to the U.S. The U.S. government remains open for business. Yet another short-term funding bill has cleared the House and the Senate. But we will likely be talking about shutdown concerns again next month. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now live from the Capitol. Leanne, look, this is another stopgap bill. Is there any sense that we could actually see a real spending bill in the next few months?
Well, that is the hope. And I will say, Morgan, that remember the fiscal year started October 1st. So Congress has been passing these short-term spending bills since then, and they just did so again last night. There is more optimism that they can actually come to an agreement on a spending bill that lasts the remainder of the fiscal year until September 30th. Now, at the beginning of the fiscal year, there were some Republicans who didn't want a long-term spending bill. They wanted lower government funding levels. They which is actually Trump-era government funding levels. They didn't want an increase in domestic spending, but that tune has changed over the last couple months, especially with the new threats in Ukraine and the Russia invasion, and just the world is a different place. So now Republicans do want this new spending bill, in part because the Defense Department needs it to address the new threats that the country faces. Morgan.
And Leanne, you know, several voted on several amendments yesterday. The senators, they all failed. But did anything jump out to you about those amendments?
Well, those amendments were why things were held up for the past week and why it took so long for the Senate to actually pass it. And they were amendments by 4 Republicans. 2 of them had to do with COVID mandates. They wanted to defund all COVID vaccine and mask mandates around the country. Those amendments failed. There was another amendment by Senator Marco Rubio who wanted to ensure, or there was an attempt to pass an amendment by Senator Marco Rubio that would ensure that the government is not funding crack pipes for drug users. Now, that didn't pass because there was a disagreement over language, but ultimately there was a resolution on all of these issues, and they were able to move to this government funding bill, and they were able to fund the government, again, like you said, until March 11th while they work on one that hopefully will last for the rest of the fiscal year.
And Leanne, we have to go here in just a moment, but I don't want to let you go without asking about this one more breadcrumb we've received in the Supreme Court nomination process. What more can you tell us about who might actually fill Justice Breyer's seat?
Well, we know that there are top 3 people who are in contention, and that is Ketanji Brown Jackson, that's Leandra Kruger, who seems to be the least likely of the 3, and then that's J. Michelle Childs of South Carolina, who the South Carolina delegation is really wanting. But President Biden said he wants to name someone by the end of the month. That's in just about 8, 9, 10 days. And so we are expecting the nomination to be revealed next week, Morgan.
All right. NBC's Leanne Caldwell for us there, Leanne. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, millions are dealing with the aftermath after severe weather ripped through parts of the South and the Midwest overnight. Crews in Alabama assessing the damage there after a tornado touched down late Thursday. The winds were so strong they flipped over a tractor trailer. One family in Leeds, Alabama, escaped safely after a tree fell onto their home. The storm's snow and ice also led to travel disasters. Take a look here, a 100-car pileup. This is in Illinois. It shut down part of Interstate 39 there. Snow was falling at 2 inches per hour in the Midwest. There were even reports of thunder snow in Kansas City. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with the storm's latest track. We want to turn now first to NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett. She is tracking the storm damage from Chicago for us today. Maura, let's start with that pileup we mentioned on the interstate there. The highway is back open at this point, or is it?
As far as we know, though, Aaron, it's not yet, actually. This pileup happened yesterday afternoon, and state police saying that they were going to need to put in at least 12 hours of work to clear it. When we woke up this morning, the latest indication we got was that it was going to be cleared by midday today, but as far as we know, not open yet. Luckily, though, we have not gotten any reports of injuries from people involved in that pileup. But again, I mean, the snow, the ice here yesterday and across Illinois was falling incredibly fast, and when this initially happened in the early afternoon, this was right around the time the storm was really picking up traction, and so that's why we see those insane visuals of what happened on the interstate there. But as police continue to update us, we will let you know. But as far as we know right now, that interstate's still closed down.
Well, Maura, let's turn to the southern side of this storm now, if we can. How are the recovery efforts going in Alabama, for example, at this point?
Right, we're looking at a suspected tornado in Alabama, and this is something the storm was just insane to watch because it was really all these varying types of precipitation between the rain, ice, snow, wind, all of the things happening across basically the eastern section of the country. And so recovery efforts getting sorted out here in Alabama, this morning after seeing those trailers flipped, the trees go into homes. So about 13,000 people in Alabama right now without power, and so this is something that they're just working on this morning in terms of recovery efforts. But again, right now, as far as we know, no personal injuries have been reported either there, Aaron.
All right, Maura Barrett tracking the storm from Chicago for us. Maura, thank you.
For more on that, let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns with the latest. Bill, what can we expect this President's Day weekend?
Yeah, this storm blew in and blew out in a hurry, and in its wake, we get a little cleanup, especially our friends in Alabama and areas. We had wind damage, too, from Texas all the way through Louisiana and Mississippi, too. So they get to do their cleanup, and they warm up nicely. But this time of year, mid-February, those temperature swings, just make your head hurt in areas of the Northeast and Great Lakes and Midwest. This morning, it was 60s in D.C., New York, and Philadelphia. Now the wind chill's falling through the 20s. As the storm exits, the cold air is just pouring in. And we had record highs yesterday. I mean, we saw temperatures as warm as 71 as far north as Wilmington, Delaware. It was 50s in Vermont. I mean, heading into the holiday weekend, this is the least thing ever the ski resorts wanted for everyone that had planned their President's Day week ski trips over the next 7 to 10 days. We melted a lot of snow, and it doesn't look like anything's really coming in the next couple days either. Current temperatures have dropped significantly, now down to 40 at Central Park. Look at Buffalo and Syracuse, so that cold air will make it all the way down to the coast as we go throughout the next couple hours. And then tomorrow is a cold day. High temperatures only in the 20s in Chicago, Detroit, and through the Ohio Valley. The problem is that we had snow melt, we've had a lot of rain, and now the temperatures are going to be in the 20s. There's going to be puddles that are going to turn to ice everywhere, and that's happening right now in the Great Lakes and Ohio Valley. So be careful, especially after the sun sets, because that's when all the pavement will get that black ice situation. But here's the good news. This is one of those wild swings once again. Look at D.C. By the time we get to Monday and Tuesday, back up into the 60s. Same for New York City, back up into the 50s. So it's a brief cold shot and then another huge warm-up. So here's how the upcoming weekend looks. Snow squalls moving through the Great Lakes and through the Northeast on Saturday. So cold winds in the Great Lakes. Everybody else, the southern half of the country, looks like a fantastic start to your holiday weekend. No problems at all. And even by Sunday, temperatures begin to rebound with a very nice, beautiful Sunday for any of your winter sports in the Northeast. The Great Lakes warms up. Chicago hits 43 and a little bit of light snow. So what's next? Are we going to continue with these wild swings? Well, here's the end of February outlook. The eastern half of the country will be warmer than average, but a big cold shot is expected to move down from Canada and cover up a lot of the lower 48 for the end of February. So, Morgan and Aaron, typically in March we talk about just, nature can't make up its mind. Is it winter? Is it spring? It looks like at the end of February, winter is going to win out.
Wow. Okay. Not the news I was hoping to hear, but I will accept it. Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thank you as always.
On the money this hour, the markets are down today, headed for their second week of losses in a row. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is keeping an eye on all of our business headlines. So, Dom, where are we seeing the biggest losses right now?
So, Aaron, those biggest losses, they had been pretty much the most in favor stocks during the recovery from the depths of the virus pandemic. We've talked about them a lot. They're the stocks that are tied to things like technology, media and communications, also consumer spending. Many of the stocks that investors kind of really flocked to over the last couple of years, they bid up the prices for stocks like Apple or Tesla or computer chip makers like NVIDIA. Investors, they were willing to pay those higher prices to own a piece of companies that had higher growth prospects. But as some of those growth prospects start to come into a little bit of question, there becomes less of that appetite to take on owning those stocks. So two of the main things, of course, driving the investor sentiment picture right now are the geopolitical uncertainties around Russia and Ukraine, as well as future policies by the Federal Reserve meant to slow down things like inflation, maybe even tap the brakes on the U.S. economy. So all of that is playing out. It's technology that continues, Aaron, to be the epicenter of the market downside.
Dom, let's talk a little bit about Amazon. It's raising subscription prices starting today, I understand. How much are we looking at a change here and why?
So we got this update. We got a heads up, Aaron, a few weeks back about this, but it is happening now. Amazon will raise the price of its Prime subscription service. And starting today, new members who want to sign up for Amazon Prime will pay $139 a year to gain access to Amazon's expedited shipping, also its media content library like Prime Video or Prime Music. The old price, by the way, you remember, was $119. Now, if you'd rather pay in monthly installments, the monthly price is going to go up to $14.99, and it was $12.99. By the way, this is the first price increase for Prime in 4 years, but still, many companies, and Amazon included, are facing higher costs for things like fuel, for things like raw materials and supplies. So the price increase is not only going to go to helping to offset some of those costs, but also increase content costs for putting all those videos on Prime as well.
And finally, Dom, the toy company Mattel is announcing a new business strategy. What's that company up to?
So what they're trying to do is expand their presence outside of just toys. They want to kind of get beyond just this notion that they're going to make Barbies and Hot Wheels and things like that. The next leg of growth for Mattel will involve things like digital games and video gaming, also digital art or content, maybe even non-fungible tokens or NFTs on some of that digital art. We've talked about that a lot. So what Mattel is looking to do is hoping that this strategy will at least allow it to tap into consumers' enthusiasm for those big brands that they own, right? Like Barbie, Hot Wheels, Uno when it comes to playing cards, and deliver other ways for the users to experience its brands. So a lot of it we already know is in kind of video cartoon content. We see Barbie and movies and whatnot. They want to expand that, and the digital side of things, the blockchain NFTs could be a big part of that story, guys.
All right, Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
With teachers and students struggling throughout the pandemic, many are now asking for more help.
Up next, why Florida's governor is proposing a cut to school funding and what it has to do with mask mandates.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Making news right now, a Florida police officer is accused of using excessive force. Video shows Nicholas Lordy there. If you look at your screen, that's the West Palm Police Department punching a man 11 times and then shoving his knee into him. And this was all after he was handcuffed. Lordy claims the man tried to grab another officer's gun, prompting him to use force, but the video contradicts that claim. He was charged with aggravated battery. The FDA is warning consumers not to use certain powdered baby formula due to reports of contamination. The warning involves Similac, Alimentum, and EleCare formulas, and that have the expiration dates after April 2022. Now, we should stress that this recall involves powdered formulas only, does not apply to those liquid formulas. And our national bird is showing signs of widespread lead poisoning. A study published just yesterday in the journal Science evaluated eagles in 38 different states. And then researchers found that 46% of bald eagles and 47% of golden eagles had chronic lead poisoning. Scientists believe this is all because the eagles scavenged the remains of animals that were shot with lead ammunition.
Well, coast to coast vaccine requirements are being lifted in parts of the country as the rate of COVID infections keeps dropping. Seattle is set to lift its proof of vaccination requirement for restaurants, theaters, and gyms starting March 1st. Same is happening in Philadelphia. The city just lifted its vaccine mandate for indoor dining. But Philly officials are also pushing incentives to get the shot. They're now offering $100 to residents who get fully vaccinated. Looking beyond the U.S., new cases worldwide dropping 19% as well. That's according to the World Health Organization. But the agency says it is keeping a close eye on an Omicron subvariant. Now, some parts of the world are still struggling to combat the virus. Hong Kong hospitals hit 90% capacity on Thursday as they battle a record number of new virus cases there. Lots of COVID headlines to talk about today. Let's begin with CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell. Meg, in the U.S. here, we are seeing more state and local officials not only lifting those mask mandates, but also the vaccine requirements that we had been seeing. What are public health experts saying about this trend, how we got there, what it means going forward?
Yeah, you know, there's mixed feelings about this. Some in the public health world say it is just too soon and that lifting measures like this, particularly the vaccine requirements to be able to eat indoors, for example, that it's too soon to lift those, that will lead to prolonged spread of the virus. Others say it's time that we start lifting some of these measures, in particular the mask measures, as the cases have been coming down so precipitously. We are still over 100,000 cases per day in the United States, but that is down almost 70% over the last 2 weeks. Hospitalizations and deaths also coming down. So there is mixed opinion about this in the public health world, as there is for essentially everything. Some think it's the right time and some say it's too soon.
I want to talk about that Omicron subvariant. We've been hearing little bits and pieces about the World Health Organization saying that it appears to be, the quote here, steadily increasing in prevalence. What more do we know about this particular subvariant?
Yes, this has been really interesting. It's known as BA2, and it's sort of a lineage of Omicron. And what we know is that it has been increasing in some countries and around the world. It now accounts for 1 in 5 new cases of Omicron, according to the World Health Organization. And its prevalence is highest mostly in Asia, although we also heard about it gaining in prevalence in Denmark. And essentially what we know about it is that it does appear to be more transmissible than even Omicron was before. So far, the data suggests it's not more severe and doesn't have any sort of different impact on the vaccines. The question is, of course, is this going to lead to a new surge? And what most experts think is if it has any impact, it might prolong the Omicron wave, but probably not change the trajectory of it. And of course, that's what everybody hopes, that we don't get another surge with this variant or any other bad ones.
Yeah, fingers crossed for sure about that. Meg Terrell for us from CNBC. Meg, thank you.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is backing a proposal to cut $200 million from the school districts that defied his ban on mask mandates. NBC6 South Florida reporter Cristian Benitez is joining us now for following that story. Cristian, what is the governor saying here?
Well, Morgan, last year, Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed an executive order prohibiting mask mandates in schools. Still, about a dozen school districts across Florida defied the governor and implemented them. Now, those school districts could lose $200 million in state funding that they would have otherwise received.
These school districts broke the law.
A battle over school funding escalating in Florida. The State House has approved a budget which would slash $200 million slated for school districts that implemented mask mandates last year.
The Parents' Bill of Rights.
The mandates defied an executive order by Governor Ron DeSantis, which prohibited them.
Why are we still revisiting that and now trying to weaponize the law to punish school districts, to bully school districts, to retaliate against school districts?
Among the school districts that stand to lose out on funding, Broward County. Dr. Rosalind Osgood is a school board member there.
It continues to sadden me. We shouldn't have to fight the state legislator. We shouldn't be pitted against parents.
Mask on kids, we're not doing that in Florida, okay?
But Governor DeSantis says it's about following the law, writing on Twitter that the districts defied Florida law by force masking kids, adding parents should be compensated for academic, social, and emotional problems caused by these policies.
That we say to school districts, when the laws are created, whether it is by us, by a court, an interpretation, an executive order, you have to follow it. Because in this case, they didn't, and children were hurt.
In all, a dozen school districts across the state implemented mask mandates as COVID raged in Florida.
6 yeas, 38 nays, Mr. Speaker.
But they were all dropped for students back in November after the state outlawed mask and vaccine mandates statewide. So the mask policies requiring students to wear them haven't been in place for months.
Going through a punitive measure over an issue that I like to think we've moved past is really frustrating. We're kind of digging that back up, to pursue what seems like a petty politics is not something I appreciate.
The $200 million would be diverted to the 55 other school districts which didn't defy Governor DeSantis' executive order.
Laws were broken, and they were broken for nothing. All of the data that has come out has shown that they were broken for nothing.
I really think it's the putting politics first. There is no reason this legislature should be penalizing education in our school districts by $200 million simply for defying Governor DeSantis.
Now, the governor has ordered that the $200 million be taken from administrator salaries and not from funding that would go directly to the classroom. The 12 school districts that stand to lose the funding educate more than half of Florida students. Morgan?
NBC's Cristian Benavides, thank you so much. We appreciate the story. And we want to stay in Miami for a minute because more than 7 months later, there is still no definitive answer about what caused the deadly condo tower collapse in Surfside, Florida. But some scientists are turning their attention to an overlooked threat, and that's salt water rising up from underground, and that can damage the building's foundation. NBC News Digital reporter John Shupe has been looking into this for us. John, this is a really important update. I mean, what do these scientists say about salt water and really the effect that it could have on these buildings?
Well, there's a couple of things going on here. One is scientists and builders know that salt corrodes the steel and forced concrete used in many buildings that they aren't protected and maintained well. And they also know that sea level rise has been pushing underground salt water toward the surface where it can mix with a freshwater layer on top. Now, scientists watching water levels in coastal Florida are starting to put some pieces together using some data and believe that this could be damaging buildings' foundations, but they're not sure yet. And this is a first phase of research that we're reporting on that needs to continue.
Which is interesting because speaking of continuing, I mean, this isn't something that just affects Miami, right? This is something that affects buildings that are coastal high-rises all across this country. Is there anything or any movement underway yet to really address this more broadly?
Well, most of the research, as I understand it, has been focused on Florida. Florida is most at risk of this because of its geological makeup. It's very porous underneath the limestone that a lot of buildings are built on, and there are so many condos along the coast in Florida. But scientists tell me that other coastal states could be at risk of this as well.
All right, NBC's John Shupe for us there. John, thank you.
Well, nearly half of the states in this country have abolished the death penalty. Several have done so just in recent years. Now, a group of prosecutors from across the country is pushing to end the death penalty across America. NBC News reporter Eric Ortiz joins us now. Eric, why are these prosecutors making this push, and why are they doing it now?
Yeah, the answer to why now, Aaron, is that these elected prosecutors say accountability needs to happen. Historically, they've promoted tough on crime laws. They've had a hand in getting someone executed, some cases in which the actual guilt of the death row inmate was later called into question, or racial bias or attorney misconduct was later uncovered. So this particular group of 56 prosecutors are part of a network called Fair and Just Prosecution. They're saying the death penalty system is broken, and the only fix would be to eliminate it, or at least agree not to put certain people to death, people with intellectual disabilities. Another reason they're pushing for this now is because states have been dusting off their death chambers. After months of no executions during the pandemic, we saw one execution in Oklahoma yesterday, and a dozen more are planned across the country in the coming months.
So, Eric, how much power do these prosecutors actually have in eliminating or limiting the death penalty in their individual states?
Yeah, they actually have a lot of power. I mean, at least in their jurisdictions, they can influence juries, cut deals. They obviously work with victims' families and get their input. More states still authorize the death penalty than don't, and these prosecutors represent 11 states with the death penalty on the books, places like Texas. They're from big cities like Dallas and Austin. They also represent right-leaning rural areas where the death penalty may be more favorable. So this pledge that they're making is a big promise, and it will be interesting to see if they can keep it, Aaron.
All right, NBC's Eric Ortiz with us today. Eric, thank you.
They are some of the most valuable and rare artifacts in the world, and now they're being threatened.
Up next, the fight to keep the precious items inside our nation's museums safe amid a changing climate.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Rising sea levels are wreaking havoc across the country, causing coastal areas to flood. It's eroding beaches and threatening critical infrastructure, too. Now, some of the nation's top museums are racing to protect historical artifacts from the effects of climate change. CNBC correspondent Diana Olick joins us now as part of her continuing series on the rising risks of climate change. Diana?
Well, Aaron, climate change is hitting real estate, of course, especially hard. And with museums, it's not just the buildings, but the invaluable amount of history inside. Several stories below the Smithsonian's Museum of American History, in the bowels of the building, lie the front lines in the fight to save the nation's irreplaceable artifacts from climate change.
But there's water here already.
That's right. And there's no rain for weeks.
No, but that's groundwater.
As director of Smithsonian Facilities, Nancy Bechtel is responsible for 13 million square feet of museum space, most on the Mall in Washington, D.C., which is below sea level, as well as 2 museums in New York City and 1 in Virginia.
We're always sort of pre-planning and sort of staging different emergency responses just to be prepared so that our staff is prepared and that we have the planning in place.
Worse than rising water is heavier rainfall, which seeped into Smithsonian spaces after a major storm in 2006 and again last spring.
We had probably about 18 inches to 2 feet of water in this cafeteria.
Wow. In fiscal 2021, the Smithsonian had a $214 million budget, and Bechtel is using as much as she can for protection, from putting up flood walls around buildings to rain gardens, sandbags, elevated backup generators.
And I'm going to raise it as high as I can.
To a whole new storage facility on higher ground in Maryland, expected to break ground this year.
Even if I have to protect with plastic, I will protect with plastic.
So you're saving history.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And Bechtel is not alone in the fight. New waterside museums in Miami and St. Petersburg, Florida, were built with special flood protections, and private funding is slowly starting to step up to protect older structures. The Helen Frankenthaler Foundation committed $5 million over the next 2 to 3 years to invest in clean energy, energy efficiency, and climate resilience.
We got 110 applications. That was with just 6 weeks of notice. That 110 applications came in with people knowing exactly what to do and how they wanted to approach it.
So the foundation recently doubled it to $10 million. Now the largest private investment in climate resilience for museums and twice the funding of the National Endowment for the Humanities.
No, it's not enough.
But it helped the California Indian Museum implement wildfire protections for its structure, energy systems, and air filtration. This after the Getty Museum came dangerously close to destruction in the 2019 fires around LA and Malibu.
These collections do not depreciate over time. Guarding and protecting them for a long horizon into the future adds to their value to the museum and to the investors.
Good. Diana, speaking of those investors, why aren't they stepping in to help here?
Well, probably because it's so hard to put an actual dollar figure on this risk because it just rises by the minute. And Sutton even noted that while art investors seem happy to outbid each other for the works, they're just not investing nearly enough to protect the works. And there are roughly 35,000 museums in America alone. Many of them are working to lower their climate footprints, but climate resilience, that's going to be a lot more expensive, and they really do need those investors to step in, Aaron.
CNBC's Diana Olick. Diana, thank you.
And while most of the country is focused on COVID-19, the nation is dealing with yet another health crisis. Most of us don't even realize it's happening.
Yeah, liver disease is killing more and more Americans. Young people and women in particular becoming increasingly vulnerable. Yeah. This week, a Virginia doctor made a record-setting $100 million donation, a major step in the fight against the disease.
He gave me a gift and a second chance.
Karen Looper and her 34-year-old son, Brenton, have one of the most unique relationships a parent and child can have. After years of watching his mom suffer from liver disease,
at the end of the day, I would be exhausted. Then there were times when something would go wrong and I'd have to go into a hospital for a week. I knew eventually I'd have to have a transplant.
When that day came in 2020, Brenton offered up his liver without hesitation.
It wasn't even a question in my mind that I was going to do this, not only for my mom, but for the rest of our family.
Karen is one of 30 million Americans who have some type of liver disease. It's become a silent crisis and one of the leading medical conditions lowering life expectancy in this country. A reality helping drive a $104 million donation to a liver disease institute at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond. Dr. Todd Stravitz and his family's Barbara Brunkhorst Foundation fueling what the university calls the largest announced gift for liver research in U.S. history.
30 years of watching patients and their families suffer unbelievably. The legacy of the gift, I hope, will be that we treat liver diseases before they get to end stage.
Dr. Arun Sanyal will lead the new Institute for Liver Disease.
The liver's primary role is to manage how our body handles nutrition and energy and then regulates metabolism. When the liver's function fails, the function of many other organs fail, such as the brain, the heart, the kidneys, etc.
Last year, more than 1,100 people on the liver transplant list died waiting for an organ. VCU says the new funding will mean an investment in gene therapy and biotech innovation and allow experts and medical students to develop new diagnostics and treatments with a goal of reducing end-stage liver disease and the need for transplants.
The end game, in my view, is to shift the needle in terms of public health throughout the world, to reduce the burden of liver disease globally.
Liver transplantation is certainly not an optimal treatment. It's a terrible surgery for patients to endure and a terrible surgery for families to watch their loved ones undergo. You know, liver transplantation, I hope someday will really be a procedure of the past.
Stravitz is not only the Institute's major donor, he is also Karen Looper's doctor. We were there for their first meeting since her transplant. She has had some complications since then, but today, smiles and hugs for a 71-year-old woman with a new lease on life, thanks to her baby boy.
He saved my life. How can you not every day wake up and thank the Lord that, hey, he gave me a second chance?
I mean, does that sink in for you? Like your mom just said, you saved her life.
It does. I'm just glad that she can still be around. Doesn't matter what age you are, you consistently are learning from your parents, and this just buys us more time together to have more memories and just keep learning together as well.
Well, with the world closely watching the Olympics, some people sitting on their couch have wondered, could I do that?
Up next, we're going to show you a place you could visit to find out.
You laughed. I don't think you've ever wondered that. I'm like,
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Well, the Beijing Olympic Games may be coming to a close, but records are still being broken. Overnight, China's Eileen Gu made history, becoming the first freestyle skier ever to win 3 medals in a single Olympics. On the ice, the final figure skating competition of the Games saw records shattered by the Chinese duo in the pairs short program. And taking a look at the latest medal count now, Norway still leading with 34 medals overall. The Russian Olympic Committee has 27, Canada 24, and the U.S. is in 5th place with 21 medals. Now, the end of the Beijing Games just means we are one step closer to the Paris Olympics. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has a look at what we can expect in 2024.
The 2024 Olympics will truly be in Paris, utilizing the city itself, its world-famous architecture and river. Even visitors from another Olympic city, LA, in love with the City of Light.
And the food, the nightlife, everything, cocktail bars, yeah.
The romance.
Yes.
And in the City of Romance, its world-famous symbol, the Eiffel Tower, will be a focal point for the Games. And by using many landmarks, the preparation is costing less than previous Olympics, almost $3 billion to build. A centerpiece for the Games, the River Seine, where the opening ceremony will take place, breaking away from the stadium tradition. The opening ceremony will pass Notre Dame and the Louvre, following the River Seine to right here. This will be the best view. The ceremony ends at the Trocadero, the site of several events, including running, swimming, and cycling, a sport this city knows a thing or two about.
The bicycle was invented in France.
And just beneath the Eiffel Tower is the perfect place for the beach volleyball. Tennis? No problem. This is where they hold the French Open. It's not all downtown. The stadium itself in a rejuvenation area, Saint-Denis. Construction of the huge Olympic Village already underway. Surfing? Well, that will be held 9,000 miles from the Olympic Stadium in French Tahiti.
Anything could really happen.
Returning from a successful debut in Tokyo will be rock climbing and skateboarding.
There she sticks the kickflip in.
In this world-famous city, you never know who you might meet. Paris, the architecture, the fashion. Around every corner there's...
Hey, I'm walking. Oh, geez, kid. How are you? Good to see you. All right. Oui, oui. I love coming to Paris. It's, you know, the food, everything about it, just the je ne sais quoi.
You're so excited for the Paris Olympics, you've moved.
I've moved here.
2 years
and
early.
I got a beret. I'm ready, baby. Good to see you, Keir. I got to go get a quiche.
That was NBC's Keir Simmons reporting. Just 3 days left in the 2022 Beijing Olympics, and the incredible stories, well, they just keep coming.
One of them, Mexican figure skater Donovan Carrillo, who became the first Mexican skater ever to advance to the Olympic free skate. That's after becoming the first figure skater from Mexico in nearly 30 years to even make it to the Olympics. Morgan got a chance to speak with Carrillo, right, from Mexico City, back in his home country.
That's right. He spoke to us today, and it was really interesting because, you know, he started in a shopping mall. Like, he would learn how to skate just around the shopping mall. He couldn't even listen to his own music, so he had to just remember the program in his head. And so now, needless to say, he made it to the Beijing Olympics, and he says that this is just the beginning.
Y bueno, Donovan, la historia tuya es increíble. Your story is pretty impressive porque empezaste en un centro comercial y llegaste a Beijing. Así que ¿cuándo te diste cuenta de que podías alcanzar este sueño? You started in a shopping mall and you made it to Beijing. So when did you realize that this was a dream that you could reach?
Cuando tenía 10 años, tuve la oportunidad de ver mis primeros Juegos Olímpicos en televisión. Fueron los de Vancouver.
So when you were 10, you saw your first Olympics happening in Vancouver, but you were watching it on TV.
Exactamente. Y a partir de ahí nació mi sueño de algún día tener la oportunidad de representar a mi país en unos Juegos Olímpicos.
And from that moment, you had the dream to represent your country in the Olympic Games. ¿Y qué dirías a los deportistas jóvenes para que cumplan, para que sigan sus sueños? What would you say to young athletes so that they can achieve their goals?
Les diría que solamente nosotros decidimos hasta dónde queremos llegar. Nadie tiene el poder de definirte tus capacidades. Hay que soñar en grande, pero hay que trabajar igual, justo al nivel de lo que queremos aspirar. Les deseo mucho éxito y que sin importar las adversidades que se les presenten, trabajen duro y nunca se rindan.
So no one else can tell us where the journey ends for us. We define that for ourselves. No one can stop us, but you have to dream big, but you have to work just as hard to get there.
One of the things that I thought was so chistoso, so funny about his story is that, you know, when he was training in this ice rink, people would come up and they would ask him questions. The most common question was, where's the bathroom? And he is a whole Olympian. We love to see it. Felicidades, Donovan. Congratulations to you.
Well, finally this hour, we do you have what it takes to be an Olympian?
I do not.
That's the question.
I do not.
No.
NBC's Dr. John Torres tested his skills, though, to find out.
Olympic City, USA, a.k.a. Colorado Springs, home to the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. It's here where over 100 years of Olympic history comes to life.
These are the torches starting in Berlin, 1936. Is that the first year they had torches?
That was the first year that they did a torch relay, was Berlin 36. And we have a complete collection of torches from 36 all the way to Tokyo. And we have a torch right here that you can actually hold, no, Dr. John.
Are you serious? That's amazing. This one actually carried the flame, the one I'm holding.
Yes.
It's not often that I'm without words, but.
You'll find medals from every Olympic Games and the wall of Wheaties enshrining Olympic greats. You may even run into an Olympian. Olympic gymnast Michelle Dussert-Farrell was my tour guide.
This is the silver medal that I won in Los Angeles.
They're heavier than you think they would be.
They are. They're real silver.
You may recognize some of the items. Figure skater Christy Yamaguchi's signed ice skates. Hockey goalie Jim Craig's jersey from the 1980 Miracle on Ice game. But the museum also tells stories we haven't heard before.
That's your name.
It is.
That's your leotard.
That's my leotard. That's the leotard that I wore in the team final where we won silver in Los Angeles. So when you look at the leotard, you naturally see the American flag, but we knew that we had to be more specific with that rule. So we went and found some little stickers at a stationery store, and we stuck them on the sleeve. We hand-stitched those on.
It's not just seeing and reading about the Olympics. You can also try out some of the sports. So now it's time to see if I have what it takes to be an Olympian. First up, track and field. Racing Jesse Owens, who won 4 gold medals in track and field at the 1936 Berlin Summer Olympics.
Is that even close?
Not my sport.
You killed me. All right, here we go. Whoa, whoa.
What about skeleton?
This is amazing. I think I did okay.
You're fine-tuning your skills.
Not bad. 58.97. 11 penalties. Oh, nice.
And I couldn't leave without getting some curling in.
All right, my turn. Not even close.
They also have Paralympic sports like goalball. The Olympics and Paralympics live side by side here. Paralympian John Register competed in not one, but 2 Paralympic sports, swimming and track and field. Register's prosthetic leg and track shoe sit in the museum.
And I love it that it sits, and we were talking about how the Olympics and Paralympics are together, it sits right in front of the shoe and signed tennis ball of Serena Williams.
Wow.
Because I always had a leg up on Serena.
And maybe, just maybe, the kids who walk these halls will someday see themselves in them.
That's right. So what's amazing about, the history that we get to celebrate here is that we, every 2 years, see new pieces of history made and new collection pieces that we get to install into the museum and new stories that we get to tell and share with our visitors.
A place where former Olympians hope to inspire future ones.
We so appreciate you being with us this Friday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Right now, breaking news, Potter sentencing. The former police officer convicted of killing Daunte Wright has just learned her fate. The sentence handed down by a Minnesota judge.
Ukraine on edge. Russia launches new military drills at the border. President Biden warning that an invasion could come within days. We'll share with you the new message from Moscow that some are calling an ultimatum.
Battle over masks. More schools nationwide putting an end to face covering mandates, but some are keeping them in place. Why in one state they stand to lose millions of dollars over the decision.
And arts and science. Climate change could be about to take an enormous toll on priceless works of art. The all-out effort underway right now to protect America's museums and the treasures inside. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this Friday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the latest on breaking news we've been bringing you throughout the morning here on NBC News Now.
That's right. The former Minnesota police officer convicted of killing Daunte Wright has just learned her sentence. That's 16 months in prison, followed by 8 months of supervised release. Kim Potter fatally shot Wright during a traffic stop last year, and she says she mistook her handgun for a taser.
Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Ron Allen in Minneapolis for us, and NBC News legal contributor Cynthia Alksny. Ron, I'll start with you here. Walk us through what just happened inside the courtroom this morning. A very emotional proceeding indeed.
It was extraordinary, Aaron, yes. The judge breaking down in tears as she was finishing her remarks about the sentence. Just very emotional. She said that it was the saddest case that she had seen in her 20 years on the bench as she handed down the sentence of 24 months in prison for Kim Potter, essentially 2 years, which is much lower than the sentencing guideline suggested, 8.5 years, and even lower than the, much even lower than the 15 years, which is the maximum sentence that comes with a manslaughter conviction. She said this was an unusual case. She said that it was a tragic mistake. She said that Daunte Wright's life did matter and that he was loved, and she acknowledged that, and she acknowledged, or tried to acknowledge, the pain and grief that the family is obviously still feeling. And she also emphasized that Kim Potter was an upstanding law enforcement officer. She talked about how difficult it is and how dangerous it is for police to do their jobs. She talked about how Potter was, in fact, carrying out a lawful, or trying to carry out a lawful arrest when this happened, essentially repeating and agreeing with many elements of the defense's case throughout the trial, even though the jury did, in fact, convict Potter of manslaughter. We expect to hear from the State Attorney General, Keith Ellison, whose office prosecuted this case soon. We also expect to hear from Wright's family. The judge even acknowledged in her remarks that there are probably going to be a lot of people who are disappointed by this, who are angered by this, but she urged empathy. She said that that's how peace begins. She's very mindful of what's been going on in this community during the past few years. For example, making a reference to the fact that this case is not the case of George Floyd and Derek Chauvin, who kneeled on his neck for some 9.5 minutes. Again, trying to anticipate the community reaction, which may be extraordinarily negative in some corners. But again, yes, an extraordinary day, a very emotional day in court as the judge handed down the sentence.
Cynthia, I want to bring you in here. This has been a case that a lot of people have followed closely, one of several high-profile cases involving police officers and shootings, particularly in that part of Minnesota. I just want to get your read on the decision that we heard from the judge today, the sentence this judge handed down.
Well, count me in as one of the people who's disappointed. I mean, the jury decided this wasn't just a mistake. The jury already made a decision that there was a conscious disregard and a record that the judge didn't seem to adopt. And let me just say something else about this cop. We are accustomed to bully cops who are overly aggressive. This woman is a different kind of cop that's also dangerous. She's a go along and get along, even when there's a pretextual stop. She admitted on the stand this was a stop that was basically a pretext to stop this guy because there was something hanging from his rearview mirror. She created that dangerous situation. She was supposed to be training. And instead, there's a pretext, stop for driving while black. Well, I'm completely opposed to this downward departure. Some downward departure wouldn't surprise me, but to go down this far is really a slap in the face to what happened to this young man and his entire family that was shattered.
All right, we will leave it there for now. NBC News legal contributor for us, Cynthia Alsney, as well as Ron Allen for us in Minneapolis. Thank you both.
Stepping abroad for a moment, the latest now on the growing escalations and accusations along the Russian-Ukrainian border. One pro-Russian separatist group said that they're evacuating eastern Ukraine, saying that Ukrainian forces will, in fact, be told to attack. However, the chief of Ukraine's armed forces says that's simply not true. U.S. officials say the Russian military presence has grown in and around Ukraine to as much as 190,000 troops. That number was reported to be around 100,000 as recently as January 30th. Meanwhile, President Biden is holding a call today with several leaders about this crisis. He's scheduled to give an address on what's happening in Ukraine at 4 p.m. Eastern, and we will bring you that address live right here on NBC News Now. But first, NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is following all of this from Moscow. Matt, let's go to begin with the latest on Russia's military exercises. I mean, what do we know about what exactly is happening at that border? Because the number seems to shift.
Yeah, thank you, Morgan. Well, we've seen the Western estimates increase. It is my understanding that when we hear those numbers, it was from the American ambassador to the OSCE today, actually, who got us to that 170,000 realm, is starting to include the pro-Russian or Russian-backed separatists in the breakaway regions of eastern Ukraine. So that's an interesting shift in the way they count this, because today we're focusing quite heavily on events in those breakaway statelets, as you alluded to, what looks to be a worrying escalation of the situation. You know, starting this morning, we heard a claim from the head of Donetsk and Luhansk regions saying that they are organizing a massive evacuation of civilians into Russia, particularly Rostov. This was followed later in the day by an announcement from President Putin here in Russia that all refugees who make it across the Russian border will be paid about $150, given meals and first aid. And this is now followed up even more concerning with reports coming out just now that we're still trying to understand. I have to be clear about that, of a large explosion. This is coming out of the local region of local spokesmen in Donetsk, and Russian state media claims of a large explosion in central Donetsk. It seems to be that was a car bomb. The car appears to have belonged to the local security chief. So there's a lot of questions now, a lot of concern that this might be the type of escalation that everyone has been kind of on edge about. Of course, as you mentioned, it's coupled with accusations that the Ukrainian military is preparing an imminent invasion, an imminent attack on these regions of their own. And we're also seeing, I have to mention, we're seeing an uptick in this narrative on the Russian state media. They've been kind of dancing around this more or less over the past few days. You've seen hints of it. But, just over the last hour or two on Russia 24, one of the main government 24-hour news networks, it's all Donetsk, it's evacuations, it's car bombs, it's imminent Ukrainian attacks. So we're seeing a shift in the narrative. We still don't know what this is all alluding to, where this is going, but it's definitely an escalation, and the mood is different.
All right, NBC's Matt Bodner for us there. Matt, thank you so much for that reporting live from Moscow. I want to come back here to the U.S. The U.S. government remains open for business. Yet another short-term funding bill has cleared the House and the Senate. But we will likely be talking about shutdown concerns again next month. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now live from the Capitol. Leanne, look, this is another stopgap bill. Is there any sense that we could actually see a real spending bill in the next few months?
Well, that is the hope. And I will say, Morgan, that remember the fiscal year started October 1st. So Congress has been passing these short-term spending bills since then, and they just did so again last night. There is more optimism that they can actually come to an agreement on a spending bill that lasts the remainder of the fiscal year until September 30th. Now, at the beginning of the fiscal year, there were some Republicans who didn't want a long-term spending bill. They wanted lower government funding levels. They want, which is actually Trump-era government funding levels. They didn't want an increase in domestic spending. But that tune has changed over the last couple months, especially with the new threats in Ukraine and the Russia invasion. And just the world is a different place. So now Republicans do want this new spending bill, in part because the Defense Department needs it to address the new threats that the country faces. Morgan.
And Leanne, you know, several voted on several amendments yesterday. The senators, they all failed. But did anything jump out to you about those amendments?
Well, those amendments were why things were held up for the past week and why it took so long for the Senate to actually pass it. And they were amendments by 4 Republicans. 2 of them had to do with COVID mandates. They wanted to defund all COVID vaccine and mask mandates around the country. Those amendments failed. There was another amendment by Senator Marco Rubio who wanted to ensure, or there was an attempt to pass an amendment by Senator Marco Rubio that would ensure that the government is not funding crack pipes for drug users. Now, that didn't pass because there was a disagreement over language, but ultimately there was a resolution on all of these issues, and they were able to move to this government funding bill, and they were able to fund the government again, like you said, until March 11th while they work on one that hopefully will last for the rest of the fiscal year.
And Leanne, we have to go here in just a moment, but I don't want to let you go without asking about this one more breadcrumb we've received in the Supreme Court nomination process. What more can you tell us about who might actually fill Justice Breyer's seat?
Well, we know that there are top 3 people who are in contention, and that is Ketanji Brown Jackson, that's Leandra Kruger, who seems to be the least likely of the 3, and then that's J. Michelle Childs of South Carolina, who the South Carolina delegation is really wanting. But President Biden said he wants to name someone by the end of the month. That's in just about 8, 9, 10 days. And so we are expecting the nomination to be revealed next week, Morgan.
All right. NBC's Leanne Caldwell for us there, Leanne. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, millions are dealing with the aftermath after severe weather ripped through parts of the South and the Midwest overnight. Crews in Alabama assessing the damage there after a tornado touched down late Thursday. The winds were so strong they flipped over a tractor trailer. One family in Leeds, Alabama, escaped safely after a tree fell onto their home. The storm's snow and ice also led to travel disasters. Take a look here, a 100-car pileup. This is in Illinois. It shut down part of Interstate 39 there. Snow was falling at 2 inches per hour in the Midwest. There were even reports of thunder snow in Kansas City. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with the storm's latest track. We want to turn now first to NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett. She is tracking the storm damage from Chicago for us today. Maura, let's start with that pileup we mentioned on the interstate there. The highway is back open at this point, or is it?
As far as we know, though, Aaron, it's not yet, actually. This pileup happened yesterday afternoon, and state police saying that they were going to need to put in at least 12 hours of work to clear it. When we woke up this morning, the latest indication we got was that it was going to be cleared by midday today, but as far as we know, not open yet. Luckily, though, we have not gotten any reports of injuries from people involved in that pileup. But again, I mean, the snow, the ice here yesterday and across Illinois was falling incredibly fast, and when this initially happened in the early afternoon, this was right around the time the storm was really picking up traction, and so that's why we see those insane visuals of what happened on the interstate there. But as police continue to update us, we will let you know. But as far as we know right now, that interstate's still closed down.
Well, Maura, let's turn to the southern side of this storm now, if we can. How are the recovery efforts going in Alabama, for example, at this point?
Right, we're looking at a suspected tornado in Alabama, and this is something, the storm was just insane to watch because it was really all these varying types of precipitation between the rain, ice, snow, wind, all of the things happening across basically the eastern section of the country. And so recovery efforts getting sorted out here in Alabama, this morning after seeing those trailers flipped, the trees go into homes. So about 13,000 people in Alabama right now without power, and so this is something that they're just working on this morning in terms of recovery efforts. But again, right now, as far as we know, no personal injuries have been reported either there, Aaron.
All right, Maura Barrett tracking the storm from Chicago for us. Maura, thank you.
For more on that, let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns with the latest. Bill, what can we expect this President's Day weekend?
Yeah, this storm blew in and blew out in a hurry, and in its wake, we get a little cleanup, especially our friends in Alabama and areas. We had wind damage, too, from Texas all the way through Louisiana and Mississippi, too. So they get to do their cleanup, and they warm up nicely. But this time of year, mid-February, those temperature swings, just make your head hurt in areas of the Northeast and Great Lakes and Midwest. This morning, it was 60s in D.C., New York, and Philadelphia. And now the wind chill's falling through the 20s. As the storm exits, the cold air is just pouring in. And we had record highs yesterday. I mean, we saw temperatures as warm as 71 as far north as Wilmington, Delaware. It was 50s in Vermont. I mean, heading into the holiday weekend, this is the least thing ever the ski resorts wanted for everyone that had planned their President's Day week ski trips over the next 7 to 10 days. We melted a lot of snow, and it doesn't look like anything is really coming in the next couple days either. Current temperatures have dropped significantly, now down to 40 at Central Park. Look at Buffalo and Syracuse, so that cold air will make it all the way down to the coast as we go throughout the next couple hours. And then tomorrow is a cold day. High temperatures only in the 20s in Chicago, Detroit, and through the Ohio Valley. The problem is that we had snow melt, we've had a lot of rain, and now the temperatures are going to be in the 20s. There's going to be puddles that are going to turn to ice everywhere, and that's happening right now in the Great Lakes and Ohio Valley. So be careful, especially after the sun sets, because that's when all the pavement will get that black ice situation. But here's the good news. This is one of those wild swings once again. Look at D.C. By the time we get to Monday and Tuesday, back up into the 60s. Same for New York City, back up into the 50s. So it's a brief cold shot and then another huge warm-up. So here's how the upcoming weekend looks. Snow squalls moving through the Great Lakes and through the Northeast on Saturday. So cold winds in the Great Lakes. Everybody else, the southern half of the country, looks like a fantastic start to your holiday weekend. No problems at all. And even by Sunday, temperatures begin to rebound with a very nice, beautiful Sunday for any of your winter sports in the Northeast. The Great Lakes warms up. Chicago hits 43 and a little bit of light snow. So what's next? Are we going to continue with these wild swings? Well, here's the end of February outlook. The eastern half of the country will be warmer than average, but a big cold shot is expected to move down from Canada and cover up a lot of the lower 48 for the end of February. So, Morgan and Aaron, typically in March we talk about just, nature can't make up its mind. Is it winter? Is it spring? It looks like at the end of February, winter is going to win out.
Wow. Okay. Not the news I was hoping to hear, but I will accept it. Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thank you as always.
On the money this hour, the markets are down today, headed for their second week of losses in a row. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is keeping an eye on all of our business headlines. So, Dom, where are we seeing the biggest losses right now?
So, Aaron, those biggest losses, they had been pretty much the most in favor stocks during the recovery from the depths of the virus pandemic. We've talked about them a lot. They're the stocks that are tied to things like technology, media and communications, also consumer spending. Many of the stocks that investors kind of really flocked to over the last couple of years, they bid up the prices for stocks like Apple or Tesla or computer chip makers like NVIDIA. Investors, they were willing to pay those higher prices to own a piece of companies that had higher growth prospects. But as some of those growth prospects start to come into a little bit of question, there becomes less of that appetite to take on owning those stocks. So two of the main things, of course, driving the investor sentiment picture right now are the geopolitical uncertainties around Russia and Ukraine, as well as future policies by the Federal Reserve meant to slow down things like inflation, maybe even tap the brakes on the U.S. economy. So all of that is playing out. It's technology that continues, Aaron, to be the epicenter of the market downside.
Dom, let's talk a little bit about Amazon. It's raising subscription prices starting today, I understand. How much are we looking at a change here and why?
So we got this update. We got a heads up, Aaron, a few weeks back about this, but it is happening now. Amazon will raise the price of its Prime subscription service. And starting today, new members who want to sign up for Amazon Prime will pay $139 a year to gain access to Amazon's expedited shipping, also its media content library like Prime Video or Prime Music. The old price, by the way, you remember, was $119. Now, if you'd rather pay in monthly installments, the monthly price is going to go up to $14.99, and it was $12.99. By the way, this is the first price increase for Prime in 4 years, but still, many companies, and Amazon included, are facing higher costs for things like fuel, for things like raw materials and supplies. So the price increase is not only going to go to helping to offset some of those costs, but also increase content costs for putting all those videos on Prime as well.
And finally, Dom, the toy company Mattel is announcing a new business strategy. What's that company up to?
So what they're trying to do is expand their presence outside of just toys. They want to kind of get beyond just this notion that they're going to make Barbies and Hot Wheels and things like that. The next leg of growth for Mattel will involve things like digital games and video gaming, also digital art or content, maybe even non-fungible tokens or NFTs on some of that digital art. We've talked about that a lot. So what Mattel is looking to do is hoping that this strategy will at least allow it to tap into consumers' enthusiasm for those big brands that they own, right? Like Barbie, Hot Wheels, Uno when it comes to playing cards, and deliver other ways for the users to experience its brands. So a lot of it we already know is in kind of video cartoon content. We see Barbie in, you know, movies and whatnot. They want to expand that, and the digital side of things, the blockchain NFTs, could be a big part of that story, guys. All right, Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Dom, thank you. Sure.
With teachers and students struggling throughout the pandemic, many are now asking for more help.
Up next, why Florida's governor is proposing a cut to school funding and what it has to do with mask mandates.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Making news right now, a Florida police officer is accused of using excessive force. Video shows Nicholas Lordy there. If you look at your screen, that's the West Palm Police Department punching a man 11 times and then shoving his knee into him. And this was all after he was handcuffed. Lordy claims the man tried to grab another officer's gun, prompting him to use force, but the video contradicts that claim. He was charged with aggravated battery. The FDA is warning consumers not to use certain powdered baby formula due to reports of contamination. The warning involves Similac, Alimentum, and EleCare formulas, and that have the expiration dates after April 2022. Now, we should stress that this recall involves powdered formulas only, does not apply to those liquid formulas. And And our national bird is showing signs of widespread lead poisoning. A study published just yesterday in the journal Science evaluated eagles in 38 different states. And then researchers found that 46% of bald eagles and 47% of golden eagles had chronic lead poisoning. Scientists believe this is all because the eagles scavenged the remains of animals that were shot with lead ammunition.
Well, coast to coast vaccine requirements are being lifted in parts of the country as the rate of COVID infections keeps dropping. Seattle is set to lift its proof of vaccination requirement for restaurants, theaters, and gyms starting March 1st. Same is happening in Philadelphia. The city just lifted its vaccine mandate for indoor dining. But Philly officials are also pushing incentives to get the shot. They're now offering $100 to residents who get fully vaccinated. Looking beyond the U.S., new cases worldwide dropping 19% as well. That's according to the World Health Organization. But the agency says it is keeping a close eye on an Omicron subvariant. Now, some parts of the world are still struggling to combat the virus. Hong Kong hospitals hit 90% capacity on Thursday as they battle a record number of new virus cases there. Lots of COVID headlines to talk about today. Let's begin with CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell. Meg, in the U.S. here, we are seeing more state and local officials not only lifting those mask mandates, but also the vaccine requirements that we had been seeing. What are public health experts saying about this trend, how we got there, what it means going forward?
Yeah, you know, there's mixed feelings about this. Some in the public health world say it is just too soon and that lifting measures like this, particularly the vaccine requirements to be able to eat indoors, for example, that it's too soon to lift those, that will lead to prolonged spread of the virus. Others say it's time that we start lifting some of these measures, in particular the mask measures, as the cases have been coming down so precipitously. We are still over 100,000 cases per day in the United States, but that is down almost 70% over the last 2 weeks. Hospitalizations and deaths also coming down. So there is mixed opinion about this in the public health world, as there is for essentially everything. Some think it's the right time and some say it's too soon.
I want to talk about that Omicron subvariant we've been hearing little bits and pieces about. The World Health Organization saying that it appears to be, the quote here, steadily increasing in prevalence. What more do we know about this particular subvariant?
Yes, this has been really interesting. It's known as BA2, and it's sort of a lineage of Omicron. And what we know is that it has been increasing in some countries and around the world. It now accounts for 1 in 5 new cases of Omicron, according to the World Health Organization. And its prevalence is highest mostly in Asia, although we also heard about it gaining in prevalence in Denmark. And essentially what we know about it is that it does appear to be more transmissible than even Omicron was before. So far, the data suggests it's not more severe and doesn't have any sort of different impact on the vaccines. The question is, of course, is this going to lead to a new surge? And what most experts think is if it has any impact, it might prolong the Omicron wave, but probably not change the trajectory of it. And of course, that's what everybody hopes, that we don't get another surge with this variant or any other bad ones.
Yeah, fingers crossed for sure about that. Meg Terrell for us from CNBC. Meg, thank you.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is backing a proposal to cut $200 million from the school districts that defied his ban on mask mandates. NBC South Florida reporter Cristian Benitez is joining us now for following that story. Cristian, what is the governor saying here?
Well, Morgan, last year, Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed an executive order prohibiting mask mandates in schools. Still, about a dozen school districts across Florida defied the governor and implemented them. Now, those school districts could lose $200 million in state funding that they would have otherwise received.
These school districts broke the law.
A battle over school funding escalating in Florida. The state house has approved a budget which would slash $200 million slated for school districts that implemented mask mandates last year.
The Parents' Bill of Rights.
The mandates defied an executive order by Governor Ron DeSantis, which prohibited them.
Why are we still revisiting that and now trying to weaponize the law to punish school districts, to bully school districts, to retaliate against school districts?
Among the school districts that stand to lose out on funding, Broward County. Dr. Rosalind Osgood is a school board member there.
It continues to sadden me We shouldn't have to fight the state legislator. We shouldn't be pitted against parents.
Mask on kids, we're not doing that in Florida, okay?
But Governor DeSantis says it's about following the law, writing on Twitter that the districts defied Florida law by force masking kids, adding parents should be compensated for academic, social, and emotional problems caused by these policies.
That we say to school districts, when the laws are created, whether it is by us, by a court, an interpretation, an executive order, you have to follow it. Because in this case, they didn't, and children were hurt.
In all, a dozen school districts across the state implemented mask mandates as COVID raged in Florida.
6 yeas, 38 nays, Mr. Speaker.
But they were all dropped for students back in November after the state outlawed mask and vaccine mandates statewide. So the mask policies requiring students to wear them haven't been in place for months.
Going through a punitive measure over an issue that I like to think we've moved past is really frustrating. We're kind of digging that back up, to pursue what seems like a petty politics is not something I appreciate.
The $200 million would be diverted to the 55 other school districts which didn't defy Governor DeSantis' executive order.
Laws were broken, and they were broken for nothing. All of the data that has come out has shown that they were broken for nothing.
I really think it's the putting politics first. There is no reason this legislature should be penalizing education in our school districts by $200 million simply for defying Governor DeSantis.
Now, the governor has ordered that the $200 million be taken from administrator salaries and not from funding that would go directly to the classroom. The 12 school districts that stand to lose the funding educate more than half of Florida students. Morgan?
NBC's Cristian Benavides, thank you so much. We appreciate the story. And we want to stay in Miami for a minute because more than 7 months later, there is still no definitive answer about what caused the deadly condo tower collapse in Surfside, Florida. But some scientists are turning their attention to an overlooked threat, and that's salt water rising up from underground, and that can damage the building's foundation. NBC News Digital reporter John Shupe has been looking into this for us. John, this is a really important update. I mean, what do these scientists say about salt water and really the effect that it could have on these buildings?
Well, there's a couple of things going on here. One is scientists and builders know that salt corrodes the steel-enforced concrete used in many buildings that they aren't protected and maintained well. And they also know that sea level rise has been pushing underground salt water toward the surface where it can mix with a freshwater layer on top. Now, scientists watching water levels in coastal Florida are starting to put some pieces together using some data and believe that this could be damaging buildings' foundations, but they're not sure yet. And this is a first phase of research that we're reporting on that needs to continue.
Which is interesting because speaking of continuing, I mean, this isn't something that just affects Miami, right? This is something that affects buildings that are coastal high-rises all across this country. Is there anything or any movement underway yet to really address this more broadly?
Well, most of the research, as I understand it, has been focused on Florida. Florida is most at risk of this because of its geological makeup. It's very porous underneath the limestone that a lot of buildings are built on, and there are so many condos along the coast in Florida. But scientists tell me that other coastal states could be at risk of this as well.
All right, NBC's John Shupe for us there. John, thank you. So do you know who's chatting with your kids on social media? The family of a teen influencer found out after they say that one of their daughter's followers arrived at their door last summer with a gun. NBC national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with that story. Gabe, what happened here?
Hi there, Morgan. The family says that young man was an obsessive stalker who not only showed up at their house with a gun, but used it. That's when the influencer's dad, a retired cop, took action with deadly consequences. Ava Majuri is a growing social media star.
Give me all ideas in the comments.
The 15-year-old has more than 1.2 million followers on TikTok. But last summer, her family says one of those followers showed up at the family's Florida home with a gun.
Somebody had attempted to breach the door with, I presume, the shotgun.
Ava's father, Rob, a retired police lieutenant, sprang into action, saying he eventually shot the intruder.
At that point, I took action and neutralize the threat.
The jury say the alleged gunman was Eric Justin, an obsessed fan who sent Ava hundreds of messages on her social media accounts. Ava's parents say at one point they allowed their daughter to sell the 18-year-old 2 selfies she had already posted online, and that he also paid her classmates for information about Ava. But they say Justin then started asking Ava for explicit photos.
I had an opportunity to actually text this person and said, hey, she's a minor and we need to not contact her anymore, and we notify the authorities.
The day of the shooting, authorities telling local media a man was shot and killed while attempting a home invasion without releasing any names. No one was arrested at the time. Overnight, the Collier County Sheriff's Office sending NBC News a heavily redacted police report, calling the case an ongoing investigation. After the incident, the family moved and Ava started homeschooling.
Everything has changed. More security on our end, more reviews of accounts, more checking in, just trying to be normal for Ava.
Despite the terrifying ordeal, Ava is still posting on social media.
Even afterwards, people seem to say, why would you allow this to continue? It became such a part of her personality and her being that to take it away would maybe harm her more.
One of her latest posts, a warning to others, writing on Instagram, I hope my experience will be a teaching moment for not just my friends, but social media users of all ages and backgrounds. And Aaron and Morgan, the father in this case, says that stand your ground was his defense, and police told him the shooting was deemed justified, but authorities would not comment on that overnight. We reached out to TikTok for comment about this specific story, and a spokesperson sent us their company guidelines for users under the age of 16, saying our platform is designed with the safety of minors in mind, and some of our features are age restricted. But Aaron and Morgan, certainly a cautionary tale for many parents. Back to you.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there.
Well, nearly half of the states in this country have abolished the death penalty. Several have done so just in recent years. Now, a group of prosecutors from across the country is pushing to end the death penalty across America. NBC News reporter Eric Ortiz joins us now. Eric, why are these prosecutors making this push, and why are they doing it now?
Yeah, the answer to why now, Aaron, is that these elected prosecutors say accountability needs to happen. Historically, they've promoted tough on crime laws. They've had a hand in getting someone executed, some cases in which the actual guilt of the death row inmate was later called into question, or racial bias or attorney misconduct was later uncovered. So this particular group of 56 prosecutors are part of a network called Fair and Just Prosecution. They're saying the death penalty system is broken, and the only fix would be to eliminate it, or at least agree not to put certain people to death, people with intellectual disabilities. Another reason they're pushing for this now is because states have been dusting off their death chambers. After months of no executions during the pandemic, we saw one execution in Oklahoma yesterday, and a dozen more are planned across the country in the coming months.
So, Eric, how much power do these prosecutors actually have in eliminating or limiting the death penalty in their individual states?
Yeah, they actually have a lot of power. I mean, at least in their jurisdictions, they can influence juries, cut deals. They obviously work with victims' families and get their input. More states still authorize the death penalty than don't, and these prosecutors represent 11 states with the death penalty on the books, places like Texas. They're from big cities like Dallas and Austin. They also represent right-leaning rural areas where the death penalty may be more favorable. So this pledge that they're making is a big promise, and it will be interesting to see if they can keep it, Aaron.
All right, NBC's Eric Ortiz with us today. Eric, thank you.
They are some of the most valuable and rare artifacts in the world, and now they're being threatened.
Up next, the fight to keep the precious items inside our nation's museums safe amid a changing climate.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Rising sea levels are wreaking havoc across the country, causing coastal areas to flood. It's eroding beaches and threatening critical infrastructure, too. Now, some of the nation's top museums are racing to protect historical artifacts from the effects of climate change. CNBC correspondent Diana Olick joins us now as part of her continuing series on the rising risks of climate change. Diana?
Well, Aaron, climate change is hitting real estate, of course, especially hard. And with museums, it's not just the buildings, but the invaluable amount of history inside. Several stories below the Smithsonian's Museum of American History, in the bowels of the building, lie the front lines in the fight to save the nation's irreplaceable artifacts from climate change.
But there's water here already.
That's right. And there's no rain for weeks.
No, but that's groundwater.
As director of Smithsonian Facilities, Nancy Bechtel is responsible for 13 million square feet of museum space, most on the Mall in Washington, D.C., which is below sea level, as well as 2 museums in New York City and 1 in Virginia.
We're always sort of pre-planning and sort of staging different emergency responses just to be prepared so that our staff is prepared and that we have the planning in place.
Worse than rising water is heavier rainfall, which seeped into Smithsonian spaces after a major storm in 2006 and again last spring.
We had probably about 18 inches to 2 feet of water in this cafeteria.
Wow. In fiscal 2021, the Smithsonian had a $214 million budget. And Bechtel is using as much as she can for protection, from putting up flood walls around buildings to rain gardens, sandbags, elevated backup generators.
And I'm going to raise it as high as I can.
To a whole new storage facility on higher ground in Maryland, expected to break ground this year.
Even if I have to protect with plastic, I will protect with plastic.
So you're saving history.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And Bechtel is not alone in the fight. New waterside museums in Miami and St. Petersburg, Florida, were built with special flood protections, and private funding is slowly starting to step up to protect older structures. The Helen Frankenthaler Foundation committed $5 million over the next 2 to 3 years to invest in clean energy, energy efficiency, and climate resilience.
We got 110 applications. That was with just 6 weeks of notice.
that 110 applications came in with people knowing exactly what to do and how they wanted to approach it.
So the foundation recently doubled it to $10 million, now the largest private investment in climate resilience for museums and twice the funding of the National Endowment for the Humanities.
No, it's not enough.
But it helped the California Indian Museum implement wildfire protections for its structure, energy systems, and air filtration. This after the Getty Museum came dangerously close to destruction in the 2019 fires around LA and Malibu.
These collections do not depreciate over time. Guarding and protecting them for a long horizon into the future adds to their value to the museum and to the investors.
Diana, speaking of those investors, why aren't they stepping in to help here?
Well, probably because it's so hard to put an actual dollar figure on this risk because it just rises by the minute. And Sutton even noted that while art investors seem happy to outbid each other for the works, they're just not investing nearly enough to protect the works. And there are roughly 35,000 museums in America alone. Many of them are working to lower their climate footprints. But climate resilience, that's going to be a lot more expensive. And they really do need those investors to step in, Aaron.
CNBC's Diana Olick. Diana, thank you.
And while most of the country is focused on COVID-19, the nation is dealing with yet another health crisis. Most of us don't even realize it's happening.
Yeah, liver disease is killing more and more Americans. Young people and women in particular becoming increasingly vulnerable. This week, a Virginia doctor made a record-setting $100 million donation, a major step in the fight against the disease.
He gave me a gift and a second chance.
Karen Looper and her 34-year-old son, Brenton, have one of the most unique relationships a parent and child can have. After years of watching his mom suffer from liver disease,
at the end of the day, I would be exhausted. Then there were times when something would go wrong and I'd have to go into a hospital for a week. I knew eventually I'd have to have a transplant.
When that day came in 2020, Brenton offered up his liver without hesitation.
Wasn't even a question in my mind that I was going to do this, not only for my mom, but for the rest of our family.
Karen is one of 30 million Americans who have some type of liver disease. It's become a silent crisis and one of the leading medical conditions lowering life expectancy in this country. A reality helping drive a $104 million donation to a liver disease institute at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond. Dr. Todd Stravitz and his family's Barbara Brunkhorst Foundation fueling what the university calls the largest announced gift for liver research in U.S. history.
30 years of watching patients and their families suffer unbelievably. The legacy of the gift, I hope, will be that we treat liver diseases before they get to end stage.
Dr. Arun Sanyal will lead the new Institute for Liver Disease.
The liver's primary role is to manage how our body handles nutrition and energy and then regulates metabolism. When the liver's function fails, the function of many other organs fail, such as the brain, the heart, the kidneys, etc.
Last year, more than 1,100 people on the liver transplant list died waiting for an organ. VCU says the new funding will mean an investment in gene therapy and biotech innovation and allow experts and medical students to develop new diagnostics and treatments with a goal of reducing end-stage liver disease and the need for transplants.
The end game, in my view, is to shift the needle in terms of public health throughout the world, to reduce the burden of liver disease globally.
Liver transplantation is certainly not an optimal treatment. It's a terrible surgery for patients to endure and a terrible surgery for families to watch their loved ones undergo. You know, liver transplantation, I hope someday will really be a procedure of the past.
Stravitz is not only the Institute's major donor, he is also Karen Looper's doctor. We were there for their first meeting since her transplant. She has had some complications since then, but today, smiles and hugs for a 71-year-old woman with a new lease on life, thanks to her baby boy.
He saved my life. How can you not every day wake up and thank the Lord that, hey, he gave me a second chance?
I mean, does that sink in for you? Like your mom just said, you saved her life.
It does. I'm just glad that she can still be around. Doesn't matter what age you are, you consistently are learning from your parents, and this just buys us more time together to have more memories and just keep learning together as well.
Well, with the world closely watching the Olympics, some people sitting on their couch have wondered, could I do that?
Up next, we're going to show you a place you could visit to find out.
You laughed. I don't think you've ever wondered that.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
John White!
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Well, the Beijing Olympic Games may be coming to a close, but records are still being broken. Overnight, China's Eileen Gu made history, becoming the first freestyle skier ever to win 3 medals in a single Olympics. On the ice, the final figure skating competition of the Games saw records shattered by the Chinese duo in the pairs short program. And taking a look at the latest medal count now, Norway still leading with 34 medals overall. The Russian Olympic Committee has 27, Canada 24, and the U.S. is in 5th place with 21 medals. Now, the end of the Beijing Games just means we are one step closer to the Paris Olympics. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has a look at what we can expect in 2024.
The 2024 Olympics will truly be in Paris, utilizing the city itself, its world-famous architecture and river. Even visitors from another Olympic city, LA, in love with the City of Light.
And food. The food. The nightlife. Everything. Cocktail bars. Yeah. Yeah.
The romance.
Yes.
And in the City of Romance, its world-famous symbol, the Eiffel Tower, will be a focal point for the Games. And by using many landmarks, the preparation is costing less than previous Olympics, almost $3 billion to build. A centerpiece for the Games, the River Seine, where the opening ceremony will take place, breaking away from the stadium tradition. The opening ceremony will pass Notre Dame and the Louvre, following the River Seine to right here. This will be the best view. The ceremony ends at the Trocadero, the site of several events, including running, swimming, and cycling, a sport this city knows a thing or two about.
The bicycle was invented in France.
And just beneath the Eiffel Tower is the perfect place for the beach volleyball. Tennis? No problem. This is where they hold the French Open. It's not all downtown. The stadium itself in a rejuvenation area, Saint-Denis. Construction of the huge Olympic Village already underway. Surfing? Well, that will be held 9,000 miles from the Olympic Stadium in French Tahiti.
Anything could really happen.
Returning from a successful debut in Tokyo will be rock climbing and skateboarding.
There, she sticks the kickflip in.
In this world-famous city, you never know who you might meet. Paris, the architecture, the fashion. Around every corner, there's...
Hey, I'm walking. Oh, geez, Kid, how are you? Good to see you. All right. Oui. I love coming to Paris. It's, you know, the food, everything about it, just the je ne sais quoi.
You're so excited for the Paris Olympics, you've moved.
I've moved here.
Two years
and
early.
I got a beret. I'm ready, baby. Good to see you, Kier. I got to go get a quiche.
That was NBC's Keir Simmons reporting. Just 3 days left in the 2022 Beijing Olympics, and the incredible stories, well, they just keep coming.
One of them, Mexican figure skater Donovan Carrillo, who became the first Mexican skater ever to advance to the Olympic free skate. That's after becoming the first figure skater from Mexico in nearly 30 years to even make it to the Olympics. Morgan got a chance to speak with Carrillo, right, from Mexico City, back in his home country.
That's right. He spoke to us today, and it was really interesting because, you know, he started in a shopping mall. Like, he would learn how to skate just around the shopping mall. He couldn't even listen to his own music, so he had to just remember the program in his head. And so now, needless to say, he made it to the Beijing Olympics, and he says that this is just the beginning.
Y bueno, Donovan, la historia tuya es increíble. Your story is pretty impressive porque empezaste en un centro comercial y llegaste a Beijing. Así que ¿cuándo te diste cuenta de que podías alcanzar este sueño? You started in a shopping mall and you made it to Beijing. So when did you realize that this was a dream that you could reach?
Cuando tenía 10 años, tuve la oportunidad de ver mis primeros Juegos Olímpicos en televisión. Fueron los de Vancouver.
So when you were 10, you saw your first Olympics happening in Vancouver, but you were watching it on TV.
Exactamente. Y a partir de ahí nació mi sueño de algún día tener la oportunidad de representar a mi país en unos Juegos Olímpicos.
And from that moment, you had the dream to represent your country in the Olympic Games. ¿Y qué dirías a los deportistas jóvenes para que cumplan, para que sigan sus sueños? What would you say to young athletes so that they can achieve their goals?
Les diría que solamente nosotros decidimos hasta dónde queremos llegar. Nadie tiene el poder de definirte tus capacidades. Hay que soñar en grande, pero hay que trabajar igual, justo al nivel de lo que queremos aspirar. Les deseo mucho éxito y que sin importar las adversidades que se les presenten, trabajen duro y nunca se rindan.
So no one else can tell us where the journey ends for us. We define that for ourselves. No one can stop us, but you have to dream big, but you have to work just as hard to get there.
One of the things that I thought was so chistoso, so funny about his story is that, you know, when he was training in this ice rink, people would come up and they would ask him questions. The most common question was, where's the bathroom? And he is a whole Olympian. We love to see it. Felicidades, Donovan. Congratulations to you.
Well, finally this hour, we do you have what it takes to be an Olympian?
I do not.
That's the question.
I do not.
No.
NBC's Dr. John Torres tested his skills, though, to find out.
Olympic City, USA, a.k.a. Colorado Springs, home to the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. It's here where over 100 years of Olympic history comes to life.
These are the torches starting in Berlin, 1936. Is that the first year they had torches?
That was the first year that they did a torch relay, was Berlin 36. And we have a complete collection of torches from 36 all the way to Tokyo. And we have a torch right here that you can actually hold, Dr. John.
Are you serious? That's amazing. This one actually carried the flame, the one I'm holding.
Yes.
It's not often I'm without words, but.
You'll find medals from every Olympic Games and the wall of Wheaties enshrining Olympic greats. You may even run into an Olympian. Olympic gymnast Michelle Dussert-Farrell was my tour guide.
This is the silver medal that I won in Los Angeles.
They're heavier than you think they would be.
They are. They're real silver.
You may recognize some of the items. Figure skater Christy Yamaguchi's signed ice skates. Hockey goalie Jim Craig's jersey from the 1980 Miracle on Ice game. But the museum also tells stories we haven't heard before.
That's your name.
It is.
That's your leotard.
That's my leotard. That's the leotard that I wore in the team final where we won silver in Los Angeles. So when you look at the leotard, you naturally see the American flag, but we knew that we had to be more specific with that rule.
So we went
the
and
flag on the sleeve.
we found some little stickers at a stationery store, and we stuck them on the sleeve. We hand stitched those on.
It's not just seeing and reading about the Olympics. You can also try out some of the sports. So now it's time to see if I have what it takes to be an Olympian. First up, track and field. Racing Jesse Owens, who won 4 gold medals in track and field at the 1936 Berlin Summer Olympics.
Is that even close?
Not my sport.
You killed me. All right, here we go. Whoa, whoa.
What about skeleton?
This is amazing. I think I did okay.
You're fine-tuning your skills.
Not bad. 58.97. 11 penalties. Oh, nice.
And I couldn't leave without getting some curling in.
All right, my turn. Not even close.
They also have Paralympic sports like goalball. The Olympics and Paralympics live side by side here. Paralympian John Register competed in not one, but 2 Paralympic sports, swimming and track and field. Register's prosthetic leg and track shoe sit in the museum.
And I love it that it sits, and we were talking about how the Olympics and Paralympics are together. It sits right in front of the shoe and signed tennis ball of Serena Williams.
Wow.
Because I always had a leg up on Serena.
And maybe, just maybe, the kids who walk these halls will someday see themselves in them.
That's right. So what's amazing about, the history that we get to celebrate here is that we, every 2 years, see new pieces of history made and new collection pieces that we get to install into the museum and new stories that we get to tell and share with our visitors.
A place where former Olympians hope to inspire future ones.
We so appreciate you being with us this Friday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Right now, breaking news, Potter sentencing. The former police officer convicted of killing Dante Wright has just learned her fate. The sentence handed down by a Minnesota judge.
Ukraine on edge. Russia launches new military drills at the border. President Biden warning that an invasion could come within days. We'll share with you the new message from Moscow that some are calling an ultimatum.
Battle over masks. More schools nationwide putting an end to face covering mandates, but some are keeping them in place. Why in one state they stand to lose millions of dollars over the decision.
And arts and science. Climate change could be about to take an enormous toll on priceless works of art. The all-out effort underway right now to protect America's museums and the treasures inside. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this Friday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the latest on breaking news we've been bringing you throughout the morning here on NBC News Now.
That's right. The former Minnesota police officer convicted of killing Dante Wright has just learned her sentence. That's 16 months in prison, followed by 8 months of supervised release. Kim Potter fatally shot Wright during a traffic stop last year, and she says she mistook her handgun for a taser.
Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Ron Allen in Minneapolis for us, and NBC News legal contributor Cynthia Alksny. Ron, I'll start with you here. Walk us through what just happened inside the courtroom this morning. A very emotional proceeding indeed.
It was extraordinary, Aaron, yes. The judge breaking down in tears as she was finishing her remarks about the sentence. Just very emotional. She said that it was the saddest case that she had seen in her 20 years on the bench as she handed down the sentence of 24 months in prison for Kim Potter, essentially 2 years, which is much lower than the sentencing guidelines suggested, 8.5 years, and even lower than the, much even lower than the 15 years, which is the maximum sentence that comes with a manslaughter conviction. She said this was an unusual case. She said that it was a tragic mistake. She said that Dante Wright's life did matter and that he was loved, and she acknowledged that, and she acknowledged or tried to acknowledge the pain and grief that the family is obviously still feeling. And she also emphasized that Kim Potter was an upstanding law enforcement officer. She talked about how difficult it is and how dangerous it is for police to do their jobs. She talked about how Potter was, in fact, carrying out a lawful or trying to carry out a lawful arrest when this happened, essentially repeating and agreeing with many elements of the defense's case throughout the trial, even though the jury did in fact convict Potter of manslaughter. We expect to hear from the State Attorney General Keith Ellison, whose office prosecuted this case, soon. We also expect to hear from Wright's family. The judge even acknowledged in her remarks that there are probably going to be a lot of people who are disappointed by this, who are angered by this, but she urged empathy. She said that that's how peace begins. She's very mindful of what's been going on in this community during the past few years. For example, making a reference to the fact that this case is not the case of George Floyd and Derek Chauvin, who kneeled on his neck for some 9.5 minutes. Again, trying to anticipate the community reaction, which may be extraordinarily negative in some corners. But again, yes, an extraordinary day, a very emotional day in court as the judge handed down the sentence.
Cynthia, I want to bring you in here. This has been a case that a lot of people have followed closely, one of several high-profile cases involving police officers and shootings, particularly in that part of Minnesota. I just want to get your read on the decision that we heard from the judge today, the sentence this judge handed down.
Well, count me in as one of the people who's disappointed. I mean, the jury decided this wasn't just a mistake. The jury already made a decision that there was a conscious disregard and a record that the judge didn't seem to adopt. And let me just say something else about this cop. We are accustomed to bully cops who are overly aggressive. This woman is a different kind of cop that's also dangerous. She's a go along and get along, even when there's a pretextual stop. She admitted on the stand this was a stop that was basically a pretext to stop this guy because there was something hanging from his rearview mirror. She created that dangerous situation. She was supposed to be training. And instead, there's a pretext, stop for driving while black. Well, I'm completely opposed to this downward departure. Some downward departure wouldn't surprise me, but to go down this far is really a slap in the face to what happened to this young man and his entire family that was shattered.
All right, we will leave it there for now. NBC News legal contributor for us, Cynthia Alsney, as well as Ron Allen for us in Minneapolis. Thank you both.
Stepping abroad for a moment, the latest now on the growing escalations and accusations along the Russian-Ukrainian border. One pro-Russian separatist group said that they're evacuating eastern Ukraine, saying that Ukrainian forces will, in fact, be told to attack. However, the chief of Ukraine's armed forces says that's simply not true. U.S. officials say the Russian military presence has grown in and around Ukraine to as much as 190,000 troops. That number was reported to be around 100,000 as recently as January 30th. Meanwhile, President Biden is holding a call today with several leaders about this crisis. He's scheduled to give an address on what's happening in Ukraine at 4 p.m. Eastern, and we will bring you that address live right here on NBC News Now. But first, NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is following all of this from Moscow. Matt, let's go and begin with the latest on Russia's military exercises. I mean, what do we know about what exactly is happening at that border? Because the number seems to shift.
Yeah, thank you, Morgan. Well, we've seen the Western estimates increase. It is my understanding that when we hear those numbers, it was from the American ambassador to the OSCE today, actually, who got us to that 170,000 realm, is starting to include the pro-Russian or Russian-backed separatists in the breakaway regions of eastern Ukraine. So that's an interesting shift in the way they count this, because today we're focusing quite heavily on events in those breakaway statelets, as you alluded to, what looks to be a worrying escalation of the situation. You know, starting this morning, we heard a claim from the head of Donetsk and Luhansk regions saying that they are organizing a massive evacuation of civilians into Russia, particularly Rostov. This was followed later in the day by an announcement from President Putin here in Russia that all refugees who make it across the Russian border will be paid about $150, given meals and and first aid. And this is now followed up even more concerning with reports coming out just now that we're still trying to understand. I have to be clear about that, of a large explosion. This is coming out of the local region of local spokesmen in Donetsk, and Russian state media claims of a large explosion in central Donetsk. It seems to be that was a car bomb. The car appears to have belonged to the local security chief. So there's a lot of questions now, a lot of concern that this might be the type of escalation that everyone has been kind of on edge about. Of course, as you mentioned, it's coupled with accusations that the Ukrainian military is preparing an imminent invasion, an imminent attack on these regions of their own. And we're also seeing, I have to mention, we're seeing an uptick in this narrative on the Russian state media. They've been kind of dancing around this more or less over the past few days. You've seen hints of it, but just over the last hour or two on Russia 24, one of the main government 24-hour news networks, it's all Donetsk, it's evacuations, it's car bombs, it's imminent Ukrainian attacks. So we're seeing a shift in the narrative. We still don't know what this is all alluding to, where this is going, but it's definitely an escalation, and the mood is different.
All right, NBC's Matt Bodner for us there. Matt, thank you so much for that reporting live from Moscow. I want to come back here to the U.S. The U.S. government remains open for business. Yet another short-term funding bill has cleared the House and the Senate. But we will likely be talking about shutdown concerns again next month. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now live from the Capitol. Leanne, look, this is another stopgap bill. Is there any sense that we could actually see a real spending bill in the next few months?
Well, that is the hope. And I will say, Morgan, that remember the fiscal year started October 1st. So Congress has been passing these short-term spending bills since then, and they just did so again last night. There is more optimism that they can actually come to an agreement on a spending bill that lasts the remainder of the fiscal year until September 30th. Now, at the beginning of the fiscal year, there were some Republicans who didn't want a long-term spending bill. They wanted lower government funding levels. They wanted, which is actually Trump-era government funding levels. They didn't want an increase in domestic spending. But that tune has changed over the last couple months, especially with the new threats in Ukraine and the Russia invasion. And just the world is a different place. So now Republicans do want this new spending bill, in part because the Defense Department needs it to address the new threats that the country faces. Morgan.
And Leanne, several voted on several amendments yesterday. The senators, they all failed. But did anything jump out to you about those amendments?
Well, those amendments were why things were held up for the past week and why it took so long for the Senate to actually pass it. And they were amendments by 4 Republicans. 2 of them had to do with COVID mandates. They wanted to defund all COVID vaccine and mask mandates around the country. Those amendments failed. There was another amendment by Senator Marco Rubio who wanted to ensure, or there was an attempt to pass an amendment by Senator Marco Rubio that would ensure that the government is not funding crack pipes for drug users. Now, that didn't pass because there was a disagreement over language, but ultimately there was a resolution on all of these issues, and they were able to move to this government funding bill, and they were able to fund the government again, like you said, until March 11th, while they work on one that hopefully will last for the rest of the fiscal year.
And Leanne, we have to go here in just a moment, but I don't want to let you go without asking about this one more breadcrumb we've received in the Supreme Court nomination process. What more can you tell us about who might actually fill Justice Breyer's seat?
Well, we know that there are top 3 people who are in contention, and that is Ketanji Brown Jackson, that's Leandra Kruger, who seems to be the least likely of the 3, and then that's J. Michelle Childs of South Carolina, who the South Carolina delegation is really wanting. But President Biden said he wants to name someone by the end of the month. That's in just about 8, 9, 10 days. And so we are expecting the nomination to be revealed next week, Morgan.
All right. NBC's Leanne Caldwell for us there. Leanne, thank you.
Yep.
Well, millions are dealing with the aftermath after severe weather ripped through parts of the South and the Midwest overnight. Crews in Alabama assessing the damage there after a tornado touched down late Thursday. The winds were so strong they flipped over a tractor trailer. One family in Leeds, Alabama, escaped safely after a tree fell onto their home. The storm's snow and ice also led to travel disasters. Take a look here. A 100-car pileup, this is in Illinois, It shut down part of Interstate 39 there. Snow was falling at 2 inches per hour in the Midwest. There were even reports of thunder snow in Kansas City. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with the storm's latest track. We want to turn now first to NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett. She is tracking the storm damage from Chicago for us today. Maura, let's start with that pileup we mentioned on the interstate there. The highway is back open at this point, or is it?
As far as we know, though, Aaron, it's not yet, actually. This pileup happened yesterday afternoon, and state police saying that they were going to need to put in at least 12 hours of work to clear it. When we woke up this morning, the latest indication we got was that it was going to be cleared by midday today, but as far as we know, not open yet. Luckily, though, we have not gotten any reports of injuries from people involved in that pileup. But again, I mean, the snow, the ice here yesterday and across Illinois was falling incredibly fast, and when this initially happened in the early afternoon, this was right around the time the storm was really picking up traction, and so that's why we see those insane visuals of what happened on the interstate there. But as police continue to update us, we will let you know. But as far as we know right now, that interstate's still closed down.
Well, Maura, let's turn to the southern side of this storm now, if we can. How are the recovery efforts going in Alabama, for example, at this point?
Right, we're looking at a suspected tornado in Alabama, and this is something the storm was just insane to watch because it was really all these varying types of precipitation between the rain, ice, snow, wind, all of the things happening across basically the eastern section of the country. And so recovery efforts getting sorted out here in Alabama, this morning after seeing those trailers flipped, the trees go into homes. So about 13,000 people in Alabama right now without power, and so this is something that they're just working on this morning in terms of recovery efforts. But again, right now, as far as we know, no personal injuries have been reported either there, Aaron.
All right, Maura Barrett tracking the storm from Chicago for us. Maura, thank you.
For more on that, let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns with the latest. Bill, what can we expect this President's Day weekend?
Yeah, this storm blew in and blew out in a hurry, and in its wake, we get a little cleanup, especially our friends in Alabama and areas. We had wind damage, too, from Texas all the way through Louisiana and Mississippi, too. So they get to do their cleanup, and they warm up nicely. But this time of year, mid-February, those temperature swings, just make your head hurt in areas of the Northeast and Great Lakes and Midwest. This morning, it was 60s in D.C., New York, and Philadelphia. Now the wind chill's falling through the 20s. As the storm exits, the cold air is just pouring in. And we had record highs yesterday. I mean, we saw temperatures as warm as 71 as far north as Wilmington, Delaware. It was 50s in Vermont. I mean, heading into the holiday weekend, this is the least thing ever the ski resorts wanted for everyone that had planned their President's Day week ski trips over the next 7 to 10 days. We melted a lot of snow, and it doesn't look like anything is really coming in the next couple days either. Current temperatures have dropped significantly, now down to 40 at Central Park. Look at Buffalo and Syracuse, so that cold air will make it all the way down to the coast as we go throughout the next couple hours. And then tomorrow is a cold day. High temperatures only in the 20s in Chicago, Detroit, and through the Ohio Valley. The problem is that we had snow melt, we've had a lot of rain, and now the temperatures are going to be in the 20s. There's going to be puddles that are going to turn the ice everywhere, and that's happening right now in the Great Lakes and Ohio Valley. So be careful, especially after the sun sets, because that's when all the pavement will get that black ice situation. But here's the good news. This is one of those wild swings once again. Look at D.C. By the time we get to Monday and Tuesday, back up into the 60s. Same for New York City, back up into the 50s. So it's a brief cold shot and then another huge warm-up. So here's how the upcoming weekend looks. Snow squalls moving through the Great Lakes and through the Northeast on Saturday. So cold winds in the Great Lakes. Everybody else, the southern half of the country, looks like a fantastic start to your holiday weekend. No problems at all. And even by Sunday, temperatures begin to rebound with a very nice, beautiful Sunday for any of your winter sports in the Northeast. The Great Lakes warms up. Chicago hits 43 and a little bit of light snow. So what's next? Are we going to continue with these wild swings? Well, here's the end of February outlook. The eastern half of the country will be warmer than average, but a big cold shot is expected to move down from Canada and cover up a lot of the lower 48 for the end of February. So, Morgan and Aaron, typically in March we talk about just, nature can't make up its mind. Is it winter? Is it spring? It looks like at the end of February, winter is going to win out.
Wow. Okay. Not the news I was hoping to hear, but I will accept it. Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thank you as always.
On the money this hour, the markets are down today, headed for their second week of losses in a row. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is keeping an eye on all of our business headlines. So, Dom, where are we seeing the biggest losses right now?
So, Aaron, those biggest losses, they had been pretty much the most in favor stocks during the recovery from the depths of the virus pandemic. We've talked about them a lot. They're the stocks that are tied to things like technology, media and communications, also consumer spending. Many of the stocks that investors kind of really flocked to over the last couple of years, they bid up the prices for stocks like Apple or Tesla or computer chip makers like NVIDIA. Investors, they were willing to pay those higher prices to own a piece of companies that had higher growth prospects. But as some of those growth prospects start to come into a little bit of question, there becomes less of that appetite to take on owning those stocks. So two of the main things, of course, driving the investor sentiment picture right now are the geopolitical uncertainties around Russia and Ukraine, as well as future policies by the Federal Reserve meant to slow down things like inflation, maybe even tap the brakes on the U.S. economy. So all of that is playing out. It's technology that continues, Aaron, to be the epicenter of the market downside.
Dom, let's talk a little bit about Amazon. It's raising subscription prices starting today, I understand. How much are we looking at a change here and why?
So we got this update. We got a heads up, Aaron, a few weeks back about this, but it is happening now. Amazon will raise the price of its Prime subscription service. And starting today, new members who want to sign up for Amazon Prime will pay $139 a year to gain access to Amazon's expedited shipping, also its media content library like Prime Video or Prime Music. The old price, by the way, you remember, was $119. Now, if you'd rather pay in monthly installments, the monthly price is going to go up to $14.99, and it was $12.99. By the way, this is the first price increase for Prime in 4 years, but still, many companies, and Amazon included, are facing higher costs for things like fuel, for things like raw materials and supplies. So the price increase is not only going to go to helping to offset some of those costs, but also increase content costs for putting all those videos on Prime as well.
And finally, Dom, the toy company Mattel is announcing a new business strategy. What's that company up to?
So what they're trying to do is expand their presence outside of just toys. They want to kind of get beyond just this notion that they're going to make Barbies and Hot Wheels and things like that. The next leg of growth for Mattel will involve things like digital games and video gaming, also digital art or content, maybe even non-fungible tokens or NFTs on some of that digital art. We've talked about that a lot. So what Mattel is looking to do is hoping that this strategy will at least allow it to tap into consumers' enthusiasm for those big brands that they own, right? Like Barbie, Hot Wheels, Uno when it comes to playing cards, and deliver other ways for the users to experience its brands. So a lot of it we already know is in kind of video cartoon content. We see Barbie and, you know, movies and whatnot. They want to expand that, and the digital side of things, the blockchain NFTs could be a big part of that story, guys.
All right, Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
With teachers and students struggling throughout the pandemic, many are now asking for more help.
Up next, why Florida's governor is proposing a cut to school funding and what it has to do with mask mandates.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Making news right now, a Florida police officer is accused of using excessive force. Video shows Nicholas Lordy there. If you look at your screen, that's the West Palm Police Department punching a man 11 times and then shoving his knee into him. And this was all after he was handcuffed. Lordy claims the man tried to grab another officer's gun, prompting him to use force, but the video contradicts that claim. He was charged with aggravated battery. The FDA is warning consumers not to use certain powdered baby formula due to reports of contamination. The warning involves Similac, Alimentum, and EleCare formulas, and that have the expiration dates after April 2022. Now, we should stress that this recall involves powdered formulas only, does not apply to those liquid formulas. And our national bird is showing signs of widespread lead poisoning. A study published just yesterday in the journal Science evaluated eagles in 38 different states. And then researchers found that 46% of bald eagles and 47% of golden eagles had chronic lead poisoning. Scientists believe this is all because the eagles scavenged the remains of animals that were shot with lead ammunition.
Well, coast to coast vaccine requirements are being lifted in parts of the country as the rate of COVID infections keeps dropping. Seattle is set to lift its proof of vaccination requirement for restaurants, theaters, and gyms starting March 1st. Same is happening in Philadelphia. The city just lifted its vaccine mandate for indoor dining. But Philly officials are also pushing incentives to get the shot. They're now offering $100 to residents who get fully vaccinated. Looking beyond the U.S., new cases worldwide dropping 19% as well. That's according to the World Health Organization. But the agency says it is keeping a close eye on an Omicron subvariant. Now, some parts of the world are still struggling to combat the virus. Hong Kong hospitals hit 90% capacity on Thursday as they battle a record number of new virus cases there. Lots of COVID headlines to talk about today. Let's begin with CNBC Science senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell. Meg, in the U.S. here, we are seeing more state and local officials not only lifting those mask mandates, but also the vaccine requirements that we had been seeing. What are public health experts saying about this trend, how we got there, what it means going forward?
Yeah, you know, there's mixed feelings about this. Some in the public health world say it is just too soon and that lifting measures like this, particularly the vaccine requirements to be able to eat indoors, for example, that it's too soon to lift those, that will lead to prolonged spread of the virus. Others say it's time that we start lifting some of these measures, in particular the mask measures, as the cases have been coming down so precipitously. We are still over 100,000 cases per day in the United States, but that is down almost 70% over the last 2 weeks. Hospitalizations and deaths also coming down. So there is mixed opinion about this in the public health world, as there is for essentially everything. Some think it's the right time and some say it's too soon.
I want to talk about that Omicron subvariant we've been hearing little bits and pieces about. The World Health Organization saying that it appears to be, the quote here, steadily increasing in prevalence. What more do we know about this particular subvariant?
Yes, this has been really interesting. It's known as BA2, and it's sort of a lineage of Omicron. And what we know is that it has been increasing in some countries and around the world. It now accounts for 1 in 5 new cases of Omicron, according to the World Health Organization. And its prevalence is highest mostly in Asia, although we also heard about it gaining in prevalence in Denmark. And essentially what we know about it is that it does appear to be more transmissible than even Omicron was before. So far, the data suggests it's not more severe and doesn't have any sort of different impact on the vaccines. The question is, of course, is this going to lead to a new surge? And what most experts think is if it has any impact, it might prolong the Omicron wave, but probably not change the trajectory of it. And of course, that's what everybody hopes, that we don't get another surge with this variant or any other bad ones.
Yeah, fingers crossed for sure about that. Meg Terrell for us from CNBC. Meg, thank you.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is backing a proposal to cut $200 million from the school districts that defied his ban on mask mandates. NBC6 South Florida reporter Cristian Benitez is joining us now for following that story. Cristian, what is the governor saying here?
Well, Morgan, last year, Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed an executive order prohibiting mask mandates in schools. Still, about a dozen school districts across Florida defied the governor and implemented them. Now, those school districts could lose $200 million in state funding that they would have otherwise received.
These school districts broke the law.
A battle over school funding escalating in Florida. The state house has approved a budget which would slash $200 million slated for school districts that implemented mask mandates last year.
The Parents' Bill of Rights.
The mandates defied an executive order by Governor Ron DeSantis, which prohibited them.
Why are we still revisiting that and now trying to weaponize the law to punish school districts, to bully school districts, to retaliate against school districts?
Among the school districts that stand to lose out on funding, Broward County. Dr. Rosalind Osgood is a school board member there.
It continues to sadden me. We shouldn't have to fight the state legislator. We shouldn't be pitted against parents.
Mask on kids, we're not doing that in Florida, okay?
But Governor DeSantis says it's about following the law, writing on Twitter that the districts defied Florida law by force masking kids, adding parents should be compensated for academic, social, and emotional problems caused by these policies.
That we say to school districts, when the laws are created, whether it is by us, by a court, an interpretation, an executive order, you have to follow it. Because in this case, they didn't, and children were hurt.
In all, a dozen school districts across the state implemented mask mandates as COVID raged in Florida.
6 yeas, 38 nays, Mr. Speaker.
But they were all dropped for students back in November after the state outlawed mask and vaccine mandates statewide. So the mask policies requiring students to wear them haven't been in place for months.
Going through a punitive measure over an issue that I like to think we've moved past is really frustrating. We're kind of digging that back up, to pursue what seems like a petty politics is not something I appreciate.
The $200 million would be diverted to the 55 other school districts which didn't defy Governor DeSantis' executive order.
Laws were broken, and they were broken for nothing. All of the data that has come out has shown that they were broken for nothing.
I really think it's the putting politics first. There is no reason this legislature should be penalizing education in our school districts by $200 million simply for defying Governor DeSantis.
Now, the governor has ordered that the $200 million be taken from administrator salaries and not from funding that would go directly to the classroom. The 12 school districts that stand to lose the funding educate more than half of Florida students. Morgan?
NBC's Cristian Benavides, thank you so much. We appreciate the story. And we want to stay in Miami for a minute because more than 7 months later, there is still no definitive answer about what caused the deadly condo tower collapse in Surfside, Florida. But some scientists are turning their attention to an overlooked threat, and that's salt water rising up from underground, and that can damage the building's foundation. NBC News Digital reporter John Shupe has been looking into this for us. John, this is a really important update. I mean, what do these scientists say about salt water and really the effect that it could have on these buildings?
Well, there's a couple of things going on here. One is scientists and builders know that salt corrodes the steel and forced concrete used in many buildings that they aren't protected and maintained well. And they also know that sea level rise has been pushing underground salt water toward the surface where it can mix with a freshwater layer on top. Now, scientists watching water levels in coastal Florida are starting to put some pieces together using some data and believe that this could be damaging buildings' foundations, but they're not sure yet. And this is a first phase of research that we're reporting on that needs to continue.
Which is interesting because speaking of continuing, I mean, this isn't something that just affects Miami, right? This is something that affects buildings that are coastal high-rises all across this country. Is there anything or any movement underway yet to really address this more broadly?
Well, most of the research, as I understand it, has been focused on Florida. Florida is most at risk of this because of its geological makeup. It's very porous underneath the limestone that a lot of buildings are built on, and there are so many condos along the coast in Florida. But scientists tell me that other coastal states could be at risk of this as well.
All right, NBC's John Shupe for us there. John, thank you. So do you know who's chatting with your kids on social media? The family of a teen influencer found out after they say that one of their daughter's followers arrived at their door last summer with a gun. NBC national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with that story. Gabe, what happened here?
Hi there, Morgan. The family says that young man was an obsessive stalker who not only showed up at their house with a gun, but used it. That's when the influencer's dad, a retired cop, took action with deadly consequences. Ava Majuri is a growing social media star.
Give me all ideas in the comments.
The 15-year-old has more than 1.2 million followers on TikTok. But last summer, her family says one of those followers showed up at the family's Florida home with a gun.
Somebody had attempted to breach the door with, I presume, a shotgun.
Ava's father, Rob, a retired police lieutenant, sprang into action, saying he eventually shot the intruder.
At that point, I took action and neutralized the threat.
The Majuris say the alleged gunman was Eric Justin, an obsessed fan who sent Ava hundreds of messages on her social media accounts. Ava's parents say at one point they allowed their daughter to sell the 18-year-old 2 selfies she had already posted online, and that he also paid her classmates for information about Ava. But they say Justin then started asking Ava for explicit photos.
I had an opportunity to actually text this person and said, hey, she's a minor and we need to not contact her anymore, and we notify the authorities.
The day of the shooting, authorities telling local media a man was shot and killed while attempting a home invasion without releasing any names. No one was arrested at the time. Overnight, the Collier County Sheriff's Office sending NBC News a heavily redacted police report, calling the case an ongoing investigation. After the incident, the family moved and Ava started homeschooling.
Everything has changed. More security on our end, more reviews of accounts, more checking in, just trying to be normal for Ava.
Despite the terrifying ordeal, Ava is still posting on social media.
Even afterwards, people seem to say, why would you allow this to continue? It became such a part of her personality and her being that to take it away would maybe harm her more.
One of her latest posts, a warning to others, writing on Instagram, I hope my experience will be a teaching moment for not just my friends, but social media users of all ages and backgrounds. And Aaron and Morgan, the father in this case, says that stand your ground was his defense, and police told him the shooting was deemed justified, but authorities would not comment on that overnight. We reached out to TikTok for comment about this specific story, and a spokesperson sent us their company guidelines for users under the age of 16, saying our platform is designed with the safety of minors in mind, and some of our features are age restricted. But Aaron and Morgan, certainly a cautionary tale for many parents. Back to you.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there.
Well, nearly half of the states in this country have abolished the death penalty. Several have done so just in recent years. Now, a group of prosecutors from across the country is pushing to end the death penalty across America. NBC News reporter Eric Ortiz joins us now. Eric, why are these prosecutors making this push, and why are they doing it now?
Yeah, the answer to why now, Aaron, is that these elected prosecutors say accountability needs to happen. Historically, they've promoted tough on crime laws. They've had a hand in getting someone executed, some cases in which the actual guilt of the death row inmate was later called into question, or racial bias or attorney misconduct was later uncovered. So this particular group of 56 prosecutors are part of a network called Fair and Just Prosecution. They're saying the death penalty system is broken, and the only fix would be to eliminate it, or at least agree not to put certain people to death, people with intellectual disabilities. Another reason they're pushing for this now is because states have been dusting off their death chambers after months of no executions during the pandemic. We saw one execution in Oklahoma yesterday, and a dozen more are planned across the country in the coming months.
So, Eric, how much power do these prosecutors actually have in eliminating or limiting the death penalty in their individual states?
Yeah, they actually have a lot of power. I mean, at least in their jurisdictions, they can influence juries, cut deals. They obviously work with victims' families and get their input. More states still authorize the death penalty than don't, and these prosecutors represent 11 states with the death penalty on the books, places like Texas. They're from big cities like Dallas and Austin. They also represent right-leaning rural areas where the death penalty may be more favorable. So this pledge that they're making is a big promise, and it will be interesting to see if they can keep it, Aaron.
All right, NBC's Eric Ortiz with us today. Eric, thank you.
They are some of the most valuable and rare artifacts in the world, and now they're being threatened.
Up next, the fight to keep the precious items inside our nation's museums safe amid a changing climate.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Rising sea levels are wreaking havoc across the country, causing coastal areas to flood. It's eroding beaches and threatening critical infrastructure, too. Now, some of the nation's top museums are racing to protect historical artifacts from the effects of climate change. CNBC correspondent Diana Olick joins us now as part of her continuing series on the rising risks of climate change. Diana?
Well, Aaron, climate change is hitting real estate, of course, especially hard. And with museums, it's not just the buildings, but the invaluable amount of history inside. Several stories below the Smithsonian's Museum of American History, in the bowels of the building, lie the front lines in the fight to save the nation's irreplaceable artifacts from climate change.
But there's water here already.
That's right.
And there's no rain for weeks.
No, but that's groundwater. As director of Smithsonian Facilities, Nancy Bechtel is responsible for 13 million square feet of museum space, most on the Mall in Washington, D.C., which is below sea level, as well as 2 museums in New York City and 1 in Virginia.
We're always sort of pre-planning and sort of staging different emergency responses just to be prepared so that our staff is prepared and that we have the planning in place.
Worse than rising water is heavier rainfall, which seeped into Smithsonian spaces after a major storm in 2006 and again last spring.
We had probably about 18 inches to 2 feet of water in this cafeteria.
Wow. In fiscal 2021, the Smithsonian had a $214 million budget, and Bechtel is using as much as she can for protection, from putting up flood walls around buildings to rain gardens, sandbags, elevated backup generators.
And I'm going to raise it as high as I can.
To a whole new storage facility on higher ground in Maryland, expected to break ground this year.
Even if I have to protect with plastic, I will protect with plastic.
So you're saving history.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And Bechtel is not alone in the fight. New waterside museums in Miami and St. Petersburg, Florida, were built with special flood protections, and private funding is slowly starting to step up to protect older structures. The Helen Frankenthaler Foundation committed $5 million over the next 2 to 3 years to invest in clean energy, energy efficiency, and climate resilience.
We got 110 applications. That was with just 6 weeks of notice. That 110 applications came in with people knowing exactly what to do and how they wanted to approach it.
So the foundation recently doubled it to $10 million. Now the largest private investment in climate resilience for museums and twice the funding of the National Endowment for the Humanities.
No, it's not enough.
But it helped the California Indian Museum implement wildfire protections for its structure, energy systems, and air filtration. This after the Getty Museum came dangerously close to destruction in the 2019 fires around LA and Malibu.
These collections do not depreciate over time. Guarding and protecting them for a long horizon into the future adds to their value to the museum and to the investors.
Diana, speaking of those investors, why aren't they stepping in to help here?
Well, probably because it's so hard to put an actual dollar figure on this risk because it just rises by the minute. And Sutton even noted that while art investors seem happy to outbid each other for the works, they're just not investing nearly enough to protect the works. And there are roughly 35,000 museums in America alone. Many of them are working to lower their climate footprints. But climate resilience, that's going to be a lot more expensive. And they really do need those investors to step in, Aaron.
CNBC's Diana Olick. Diana, thank you.
And while most of the country is focused on COVID-19, the nation is dealing with yet another health crisis. Most of us don't even realize it's happening.
Yeah, liver disease is killing more and more Americans. Young people and women in particular are becoming increasingly vulnerable. This week, a Virginia doctor made a record-setting $100 million donation, a major step in the fight against the disease.
He gave me a gift and a second chance.
Karen Looper and her 34-year-old son, Brenton, have one of the most unique relationships a parent and child can have. After years of watching his mom suffer from liver disease,
at the end of the day, I would be exhausted. Then there were times when something would go wrong and I'd have to go into a hospital for a week. I knew eventually I'd have to have a transplant.
When that day came in 2020, Brenton offered up his liver without hesitation.
It wasn't even a question in my mind that I was going to do this, not only for my mom, but for the rest of our family.
Karen is one of 30 million Americans who have some type of liver disease. It's become a silent crisis and one of the leading medical conditions lowering life expectancy in this country. A reality helping drive a $104 million donation to a liver disease institute at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond. Dr. Todd Stravitz and his family's Barbara Brunkhorst Foundation fueling what the university calls the largest announced gift for liver research in U.S. history.
30 years of watching patients and their families suffer unbelievably. The legacy of the gift, I hope, will be that we treat liver diseases before they get to end stage.
Dr. Arun Sanyal will lead the new Institute for Liver Disease.
The liver's primary role is to manage how our body handles nutrition and energy and then regulates metabolism. When the liver's function fails, the function of many other organs fail, such as the brain, the heart, the kidneys, etc.
Last year, more than 1,100 people on the liver transplant list died waiting for an organ. VCU says the new funding will mean an investment in gene therapy and biotech innovation and allow experts and medical students to develop new diagnostics and treatments with a goal of reducing end-stage liver disease and the need for transplants.
The end game, in my view, is to shift the needle in terms of public health throughout the world, to reduce the burden of liver disease globally.
Liver transplantation is certainly not an optimal treatment. It's a terrible surgery for patients to endure and a terrible surgery for families to watch their loved ones undergo. You know, liver transplantation, I hope someday will really be a procedure of the past.
Stravitz is not only the Institute's major donor, he is also Karen Looper's doctor. We were there for their first meeting since her transplant. She has had some complications since then, but today, smiles and hugs for a 71-year-old woman with a new lease on life, thanks to her baby boy.
He saved my life. How can you not every day wake up and thank the Lord that, hey, he gave me a second chance?
I mean, does that sink in for you? Like your mom just said, you saved her life.
It does. I'm just glad that she can still be around. Doesn't matter what age you are, you consistently are learning from your parents, and this just buys us more time together to have more memories and just keep learning together as well.
Well, with the world closely watching the Olympics, some people sitting on their couch have wondered, could I do that?
Up next, we're going to show you a place you could visit to find out.
You laughed. I don't think you've ever wondered that.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Well, the Beijing Olympic Games may be coming to a close, but records are still being broken. Overnight, China's Eileen Gu made history, becoming the first freestyle skier ever to win 3 medals in a single Olympics. On the ice, the final figure skating competition of the Games saw records shattered by the Chinese duo in the pairs short program. And taking a look at the latest medal count now, Norway still leading with 34 medals overall. The Russian Olympic Committee has 27, Canada 24, and the U.S. is in 5th place with 21 medals. Now, the end of the Beijing Games just means we are one step closer to the Paris Olympics. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has a look at what we can expect in 2024.
The 2024 Olympics will truly be in Paris, utilizing the city itself, its world-famous architecture and river. Even visitors from another Olympic city, LA, in love with the City of Light.
And food. The food. The nightlife. Everything. Cocktail bars. Yeah.
The romance.
Yes.
And in the City of Romance, its world-famous symbol, the Eiffel Tower, will be a focal point for the Games. And by using many landmarks, the preparation is costing less than previous Olympics, almost $3 billion to build. A centerpiece for the Games, the River Seine, where the opening ceremony will take place, breaking away from the stadium tradition. The opening ceremony will pass Notre Dame and the Louvre, following the River Seine to right here. This will be the best view. The ceremony ends at the Trocadero, the site of several events, including running, swimming, and cycling, a sport this city knows a thing or two about.
The bicycle was invented in France.
And just beneath the Eiffel Tower is the perfect place for the beach volleyball. Tennis? No problem. This is where they hold the French Open. It's not all downtown. The stadium itself in a rejuvenation area, Saint-Denis. Construction of the huge Olympic Village already underway. Surfing? Well, that will be held 9,000 miles from the Olympic Stadium in French Tahiti.
Anything could really happen.
Returning from a successful debut in Tokyo will be rock climbing and skateboarding.
There she sticks the kickflip in.
this world-famous city, you never know who you might meet. Paris, the architecture, the fashion. Around every corner there's...
Hey, I'm walking. Oh, geez, Kid, how are you? Good to see you. All right. Oui. I love coming to Paris. It's, you know, the food, everything about it, just the je ne sais quoi.
You're so excited for the Paris Olympics, you've moved.
I've moved here,
two years
and
early.
I got a beret. I'm ready, baby. Good to see you, Kier. I gotta go get a quiche.
That was NBC's Keir Simmons reporting. Just 3 days left in the 2022 Beijing Olympics, and the incredible stories, well, they just keep coming.
One of them, Mexican figure skater Donovan Carrillo, who became the first Mexican skater ever to advance to the Olympic free skate. That's after becoming the first figure skater from Mexico in nearly 30 years to even make it to the Olympics. Morgan got a chance to speak with Carrillo, right, from Mexico City, back in his home country.
That's right. He spoke to us today, and it was really interesting because, you know, he started in a shopping mall. Like, he would learn how to skate just around the shopping mall. He couldn't even listen to his own music, so he had to just remember the program in his head. And so now, needless to say, he made it to the Beijing Olympics, and he says that this is just the beginning.
Y bueno, Donovan, la historia tuya es increíble. Your story is pretty impressive porque empezaste en un centro comercial y llegaste a Beijing. Así que ¿cuándo te diste cuenta de que podías alcanzar este sueño? You started in a shopping mall and you made it to Beijing. So when did you realize that this was a dream that you could reach?
Cuando tenía 10 años, tuve la oportunidad de ver mis primeros Juegos Olímpicos en televisión. Fueron los de Vancouver.
So when you were 10, you saw your first Olympics happening in Vancouver, but you were watching it on TV.
Exactamente. Y a partir de ahí nació mi sueño de algún día tener la oportunidad de representar a mi país en unos Juegos Olímpicos.
And from that moment, you had the dream to represent your country in the Olympic Games. ¿Y qué dirías a los deportistas jóvenes para que cumplan, para que sigan sus sueños? What would you say to young athletes so that they can achieve their goals?
Les diría que solamente nosotros decidimos hasta dónde queremos llegar. Nadie tiene el poder de definirte tus capacidades. Hay que soñar en grande, pero hay que trabajar igual, justo al nivel de lo que queremos aspirar. Les deseo mucho éxito y que sin importar las adversidades que se les presenten, trabajen duro y nunca se rindan.
So no one else can tell us where the journey ends for us. We define that for ourselves. No one can stop us, but you have to dream big, but you have to work just as hard to get there.
One of the things that I thought was so chistoso, so funny about his story is that, you know, when he was training in this ice rink, people would come up and they would ask him questions. The most common question was, where's the bathroom? And he is a whole Olympian. We love to see it. Felicidades, Donovan, but congratulations to you.
Well, finally this hour, we do you have what it takes to be an Olympian?
I do not.
That's the question.
I do not.
No.
NBC's Dr. John Torres tested his skills, though, to find out.
Olympic City, USA, a.k.a. Colorado Springs, home to the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. It's here where over 100 years of Olympic history comes to life.
These are the torches starting in Berlin, 1936. Is that the first year they had torches?
That was the first year that they did a torch relay, was Berlin 36. And we have a complete collection of torches from 36 all the way to Tokyo. And we have a torch right here that you can actually hold, Dr. John.
Are you serious? That's amazing. This one actually carried the flame, the one I'm holding.
Yes.
It's not often I'm without words, but.
You'll find medals from every Olympic Games and the wall of Wheaties enshrining Olympic greats. You may even run into an Olympian. Olympic gymnast Michelle Dussert-Farrell was my tour guide.
This is the silver medal that I won in Los Angeles.
They're heavier than you think they would be.
They are. They're real silver.
You may recognize some of the items. Figure skater Kristi Yamaguchi's signed ice skates. Hockey goalie Jim Craig's jersey from the 1980 Miracle on Ice game. But the museum also tells stories we haven't heard before.
That's your name.
It is.
That's your leotard.
That's my leotard. That's the leotard that I wore in the team final where we won silver in Los Angeles. So when you look at the leotard, you naturally see the American flag, but we knew that we had to be more specific with that rule.
So we went and
found
some little stickers at a stationery store, and we stuck them on the sleeve. We hand-stitched those on.
It's not just seeing and reading about the Olympics. You can also try out some of the sports. So now it's time to see if I have what it takes to be an Olympian. First up, track and field. Racing Jesse Owens, who won 4 gold medals in track and field at the 1936 Berlin Summer Olympics.
Is that even close?
Not my sport.
You killed me. All right, here we go. Whoa, whoa.
What about skeleton?
This is amazing. I think I did okay.
You're fine-tuning your skills.
Not bad. 58.97. 11 penalties. Oh, nice.
And I couldn't leave without getting some curling in.
All right, my turn. Not even close.
They also have Paralympic sports like goalball. The Olympics and Paralympics live side by side here. Paralympian John Register competed in not one, but 2 Paralympic sports, swimming and track and field. Register's prosthetic leg and track shoe sit in the museum.
And I love it that it sits, and we were talking about how the Olympics and Paralympics are together. It sits right in front of the shoe and signed tennis ball of Serena Williams.
Wow.
Because I always had a leg up on Serena.
And maybe, just maybe, the kids who walk these halls will someday see themselves in them.
That's right. So what's amazing about, the history that we get to celebrate here is that we, every 2 years, see new pieces of history made and new collection pieces that we get to install into the museum and new stories that we get to tell and share with our visitors.
A place where former Olympians hope to inspire future ones.
We so appreciate you being with us this Friday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. 2 years. Former Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter, sentenced in the shooting death of Dante Wright. We're live in Minnesota. Teaching black history or not? Dozens of states trying to limit race and discrimination in the classroom. The latest outrage in Indiana. And to travel or not to travel? Wanderlusters ready to see the world again. But just how safe and affordable is it to get away right now? We begin this hour with the sentencing of former Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is in Minneapolis. Shaq, Potter got 2 years in prison, 16 months behind bars, plus 6 months of supervised release for shooting and killing Dante Wright during a traffic stop last April. The judge calling this one of the saddest cases she has ever had. What else did she say at today's sentencing?
Well, she spent a lot of time explaining and justifying that sentence that she ultimately gave in this trial. Sentencing guidelines put that number at about 7 years, and instead she went with 2 years. So she spent a lot of time explaining her reasoning into that, at one point even becoming emotional. Listen to a little bit of what we heard from the judge.
Officer Potter was required to make a split-second judgment. That constitutes a mitigating circumstance. Finally, unlike other manslaughter 1 cases, Officer Potter's actions were not driven by personal animosity toward Dante Wright. Instead, she was acting in the line of duty in effectuating a lawful arrest. This is a cop who made a tragic mistake. She drew her firearm thinking it was a taser and ended up killing a young man.
The judge ultimately siding with some sentence closer to what the defense originally requested. The defense requested that Kim Potter receive just probation. And again, Judge Regina Chu setting there at 2 years.
Shaq, I know Dante Wright's mom spoke today. What is she saying about Potter's sentence?
Yeah, she was devastated. She was disappointed in that result. We also heard from his father, who said that he felt cheated by that ultimate sentence. We heard both of them speak right after that sentence was rendered. Listen to what we heard from his mother.
Kim Potter murdered my son, and he died April 11th.
today, the justice system murdered him all over again. To sit there and watch, pouring my heart out in my victim impact statement that took so long to write, and I reread it over and over again, to not get a response out of the judge at all. But then when it came down to sentencing Kim Potter, she broke out in tears.
You heard her mention her victim impact statement there. This is a hearing that started, and you heard from the family a lot. You started with those victim impact statements, and you heard extensively from them as they gave those emotional statements. We also heard from the mother of Daunte Wright Jr., Daunte Wright's two-year-old baby, who said that she would show pictures to the baby of her father, of his father, and Daunte Wright Jr. would say "Dada" as he looked at those pictures. It was a heartbreaking and emotional testimony and comments that you heard from the family of Daunte Wright.
Yeah, Shaq. Kim Potter also spoke in her defense day before she was sentenced. What did she say?
That's right. She addressed the family directly. She addressed the Wright family directly when she got up. One thing that you heard her say is that she apologized, not just to them, but to the entire greater Minneapolis area for what her action has caused and what resulted in the action. I want you to listen to a little bit of that emotional comment and that emotional statement from Kim Potter.
I am so sorry that I brought the death of your son, father, brother, uncle, grandson, nephew, and the rest of your family. I am so sorry that I hurt you so badly. My heart is broken and devastated for all of you. I pray for Daunte and all of you many, many times a day.
You also heard Potter address a point that was made by Daunte Wright's mother directly. Daunte Wright's mother, in that victim impact statement, said that Kim Potter never looked at her, that sometimes when they were crossed paths in the hallway, there was not even a glance, or she never got a signal that Kim Potter was sorry for her loss. And Kim Potter said through tears that she didn't feel that she had the right to say anything to her, or that she had the right to speak or gesture towards her.
Shaq, any reaction from the community, from outside the courthouse? Have you heard anything so far?
No big reaction that we've seen so far outside of the courthouse. I should remind you, it is freezing cold here in Minneapolis, so it would take a little bit for folks to come out. We do know, and we have seen on social media, that there is at least one protest that is scheduled for a little bit later this afternoon. We'll see what that results in, but no obvious reaction here in Minneapolis just yet.
All right, Shaq, thank you so much for standing out in the freezing cold for us, as you always do. We very much appreciate it.
You got it.
The FBI cracking down on crypto crimes. The Justice Department is rolling out a new unit dedicated solely to investigating the criminal misuse of cryptocurrencies and digital assets. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joining me now. So, Ken, what kind of crypto crimes are they looking at? What are we talking about here?
Well, Allison, you know, things like ransomware and cyber crimes always come to mind when we talk about crypto, but really it's a currency, right? So it crosses all kinds of criminal conduct, from, you know, drug cartels to basic, you know, financial crimes and money laundering. There was a time when criminals thought that cryptocurrency was a safer way to launder money, to avoid scrutiny by the feds. This creation of this national cryptocurrency enforcement team by the Justice Department is a reflection of the fact that the federal government is catching up. And in fact, they're finding that they can trace this crypto. They've appointed a veteran prosecutor, Yoon Young Choi, to head this unit. And this is really just a reflection of something that's been happening for years in the federal government. What I find remarkable is that 5 years ago, you know, they barely knew what crypto was, but they've really had to rapidly stand up these units inside the FBI and the IRS, and they use sophisticated software by companies like Chainalysis to analyze these transactions across the blockchain, trace these ill-gotten goods, and in many cases seize massive amounts of money, Allison.
Ken, I mean, with the FBI, the DOJ getting involved on this level, it seems to me as an indicator of just how big of a problem this is. I mean, could you kind of put it in context for us? How big of a problem are crypto crimes right now?
I mean, I don't think anybody really knows, Allison,
Yeah.
but by one count, one of the companies that looks at crypto, Chainalysis, found that the scope of crypto crimes went from around $8 billion last year to $14 billion, sorry, $8 billion in 2020 to $14 billion in 2021. And that is just one estimate. I mean, it's a vast, it's become a vast business and a kind of a go-to currency for criminals.
Yeah, the fact that we can't exactly nail it down shows just how big of a deal it is. So I got to ask, I mean, this is such an anonymous, mysterious world. How does the FBI track down these criminals when anonymity is such a huge part of this industry?
This is a story that I'm very interested in digging into, Allison.
Yeah.
I know the surface answer, which is that they use very sophisticated software, like from this company, Chainalysis, and other companies, that analyze the so-called blockchain, which is a ledger, in the case of Bitcoin blockchain, of every transaction going back years, so it never goes away. It's really complicated, though, and you need this software to sort of trace, because there are a lot of clever things that criminals can do to sort of disperse the Bitcoin, but at the end of the day, they can trace it, as we saw recently with this massive seizure, the biggest in history, of Bitcoin valued at $3.6 billion, and this couple in New York charged with money laundering, Allison.
Ken, I think you have a cool job all the time, but I'm intrigued by this one as well. Please come back and tell us what you find as you learn more. This is so cool.
That's a promise. We'll do, Allison.
Thank you. A high-end crime wave targeting upper-class neighborhoods from San Diego to Washington, D.C., and these are not your average burglars. They are highly organized crime tourists coming from Chile. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas explains.
They enter homes untroubled by security cameras, wearing gloves and covered head to toe as they look for money, jewelry, and other valuables. But these aren't your regular neighborhood bandits. These are international criminals on vacation and with the worst of intentions.
They knew exactly what they were doing and where they were going.
In San Diego, Tony Lopez says one group waited until they were gone to move in. The family watched in real time on their security camera as they stole more than $80,000 in jewelry and heirlooms in less than 10 minutes.
They looked self-assured. They did not seem as a burglar in panic. They just were like an organized group like you see in the movies.
Investigators say they are not alone, but part of a growing number of crime tourists coming to the United States from Chile legally.
They're supposed to be here for about 90 days, but they typically overstay. There's not a lot of checks on them, so they're able to come in and they operate together in groups.
Authorities say these cases have been on the rise in recent years, pointing to a visa waiver program that has allowed Chilean passport holders to enter the U.S. without a visa since 2014. The Chilean theft groups committing hundreds of burglaries across the country, targeting high-end homes from suburbs in D.C. to mansions in San Diego, taking millions in valuables, including gold, cash, and jewelry.
They target the master bedroom closet, and the master bathroom. They very seldom venture outside of that area of the home.
Detectives say this is not part of a single organized crime ring, but independent groups who know exactly what they're looking for.
We had a safe that was hidden in the back of the closet, bolted to the floor, had been ripped out of the floor and had been smashed open.
The Chilean embassy telling us Chilean and U.S. officials are actively and permanently collaborating and sharing information to tackle the problem, exchanging data and taking measures to prevent these crimes.
Getting our typical investigation of DNA or fingerprints doesn't really work with this particular crew.
The FBI is involved too, but experts say even when the criminals are caught, the bail for nonviolent property offenses can be low or sometimes non-existent, allowing the foreign nationals to sometimes skip town for the next job or fly home with the riches.
Coming up, a social media starlet stalked her father, killed the obsessive fan. We've got the wild story after the break.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Time to go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eagling. She has the headlines from NBCNews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hey, Allison, we start with the Biden administration's new screening tool designed to help identify disadvantaged communities impacted by environmental hazards. It's drawing some criticism because it excludes race as a factor. California State Chancellor Joseph Castro resigning effective immediately. He's facing criticism for the way he handled sexual misconduct complaints in 2019 at Fresno State University. Minnesota Congressman Jim Hagedorn died Thursday night. The 59-year-old Republican had been battling stage 4 kidney cancer. He was elected to Congress back in January of 2019. Ottawa police are arresting protesters and towing away trucks attempting to break the 3-week convoy on COVID restrictions. 2 protest leaders who were arrested last night are due in court today. And Elliot Page is writing a memoir. The Oscar-nominated 34-year-old actor has been a prominent advocate for the transgender community. His new book called Page Boy will be published next year. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. This next story, a pretty scary reminder of the dangers on social media. A teen TikTok star stalked by an obsessive fan. Her father shot and killed him. Now they're talking about the ordeal. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has their story.
The family says that young man was an obsessive stalker who not only showed up at their house with a gun, but used it. Ava Majuri is a growing social media star.
Give me all ideas in the comments.
The 15-year-old has more than 1.2 million followers on TikTok. But last summer, her family says one of those followers showed up at the family's Florida home with a gun.
Somebody had attempted to breach the door with, I presume, the shotgun.
Ava's father, Rob, a retired police lieutenant, sprang into action, saying he eventually shot the intruder.
At that point, I took action and neutralized the threat.
The Majuris say the alleged gunman was Eric Justin, an obsessed fan who sent Ava hundreds of messages on her social media accounts. Ava's parents say at one point they allowed their daughter to sell the 18-year-old 2 selfies she had already posted online, and that he also paid her classmates for information about Ava. But they say Justin then started asking Ava for explicit photos.
I had an opportunity to actually text this person and said, hey, she's a minor and you need to not contact her anymore, and we notify the authorities.
The day of the shooting, authorities telling local media a man was shot and killed while attempting a home invasion without releasing any names. No one was arrested at the time. Overnight, the Collier County Sheriff's Office sending NBC News a heavily redacted police report, calling the case an ongoing investigation. After the incident, the family moved and Ava started homeschooling.
Everything has changed. More security on our end, more reviews of accounts, more checking in, just trying to be normal for Ava.
Despite the terrifying ordeal, Ava is still posting on social media.
Even afterwards, people seem to say, why would you allow this to continue? It became such a part of her personality and her being that to take it away would maybe harm her more.
One of her latest posts, a warning to others, writing on Instagram, I hope my experience will be a teaching moment for not just my friends, but social media users of all ages and backgrounds. Ava's dad telling us that this was a stand-your-ground situation and that police told him the shooting was justified. Authorities would not comment on that. But we asked TikTok for a statement related to this specific case, and a spokesperson sent us their company guidelines for users under the age of 16, saying our platform is designed with the safety of minors in mind, and some of our features are age restricted. Still, a cautionary tale for many parents.
Opt out of Black History Month? A school counselor in Indiana under fire for sending this form to parents, asking them to sign it if they don't want their kids to get Black history lessons. As NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett shows us, it is just the latest example of the fierce debate over teaching race in the classroom.
Outrage over a teacher in Massachusetts making toddlers wear blackface masks. And parents in Indiana upset after they say a teacher had students draw black people picking cotton.
Picking cotton was forced labor. It's not something it's not a part of our heritage. There's so many other things that could have been discussed. Inventors, business owners.
Just a few instances of questionable choices on how to teach about Black History Month in schools.
Racism has gone on far too long. We know it's not going to go anywhere. It does not belong in Lawrence Township schools or any school district.
In Massachusetts, the teacher was fired, and the school district in Indiana says the assignment demonstrates poor judgment. While these two states don't have rules on how race and its history in the U.S. can be taught, in the last year, 37 states have introduced measures to limit how race and discrimination can be taught in public schools. 14 states have imposed laws or rules to enforce those restrictions.
It's just demoralizing. I don't feel trusted. I don't feel like they respect the profession.
Like in Iowa, where Tyler Stewart teaches middle school history and government. The state's law limits how teachers can discuss race and gender in the classroom, and conservative lawmakers also recently introduced bills that would require cameras to be installed in classrooms and state control over social studies lesson plans. Because of this, Stewart decided he won't be teaching in Iowa next year.
The constant attacks and the misinformation campaign around COVID, and then when they started trickling in the critical race theory stuff and cameras, like everything kind of started to pile on. And then it just kind of hit me as I don't have to keep doing this. I don't. Honestly, I could go somewhere else and make more money and not have to worry about being the center of an attack by our government and by our governor.
Scholars who believe learning accurate history informs our present and future see these limitations as suppression.
What that does is it tells us that there's only one way to be a citizen in this country. There's only one truth.
For the future education and the future of the country and like students that are going to grow up and be part of society, what implications do you see in this for the future of these students?
I think we are going to see a more hyper-visible resurgence, even if it's slow, of the things that we're saying we shouldn't teach about, like racism. What policies like this does is it emboldens people to sort of continue or sort of ratchet up, if you will, further instances of racism and sort of oppression, because it's like, well, we can't talk about it, right? But that doesn't mean that it can't happen.
Coming up in the next hour, President Biden set to speak about Ukraine at the White House, while Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken are at the Munich Security Conference today. The vice president warning of severe consequences if Russia invades Ukraine while meeting with NATO Secretary General.
We understand this is a dynamic moment in time, and so the work that we are doing on a day basis and sometimes on an hourly basis to strengthen the relationships, to check in terms of our strategic imperatives is critically important, and that is one of the reasons I am here.
Russia saying Vladimir Putin will oversee nuclear drills tomorrow. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner live for us from Moscow. Matt, what is the Kremlin saying about those nuclear drills?
Thank you, Allison. Well, they're saying essentially don't read too much into it, but we can read a little bit, I think. So what we're talking about here are the Grom strategic nuclear exercises. Usually we'll see them in the fall, but about a month or so ago, they started signaling that they had moved them up to the spring, and we've all been kind of waiting for the dates. And what do you know? Today they named it as tomorrow and said that Vladimir Putin will personally be overseeing it. Peskov downplaying this, saying, well, of course, the president is going to lead the strategic nuclear exercises. He's the one, who has the famous football and the red button and all that. One other very interesting part of this is this all happened on the same day as a meeting between Putin and the Belarusian president, Alexander Lukashenko. He came here to Moscow. He will be taking part in those exercises as well. Today we heard a lot from both of them about strengthening their defense partnership, basically. So there is a little bit to read into it.
Matt, Secretary of State Blinken and Russia's foreign minister agreed to meet next week. What do you know about that meeting? Any whens or wheres released yet?
So we're basically waiting on the details now. Obviously, we heard Blinken yesterday say that he wanted to. Biden today, in an interview with Russia Today, said that he, basically also was interested because he always had the understanding that once Russia had delivered its response to the American response to their security demands, they would then meet. So there is this kind of hope that there is still some chance for diplomacy, though, of course, as we discussed yesterday, Russia's response didn't exactly leave much of a door open. They continue to insist any diplomacy is on their terms. We're just waiting for basically the day, location. We've been hearing perhaps Geneva, perhaps Finland. So we're just kind of waiting on the details now.
All right, Matt Bodner, thank you so very much for being with us. Appreciate it. Coming up, women dominating the Winter Games, the barriers they're breaking in Beijing as the Olympics wrap up this weekend.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Who run the Olympic world? Girls, women breaking records and smashing barriers at the Winter Games. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson shows us some of their big achievements in Beijing.
Chloe with us now live. Our friend Alana Myers-Taylor. And you're here with us, Jalen.
They're the women of the Olympics, and they are shattering records in Beijing in more ways than one.
I wasn't even looking for gold. It's so special and so exciting.
It feels so amazing to finally have one of these.
The 2020 Olympics featuring the most female athletes ever and the most women's events ever, including now big air skiing and monobob, where the American athletes that pushed for it won it.
To be able to know we advocated and we fought for something and then have the opportunity to be able to compete and, you know, walk away successful, it definitely was a hard-fought battle.
Beijing features 46 events for women versus 51 for men, and that includes 4 new mixed team events with men and women, like team aerials. We met freestyle skier Ashley Caldwell and her teammates Justin Schoenefeld and Christopher Lillis.
Congratulations!
Not too long after they won gold in this inaugural event.
What does it mean to win alongside your teammates here?
Yeah, this has been incredible.
This is Caldwell's 4th appearance in the games as she keeps upping her game.
A lot of people told me to hold back so you'd win more. And I just didn't like that. It didn't feel right. And so I had to advocate for myself a lot to push through that.
And you obviously did.
Yeah, I did. And I've taken a lot of hits and I've gotten back up more times than I've fallen down. I'm here and I'm doing the biggest tricks ever done by a woman ever in any sport. And so it's pretty incredible.
And what a stage to do it on in China. Its human rights record called into question this year, with the U.S. and other countries staging a diplomatic boycott of the games because of it. For some, that adds urgency to the push for gender equality.
It wasn't until women's ice hockey was in the Olympics for the first time in '98, the U.S. women actually won gold, that lit a fire in my eyes.
Megan Duggan is a former Olympic ice hockey player with 3 medals to her name. She now serves as the president of the Women's Sports Foundation.
It's exciting to see a record number of female athletes competing, right, and participating. But with everything, there's so much more in all countries to be done to reach true equity.
And Ashley Caldwell is leading by example.
I kept saying I wanted to beat the boys. I always said that. And then I realized that, if I am making the standard of men, trying to beat the boys all the time, that just didn't seem right anymore. I changed my mentality of I just want to be the best. And I hope that that's the legacy I leave on the sport and on Olympic sport in general.
No American delegation at Sunday's closing ceremony in Beijing. The U.S., one of 10 countries that declared a diplomatic boycott of the Olympics because of human rights abuses in China. So how does this compare to the 1980 boycott of the Moscow Games? NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers looks back.
The Biden administration will not send any diplomatic or official representation to the Beijing 2022 Winter Olympics and Paralympic Games, given the PRC's ongoing genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang and other human rights abuses.
That's White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki announcing a diplomatic boycott of the Winter Games back in December, saying the administration would cheer on the athletes from home, but wouldn't contribute to the fanfare of the Games. Countries including Canada, Britain, and Australia followed America's lead. Responding, China said the decision violated the spirit of the Games. The country denies genocide and human rights abuses against the Uyghurs.
Boycott of the Summer Olympic Games in Moscow.
This actually isn't the first U.S.-led boycott of the Olympics. More than 40 years ago, there was another, but that one included the athletes.
If the Soviets do not withdraw their troops immediately from Afghanistan within a month,
I would not support the sending of an American team to the Olympics. It's very important for the world to realize how serious a threat the Soviets' invasion of Afghanistan is.
President Carter went through with his threat, and in the end, more than 60 nations did not participate in the 1980 Moscow Summer Olympics. So what do officials from the Carter administration think of the move now?
I know that President Carter does not have any regrets. He feels that while it was one of his most difficult decisions, it's one he had to make. It was painful for him to make it, but he thinks that it was an important statement at an important point in time.
An important statement, but did it make a difference?
It didn't end the Cold War. It didn't lead the Soviets to withdraw, but it was clearly a chink in their armor. So it didn't have a short-term impact, but I think in the long term, it did weaken the Soviet Union.
The full boycott of the Moscow Games meant athletes were caught in the middle of politics.
The majority of Olympians only ever compete in one Olympic Games. And so for an athlete, if 1980 was their one shot and they did not have that chance, very few of them were able to then qualify for 1984, for instance. And so the athletes were the biggest losers in that respect.
So what does history suggest this Olympic boycott will achieve?
Sporting boycotts have almost never led to actual changes politically. There have been a few, very few rare instances where it has, but on the whole, they have not led to political changes. Also, this sense that whatever happens, is not going to change the Chinese government and their actions.
But boycott or not, speaking out brings attention and awareness to the issues at hand.
The fact that the Olympics are in China has actually brought much greater publicity. This has been happening for years, but it has been fairly quiet on a global stand, on a global radar. So the Olympics, with that increased scrutiny on China, has brought greater attention to these issues.
Got what it takes to be an Olympian? You can find out at the United States Olympic and Paralympic Museum in Colorado Springs. NBC News medical correspondent Dr. John Torres tried out a few sports himself, including our NBC News Now favorite, curling.
Olympic City, USA, a.k.a. Colorado Springs, home to the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. It's here where over 100 years of Olympic history comes to life.
These are the torches starting in Berlin, 1936. Is that the first year they had torches?
That was the first year that they did a torch relay, was Berlin 36. And we have a complete collection of torches from 36 all the way to Tokyo. And we have a torch right here that you can actually hold, Dr. John.
Are you serious? That's amazing. This one actually carried the flame, the one I'm holding.
Yes.
It's not often that I'm without words, but.
You'll find medals from every Olympic Games and the wall of Wheaties enshrining Olympic greats. You may even run into an Olympian. Olympic gymnast Michelle Ducerre-Farrell was my tour guide.
This is the silver medal that I won in Los Angeles.
They're heavier than you think they would be.
They are. They're real silver.
You may recognize some of the items. Figure skater Christy Yamaguchi's signed ice skates. Hockey goalie Jim Craig's jersey from the 1980 Miracle on Ice game. But the museum also tells stories we haven't heard before.
That's your name.
It is.
That's your leotard.
That's my leotard. That's the leotard that I wore in the team final where we won silver in Los Angeles. So when you look at the leotard, you naturally see the American flag, but we knew that we had to be more specific with that rule. So we went and found some little stickers at a stationery store, and we stuck them on the sleeve. We hand-stitched those on.
It's not just seeing and reading about the Olympics. You can also try out some of the sports. So now it's time to see if I have what it takes to be an Olympian. First up, track and field. Racing Jesse Owens, who won 4 gold medals in track and field at the 1936 Berlin Summer Olympics.
Is that even close?
Not my sport.
You killed me. All right, here we go. Whoa, whoa.
What about skeleton?
This is amazing. I think I did okay.
You're fine-tuning your skills.
Not bad. 58.97. 11 penalties. Oh, nice.
And I couldn't leave without getting some curling in.
All right, my turn. Not even close.
They also have Paralympic sports like goalball. The Olympics and Paralympics live side by side here. Paralympian John Register competed in not one, but 2 Paralympic sports, swimming and track and field. Register's prosthetic leg and track shoe sit in the museum.
And I love it that it sits, and we were talking about how the Olympics and Paralympics are together, it sits right in front of the shoe and signed tennis ball of Serena Williams.
Wow.
Because I always had a leg up on Serena.
And maybe, just maybe, the kids who walk these halls will someday see themselves in them.
That's right. So what's amazing about, the history that we get to celebrate here is that we, every 2 years, see new pieces of history made and new collection pieces that we get to install into the museum and new stories that we get to tell and share with our visitors.
A place where former Olympians hope to inspire future ones.
Coming up, millions of Americans breaking out of their COVID shell, booking long-awaited vacations. But how safe is it to take a trip right now? And is the travel industry ready to handle everybody? That's next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking news from the U.S. Supreme Court. It just agreed to hear an appeal of the Trump administration's Remain in Mexico policy. Let's get right to NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. So, Pete, the Biden administration wants to terminate this policy that forced thousands of migrants to stay in Mexico while they wait for hearings on their asylum claims. Could you remind us how we got here and when could SCOTUS potentially hear this appeal?
So we got here because this is a program that President Trump put in place, saying that if you wanted to seek asylum in the U.S. and you came from the south through the through Mexico, you had to wait in Mexico to see if your case was adjudicated. One of the first things that President Biden did when he came into office was try to shut this program down because he said that it was putting migrants at risk, that these tent cities sprang up all along the border and these people were victimized. But the states of Texas and Missouri sued, saying when you shut this down, you simply make the asylum program once again a magnet for illegal immigration and even unnecessary, in their view, legal immigration, and that it just is causing both of those to skyrocket. People seek asylum, they vanish before their hearings, they're never heard from again, or their claims were denied. That's what the states argued. And they said the Biden administration didn't act properly in trying to shut the program down. two lower courts agreed with both the states, a district court judge and the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. So the Biden administration has appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the second answer to your question about when is the last week in April. The court will hear argument during its final week of this current Supreme Court argument term and will decide the case sometime in late June or early July. So we will get a decision this term.
Pete, any particular reason why the court agreed to take up this appeal right now?
Well, because right now the Biden administration has just filed the appeal. Now, once before, the government tried to get the Supreme Court to take this case, and it didn't. That was on an emergency basis, but now the Supreme Court, the Biden administration is filing a normal straight-up appeal. Now, I will tell you this, that in normal times, it's too late, would be too late to get a case argued this term. Usually the cutoff for the Supreme Court to take cases for the current term is somewhere around the middle week in January, middle of like January 15th. So it is somewhat unusual for the court to take this case. But obviously, it's an important issue. And in the past, the Supreme Court has tended to be deferential to the federal government when it comes to matters of immigration. Let me just throw one other thing in here, since we do deal with breaking news, and just change subjects here. A federal judge here in Washington has just denied former President Trump's efforts to get one of the civil lawsuits against him over the January 6th riots dismissed. The judge won't dismiss the case. This is the case that was brought by several Democratic members of Congress, arguing that the president basically and a number of other people set in motion the factors that caused the January 6 riots to happen by the constant claims that the election was stolen. Now, I'm just going to look at the judge's ruling here. He's denying the president's motion to dismiss. He is granting, however, motion to dismiss by Donald Trump Jr., and by Rudy Giuliani and by the Oath Keepers. So they were also sued, and the judge has dismissed the lawsuit against them. Now, this is one of, I think, 3 or 4 civil lawsuits that were filed here in Washington by members of Congress, by police, Capitol Police, by the District of Columbia against the former president. And he's made similar arguments in all of them that the lawsuit should be dismissed against him for various reasons. But so this was the first hurdle for this civilian lawsuit, and the people who brought the lawsuit have now cleared that hurdle, although some of the defendants have been allowed out.
Pete Williams breaking not 1 but 2 stories for us today on a Friday, no less. Thank you so much.
Okay, you bet.
From breaking news to spring break, travel bookings are soaring with COVID cases dropping. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello shows us where Americans are going and what they're paying to escape.
From Orlando roller coasters to California beaches and Rocky Mountain ski slopes, Americans are coming out of their Omicron shells and booking their spring break escapes. The good news, airfares still about 6% cheaper than in 2019. Hopper.com reports the most booked destination so far, Miami, with an average round-trip airfare of $193, Las Vegas at $252, Orlando at $222, Fort Lauderdale and Los Angeles. Though rental cars are about 40% more expensive and still in short supply. But after 2 years of COVID, anxiety, vaccines, boosters, and mask mandates, Lori and Aaron Hammer can't wait to escape.
We're so excited!
Booking a trip to Disney with their 3 girls and grandma, or Nana.
She's so excited to experience and watch the girls and see their faces. We're excited to get there now because of their ages. We don't want that magic to pass before we have a chance to get there.
Do you think any of us will look back in our lives and regret the things we didn't buy?
And online travel sites are taking advantage of that pent-up demand.
Or the places we didn't go.
Going big on Super Bowl ads.
What's driving this demand is travelers now feel more comfortable traveling, both domestically and internationally.
The most booked international destinations so far, Cancun, Mexico City, Cabo, and Paris, France. And Americans are already booking their summer vacations, too. Bookings are up 600% over last month. Summer rentals are also soaring. Monica Thibodeau owns and manages Carolina Designs Realty on North Carolina's Outer Banks.
It's really an unprecedented demand here on the Outer Banks. We're just seeing a very high demand for 2022, and we're already looking at 2023.
Airfares this summer expected to average $315 domestically, $815 for international trips, with London the top destination. While countries are already dropping vaccine mandates, experts say a new COVID variant could undermine the travel rebound. The good news, most airlines waive change fees on all but the cheapest flights.
So just how safe is it to travel right now, and how can you get the most bang for your buck? Clint Henderson, senior news editor at the Point Sky travel site, joins me now. Clint, great to have you with us. Some vacation destinations relaxing COVID protocols, but Omicron is still hanging around. How confident should people feel about traveling right now? And please say very confident, because I'm about to go on my first vacation since 2019.
You know, Tom Costello touched on it. The airlines have made it much easier, and hotels too, to cancel or get your points back if you have to cancel a trip. So people are booking. I think, you know, we saw a huge spike this summer, and then the Delta wave happened, and then we saw a huge spike, and then the Omicron wave happened. Now we're starting to see a huge spike again. So most airfare, if you book direct, most hotels, if you book direct, make sure you're booking cancelable rates. But I think people should have more confidence in general than pre-pandemic, just because everyone's being more flexible because they know people are nervous about flying during a pandemic.
The pandemic wiped out some 62 million travel-related jobs, according to the World Travel and Tourism Council. Is this industry ready to welcome back millions of visitors? Are they prepared for it?
You know, I would love to tell you that, yes, they're ready, but unfortunately, we're still seeing staff shortages. The airlines did really well during Thanksgiving, but then we saw complete operational meltdowns from Christmas all the way through New Year's. So I would love to tell you that they're totally ready to handle crowds. I'm not sure they're quite ready yet. So hopefully they'll get their act together. I will say January's gotten a lot smoother. There's less demand in January typically. So airlines and hotels have been able to recover some, but it was pretty messy over the holidays.
Inflation's at its highest level in 4 decades. People are worried about the prices they're paying for everything. But you say now is the time to book the rest of your 2022 travels. How come?
So inflation has not really affected ticket prices or hotels just yet. So generally it's a lagging indicator. So you'll see prices spike later on. The travel app Hopper says airfares are going to go up 7% a month for the next several months. So we're telling people to book now. Right now is a great time to book summer trips because we only see prices going up from here. You know, you've got rising fuel costs, you've got rising labor costs, you've got rising food costs, and eventually that could show up in ticket prices, but it really hasn't yet. We're still seeing airfare below what it was pre-pandemic levels. So right now is a good time to book. And for goodness sake, use those points you've been hoarding for the whole pandemic. You know, points are only going to get less valuable over time, just like inflation is eating into your cash, your points are getting less valuable. So use those points you've been hoarding during the pandemic.
All right, our producer has a friend who just spent $1,200 on a 2-day park pass for 4 people to Disney World. That doesn't include food or the hotel. Besides not going to Disney World, how can people stretch their dollar? Are there any good deals out there right now?
So there's tons of good deals. Disney and theme parks are generally not among those good deals.
Yeah.
But I have good news for you. There's airfare to places like Florida. We're seeing prices under $100 a lot of times. You can find those flights. If you book ahead, if you set Google flight alerts, you can find deals to places like Florida or California for $100 even. $200 is more average, but as much as $100 for a ticket to Florida or California. So check that out. We just saw a huge miles sale from Delta. Delta did the Sky Miles sale where they were offering 5,000 miles round trip. So people were able to use their miles for almost all locations in the United States. Now, that deal is not sticking around as long as we'd hoped, but we are still seeing a lot of airline deals. First class sales, actually, for under $200, miraculous. At the Point Sky, you can check that out today. We're doing a story on that. Where you can fly domestically in first class for $200, talk about social distancing. But there's deals to be had. International is a really big bargain still. We have not seen demand meet what it was pre-pandemic. So you're seeing Paris, you're seeing Madrid, you're seeing Rome for $400, $300, $500 on average. Obviously, if you don't plan ahead, they can be higher, but it's time to bargain shop. We're seeing flights to Mexico. You know, you mentioned, Tom Costello mentioned that flights to Cancun that Cancun is super popular. We're seeing really good deals on Cancun and Cabo, anywhere in Central America, South America. So the deals are definitely out there still.
I can smell the suntan lotion and feel the sunshine just hearing you say Cancun and Cabo. It sounds great. I know a lot of us are itching to get away. Clint, thanks for the good advice.
Anytime.
Coming up, a miracle rescue in Reno, how firefighters found a missing woman stuck clinging to a cliff. Next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
While the world's been focused on COVID, our country is dealing with another major health crisis, liver disease. NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist spoke with a Virginia doctor who's donating more than $100 million to fast-track research and treatment.
He gave me a gift and a second chance.
Karen Looper and her 34-year-old son, Brenton, have one of the most unique relationships a parent and child can have. After years of watching his mom suffer from liver disease.
At the end of the day, I would be exhausted. Then there were times when something would go wrong and I'd have to go into a hospital for a week. I knew eventually I'd have to have a transplant.
When that day came in 2020, Brenton offered up his liver without hesitation.
Wasn't even a question in my mind that I was going to do this, not only for my mom, but for the rest of our family.
Karen is one of 30 million Americans who have some type of liver disease. It's become a silent crisis and one of the leading medical conditions lowering life expectancy in this country. A reality helping drive a $104 million donation to a liver disease institute at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond. Dr. Todd Stravitz and his family's Barbara Brunkhorst Foundation fueling what the university calls the largest announced gift for liver research in U.S. history.
30 years of watching patients and their families suffer unbelievably. The legacy of the gift, I hope, will be that we treat liver diseases before they get to end stage.
Dr. Arun Sanyal will lead the new Institute for Liver Disease.
The liver's primary role is to manage how our body handles nutrition and energy, and then regulates metabolism. When the liver's function fails, the function of many other organs fail, such as the brain, the heart, the kidneys, etc.
Last year, more than 1,100 people on the liver transplant list died waiting for an organ. VCU says the new funding will mean an investment in gene therapy and biotech innovation and allow experts and medical students to develop new diagnostics and treatments with a goal of reducing end-stage liver disease and the need for transplants.
The end game, in my view, is to shift the needle in terms of public health throughout the world, to reduce the burden of liver disease globally.
Liver transplantation is certainly not an optimal treatment. It's a terrible surgery for patients to endure and a terrible surgery for families to watch their loved ones undergo. You know, liver transplantation, I hope someday will really be a procedure of the past.
Stravitz is not only the Institute's major donor, he is also Karen Looper's doctor. We were there for their first meeting since her transplant. She has had some complications since then, but today, smiles and hugs for a 71-year-old woman with a new lease on life, thanks to her baby boy.
He saved my life. How can you not every day wake up and thank the Lord that, hey, he gave me a second chance?
I mean, does that sink in for you? Like your mom just said, you saved her life.
It does. I'm just glad that she can still be around. Doesn't matter what age you are, you consistently are learning from your parents, and this just buys us more time together to have more memories and just keep learning together as well.
She clinged to a tree for hours in the dark and freezing cold and survived. A 64-year-old woman lost on a hike near Reno, rescued. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has her miraculous story.
Before first responders arrived in emergency vehicles, before firefighters unwound spools of rope to pull a rescue bucket up a hill through thick brush, the 64-year-old victim clung to a tree, suspended on a steep slope, dangling 400 feet off a road. So exhausted from a battle with hypothermia, she could only utter a single word: help.
She was in pretty bad shape. The fact that she was able to hold on the way she did just shows how much she wants to live.
Matthew Stewart's mother, Gail, had gone hiking outside Reno. When she didn't return, her son and his friends set out to find her.
I heard some groaning, like someone was in pain.
Dominic Licata spotted Stewart in the dark as temperatures plunged into the low 30s.
Do you think she would have survived the night?
No, definitely not.
12 hours after her fall, rescuers finally lowered Stewart to safety.
The miracle was the fact that she was located in the dark after so many hours of searching in a very unusual place.
This mother, who clung to a tree, also never let go of hope.
That is the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the week. The Dow down more than 200 points. Its second losing week in a row. We will talk about today's big business stories coming up in the next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Breaking news. President Biden addressing the nation any minute on the crisis in Ukraine. We'll go live to the White House. Winter wallop, a powerful storm shuts down an Illinois highway, but as one system moves out, another moves in. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman has your forecast. And August in Paris. We'll take you to the City of Light as it prepares to host the 2024 Summer Games. We start with that breaking news at the White House. President Biden is set to speak about Ukraine any minute now after calling key world leaders about Russia's military buildup. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce is here now. Dan, let's start with what's going on in Russia right now. Vladimir Putin says he's going to oversee massive nuclear drills tomorrow in Russia. What's the Pentagon saying about that?
Yeah, this is highly provocative. Usually these drills are carried out in the fall. And other countries are given notice. But in this case, they've moved it up to this moment in time in February, obviously coinciding with with Russian troops practically surrounding Ukraine with tensions incredibly high. And so this is really a provocative action by Putin. It's a bit of saber rattling, and it's a way of sending a message to the West that Russia has this vast nuclear arsenal at its disposal. Also important to point out here that the Black Sea Fleet, the naval fleet, will be taking part in these exercises. And usually they don't take part in nuclear arsenal types of exercises. So that's yet another provocative action, because that Black Sea fleet is based in Crimea, which of course was seized by Russia the last time it invaded Ukraine in 2014.
Dan, I understand the U.S. is also planning to send more troops and military vehicles to Hungary. Can you tell us about that deployment?
That's right. The Pentagon has told NBC News that about 200 U.S. troops and Stryker armored vehicles will be heading to Hungary. And that's part of a larger deployment of thousands of troops throughout Eastern Europe. About 5,000 have now moved to Poland from the 82nd Airborne. And then you have another 1,000 that have now been shifted from Germany to Romania. And this is all a part of this idea of bolstering the eastern flank of NATO. One, to send a signal that NATO will not be intimidated if Russia does move against Ukraine, to reassure those allies that are on Russia's border that the U.S. and NATO stand with them. And then also, it's also possibly to help with the movement of refugees. Of course, there's fears that there'd be a huge movement of refugees if Russia attacked Ukraine. And those 82nd Airborne troops in Poland might be able to help the Polish government handle that.
All right, let's bring in NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. She is on the North Lawn. Kristen, we are expecting to hear from the president shortly. What kind of tone do you expect from President Biden in the Roosevelt Room today?
Well, I think it's going to be a very heavy tone. Allison, this is the second time that he will be speaking to the American people in 1 week about this crisis in Ukraine. I am told it is his chance to update them as we head into what is really a critical phase. Remember, yesterday he told reporters that he believes that an invasion by Russia into Ukraine is likely within the next few days. So that puts us into the weekend. Is his chance to talk about that timeline. And also, I am told he's going to highlight the efforts at diplomacy and deterrence behind the scenes. He just wrapped up a 45-minute phone call, Allison, with transatlantic leaders in which they reaffirmed their commitment to working together to try to pressure Russia not to move forward with an invasion into Ukraine. But of course, all of this comes as we have seen only escalations by Russia, more troops. We've also just learned, according to top officials here, that those cyber attacks against banks in the defense ministry in Ukraine, now the administration is attributing that to Russia. And of course, that fits into what the administration had warned would be false flag operations, cyber hacks, prior to any type of military invasion. And we know that there's been shelling happening at the border with Ukraine as well. So all of this points to and underscores what you all have been talking about, that there are red lights flashing now, that there could be an imminent invasion by Russia into Ukraine. So President Biden set to speak just a few moments from now, and I think you're going to hear the urgency in his voice, Allison.
Kristen, you also have some new reporting this afternoon on the White House's concerns about Ukraine's president leaving for the Munich Security Conference this weekend. What are sources telling you there?
Well, this is significant. Look, Vice President Harris was expected to meet with President Zelensky tomorrow at the Munich Security Conference, but we are told, according to 4 administration officials, that there's real concern behind the scenes here within the administration about Zelensky traveling at this critical moment, that it may be unsafe for him and that it may provide an opening for Putin to essentially invade while the leader of the country is not physically present. So I pressed the press secretary about whether those concerns had been conveyed to President Zelensky. Take a look.
It's a decision that is up to him to make. Is what we convey privately as well. And regardless of what decision he makes, he will remain. He will have the support of the United States.
So really underscoring that last point, but not answering the question directly about whether the administration had tried to convey that to Zelensky, that he should not travel. We did reach out to Zelensky, and a spokesperson said that he is actually now evaluating the situation because it is so volatile right now, and he has not made a decision, frankly, about whether he is going to travel, whether he's going to move forward with those plans. So this is quite significant, and it also speaks to the real shift in tone that we are seeing on the ground in Ukraine, because just a week ago, essentially you had leaders there saying they weren't overly concerned about a potential Russian invasion. Now all of that has changed, Allison.
Kristen, you mentioned just a few moments ago the cybersecurity attacks in Ukraine. I understand the top White House cybersecurity official was at the press briefing this afternoon as well. What did she say to reporters?
She did. She said that they had assessed that Russia was behind those attacks that we all reported on earlier this week of the defense ministry and banks in Ukraine, and that does fit into the type of precursors that they warned may come before a military invasion by Russia. So it is significant that now they have officially attributed those cyber attacks to Russia. But the other piece of it is that she said, along with the deputy national security advisor, that they were really trying to prepare not only U.S. government entities and infrastructure for a potential cyber attack by Russia, but also the private sector, U.S. banks. I pressed her, should Americans feel as though their infrastructure, their banks, their money is all safe? And she said, look, we have preparations in place to respond immediately should we feel as though Russia is lobbing that type of an attack. Allison.
All right, Kristen Welker, thanks to you and thanks to Dan for getting us ready for the president's address to the American people coming up shortly. Thank you both so much. While we wait for President Biden, we're going to talk about Illinois, where a 30-mile stretch of highway was shut down after more than 100 cars crashed in a vicious snowstorm. As that storm moves out, a clipper system is moving in, and it's bringing more snow and wind to the Midwest today and then to the Northeast over the weekend. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is live in Chicago, but we're going to start with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's going to tell us about this new clipper system, where it is, and what we should expect this President's weekend.
No, yeah, hi there, Allison. I know February and winter is not over yet. The good news is that big storm is off the coast. Left in its wake is really cold temperatures in the Northeast, also really gusty conditions. That's going to last all weekend long, but we are watching a clipper system bringing more snow to the upper Midwest and then eventually into the interior Northeast. So taking a look at the maps here, you can see that cold front over the open waters of the Atlantic. It has cleared out. We are left with very quiet weather in most of the country, but we are watching some snow. That's in the blue here on our winter radar map. You can see that clipper system. Now, clipper systems don't have a lot of moisture. They don't have a lot of moisture to tap into, so they bring relatively light snowfall, and that's what we're seeing. But we have really gusty winds gusting to 65 miles per hour. So we do have some warnings because we're seeing some blowing snow as well. Where you see the green, that is the rain. Also seeing some lake effect snow. You can see right along the Great Lakes, because we have those really gusty northwesterly winds. Those lakes aren't frozen over, so we're getting that lake effect snow. So for the rest of today, the cold and wind is left behind in the Northeast. As you're walking outside, you're going to feel that. You're going to feel that once again tomorrow. And that clipper system is bringing light snow to the upper Midwest. As we go throughout Saturday, we're going to see that clipper system move off to the east. That's going to bring scattered snow showers for the Northeast. We could see some snow squalls as well, so that would bring visibility down in a lot of places. Something to watch for tomorrow. Also, really gusty winds, chilly conditions continue. It's going to feel like the 30s and 20s throughout the Northeast tomorrow. Another cold day on Sunday before we rebound on Monday. Now, we are also watching some snow back to the west, but here are the winter alerts for that clipper system. Where you see the purple, that's your blizzard warning, where we're going to see widespread blowing snow throughout tonight, the evening hours. And then tomorrow, we're going to see some snow into the Northeast. So we do have a lot of alerts still. The white is your winter weather advisory, where you see the blue, a winter storm watch, and the pink is a winter storm warning. Snowfall forecast, again, not a lot of snow with the clipper system, but still could see up to 8 inches in some parts of interior New York. That's due to the lake effect snow as well. Our next system in the Pacific Northwest gets underway tomorrow. Heavy rain, mountain snow move on shore. That's going to make its way across the country eventually as we go throughout the week. But first, over the weekend, difficult travel expected Saturday evening and Saturday night. Then by Sunday, snow showers expand east into the Rockies. We could see winds gusting to 65 miles per hour. That's always a problem with that snow because you get that low visibility. And we could see quite a bit of snow, mountain totals up to nearly 2 feet of snow. And you know what? They need it there. We had a little bit of time where we weren't seeing a lot of snow. We had that stretch where we had a snowy December, but it's been pretty quiet lately. Temperature is a big story tomorrow. So earlier this morning, we had temperatures so warm in the 60s and 70s before that cold front moved through pretty quickly. That dropped the temperature. So temperatures tumbled throughout the day. We are chilly right now. And back behind that front, we're looking at temperatures 13 degrees below normal normal. Marquette, 14 degrees will be the high tomorrow, 22 in Chicago, 22 in Detroit, at the freezing mark in Cincinnati. So well below normal for this time of year, and that's because we have that gusty northwesterly flow. We're going to see that on Sunday as well, but then as we get towards Monday, we're going to warm it right back up, and that's going to hold true for Tuesday and also Wednesday. Allison, tomorrow we're looking at a relatively quiet day. That's good. We haven't had a quiet weekend in quite a while.
Well, you just said a relatively quiet day tomorrow. I haven't heard you say that in a long time, Michelle. That's wonderful.
Yes. Hip, hip, hooray.
Thank you, and enjoy that quiet day. You have earned it.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Maura now in Chicago, where crews have been working round the clock to reopen that highway in Illinois. My goodness, Maura, I understand drivers have been stuck for hours in the freezing temperatures on Interstate 39 after all those crashes. What's the latest there?
Right, Allison, police and rescue services had to work overnight and well throughout most of today to get that interstate reopened. In fact, just before we came on the air with you, we did receive notification that that 30-mile stretch that had been closed is now finally reopened. And this is just something that came on very quickly. It shut down around 3 p.m. yesterday, and we're 24 hours after the fact there. And I think the big difference that we saw, right, is the fact how quickly the ice and the snow came in on this storm. And actually earlier this week in Chicago, we kind of had a spring tease. It was in the 40s, high 30s, which is very, very balmy weather here in the Midwest in late February. And so all of a sudden that snow, ice coming down very quickly is how we saw this pileup result. And it's not the only one we saw across the Midwest. In fact, in Indiana, there was another pileup after a semi-truck crashed on an interstate there as well. And so there was images of these mile-long backups, trucks and cars there as well. But that has started moving again, too. As you can see, it is clear out today. But this storm across basically the entire eastern half of the country into the Midwest was hit by something, Allison.
Maura, let's go further south to central Alabama, where the National Weather Service is out surveying the damage after they say 2 tornadoes touched down. What can you tell us there?
Yeah, insane, right? It was a combination of the snow, the ice, the wind, the rain, even up into the Northeast. And so some of these winds we saw across Alabama in 4 different pockets of the state. They're investigating for those suspected tornadoes. They actually just named a 3rd tornado that did come through yesterday. Some of the gusts reaching up to 100 miles an hour. Again, very quickly. It uprooted trees, crashing into mobile homes. Some of those were destroyed. We heard from some neighbors in the area who described that it sounded like a train was coming through their neighborhood, and then they looked out their window and their neighbor's mobile home was just crushed by this tree. And so now, luckily, as far as we know right now from local officials, there have been no personal injuries or deaths or anything serious like that. So obviously very lucky on that front. But again, this was just the literal storm of all of these different elements and precipitation hitting just a broad swath of the country. And as you heard Michelle talk about the potential for more lack of visibility, rain, flood watches, that's something that you guys in the Northeast are going to be looking at tonight as well.
Yeah, from Illinois to central Alabama, Maura, you covered it all. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Minnesota. 2 years in prison for ex-Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter today. She shot and killed Dante Wright last April during a traffic stop. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is in Minneapolis.
The family of Dante Wright walking out of that courtroom extremely disappointed and very emotional after that sentence earlier today. His father saying that he felt cheated by the sentence. His mother saying that today the justice system murdered her son. Judge Regina Chu giving that 2-year sentence after Kim Potter was found guilty on first and second degree manslaughter in the killing of 20-year-old Dante Wright. And we heard from the prosecution arguing for 7 years in prison. They even brought up members of Dante Wright's family who came up and gave emotional testimony, emotional victim impact statements. The defense, on the other hand, they were arguing for probation. We heard from Kim Potter apologizing to the family of Dante Wright and to the larger community here in the Minneapolis area. The judge in the end of that hearing saying that Dante Wright's life mattered, but became visibly emotional. Actually explained her decision, saying that this was about a cop who made a tragic mistake. Potter will serve 16 months in prison, but will get credit for the nearly 2 months she's already spent behind bars.
In Washington, Congress sending a short-term funding bill to President Biden's desk, avoiding a government shutdown. It funds the government through March 11th. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale here now, fresh off vacation. It's so good to have you back. We missed you.
Great to be back.
Ali, this bill passed, but it was certainly not easy. Tell us about some of the biggest challenges they worked through late last night.
Yeah, Allison, this is yet another moment where Congress failed to create a budget that would last in the long term. And so instead, we had another stopgap funding measure that takes us through March 11th. So we'll get to do this dance again in just a few weeks, unless these lawmakers can come to consensus on a longer term deal. The holdup this time, though, came on the Senate side. It was a game of numbers because several Democratic and Republican senators were out. So we weren't dealing in the usual 50-50 margins that we deal with on Capitol Hill. But also it was regarding Republican senators wanting amendment votes on several different conservative priorities, including voicing their opposition to vaccine mandates. We've seen these kinds of votes before from some of these Republican senators. That was the holdup. Nevertheless, the smell of jet fumes in the air made these folks get it all done. They are now home on recess for the next week, and that government funding bill has been passed to the president's desk.
Ali, shutdown averted for now, but as you said, we could be right back here in a few weeks. Where are lawmakers on a long-term spending bill?
Still working. But look, the key thing here, Allison, is that it doesn't behoove Republicans or Democrats to shut down the government right now. Not that it should be a political consideration, but it always is up here. So as much as they want to find a long-term spending deal, they definitely don't want to shut the government down because nobody wins in that case. No one wants to get the blame for shutting down the government.
Ali, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy making a primary endorsement that surprised a lot of people. Can you tell us more about this one?
Yeah, surprising because typically you don't see members, specifically leaders of the caucuses here, endorsing against incumbents in their re-elections. Specifically, who we're talking about here is McCarthy going against Congresswoman Liz Cheney, someone who he has sparred with repeatedly over the issue of January 6th, over the role of former President Donald Trump, both in relation to the 6th, but also in regards to the role that he has as the leader of the party going forward here. We've seen Cheney repeatedly try to call to her party's better angels, trying to talk to them about the morality of January 6th and the role that Trump played in fomenting that day. But then we've also seen McCarthy stick pretty closely to Trump here. What you can read into this endorsement specifically of McCarthy endorsing Cheney's opponent in this race is that he is clearly reading his caucus right now. I had several Trump allies reach out to me yesterday, pointing out the fact that there is a sizable part of the Republican caucus here on the Hill who are no fans of Liz Cheney. This is McCarthy reading them. And of course, sticking close to the former president who has made clear he has a vendetta against Cheney. He'd like to see her defeated in the upcoming election.
Ali, before you go, you also have an update on those 15 boxes of Trump administration records that were recovered from Florida. What have you learned there?
Yeah, exactly. The National Archives confirming in a letter to the Oversight Committee today that they recovered boxes of presidential records from Mar-a-Lago. Some of those records were classified. To that end, the National Archives says they've been in touch with the Department of Justice. But again, this is the Trump administration not complying with the Presidential Records Act, which is the law, which is to say that they are supposed to be turning over and archiving memos and speech drafts and, of course, official records that from their time in office. Some of these records are things like social media accounts. For example, Donald Trump's personal Twitter account that has since been suspended, the official POTUS account that he used to use when he was in office. There are questions about whether or not those were archived correctly and whether or not direct messages or private messages were part of those archives. All of this really does speak to the larger trend, though, that there are several committees, yes, the Oversight Committee, but also the January 6th Select Committee, who need that information that the National Archives can produce for them from the Trump era. They can't get what they don't know is missing, though. And it's clear that there are gaps here that the National Archives are trying to fill in, but that the Trump administration did not adhere to when they were supposed to be archiving all of these records.
All right, Ali Vitale with a full wrap from Capitol Hill. Thank you so much. 1 in 10 midterm voters could be Latino, according to estimates from the National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials. 3 battleground states in particular expecting a bump in Latino turnout. NBC Latino national reporter Suzanne Gamboa joins me now. So, Suzanne, which 3 states are we talking about here, and why are they expecting a bump?
Hi, Allison. Yeah, the states that we're expected to see a bump in are Arizona going up about 9.6%, Colorado 8.9%, and Nevada 5.8%. And a lot of this just has to do with this increasing Latino electorate that, tied to the population growth of the Hispanics all across the country.
Texas and New Mexico could see drops in Latino turnout. What's this group saying about that?
Well, Texas and New Mexico saw so much growth in 2018 that it's hard to sort of repeat that in this midterm. Mm-hmm. So the NALEO, the National Association of Latino Elected Officials, they think without a really huge investment, it's hard to see the states match that. And with all that's going on, that you might even see a little bit of a decrease, because 2018 was an interesting year.
Yeah, it certainly was. Suzanne, on NBCNews.com, you write, the share of Hispanics who vote in the midterms is likely to be smaller than in 2018 because there's been an increase in the number of Latinos who are eligible to vote. Some people might be reading that on the screen and thinking, wait a minute, if more Latinos can vote, why would there be a smaller turnout in November? Can you explain that one?
Yeah, this is something that people don't often think about when we're talking about increase in Latino turnout. You have to remember that this population keeps growing, and the growth now in the United States of Latinos is mostly because of births, or what you would see in the electorate is people turning 18. There are hundreds of thousands of Latinos every year that turn 18. And so as that grows, you have to have turnout that keeps up with it, and that's not happening. So if that doesn't happen, you're going to see a slightly less share of Latinos eligible to vote turning out.
Suzanne, your reporting is always fascinating. Thank you for coming on to see us, and have a really nice weekend.
Thank you. You too, Allison.
Coming up, protecting priceless art. Museums spending big bucks to salvage pieces of history from climate change. Next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
All right, let's check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin one more time before the weekend. She's got the headlines from NBCNews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison, we start in New York with former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who is being sued by a state trooper who alleged he sexually harassed her. The trooper is also suing Cuomo's former chief of staff and the state police. 54 California Highway Patrol officers charged in a multi-year overtime scheme. Officers of the East LA station are accused of fraudulently collecting more than $225,000 from 2016 to 2018. Louisville mayoral candidate Craig Greenberg outraged over the release of the suspect charged with attempted murder against him at his campaign office. The suspect has been placed on house arrest. Major League Baseball postponing the start of spring season training games until at least March 5th. The organization says that all 30 clubs will give a full refund option to ticket holders for canceled games. And all nominees and invited guests will be required to show proof of vaccination at this year's Academy Awards, but not presenters or performers. Only certain seat sections will require face masks. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. It is a race to save history. From flooding to wildfires, climate change is threatening priceless works of art at museums across the country. CNBC correspondent Diana Olick shows us how much museum directors are spending to try and save them.
Several stories below the Smithsonian's Museum of American History, in the bowels of the building, lie the front lines in the fight to save the nation's irreplaceable artifacts from climate change.
But there's water here already.
That's right.
And there's no rain for weeks.
No, but that's groundwater.
As director of Smithsonian Facilities, Nancy Bechtel is responsible for 13 million square feet of museum space, most on the Mall in Washington, D.C., which is below sea level, as well as 2 museums in New York City and 1 in Virginia.
We're always sort of pre-planning and sort of staging different emergency responses just to be prepared so that our staff is prepared and that we have the planning in place.
Worse than rising water is heavier rainfall, which seeped into Smithsonian spaces after a major storm in 2006 and again last spring.
We had probably about 18 inches to 2 feet of water in this cafeteria.
In fiscal 2021, the Smithsonian had a $214 million budget, and Bechtel is using as much as she can for protection. From putting up flood walls around buildings to rain gardens, sandbags, elevated backup generators.
And I'm going to raise it as high as I can.
To a whole new storage facility on higher ground in Maryland, expected to break ground this year.
Even if I have to protect with plastic, I will protect with plastic.
So you're saving history.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And Bechtel is not alone in the fight. New waterside museums in Miami and St. Petersburg, Florida, were built with special flood protections, and private funding is slowly starting to step up to protect older structures. The Helen Frankenthaler Foundation committed $5 million over the next 2 to 3 years to invest in clean energy, energy efficiency, and climate resilience.
We got 110 applications. That was with just 6 weeks of notice. That 110 applications came in with people knowing exactly what to do and how they wanted to approach it.
So the foundation recently doubled it to $10 million. Now the largest private investment in climate resilience for museums and twice the funding of the National Endowment for the Humanities.
No, it's not enough.
But it helped the California Indian Museum implement wildfire protections for its structure, energy systems, and air filtration. This after the Getty Museum came dangerously close to destruction in the 2019 fires around LA and Malibu.
These collections do not depreciate over time. Guarding and protecting them for a long horizon into the future adds to their value to the museum and to the investors.
And Diana joins me live now. So, Diana, we hear time and time again about the insane amounts of money that art collectors are spending to get Picassos or Banksys in auctions. Are they pitching in at all here?
Well, not enough. Definitely not enough. They really do need to step up, and there needs to be more awareness around it, because remember, some of these collectors will lend their collections to these museums that are at risk. So the more they know about this, the problem is it's just so much value, you can't even calculate it. You can't put a price tag on it. But the more they see it start to eat into their investments, perhaps the more they'll step up. Allison?
You showed us what museums in the U.S. are doing, but I can't help think about the Mona Lisa at the Louvre or the Last Supper in Milan. What are museums in other parts of the world doing about the change in climate?
The exact same thing as the Smithsonian. They're simply moving these works to higher ground. In fact, the Louvre recently moved over 100,000 pieces of artwork up to northern France in order to protect them, because they had flooding there, severe flooding there in 2021, and those pieces are at risk. You also see in Venice, they're doing the same thing. Any European city, they know they have to move these works to higher ground where they can protect them.
Diana, it was such a fascinating story. It's just incredible what they are contending with there and how expensive it is. Thank you.
Thanks.
JIT production causing BIG problems for automakers. It stands for just in time, and this is a system the industry adopted a while back. But between COVID, a chip shortage, and the trucker protests along the U.S.-Canada border, JIT Productions isn't working so well these days. NBC News contributing editor and publisher of the automotive website, thedetroitbureau.com, Paul Eisenstein is here. So, Paul, JIT production cuts the inventory that automotive factories need room for, but it also makes car makers extremely vulnerable to disruptions. So why do they go that route? Can you give us some of the history here?
Well, it started off with Toyota, really after World War II, as the Japanese began to build an automotive industry. And they had, the good part was they had a lot of suppliers very close to their plants. They wanted to minimize the amount of warehousing they needed. You didn't want to have, millions and millions of square feet and billions of dollars of goods stored in inventory. But what they found was they could make everything leaner, cut costs, and also improve quality. You recall one of the reasons the Japanese got big in the United States because their quality was so good. And one of the reasons was just in time meant they didn't have this big mass of inventory sitting in warehouses where if there was a defect, it might have taken months to discover it. And by the time they fixed it, you would have had these bad parts installed in tens, even hundreds of thousands of vehicles.
So run us through what happened to just-in-time production once the chip shortage started happening. Then we had COVID. We recently saw the trucker protests. How did this sort of create a perfect storm?
Well, exactly. And it is the right term in this situation. As you know, COVID, we had a 3-month shutdown during the lockdown when the industry went out of production. And then we followed up with all sorts of problems. Supplier plants where workers were not able to report in because they were ill. And now the semiconductor shortage that has left manufacturers unable in many cases to build. We lost worldwide something like 10 million vehicles worth of production and over $200 billion worth of revenues from sales last year because they didn't have the parts. So the industry is facing this dilemma. Do they build up inventory and risk all the problems? And of course, that means a lot more money invested in inventory sitting there. Or do they continue to suffer these slings and arrows from all these shortages because they know in the long run it still makes for a better vehicle and cheaper manufacturing?
Paul, one auto expert told you that just-in-time production isn't going away, but it's going to change. What kind of change is he talking about here? What kinds of changes are they kicking around in the industry?
Well, one of the biggest changes is you will see some increase in inventory of parts that are particularly critical. Semiconductors may be one of the biggest examples. They want to have more of those. You'll also have what's called dual sourcing. The industry has moved to have, say, one part supplier producing part A, one supplier producing part B. That's great because it increases economies of scale, lowers costs. But it also means if one of those suppliers goes down, as has happened a number of times, it leaves a factory struck without the parts. They may have to shut down. Ford had this happen recently where they had a part supplier making magnesium pieces for their high profit F-150 pickup. They were out of production for a while. And believe it or not, when the tsunami hit Japan about a decade ago, it turned out there was only one supplier in the world producing black paint pigments. So for a while, nobody could produce black paint. They had to stop painting cars black.
Paul, we all know by now new and used car prices are through the roof. Edmunds.com reporting yesterday that 82% of new car buyers paid over sticker price last month. A year ago, barely 3% of buyers paid more than MSRP. How is just-in-time production factoring in here? What's the connection in all of this?
Well, certainly if production is disrupted, it raises prices. Certainly if manufacturers have to increase inventory, it raises their costs. But there's a lot of reasons. We've just had a general disruption of the industry. It's hit in all sorts of things, including, well, now we have a car carrier on fire in the middle of the Atlantic. Yeah. So that's going to raise costs and lead to more shortages. Thousands of vehicles are likely to go and have to be scrapped if the ship doesn't sink. So you have all these things happening, plus the industry, quite frankly, would like to stop haggling. They'd like to stop incentives, which eat away in profitability, eat away in margins. So what you're going to see going forward, the reality is probably higher prices, probably fewer incentives, probably less haggling. Though on the other hand, one good thing, which actually works for just in time, you're also going to see more American buyers get away from impulse shopping and ordering their vehicles ahead of time.
I'm going to miss the haggling, though. There's something about it that's kind of fun.
Yeah, it is an American way, but here's the good side. You may not be able to haggle, but you'll be able to get exactly the car you want, the model, the options, and the colors without having to settle for whatever you can find on a dealer lot. And right now, you can't find a lot of cars on dealer lots anywhere.
Yeah, Paul, I have to say, I just bought a brand new car this fall and did just that. We picked out exactly what we wanted. We didn't get a deal on it, but I picked everything top to bottom. The car showed up. It was exactly what I wanted. Kind of worth it for that sort of customization.
Exactly. And you're seeing a lot more people do it. About 40% of people say going forward, they will custom order their vehicles rather than buying them immediately, whatever they find on the dealer lot. That's up something like tenfold in just a few years.
Paul, great to have you on Talking Cars as always. Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Coming up, got milk? You probably paid a small fortune for it if you do. Food prices are skyrocketing, but not all at the same rate. How to lower your grocery bill. Next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. The Dow down again after putting up its worst day of 2022 yesterday. It closed out this Friday 232 points lower. That's 2 losing weeks in a row. Russia and Ukraine not just worrying politicians, investors are concerned too. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here to wrap up the business week. So Caleb, huge concerns about a war between Russia and Ukraine, but that's not the only thing that's messing with the markets. Give us the full picture. Cecilia, what's shaking our confidence daily?
Yeah, our stock confidence is sincerely shaken right now. So you have that triple threat. You have inflation, which we've known about now for months. You have the fact that rates are going to rise. Interest rates will start rising next month at the Fed's next meeting. And now you have higher energy prices. They came down a little bit by the end of the week, but oil prices are super vulnerable right now. Analysts predicting they could go as high as $120 a barrel if Russia goes into the Ukraine. If it goes longer, if this becomes a prolonged campaign, $150 a barrel. High oil prices, high interest rates, and high inflation, never a good mix for the stock market, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing tech stocks, especially in the NASDAQ, Allison, getting mauled. Half of the NASDAQ is down 60% or more, a real bear market.
Yeah, for sure. Caleb, let's talk about the housing market. The roof's on fire. January sales out today. They are showing no signs of slowing down, even though there isn't very much to sell. Let's talk about this hot real estate market.
Unbelievably hot, and we don't need no water, but let's not let it burn. Yeah. Housing, existing sales up 6.7% last month. There's no inventory on the market yet. 6.5 million homes were sold. Only 860,000 homes available, Allison. There are no homes for sale. The homes that are available, mostly $500,000 or above. And the average price across the U.S. for single-family homes, $350,000, up 15.5% in just last year alone. So the housing market has gone absolutely bananas here. Very hard for first-time home buyers to get in.
Yeah, for sure. Caleb, it's time to expand our vocab with the Investopedia term of the week. What's your pick today?
Yeah, it's DeFi, decentralized finance. You're hearing it everywhere you go, and now you're hearing some of the biggest companies in America talking about it. This is an emerging financial technology based on the distributed ledgers, similar to those used by cryptocurrencies. Think blockchain. It removes the control banks and institutions have on money, financial products, and financial services. Translation, Allison, nobody's watching. There are no regulators in DeFi right now, and we see some of the biggest companies in the world now. Mattel, Hasbro, the big toy makers, they want to make non-fungible tokens. They want to make digital universes for Barbie and Mr. Potato Head. What could go wrong there? But we're seeing this broad move into Web3, into non-fungible tokens and DeFi, because that's where they think the growth is. So keep your eye on that word. It's going to come up and up and up throughout this year and beyond.
Yeah, Caleb, it is a perfect term today, and I want to talk about what you're just referencing there. Barbie maker Mattel coming out today and saying it sees a future in digital gaming and NFTs. That's cool, but don't try to replace a kid's actual Barbie doll or Hot Wheels with an NFT. I don't think that's going to work. So what is this all about?
This is all about them thinking that we're going to be living our lives more in the digital universe, whether we're wearing the Oculus headsets or virtual reality, or we're playing with avatars in our computers and never leaving our phones, especially the kids. And they're going to have little universes where they can be in Barbie land or Mr. Potato Head land, or playing Uno in the digital metaverse. That's where they're going. The growth is all in digital, and they're taking that out of the physical world and trying to monetize that in the digital world. Will it work? Who knows? Nobody believed in the internet in the early days, and look where we are now.
Truth. Caleb, what's on tap for next week? What are you looking at?
I'm going to be looking at more earnings. This is the end of earnings season, but some key names on the list. Home Depot. I'm watching the housing market. Home Depot does well when the housing market does well. Live Nation. Are we going back to concerts? And of course, Norwegian Cruise Lines. Are we cruising this summer? Anybody going on a cruise? Plus more on housing. Watch those mortgage applications with mortgage rates rising. Keep an eye on that. And then personal income and spending. How is the pocketbooks of everyday Americans now that we're about 2 years out from when the pandemic was officially declared?
Whole lot to watch for next week. But in the meantime, Caleb, great to see you and have an awesome weekend.
You too.
Grocery prices sky high these days, but as food prices increase, store brands may actually have an advantage. They are raising prices more slowly than national brands. NBC News reporter Ahiza Garcia Hodges here now. So Ahiza, you're reporting some of the most noticeable increases have come from big brand name manufacturers. We're talking Kraft Heinz, Coca-Cola, but the in-house brands haven't gone up nearly as much. How are those store brands able to keep prices lower, and what kind of savings and differences are we talking about here?
So one of the key differences is that retailers with in-store or private label brands have contracts that are kind of longer standing with manufacturers. And so that's done by specific companies out of house, so to speak. And so essentially those contract prices are locked in. So while the manufacturers are feeling the sting of rising costs right now, the retailers have been a little bit more insulated from that, at least in the short term. And so we're seeing this difference in terms of pricing that is becoming more dramatic. And obviously, as you can see on the screen there, that, it could be a matter of $2, $3, but eventually that adds up depending on, how many people you're feeding in your family. And what's significant is that, the quality of these in-store brands has really increased in recent years. And so there is that price discrepancy, but there's no longer such a quality discrepancy. So that's extra appealing to consumers, Allison.
Even with higher prices, Kraft Heinz quarterly earnings beat Wall Street's expectations. So people are still buying, it seems, even if things are going up. What are companies saying, though, about future price increases?
So far, the price increases seem to be working. There does seem to still be, brand recognition and loyalty. And so, executives are kind of running with this and seeing how much they can kind of apply that pressure on consumers and pass down the extra increased cost. So far, it's working. Obviously, it remains to be seen. It's a dance, right?
Yeah.
Depends, just how much consumers are willing to kind of take that extra chunk.
Yeah, you'll buy that Coke until it gets so expensive, and then you're grabbing the generic cola. You're reporting that 80% of people in a Jefferies Group survey say they are actively looking for ways to cut food costs. Besides buying private label brands, what are they doing? What do you suggest that we do to make the trip to the grocery store a little less painful?
So one of the things people are doing is trying to look for sales and capitalize on that, use promotions, things like that. And retailers and manufacturers are kind of tapping into that as well. And, places like Walmart that kind of have the extra, a little bit of cushion, are taking advantage of that and implementing more rollbacks, things like that. But yeah, so looking for sales and then unfortunately buying less. So, obviously this has big ramifications for, people who are already more strained during the pandemic. If it's a decision between, having to make tough choices at the grocery store, it's a really unfortunate situation to be in.
Yeah, really tough, especially for families who have a lot of mouths to feed. Ahiza, thanks so much. Have a nice weekend.
Thanks, Allison.
Coming up, controversy and criticism, what Olympic organizers are saying about Kamila Valieva's coaches after that stunning podium upset. Next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Now to Beijing and the fallout of a Russian figure skater Kamila Valieva's final performance. NBC News' Gotti Schwartz is here now. Gotti, everyone is still talking about this one. She really struggled in yesterday's free skate, taking 4th place. I think a lot of people finally got a chance to see it happen. She was far and away the gold medal favorite, as you've been saying. Obviously, so much pressure, so much controversy here. What are you hearing from the IOC on this today?
Oh, well, look, when the figure skating scandal first broke, we almost heard nothing from the head of the IOC, who continued to visit venues, but didn't really comment on these massive questions that were being raised about fair play, about doping, about the arbitrators allowing Kamila Valieva to skate. But then after what we all saw play out live yesterday, there was really no way not to comment. And then we saw Thomas Bach, the president of the IOC, say he was taken aback at what he saw from the coaches on the Russian figure skating team when Kamila Valieva left the ice in shambles, only to be immediately criticized by her coach, saying it was chilling to watch. And that's raising questions about the Russian adults that are responsible for the well-being of the Russian team, in particular, a 15-year-old Kamila, who has been crushed under one of the biggest controversies.
Gadi, I'm so sorry. I have to interrupt you. President Biden has finally taken the podium at the White House. We are going to go to an NBC News special report.
Here's Lester Holt.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Just moments from now, President Biden will update the nation on his administration's efforts to keep Russian President Vladimir Putin from ordering an invasion of Ukraine. President Biden has just concluded a call with NATO allies regarding the crisis. All this comes amid an increasing buildup of Russia's military troops on Ukraine's borders and new accusations today of cyber attacks. The president, we should be seeing him momentarily in the Roosevelt Room as we wait for him to prepare. Let me go to Kristen Welker right now at the White House. Kristen, do we have more guidance as to what we'll hear from the president?
Well, Lester, this is the second time that President Biden will speak to the American people about the situation in Ukraine this week, and it underscores that this is an intensifying crisis. I am told that he is going to emphasize there is still a path to diplomacy and the efforts at deterrence that are underway. Now, remember, just yesterday, he said that an invasion by Russia into Ukraine could come in a matter of days. So he sees this as an opportunity to update the American people as we head into what will undoubtedly be a critical weekend. Now, it comes on the heels of that conversation that you mentioned, Lester, with transatlantic leaders. It lasted about 48 minutes. It also comes as top officials here confirmed this afternoon that the administration has now assessed that Russia is behind those cyber attacks against the defense ministry and key banks in Ukraine. That is significant because the administration has long said those are the types of actions that could precede any invasion. The shelling that we are seeing in Ukraine, another type of action that the U.S. has warned about. So those efforts at diplomacy have been going on behind the scenes, Lester.
Yeah, a defense official saying a destabilization campaign has begun. 40 to 50% of Russian forces along the border are in attack position, according to a defense official, as we again wait the president to emerge there in the Roosevelt Room to bring us up to date with the very latest. Let me go to Richard Engel right now. He's inside Ukraine. Richard, this disinformation campaign, are you seeing it where you are? What's the temperature on the ground?
Well, the temperature is getting a lot higher, and we are absolutely in the middle of what feels like an elaborate disinformation campaign. There is a part of this country controlled by Russian-backed separatists. It has been controlled by Russian-backed separatists for the last 8 years. And for the last 24 hours, those separatists have been claiming that they are under attack by the Ukrainian military, that they are in a position where they need to evacuate. In fact, the separatist leaders today put out a call for all of the pro-Russian community living in that area. There's about 2 million people living in an area adjacent to Russia, to get in their cars, starting with men, women, children, and the elderly first, and to get out of the country. And there are reports in Russia that Vladimir Putin is promising to pay each family forced to leave, forced to escape because of an impending Ukrainian invasion, the equivalent of $130.
All right, Richard, here's the president.
Today, I made 2 vital calls, as I've been making for some months now. 2 vital calls that on the situation in Russia and Ukraine. The first was to a bipartisan group of members of Congress who are currently representing the United States, along with Vice President Harris at the Munich Security Conference. The second was the latest in a series of calls over the past many months with the heads of state of our NATO allies and the European Union to bring them up to date on what the United States thinks is the current state of affairs and what's likely to happen in Ukraine in the coming days, to ensure that we continue to remain in lockstep, that is, the European Union and NATO. Despite Russia's efforts to divide us at home and abroad, I can affirm that has not happened. The overwhelming message of on both calls was one of unity, determination, and resolve. I shared with all of those on the calls what we know about a rapidly escalating crisis in Ukraine. Over the last few days, we've seen reports of a major uptick in violations of the ceasefire by Russian-backed fighters attempting to provoke Ukraine in the Donbass. For example, a shelling of a Ukrainian kindergarten yesterday, which Russia has falsely asserted was carried out by Ukraine. We also continue to see more and more disinformation being pushed out to the Russian public, including Russian-backed separatists, claiming that Ukraine is planning to launch a massive offensive attack in the Donbass. Well, look, there is simply no evidence of these assertions, and it defies basic logic to believe the Ukrainians would choose this moment, with well over 150,000 troops arrayed on its borders, to escalate a year-long conflict. Russia's state media also continues to make phony allegations of a genocide taking place in the Donbass and push fabricated claims warning about Ukraine's attack on Russia without any evidence. That's just what I'm sure Ukraine's thinking of doing, attacking Russia. All of these are consistent with the playbook the Russians have used before to set up a false justification to act against Ukraine. This is also in line with the pretext scenarios that the United States and our allies and partners have been warning about for weeks. Throughout these tense moments, the Ukrainian forces have shown great judgment and, I might add, restraint. They refused to allow the Russians to bait them into war. But the fact remains, Russian troops currently have Ukraine surrounded from Belarus along the Russian border and with Ukraine to the Black Sea in the south and all of its border. You know, look, we have reason to believe the Russian forces are planning to and intend to attack Ukraine in the coming week, in the coming days. We believe that they will target Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, a city of 2.8 million innocent people. We're calling out Russia's plans loudly and repeatedly, not because we want a conflict, but because we're doing everything in our power to remove any reason that Russia may give to justify invading Ukraine and prevent them from moving. Make no mistake, if Russia pursues its plans, it will be responsible for a catastrophic and needless war of choice. The United States and our allies are prepared to defend every inch of NATO territory from any threat to our collective security as well. We also will not send troops in to fight in Ukraine, but we will continue to support the Ukrainian people. This past year, the United States provided a record amount of security assistance to Ukraine to bolster its defensive, $650 million from Javelin missiles to ammunition. We also previously provided $500 million in Ukraine and humanitarian aid and economic support for Ukraine. And earlier this week, we also announced an additional sovereign loan guarantee of up to $1 billion to strengthen Ukraine's economic resilience. But the bottom line is this: the United States and our allies and partners will support the Ukrainian people. We will hold Russia accountable for its actions. The West is united and resolved. We're ready to impose severe sanctions on Russia if it further invades Ukraine. But I say again, Russia can still choose diplomacy. It is not too late to de-escalate and return to the negotiating table. Last night, Russia agreed that Secretary of State Blinken and Foreign Minister Lavrov should meet on February 24th in Europe. But if Russia takes military action before that date, we'll be clear that they have slammed the door shut on diplomacy. They will have chosen war, a steep price for doing so, not only from the sanctions that we and our allies will impose on Russia, but the moral outrage the rest of the world will visit upon them. You know, there are many issues that divide our nation and our world, but standing up to Russian aggression is not one of them. The American people are united. Europe is united. The transatlantic community is united. Our political parties in this country are united. The entire free world is united. Russia has a choice between war and all the suffering it will bring, or diplomacy that will make a future safer for everyone. Now, I'm happy to take a few questions. Nancy from Bloomberg.
Thank you so much, sir. Do you think that it is wise for President Zelensky to leave Ukraine if an invasion is as imminent as the U.S. says it is?
That's a judgment for him to make and a determination as to whether or not. I've spoken with Zelensky a dozen times, maybe more, I don't know. And it's in the pursuit of a diplomatic solution, it may not be it may be the wise choice, but it's his decision.
And do you have any indication about whether President Putin has made a decision on whether to invade? Do you feel confident that he hasn't made that decision already?
As of this moment, I'm convinced he's made the decision. We have reason to believe that.
There seems to be a unanimity, a spirit to do between the United States and Europe to do some sanctions, the comprehensive sanctions. But is everyone on board with the exact same sanctions that you want to do?
Yes. There will be some slight differences, but none. There'll be more add-ons than subtractions.
And President Putin is going to oversee some nuclear drills this weekend. How do you see that happening? What's your reaction to that, sir? Thank you.
Well, I don't think he is remotely contemplating using nuclear weapons. But I do think I think he is focused on trying to convince the world that he has the ability to change the dynamics in Europe in a way that he cannot. But I don't, how much of it is a cover for just saying we're just doing exercises and there's more than that, I just can't, it's hard to read his mind.
Mr. President, to be clear, you are convinced that President Putin is going to invade Ukraine. Is that what you just said a few moments ago?
Yes, I did. Yes.
So is diplomacy off the table then?
No. Until he does, diplomacy is always a possibility.
What reason do you have to believe he's considering that option at all?
We have a significant intelligence capability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
President Biden with brief remarks and taking a few questions, as you can see there, saying he's convinced that Russia, Vladimir Putin, has made the decision to invade. The president continued to talk about coming days and the coming week. As for the timing, the president also noting that the Russians are following what he refers to as a playbook of disinformation, false flag type operations, destabilization efforts within the media in Russia as a pretext to invasion. We want to go to NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. And Kristen, notably, the president said there is a planned meeting between Secretary Blinken and his Russian counterpart, but that all really depends on whether the Russians begin the invasion or not.
That's right. That meeting, he said, will not take place if Russia does decide to invade. And I just want to emphasize the significance of the news that we just heard. We have asked the president and top officials here for the past several days if they thought that Putin had made a final decision about whether to invade. And for the very first time, we heard from the president himself that he believes that they have assessed that, yes, President Putin has decided to invade Ukraine. That is hugely significant. Now, you also heard him say, yes, there is still a path to diplomacy, and that meeting set to take place next week between Secretary Blinken and his Russian counterpart. This is really an all-hands-on-deck effort, Lester. At diplomacy, you have the vice president, who is in Munich right now, along with the Secretary of State, holding high-level talks. And it comes as we have reported today that the administration does have some real concern about President Zelensky leaving his country in these critical hours to attend that conference in Munich as well. He is scheduled to meet with the vice president. So it is certainly a critical meeting. You heard the president there pressed on that reporting, and he said that ultimately it is up to President Zelensky to decide if this is the right time and a safe time for him to leave his country. But again, the big headline here is that President Biden saying that they have assessed that President Putin has made a decision to invade Ukraine. The window for diplomacy clearly closing every minute, Lester, but they are still on that path of continuing those talks. When I asked the press secretary earlier today why continue to talk when the window for diplomacy is closing, she said, what other option is there? Lester.
Kristen Welker, thank you. Let me bring in NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel. Richard, something else we heard from the president is the belief that Kyiv, the capital, will be targeted. You've obviously spent a lot of time there. Any sense that that's a city, a big city, that is ready to order evacuations or take defensive actions in that view?
Well, I think defensive action, certainly. And Kyiv is a city that is willing to fight. There have been recent opinion polls that suggest that Kyiv and other cities to the far west will resist, that the army will try its best to fight in a stand-up fight, but then it will eventually, perhaps after days, be forced to go underground. Here in the east, there are a lot of army divisions, and soldiers we've been speaking to say they too will fight, but it will obviously be a tough fight. They are up against the Russian military. Russia has about half of its combat power, according to Courtney Kube over at the Pentagon, currently on the borders. So if Russia were to unleash that combat power, it could come in from multiple directions. It could come from Belarus, which is just about 50 miles. The Belarusian border is about 50 miles from Kiev. It could cross in multiple locations in the east. They could do marine landings coming in the south, where I am right now. That is if they go for this maximalist option. But what we were talking about right before President Biden walked into the room is how this potentially could start. And it's something that President Biden was talking about, a false flag, a fake operation. And that seems to be what we are living in right now. For the last 24 hours, Russian-backed separatists, and there are about 2 million of them, they live in an enclave not far from here, have been claiming that they are under attack by the Ukrainian military. And it seems preposterous that the Ukrainian military would choose this time, when so much Russian forces are assembled around the borders, to launch an attack at one of Russia's allies. There's no evidence that they are launching this attack, but that is what Russia is claiming. That is what the Russian media are claiming. People in the separatist areas have begun to evacuate, claiming that they are under fire by the Ukrainian military. And the next step would be for potentially Russia to say, we are moving in to save our fellow Russian compatriots who are being attacked by the Ukrainian military. And again, I have to say, as far as our reporting is going and as far as what the Ukrainians are saying, that is not true. The separatists are not being attacked.
Richard Engel inside Ukraine. Richard, thank you again. The big headline here, the president making a statement, taking questions, saying he is convinced that Russia has made the decision to go forward with its invasion of Ukraine. The question is when and exactly where. We continue to follow it all. That concludes our coverage of President Biden's remarks on the Ukraine crisis. We'll have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Good day, everyone.
I'm Hallie Jackson, and this is Hallie Jackson Now on NBC News Now. You just heard President Biden very clearly lay out what is at stake right now as we speak overseas on the Ukrainian border. He is convinced, he says, based on the intelligence he's seen, that Vladimir Putin has made the decision to go to war, essentially, under what the U.S. believes will be a false pretext, as our Richard Engel just laid out, a false pretext that it appears is unfolding in eastern Ukraine even as we speak. A lot of the focus now, the question of timing, right? When might this happen? And what you heard the president lay out was this meeting that is supposed to happen potentially maybe late next week between the foreign minister of Russia and the United States Secretary of State. If Russia does not invade between now and then, it is possible that that window for diplomacy could open back up. Right now, it is closing quick. I want to bring in Shannon Pettypiece over at the White House. Matt Bodner is with us from Russia, live for us in Moscow. Shannon, let me start with you. We knew the president was going to make remarks. This is the second time in a week that he's talked with all of us about the crisis in Ukraine, and he was more definitive tonight than he has ever been before about this. And it came up in this Q&A session with reporters, and he was unequivocal. He believes Vladimir Putin has made a decision to invade. All signs, and we're going to talk about those signs in a second, on the ground seem to point in that direction as well. The question is when and what next?
Right. And what next we're hearing from the president is a unified response coming from the European Union, from the NATO allies. The president started off his remarks talking about how he had a call earlier today with the Western allies, how they're more united than ever and how they will respond in a united front, reiterating that point because, of course, one of the things Putin has been working towards for years now has been trying to divide the West and trying to divide the U.S. The president also mentioning he had a call with a bipartisan group of members of Congress, so also talking about unity on the domestic front. But of course, Hallie, as you mentioned, we heard an assessment from the president that we have not heard before about his belief that Putin has made a decision to invade Ukraine. Up until now, the president has said, I don't know,
right.
He could go one way, could go another, but that, he has indicated it was a potential, a likelihood. Now he believes that that decision has been made. However, he has left the door open to a final sort of diplomatic push. He gave a bit of a deadline there. He said there is this February 24th meeting that has been agreed to between Secretary of State Antony Blinken and his counterpart Sergei Lavrov in Russia, that if Russia invades before that February 24th meeting, then the door, he said, is essentially closed to diplomacy. If there is not an invasion, there's a potential for something to come out of that meeting, for a diplomatic situation to play out. But the president's assessment really echoes the warning we have heard in increasing days from administration officials who say they do not see any signs of diplomacy coming from Russia at this point. It appears to be talk, lip service to diplomacy, but no actual diplomacy going on behind the scenes. And instead, this continued drumbeat of an escalation towards war from the Russians, with more troops, with cyber attacks, with false flag operations, and everything that the U.S. has warned for days now would be a precursor to an invasion.
And let's be clear here, too, Shannon. This is an inflection point, right? Matt Bodner in Moscow, I'm going to get to you in a second. But we have seen, and we're going to talk through all of these signals. You talk about the lip service that Russia has been paying to diplomacy. Their actions have not backed it up based on what we've seen. And just to remind folks, remember, obviously, Ukraine on the border with Russia. There is a part of Ukraine, as you both well know, and as our viewers well know, in the eastern part of Ukraine where there are Russian-backed separatists. There is concern right now that a false flag operation, Shannon, as you laid out, basically an invented excuse for Putin to go to war is happening as we speak in that part of the country that would allow Putin to essentially say, look what Ukraine is doing to us, even though the Ukrainian government and the intelligence from U.S. officials has been Ukraine is not actually doing any kind of attacking at all. This is apparently a pretext for Putin to invade. With that as the backdrop, you have the president of Ukraine getting ready to leave the country. Shannon, you heard President Biden asked about this as well. Does he think it's smart right now, with this as the moment, right? This is the context of what's unfolding in Ukraine for Zelensky to leave and go to the Munich Security Conference, where we have Vice President Harris, where we have the world's top diplomats, including European diplomats, ready to try to show a unified front. And I got to tell you, Shannon, the president was clear that he thinks it's up to Zelensky, but he also seemed to be leaning towards maybe not a great idea to go. I don't want to put words in the president's mouth, but it was a little tough to hear on our end. Talk me through it.
So publicly, what administration officials and what it appeared the president was saying there as well is that they're not going to tell Zelensky what he should do. That is an assessment that's up to him to make. Whatever he feels is right for his country, for his role in this event. However, privately, my colleagues here at NBC News have been reporting that there are serious concerns within the administration about Zelensky leaving the country at such a perilous time. There is a long history of leaders leaving their country and not being able to come back, either by choice or circumstance. Even in Russian history, there are a number of examples of Russian leaders who left the capital and were not able to return and found out they were being ousted on their attempt to return. return. So that is a concern here, that if Zelensky leaves, the Russians could take advantage of that situation and essentially make it impossible for him to get back into the country. I will say a Zelensky spokesperson told NBC News that no decision has been made on that, that it was his plan to leave. It was his plan to go meet with Vice President Harris tomorrow in Munich at this security conference, but that they will make sort of a game time decision on that. And he's scheduled to depart Saturday morning. They will assess the situation. And they certainly acknowledged, though, that I believe the word they used was dramatic, that this is sort of a dramatic situation right now. And they acknowledge that their plans could change.
Matt, let me go to you in Moscow, because you have tomorrow, I believe, as soon as 24 hours from now, the Russian military, Vladimir Putin, getting ready for an apparent nuclear test, essentially, pre-scheduled, right? But when you look at the signals that we've been talking about, these data points that U.S. officials and Western allies are tallying up, that is one of them that indicates that Vladimir Putin is not really serious about the lip service that some believe he's paying to the diplomatic effort on this front, right? Yet another indication that it is a matter of when and not if he invades Ukraine. And what you're seeing on the ground, I think, is fascinating, Matt. Tell us more about it, about the way that Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin are trying to get the Russian people to believe that they should go to war.
Thank you, Hallie. Well, it's been fascinating today. We've seen a very abrupt sort of sea change in the official narrative, in the state media rhetoric, and you could just follow it from throughout the day, from the announcement of the strategic nuclear forces exercise happening tomorrow with Vladimir Putin at the helm. A quick pivot then to these reports out of the rebel regions of eastern Ukraine from the leadership of these regions, saying that they are announcing mass evacuations of their citizens, of their civilians, because of an imminent threat from the Ukrainian military. And things have just spiraled from there. A few hours after those videos were released, there were reports of a massive explosion in central Donetsk. That is the larger of the two rebel regions. We're actually, just before we came on air, just started seeing reports throughout the Russian state media of an explosion at a gas pipeline in Luhansk. That is the other separatist region. So we're getting these incidents. They are, of course, simultaneously continuing to accuse the Ukrainians of preparing offensive. They've been accusing the Ukrainians of opening fire with artillery on these rebel regions. So there's all these things going on. One thing that we just confirmed that I really want to point out, those two videos from the separatist leaders of Donetsk and Luhansk were actually filmed on Wednesday, 2 days ago, and they were released today, sort of with the implication that they were fresh today. They're being blasted all over, wall to wall, on the Russian state media right now, with increased claims from Russian officials of genocide in eastern Ukraine, of claims that Russia does not want war, but will defend the citizens of Luhansk, and Russian speakers. So we're kind of seeing, every box that we've been fearing has been checked within the last 12 hours.
When's the next time we're going to hear publicly from Putin, Matt? Do you know?
Possibly tomorrow at these strategic nuclear exercises. He could really do it at any moment he wants. Usually, though, in normal times, the Kremlin will be pretty silent throughout the weekend until Monday. But it's hard to see, given everything else going on, that Putin doesn't say something this weekend. But we just don't know.
Matt Bodner in Moscow, Shannon Pettypiece at the White House. Listen, I would say that I'll see you on Monday, but I have a feeling we may be talking before then, given how things are going. Matt, Shannon, thank you. So listen, we had a show ready to go on the air. Obviously, this breaking news has caused us to pivot. We've had a lot of breaking news this afternoon, actually. A lot of things have come in the last few hours, things from Washington, things around the country. So let me share with you one of them coming from the Supreme Court just in the last hour or so, with the court agreeing to hear arguments on this Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy. The program forces migrants seeking asylum along the southern border to stay in Mexico, to remain in Mexico until their claims are processed. Here's the deal. This is one of the first policies that President Biden tried to end when he took office, but some states, Texas and Missouri, sued to keep this policy in place. Let me bring in Pete Williams. So, Pete, get us up to speed on how we got here and what's next.
Well, you've laid it out. This was a program that the Trump administration put in place, saying that most people who seek asylum in the U.S., it's either denied or that they simply vanish and don't show up for their hearings. And that's why The government under President Trump said you have to stay in Mexico while you wait for your case to be adjudicated. The Biden administration wanted to stop it, however, by saying that it created these tent cities all along the Mexican border and made the people seeking asylum vulnerable to gangs and other thieves and all sorts of acts of violence while they waited for their claims to be adjudicated. So the question in the courts, though, is not so much the policy question about whether it's a good idea or encourages or discourages immigration. It's whether the Biden administration went properly about the process of trying to shut it down. Two lower courts said the answer to that question is no. After those rulings, immediately the government sought an emergency action from the Supreme Court to let it go ahead and shut the program down. The Supreme Court declined to step in, but today it said it would hear the government's regular appeal. But it did something extraordinary. Normally, Hallie, a case filed this quickly toward the end of the term after mid-January wouldn't be heard until next term. But I guess because of what's at stake here, the Supreme Court has agreed to hear it on an expedited basis.
Which means they would make a decision this term, right? Pete, can you tell us more about the urgency factor? It's because of the timeline, right?
Yes. So the court will set it today that it will hear the argument in the last week of the oral argument for this term, which is the final week in April. And that means we'll get a decision this term by the end of late June or early July. Now, this was a simple order from the court saying that it would hear the case. It didn't say why, but you just have to assume that they get the papers. They know what this is all about. They know what's at stake here. And given the urgency of the situation, they have agreed to take this on a fast track and make the decision this term.
Pete Williams, live for us on that. Pete, thank you. More breaking news. I told you we had a lot from the National Archives. They're saying boxes of White House records recovered from Mar-a-Lago, of course, where the former president lives, included classified documents. And they're also saying the Trump administration, in their words, basically had some gaps between what they needed to preserve and record on social media and what actually ended up getting preserved and recorded on social media. The National Archives is referring the whole thing over to the Justice Department. But boy, has this caught the attention of Democrats on Capitol Hill. It's because, as you may well remember, this is just one of a number of reports that have come out in the last couple of weeks about the real question marks about what the Trump administration was doing while in office to make sure that things were getting kept that needed to get kept and turned over to the National Archives. The spokesperson for the former president has not yet responded to a request for comment, but we pulled up Ali Vitale here because Ali, the House Oversight Committee on Capitol Hill, has this statement out late tonight that basically says this is problematic. The fact that classified documents ended up out of the White House at Mar-a-Lago when they should have ended up at the archives way before, in their view, not great, possibly illegal.
Yeah, not great, possibly illegal, because it's not like it's nice to have National Archives have the things that presidents had when they were in office. Preservation of documents is the law. It's the Presidential Records Act. This is not something that's nice to have. It's something that this administration should have been doing. Now, they're not the only ones to have potential missteps in terms of turning things over to the National Archives. But when you look at the stories about the potential and reported lengths that they may have gone to keep some of this information from the National Archives, it does start to beg the question. Now, in this letter today to the Oversight Committee, the National Archives says they've gotten these classified documents back from Mar-a-Lago. It was part of a tranche of documents that were in 15 boxes down at the former president's residence in Florida. Those documents now are being combed through by the National Archives, and in regards to the classified ones, they've talked to the Department of Justice about that. But the Oversight Committee is not the only group of people who are looking to make sure that these documents have been preserved in the way that they're supposed to. Of course, the January 6th Select Committee went through a whole legal battle to make sure that they were going to be able to get the documents that they needed and that they want to see from the waning weeks and months of the Trump administration. You and I were talking about this earlier on MSNBC. If you're those committees, you get the documents you get, but you don't know what you might be missing. And when you start hearing that there are gaps, it begs the question, what other gaps might there be?
You talked about the importance of documents for the January 6th Select Committee, and on the January 6th Donald Trump front, we have some other news too, Ali, where the federal district court judge is basically saying, no, you can't just dismiss a lawsuit against former President Trump that some plaintiffs have brought related to his conduct on January 6th. It is a partial victory for these plaintiffs. Tell us more.
Yeah, the plaintiffs are Democratic members of Congress and some U.S. Capitol Police. And this judge effectively saying that the former president is not shielded from those lawsuits that are about what he did while he was in office. Take a look at the screen. The judge's reasoning here. He says that it's reasonable to infer that the president would have understood the impact of his tweets on January 6th, since he had told rallygoers earlier that, in effect, the vice president was the last line of defense against a stolen election outcome, effectively saying that the former president could bear responsibility for what happened on January 6th and that these lawsuits can go forward. So some pretty clear ramifications here of lawsuits that can be brought against a president for actions that he took while he was in office, especially relating to January 6th.
Ali Vitale live for us on the Hill. Thank you. Coming up, an update in the case of Kim Potter, the former police officer who shot and killed Dante Wright. She was sentenced today, and boy, was it a very emotional day in court. We're going to explain why coming up.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
A heavy and emotional day in Minneapolis court as former police officer Kim Potter was sentenced to 2 years in prison for shooting and killing a 20-year-old black man, Dante Wright. A much shorter sentence than the 7 years prosecutors had asked for, and less than what the family wanted, too. As Wright's parents choked back tears before the sentencing happened. Watch.
A police officer who was supposed to serve and protect took so much away from us. She took our baby boy with a single gunshot through his heart. She shattered mine. My life and my world will never, ever be the same.
Because all we have is memories left of our son. What should be happy times turns into sadness.
After the sentence came down, Wright's mother slammed it, saying white women's tears trump justice, a reference to Potter herself, also, as you can see here, breaking down in court, apologizing to Wright's family and to the community after she says she pulled a taser instead of a gun.
Sorry that I hurt you so badly. To the community of Brooklyn Center, I do owe you an apology, too. I loved working for you.
Again, Potter has said she pulled a gun when she meant to pull a taser. Even the judge seemed on the verge of getting emotional, calling this one of the saddest cases she's seen in her 20 years on the bench.
Officer Potter made a mistake that ended tragically. She never intended to hurt anyone.
Potter was convicted of manslaughter last year after she shot Wright during a traffic stop. I want to bring in Shaq Brewster, who is live for us now in Minneapolis. And Shaq, you know, you just heard it. You just saw it. It was so raw in the courtroom today from Daunte Wright's family, frustrated very clearly with that sentence, shorter than what they wanted, shorter than what prosecutors wanted. Kim Potter, you know, crying and apologizing to the family.
That's exactly right. And that emotion that you saw inside the courtroom continued as that family left the courtroom, and they were devastated. They were frustrated and disappointed by that sentence of 2 years that came down from the judge. The father of Daunte Wright saying he felt cheated. The mother saying that it felt like the justice system was murdering her son again. And even Keith Ellison, the attorney general of this state who led the prosecution of Kim Potter, who even upgraded the initial charges from that second-degree manslaughter to first-degree manslaughter, he was scheduled to have a statement and deliver remarks before cameras, and instead he decided not to do that and instead went with a statement, releasing a statement to members of the media. So a lot of emotion that you saw not only inside that courtroom, Hallie, but extending all the way outside.
16 months in prison is what Potter will ultimately serve, right? The rest she'll have parole, but she has a couple months credit already. She could be out, you know,
right,
in the scope of a lifetime relatively soon.
Yeah, she could be out April of next year, Hallie, 2 years after the actual shooting and killing of Daunte Wright. And that goes to the frustration that you heard from members of the family, the fact that the prosecution, they were calling for the sentence to be closer to 7 years, which is what sentencing guidelines suggest for someone who didn't have a criminal background. You heard the family, as they gave their victim impact statements, they were calling for Potter to have that maximum sentence and penalty for this. In the end, the judge siding closer to what the defense was calling for, which was probation. The judge giving some sentence there, giving the 2 years there, but saying that while she believes that Daunte Wright's life mattered, she still believes that this was an officer who made a fundamental mistake that then resulted in Daunte Wright's life.
Talk more about Judge Regina Chu, because she acknowledged there's going to be people who disagree with her, you know, and she contrasted this with what we saw with George Floyd, saying the intent to kill, in her view, was not there. I wonder what the response has been from the people you're talking to, Shaq. And I think the backdrop is important here. Remember, this was a case that sparked protests around the country, right? I mean, this was happening at a time that is, you know, in some ways still ongoing, at a time of racial, you know, reckoning with race in this country, reckoning with what is really justice and accountability.
Right. Yeah, she acknowledged in the courtroom that she compared this a little bit to the Chauvin trial, and she also acknowledged that she got comments, she got letters, a flood of letters from people talking about how good of an officer Kim Potter was and the impact that she had on them, and she said that had an impact in the decision that she ultimately made. You know, if you step back, and you made a good point there of what this area, what this Minneapolis area is dealing with. I mean, yesterday you had Amir Locke, 22-year-old Amir Locke, who was killed in a no-knock raid. He was laid to rest. Today, we have the sentencing, but the federal trial of the 3 officers accused of violating George Floyd's civil rights. That trial was put on hold because of today's sentencing. This also comes in the context of other police killings in this area. This community has gone through a lot. They're seeing this over and over again, and that goes to the frustration that you hear from members of the community who don't agree with the sentence, who believe it was too short, who believe that members who get convicted of other crimes are sentenced much more harshly. But it's really a lot that this community has had to deal with, not just recently, but really over an extensive period of time.
And you've been on the ground for a lot of it. Shaq Brewster, we're glad to have you there live for us tonight. Thank you very much. Coming up, it is almost time to extinguish the torch on the Winter Olympics, but not before even more drama around that Russian skater who is at the center of a doping scandal. Why the Kremlin is firing back today against the International Olympic Committee.
There's no better place for fun with friends. quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, check out this jet making a bit of a wobbly landing at Heathrow Airport in London. Something like 200,000 people watched it on a live stream. And the reason why this thing was so shaky is because this huge storm is slamming the UK and Europe. Check it out. Wow, look at those waves at the O2 Arena, also in London. Wind is so bad it ripped the roof off. England set a new wind record with a gust that clocked in at 122 miles per hour. This storm is deadly. It's killed at least 5 people. Number 2, police in Canada have arrested 2 leaders of those truck protests in Ottawa we've been talking about. You know, demonstrations there have been going on for something like 3 weeks now. Police are launching this crackdown today. They've been arresting other protesters. They even towed away some of the big rigs. Number 3, home sales spiked in January. I am sure you're not surprised to hear that if you've been looking at houses. They were up almost 7% from December, way above Wall Street's expectations. That happened even though the supply of homes for sale fell to a record low, just 860,000 homes. It's actually probably why you're seeing some of the spike, supply-demand. Number 4, Major League Baseball is putting off spring training games until March 5th. The league says it has to because owners and players have not come to a new agreement. The union says that claim is false because they say Commissioner Rob Manfred is allowed to lift the lockout whenever he wants. Talks between the two sides are set to pick up again on Monday. We'll see if they get things together before the beginning of March. Number 5, an Israeli farmer has set the Guinness World Record for, look at that. Folks, feast your eyes on the world's heaviest strawberry. It is 17 inches long, it is 13 inches wide, and it weighs something like a half a pound. 5 times the average weight of a regular berry, but 0 calories if you dip it in chocolate. How about that? So here we are, the last weekend of the Winter Olympics, and we've got more news about that teenage Russian figure skater, the superstar at the center of a doping investigation. The Kremlin shot back today at the IOC, the International Olympic Committee president, over the comments by the IOC aimed at Kamila Valieva's inner circle, who, listen, we talked about this yesterday. This teen star fell on the ice again and again. She skates off, didn't so much get a hug. Instead, she got what the Olympic Committee president described as a chilling response. Listen to him.
Rather than giving her comfort, rather than to try to help her, you could feel this chilling atmosphere.
Kremlin's not happy about that. Look at this response with a spokesman saying, everybody knows that the harshness of a coach in high-level sport is key for their athletes to achieve victories. If you've coached a sport, maybe you have a different perspective on the harshness factor. Gadi Schwartz is here to talk about this now and all things Olympics. What's interesting, Gadi, we hadn't heard a lot from the IOC president about Valieva's case up till now. But now he's pointing to what I think a lot of people have really come to see, which is she is 15. We've talked about it on this show almost every day since the Olympics started. It's the adults around her. And this is something that the IOC is sort of pointing to now at this point.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we've been talking about this for over a week. And look, while the figure skating scandal first broke, we heard almost nothing from the head of the IOC, who continued to visit venues. He went to the bobsledding venue. He went to the big air venue. But he didn't really comment on the scandal, the massive questions being raised about fair play. But then after what we saw yesterday, there was really no way not to comment. And that's when we saw Thomas Bach, the president of the IOC, say he was taken aback at what he saw from the coaches on the Russian figure skating team, saying it was chilling to watch, and then raising questions about the Russian adults that are responsible for the well-being of that Russian team, in particular, 15-year-old Kamila Valieva, who has been crushed under this one of the biggest controversies in recent Olympic history, in fact. So today, you saw the Russians saying Bach's comments were inappropriate, they were wrong, but the question is, under all of this, could this represent an even bigger rift that is possibly growing between the Olympics and Russia, which is a country that's not even allowed to compete under its own flag after that state-sponsored anti-doping scandal a few years ago. So all of that is still yet to be seen.
What's so interesting, though, there's just so many disconnects here, right? Because, yes, you're right about this rift between Russia and the IOC. That's why we call it the, ROC, the Russian Olympic Committee, and not Russia competing. And yet, you know that there is likely a sense in Russia they like to see their athletes on the big stage winning gold medals. You have this disconnect with that statement about the heart. You have to be harsh. I don't have it in front of me again, but the harshness of coaching is what makes athletes good. Anybody that's coached Little League knows that, that's not the case,
Exactly. And I mean, just to see her come in from the ice, on the verge of tears, and then immediately, what happened after that triple axel? Why didn't you fight? Why didn't you fight after that triple axel? After everything she had been through, the entire world was watching. It just raised those questions. And as you mentioned, this has been it's almost a tightrope that we see the Olympics walking with Russia. Technically, you guys can compete, but it's under this fight. You can't use your flag, you can't use your national anthem, and yet you see scandal after scandal. So what's yet to be seen is whether we're going to see Russia possibly at the next Olympics.
So before we get to the next Olympics, of course, we've got to finish this one. This is the last weekend. It is a big weekend on a couple of fronts, including the Michaela Schifrin front, somebody else who we talk about, who we just cheer for and support and back because she's one of the greatest. She's got one more race. That's coming up, I think, Saturday, although I'm totally turned around on, when I watch on the East Coast and when they're doing it in China.
Yeah, her last race is up. It's tomorrow. It's the team event, and she seems to be making peace with whatever's been haunting her during these games. And beyond this, Hallie, she's really opening up a lot of these important conversations about the pressure that athletes are facing. And Hallie, yesterday I heard something from somebody, it kind of irritated me, I'm not going to lie, and they were talking about this new generation and how they weren't as tough as the old generation and they just need to suck it up, and there weren't athletes buckling back then. But you know what? I thought about it, and the difference between the past and now is that there has never been the level of anonymous cruelty that just social media alone has unleashed on those who find themselves in the public spotlight. I mean, if you just go to the comments section and search Michaela Schifrin's name, it is disgusting what people think they can just say about somebody. And with all due respects to the greats of the past, they did not have this direct line to literally thousands and thousands of
dumpster fire. Yes.
Hateful messages. Exactly. And then you've got the normal high stakes. So we saw that from Simone Biles starting that conversation in the last Olympics. Now we have Michaela Schifrin continuing that conversation now, and I think it's something that we're going to see going forward.
Can I just say one other thing? Because that irritates me as well. It grosses me out, too, to hear that kind of thing. I think there's another difference, too, between the athletes of today and the athletes of yesteryear. Again, due respect. The athletes of today are comfortable being a little more vulnerable, and I think opening up a lot more, and we are working, we talk about it a lot here on this show, Gotti, but working to get to a place where you can talk about your challenges, and that's okay, and that doesn't make you weak, right? And, this generation should be commended for that and not slammed for it. I'll get off my soapbox, Gotti. This is not a monologue show, but I just wanted to throw that in there.
No, it's important to keep in perspective because you get depressed when you think about it, and when you look at it from a wider perspective, there is progress being made. So hopefully those conversations are helping.
Gotti Schwartz, love to see you. Thank you, friend. Enjoy the last weekend of the Olympics.
Thanks.
Have you heard about these baby formula supply issues? If you are a parent or know parents, you might know some of them scrambling after the FDA announced a voluntary recall of certain types of formulas. We've got more on this, what it means for your kid, and how it plays into the bigger supply chain stuff in this country coming up. Plus, it's official. Amazon workers in New York City are set to vote on a union. It's an uphill battle that we've got more details on coming up in the local.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Midwest Bureau, a huge winter storm caused a big pileup. More than 100 cars, look at that, on a freeway that runs from Illinois to Wisconsin. Officials were out there all night long working to get everybody off the road. Only just now, like just a little bit ago, did they reopen that 30-mile-long stretch of freeway. You can see it there. From our West Coast Bureau, a plastic surgeon in Colorado has been arrested. He was behind a botched surgery that led to a teenager's death in 2019. Officials say this 18-year-old was going to get a breast augmentation, but went into cardiac arrest after getting anesthesia. In a lawsuit, her family says she went into a coma and died 14 months later. The surgeon's been charged with first-degree aggravated assault and criminally negligent homicide. A nurse has also been charged with manslaughter. And our Northeast Bureau reporting on a story we've been following. Amazon workers at a warehouse on Staten Island in New York, they're going to vote on whether to unionize at the end of March. It'll be an in-person election. Workers at another warehouse in Alabama down south are voting by mail for the second time on unionizing. If either of these is successful, it'd be the first unionized Amazon facility in the country. We'll keep an eye on that. Some parents are really scrambling right now after the FDA warned against using some baby formulas because of complaints of contamination. Came after 4 infants, 4 babies got sick with bacterial infections and had to be hospitalized after being fed certain kinds of a powdered formula. Officials say it is possible that the tainted product may have even caused a death. The FDA is now working with Abbott Nutrition on a voluntary recall of certain batches of Similac, Alimentum, and Elecare. It's happening at a time when supplies of baby formula are already stretched pretty thin. A trade group representing top formula makers says supply chain issues are to blame. Joe Linkent is following this story for us tonight. This is scary stuff. Joe, talk to us about the recall. I think the biggest, most important question, like, what do parents need to know if you give your kid formula? What's the most important takeaway here?
Well, the takeaway here is this is about 3 different powdered formulas. It's Similac, Elecare, and Alimentum. So if you have any of those on the shelves at home or if you're looking at them at the store, what you want to do is check the lot number and then go to the SimilacRecall.com website that's been provided by Abbott Nutrition, which makes all of these formulas, and put in the lot number and check if you've been affected. You can also look at the FDA website for further guidance. But really the issue here is it's a double whammy. You have a supply chain problem, especially with these more specialized formulas, and then you have the FDA launching this investigation into 2 possible bacterias that were reported by the caregivers of these children, and it's Chronobacter and Salmonella Newport, and those are the 2 things that they're looking into right now at this facility. Is in Sturgis, Michigan. Now, I want to tell you a little bit more about what Abbott Nutrition says about this. Okay. So far, they say that they regret the impact that this recall will have on parents and caregivers, of course, and they've also acknowledged that the bacteria was detected at the plant, but Abbott says that no distributed product has tested positive of either of these bacterias, and they continue to test all the product that's going out the door. So that's kind of where we stand on what you've got to know about, this formula, but check the lot numbers. That's the most important thing. Pull back for a second, because you talked about this a little bit, the supply chain stuff. We've been seeing shortages in formula for like a few months now, no? Yeah, exactly. And so what you're seeing is overall, according to a couple of different analyses, you see that out of stock issues are happening all across the country. 11,000 stores out of stock by up to 40%, all different states all across the country, Florida, New Jersey, and all the way west. And so when you see this out of stock, there's kind of a blame game going on, a little bit of finger pointing, if you will. The manufacturers are saying, well, we're getting our stuff out the door. We're having some supply chain issues to delivering the formula, but we're getting it to the stores. Whereas you have retailers like CVS, they're saying, well, we're having a supply issue. We can't get what we need to keep our shelves filled. What everyone seems to agree on, though, is that there's supply chain anxiety right now in the conversation, in our hearts and in our heads. And so people might be buying a little bit more than maybe what the birth rate would normally predict. So what do you do, right, Joe? Like, if you're a new mom, if you're a new dad, a new parent who is looking to get formula to your kid, like, there's places you can turn to. I think here in Washington, we have resources, you know, doctors and different groups that can help. Like, is that the option? Definitely. So first of all, call your pediatrician, talk to your local healthcare provider. So do that. Once you do that, and if you're not able to get the formula that you need, there's one resource that is kind of underreported. It's breast milk donation banks. And you can go and see if there's supply that, they usually supply hospitals, but some of them do distribute and fulfill requests. So check your local breast milk donation bank. Another idea too is to talk with your provider about alternative types of formula. But the recommendation by pediatricians across the board is do not dilute your formula and make sure that you're talking with your provider about a solution going forward. But I will tell you, I've been talking to moms about this. I had an interview with a mom last week about this issue. She was in tears. She's very worried because her infant can only take Alimentum. So now she's can't get it because of the shortage, can't use it now because of this recall issue. And so she's really back up against a wall. So know that you're not alone. Go out there, talk to the resources in your community. They will find a way.
It's so important, and it's such a real thing for so many families, Joe, as you found.
It really is.
Jolyn Kent, thank you so much. By the way, more of her reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. That's coming up at 6:30 Eastern. We're looking forward to seeing Joe's piece then. Coming up on this show next, a cargo ship full of really nice cars, very expensive cars, on fire, burning in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Look at this, how this even happened, and what the game plan is to put this thing out. We're getting into that after the break.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Right now, 1,000 cars that you would probably love to drive are on fire. They are burning up in the middle of the ocean. Look at this. We're about to show it to you. The ship caught fire as it was making its way to Rhode Island from Germany. It's right now off the coast of Portugal. That's where a rescue team helped save the crew. So the people are okay. That is the good news here. Nobody was hurt, but this might be a little painful for the people who are hoping to get their hands on those cars, especially given that new cars are kind of hard to find right now. There's about 1,000 Porsches on that ship. Oh, Jesse Kirsch is following this for us. Like, what, Jesse? There's so much. How did this even happen? How does a ship full of 1,000 Porsches catch fire?
Yeah, that's the big question right now, and car enthusiasts are cringing at this right now, Hallie. You mentioned over 1,000 Porsches. We also know there were about 189 Bentleys on board that ship. We don't know exactly how many have burned, if they have burned. Obviously, you can see from the video and from the photos from the scene that clearly significant damage to the ship. We don't have a sense of the full extent yet, and neither do the car manufacturers. It sounds like Porsche telling us that it's too early to know exactly what happened. But you take a look at that photo, and you can see that there is a problem on that ship. And here's the other thing. These are not your ordinary cars, right? We know that a lot of people have been waiting to get their cars for a while. We've been talking about those supply issues. But these cars are often custom made. And one car enthusiast who runs a big auto show in in Las Vegas told us earlier that some people might have been waiting 6 months to a year for one of these cars because they are these luxury high-end cars that are custom made to your specs. So imagine you might have been waiting 11 months and now you're seeing this, and your car may be on board that ship.
And you're right. We don't know how many of them have actually burned. So I guess we don't know that 1,000 Porsches are on fire. Doesn't look great. I only wince. My floor director, a car-loving enthusiast over here, is like wincing. He's in physical pain looking at this. There's a bit of a Crimea River element to this because if you can, because it's obviously, but if you can afford a Porsche, you're getting to work, right? Like you know how to get to work. You have the ability to get around. But it does.
These are not your everyday drivers.
Correct.
For sure.
Right. Like they'll be fine. But obviously still a big deal for them. And when we talk about these supply chain issues, you know, I understand that these are really luxury custom-made cars, but speaking broadly, how does this play into all of that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so that car fan that I talked to earlier said that the supply chain issues that we've seen have not impacted the luxury market as much as your daily driver market, but that has been slowed down a little bit. And of course, now these people might be trying to figure out how to get to the top of a new line to get the replacement car. But we should stress, all 22 people who were on board that ship, we were told by the Portuguese Navy, they are all okay.
Most important
they were airlifted out in a dramatic rescue, and they are all safe. They didn't even need medical attention. They were at a hotel along the coast, apparently.
Really quickly, how do they put it out? Like, what do they do?
Well, we got those new images today from the Portuguese Navy showing them fighting that fire, and you can see it still looks like the ship has smoke coming off of it. They're also trying to figure out where they're going to bring the ship. It was supposed to be going from Germany to Rhode Island. That is still up in the air right now. And at last word, they were trying to figure out how to tow this thing because there's no one on board to drive it.
Jesse Kirsch, you're going to have more on Top Story tonight with Tom Llamas. We look forward to that. Thank you all for being with us here on Hallie Jackson Now. We'll see you right back here Monday, same time, same place. Have a great weekend. More coverage picks up right now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Just moments from now, President Biden will update the nation on his administration's efforts to keep Russian President Vladimir Putin from ordering an invasion of Ukraine. President Biden has just concluded